In her previous life, Lin Xichi toiled for 7 years in a factory, only to succumb to a sudden death at a tender age. Reborn at the age of 20, she found herself bound to a signing-in system. Ding. Signing in grants a cash reward of 1 million. Ding. Signing in provides a full-body whitening treatment. Ding. Signing in awards a luxurious villa in the Celestial Palace. Ding. Signing in yields a whitening formula. Ding. Signing in bestows a scholarly system. Lin Xichi. Chapter 1. Rebirth. The signing in station for the sole daughter and son of the god of wealth. Hey, why are you dawdling? Pay up. An irritable voice pierced Lin Xichi's ears. Upon gazing at the individual before her, Lin Xichi instinctively clenched her fists. Wang Weiwei. How dare she appear before her? However, had she not absconded with the factory manager's funds alongside his brother-in-law? What was she doing here? No, this was not Wang Weiwei. To be precise, the person standing in front of her was not the Wang Weiwei who eloped with the factory manager's brother-in-law, but rather the Wang Weiwei from 7 years prior. Ever since Wang Weiwei entangled herself with the factory manager 3 years ago, she had transformed herself into a visage akin to a snake spirit, adorning herself in flamboyant attire daily. In short, she was certainly not the non-mainstream version before Lin Xichi now. Could it be she had been reborn? An absurd thought flickered in her mind, and before she could revel in it, she noticed Wang Weiwei's impatient gaze fixed upon her. Hey, why are you staring blankly? Hurry up and pay. Had this been the past, Lin Xichi would have foolishly fished out her money, but now she had seen through the Wang family. She opened her WeChat wallet and presented it to Wang Weiwei, awkwardly stating, Sister Weiwei, I have no money. Wang Weiwei cast a glance at her WeChat wallet, which displayed a solitary 0.86 yuan. You have no money? Wang Weiwei's voice turned sharp as she eyed the bag beside Lin Xichi, clearly skeptical of her claim. Lin Xichi averted her gaze, meekly replying, My parents said I was going out to earn money, so they only gave me train fare. This statement was, of course, a deception directed at Wang Weiwei. Her parents were quite fond of her, providing her with a generous 2,000 yuan for living expenses upon her departure. After spending 300 yuan on the ticket and approximately 100 yuan on water and snacks at the supermarket before boarding, she still had 1,600 yuan carefully hidden in the zipper compartment of her bag. However, Wang Weiwei was oblivious to this. Not having gained any advantage, Wang Weiwei shot her a glare and, cursing under her breath, paid the fare, receiving instant noodles and hot water from the conductor. Gazing out at the ever-changing scenery beyond the window, Lin Xichi exhaled a heavy sigh. She had unexpectedly returned to the train she had taken to Yun City 7 years ago. In her previous life, she had boarded the train to Yun City with Wang Weiwei on this very day, where she would toil for 7 years, ultimately earning little and passing away prematurely. In her former existence, she had been a fool, naively trusting Wang Weiwei, only to discover that half of her salary vanished each month into Wang Weiwei's pocket. She worked tirelessly to buy Wang Ming various branded shoes and watches, only to later realize that she had become an old maid in the electronics factory while Wang Ming's family had children old enough to run errands. She still vividly recalled that day she stumbled upon their family of 3 when Wang Ming had said to her, Lin, you really thought I liked you? Let me tell you the truth. I agreed to your confession only because you could serve as a free caregiver for my grandmother in the hospital. After my grandmother passed, I intended to break up with you, but you naively kept sending me money. Why not take advantage of it? Lin Xichi, you are both foolish and unattractive. You simply do not deserve me. It would be wise for you to leave quickly, lest your rustic presence taint the air of my family's luxurious abode. Betrayed by her boyfriend of over a decade and her closest friend, she suffered a profound blow, exacerbated by a month of grueling night shifts, which ultimately led to her untimely demise. Was it divine mercy that granted her a chance at rebirth? Yet, where should she go from here? To assist Wang Ming in caring for his grandmother, she had dropped out of her vocational school after just a month, remaining in the countryside for 5 years. Lacking education, experience, and skills, she had succumbed to Wang Weiwei's flattery and Wang Ming's persuasion to work in Yun City. Nevertheless, her past experiences warned her that she would rather beg than work in a factory. In this life, she intended to adopt a different approach to living. Dear passengers, we are approaching Yun City East Station. Please ensure you have all personal belongings ready for disembarkation if you are alighting at Yun City East Station. Lin Xichi leaned against the window, gazing outside, lost in thought. Wang Weiwei looked at her with disdain, impatiently admonishing, "Hey, there will be a crowd shortly. Stick close to me. If you lose me, don't expect my help." Lin Xichi obediently nodded. Understood, Sister Weiwei. She had little baggage, only a 20-inch suitcase and a bulging green backpack she had used during her school days. The station was teeming with people, nearly a crush of bodies. Lin Xichi dutifully followed Wang Weiwei, but as they walked, she gradually lagged behind until Wang Weiwei vanished into the vast crowd. Only then did she push her suitcase toward the exit that was entirely opposite to Wang Weiwei's. Lin Xichi moved forward, contemplating her next steps. Along the way, she happened upon a lottery shop and let out a heavy sigh. What good was a lottery shop to her? In her previous life, she had never paid attention to the lottery. Lin Xichi felt a pang of regret. She had missed the script for sudden wealth. If only she had known she would be reborn. Alas, it was what it was. Being reborn was a blessing in itself. The prospect of sudden wealth was no longer feasible. She must now consider what to do next. With just over 1,000 yuan to her name, she could not endure for long and needed to find a job immediately. Sigh, are there people in this world more unfortunate than her? Even after rebirth, still forced to toil like a beast of burden. Ding! System has detected a suitable host and is currently binding. System binding countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Ding! The system has been successfully bound. Greetings, host. I am your exclusive system, designated number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For convenience's sake, you may refer to me as Old Six. Lin Xichi was initially taken aback, but soon her face was alight with joy. Indeed, the novels she had devoured over the years were not in vain. She too had acquired a golden finger. Tentatively, she inquired, "Old Six, is it? What type of system are you? What functionalities do you possess?" A mechanical voice resonated in her ears. "I am Old Six. Allow me to introduce myself. I am primarily a sign-in system, with occasional forays into task system duties. The host may sign in once each day, and the sign-in pool will refresh according to the host's wishes. Of course, not every sign-in guarantees success, as there exists a 1 in 10 chance of drawing a solitary reward. The host will also have a certain probability of triggering the task system, and completing tasks will yield additional rewards. Detecting the host's current wishes, the sign-in rewards have been automatically set. May I inquire if the host wishes to sign in today?" Lin Xichi's heart raced as she excitedly responded, "Sign in." Chapter 2. The Luxurious Presidential Suite. Ding. The sign-in was successful. A month's stay in the opulent presidential suite on the top floor of the Four Seasons Hotel. Lin Xichi felt her heart racing with excitement. She was well aware of the Four Seasons Hotel. It was the grandest and most luxurious establishment in Yunqing, located by the Bund. Renowned for its dazzling light show at 8 o'clock every evening. She had accompanied a star-struck younger sister to the Four Seasons once. And though they had only lingered in the lobby for a few minutes, the awe she felt then remained etched in her memory. "Are you certain you're not jesting?" Lin Xichi inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. "That's the Four Seasons Hotel we're talking about. Even the most modest room commands thousands per night, a realm of luxury that people like us could scarcely dream of. And now, a whole month in the top-tier presidential suite? How much would that cost? I doubt I could earn such an amount in 3 lifetimes of screwing in bolts." Old Six, ever diligent, reassured her, "Please do not worry. Dear host, this system is all-powerful. You merely need to present your ID at the front desk to check in." Nodding in agreement, Lin Xichi thought, why not give it a try? After all, she had no funds for a hotel room. Fortunately, it was not far from the Bund. After a 40-minute walk, she finally arrived at the entrance of the Four Seasons. Though it was already past 11 at night, the hotel was still abuzz with activity. Pushing her suitcase towards the front desk, Lin Xichi nervously chose a queue with fewer people. Perhaps due to the late hour, not many noticed her. A stark contrast to the hotel's opulence. Soon enough, it was her turn. Just as she was about to greet the clerk, she was unexpectedly jostled by 2 individuals who brazenly cut in front of her. A man adorned with a gaudy gold chain and clutching a leather bag, eager to flaunt his wealth, stood beside a woman with a strikingly refined yet intimidating face. The woman glanced back at Lin Xichi, her expression dripping with disdain. "What are you staring at? Keep your distance, you ugly creature." Lin Xichi tightened her grip on her suitcase. Stay calm, stay calm. Anger only gives the devil a foothold. A step back is a vast expanse of sky. It's all for the sake of fostering friendly relations between humans and the snake-like beauty. The receptionist glanced between Lin Xichi and the man, seemingly about to say something, but Lin Xichi preempted her. It's all right, please assist them first. Humph. At least you know your place. The woman shot Lin Xichi another condescending glare. The man slammed a card onto the counter with a resounding thud. I want the top-tier presidential suite. His words struck the air like a torpedo, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Good heavens. P.S. actually booking the top presidential suite? Isn't it just a room? Just pay a little extra. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? What do you know? The top-tier presidential suite at the Four Seasons isn't something that can be booked merely with money, someone chimed in. To book that suite, one must possess a platinum membership card from the Four Seasons Consortium. Do you know how rare that card is? It requires personal assets of at least 100 million and spending 5 million at the consortium's establishments to even apply. And even then, it's not guaranteed. It must pass further evaluation. Now do you see how difficult it is to acquire a platinum card? Upon hearing this, the woman in the lobby regarded the man with the intensity of a cat spotting its prey, plotting how to catch his attention. Yinqing, while not vast, could be deemed a second-tier city, and a billionaire here, though not the topmost elite, was certainly affluent. If she could marry him, it would save her at least 20 years of hard work. The men around them were engulfed in envy and resentment. After all, what man wouldn't he wish to take a beautiful woman to stargaze in a sky garden? Zhang Yali felt the myriad gazes upon her. An overwhelming sense of superiority and vanity washing over her like a warm embrace. Lu Gu, so this is the fabled platinum card. It looks exquisite. Next time, could you take me to the Four Seasons Mall to shop using this card? Lu Kai, reveling in the attention of a beautiful woman, readily agreed. Of course, no problem. Impatiently glancing at the front desk, he snapped. Hey, is it done yet? Your inefficiency is wasting my time. I could be stargazing right now. Do you believe I could have you dismissed in a heartbeat? The receptionist, seemingly unfazed by his tirade, continued in a professional manner. I apologize, sir. But our platinum card is for personal use only. Our system indicates that you are not the cardholder, hence we cannot process your request. Lu Kai's anger flared. Are you mocking me? I went through great lengths to borrow this card from an old rich woman. And now I can't even use it to enjoy some time in the sky garden? What terrible luck. At that moment, chaos erupted. A stout middle-aged woman suddenly surged through the crowd, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Kai. You ungrateful wretch. Using my card and my money to book a room. What were you thinking? With that, she slapped Zhang Yali, who stood there in shock, her nose now askew. And you vixen, how dare you seduce my man? You must be tired of living in Yunqing. Oh my, that S. Wang Tiexin, the infamous Iron Lady of Yunqing. The crowd gasped. Wang Tiexin, 50 years old, was a formidable figure known for her fierce demeanor, running the largest security company in Yunqing, straddling both the legitimate and illicit worlds. Upon seeing her, Lu Kai wilted, resembling a child on the verge of tears. Darling, let me explain. It was this woman who seduced me. I didn't do anything. Zhang Yali, who had been so brazen moments ago, now knelt before Wang Tiexin, begging for mercy. I didn't do anything wrong, I swear. Fenjia, I was wrong. Wang Tiexin dismissed their squabbling with a wave of her hand. Take them away. Have Hong Tian deal with them. Before long, the two were dragged away, their mouths muffled. The onlookers murmured in astonishment, realizing the world was vast, and all kinds of birds inhabit it. Wang Tiexin didn't leave. Instead, she turned her attention to Lin Xichi. Young lady, you may proceed with your check-in. Lin Xichi, still shaken by the earlier display of violence, felt her heart race and quickly waved her hands. No, please you go ahead. Seeing the girl's face pale in fear, Wang Tiexin graciously accepted. Very well, thank you, dear sister. She placed her platinum card back on the counter. I'd like the top-tier presidential suite, please. That man Lu Kai has irked me. I need to unwind. Certainly, Ms. Wang, the receptionist replied. But soon her expression shifted to one of disbelief. I'm terribly sorry, Ms. Wang, but our top-tier presidential suite has already been booked. Booked? Has some notable figure arrived in Yunqing recently? Wang Tiexin was not unreasonable. No problem. Just give me any presidential suite. Can I upgrade to the top tier tomorrow? The receptionist hesitated. I'm afraid not, Ms. Wang. In fact, for the next month, it's not available at all, as that esteemed guest has reserved the top tier for the entire month. Her words struck like thunder, sending shockwaves through the lobby. I can't believe it. Someone has booked the top tier for a whole month? That is a month, isn't it? My goodness. 10,000 a night means 300,000 for a month. 300,000. One could buy a house with that. What kind of family can afford such an extravagant hotel stay? They must be either foolish or wasteful. Lin Xichi, meanwhile, was engaged in a conversation with the seemingly foolish and wasteful old six. Old six, you didn't book the top tier, did you? Technically speaking, it's you who booked it. Old 6. Lin Xichi exclaimed. Is there a way I can cancel the hotel booking and convert it into cash? She currently has less than 1 yuan on her, yet she wants to stay in a presidential suite that costs 100,000 yuan a night. She's afraid of being struck by lightning. Host, give up this idea. If you check out, you won't get a single cent back, and you'll end up on the streets. Please broaden your horizons, host. This system is more powerful than you can imagine. Chapter 3, Full Body Whitening. Lin Xichi nervously handed her ID card to the front desk. Hello. I booked a room online. The receptionist took it, checked the computer, and looked as if she had seen a ghost. Miss Lin, please wait a moment. I need to notify our manager. Her loss of composure was understandable. It was truly startling. The computer screen clearly showed that the Miss Lin standing before her was the VVVP who had booked the entire top floor. If this was true, the manager would have to come personally to receive her, showing proper respect for such a distinguished guest. The receptionist quickly made a phone call. Hello, manager. Miss Lin, who booked the top floor, has arrived. She explained the situation. The manager came down very quickly, almost running. However, he clearly didn't believe that Lin Xichi was that Miss Lin. He checked 3 times on 3 different terminals, but the result was the same. If the information hadn't been tampered with, then this plainly dressed girl in front of him was indeed the one who had booked the entire top floor for a month. Excited, the manager returned her ID card and said respectfully, Miss Lin, I'm truly sorry. We didn't know you were arriving suddenly, and our reception has been inadequate. Please forgive us. He had only learned half an hour ago that the top floor was booked for a month by a Miss Lin. He had been wondering whether to call and ask when she would check in so he could arrange dedicated reception, terrified that some staff member might inadvertently offend her. Of all the calculations, he never expected that the one who would neglect her would be himself. Seeing Lin Xichi's displeased expression, he was practically sweating profusely. As a hotel manager, he had met many dignitaries, celebrities, and wealthy tycoons. But he had never seen a guest book the top floor for a full month in one go. This showed how unfathomably deep the financial resources of Miss Lin's family must be. She was likely from some powerful family. If his superiors found out that he had displeased this young lady, he would be finished. Lin Xichi didn't take her ID card. She looked coldly at the manager. Are you done checking? Do you need to double check again? What if I'm an imposter? At this point, anyone could tell she was angry. To be honest, Lin Xichi was very upset. She was hungry, tired, and exhausted, and it was hard not to take it out on others. The manager broke out in a cold sweat. Miss Lin, I'm truly sorry for this unpleasant experience. To express our apologies, we will upgrade your package to the top-tier suite, with a private chef dedicated solely to your service. I guarantee you'll have a wonderful experience. Lin Xichi kept her composure on the surface, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. After all, nothing could be solved by a good meal. If one wasn't enough, then two. As the manager respectfully led Lin Xichi away, the lobby immediately erupted in chatter. I think my worldview needs a serious update. Where's my worldview? Oh, it's already shattered on the floor. They took the VIP elevator straight to the top floor. The moment the door opened, Lin Xichi's newly established composure shattered. No wonder this luxury presidential suite cost 100,000 a night. Her first impression was that it was huge. Her second impression was that it was still huge. The entire room was unbelievably spacious, fully equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances. The bed alone was bigger than her entire former room. Outside, there was a 70-square-meter balcony featuring an outdoor swimming pool and even a rose garden. Looking down, she could take in the entire Bund landscape at a glance. Looking up, she felt as if she were in the clouds, able to pluck the stars from the sky. Soon, the dinner Lin Xichi had asked the manager to arrange casually also arrived. Seeing it, she felt that manager Yin had a very peculiar understanding of the word casually. This was almost a full Manchuhan banquet, from stir-fried seasonal vegetables to braised prawns. From spaghetti to filet mignon, the dishes filled an entire large round table. Beside her, dedicated attendants were on hand, some massaging her shoulders and back, some pouring wine for her, and even someone peeling prawns for her. After enjoying the top-tier meal, Lin Xichi lay down on a lounge chair by the pool, sent a message to her mother to let her know she was safe, then returned to the soft bed, lay down, and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xichi's first task was to check in. Old 6, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, full body whitening 1 time. Lin Xichi was speechless. Was she really the so-called unlucky one? What she wanted now was money, actual money. Why give her something as useless as skin whitening? Oh well, since it was given, she might as well use it. Old 6. How do I use this full body whitening? Old 6 didn't answer directly, but instead asked, does the host wish to use full body whitening 1 time? Lin Xichi had no idea how it worked, but she nodded instinctively. Use it. As soon as she spoke, she felt a chill all over her body, as if she had suddenly been transported into winter on a summer day. It was cool and very comfortable. The pleasant sensation lasted only a minute before old 6's voice sounded again. Full body whitening one time, usage complete. Huh, that's it. That took less than a minute, right? Could it be any more perfunctory? Doubtfully, Lin Xichi walked over to the large mirror. The moment she looked, she jumped in surprise. How did I get so much whiter all of a sudden? Her shock was understandable. It was truly startling. Originally, her skin tone was relatively dark, and she never did any maintenance, exposed to wind and sun all day, making her face look sallow and dry. But now, her entire face looked as if it had been processed with 100 times the usual beauty filter and skin smoothing. Though she still wasn't particularly fair-skinned compared to most city people, the difference from before was like night and day. She reached up and pinched her cheek. It felt like pinching a freshly peeled boiled egg, so tender it seemed to drip water. Hey, even the freckles and blackheads are gone, she exclaimed in delight. She had many small freckles on both cheeks. Although her dark skin made them less noticeable at a glance, they were still obvious because there were so many, densely packed. Because of those spots, many kids in elementary and middle school had given her nicknames, mocking her as Lin 2 Freckles. From then on, she had always felt very self-conscious. And now, in just 1 minute, all those spots had completely disappeared. Even the blackheads that occasionally popped up on the bridge of her nose were gone. Truly, system-produced goods are premium. She gave old 6 a thumbs up. Old 6, 666. Old 6 was very aloof. Basic operation, don't 666 me. Seeing that it was already 9 a.m. Lin Xichi sent a WeChat message to manager Yin asking him to arrange breakfast. Breakfast was soon delivered by someone who appeared to be a butler. Miss Lin, hello. I am your private butler. You can ask me to do anything during this month. Does that include taking me places when I go out? She had no choice. She had less than 1 yuan in her pocket, not even enough for a taxi. The butler readily agreed. Of course. We would be delighted to serve you. With that, the butler added her to an 8-person group chat. Lin Xichi finally realized that the true joy of a presidential suite lay in its private entourage. With a personal chef, a private driver, a makeup artist, a massage therapist, a butler, an organizer, and 2 bodyguards, she was enveloped in luxury. Lin Xichi joyfully savored a sumptuous breakfast before messaging her driver, Uncle Lin, to wait for her at the door. A majestic and opulent Maybach stood proudly at the entrance, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Amidst the admiring gazes, Lin Xichi entered the vehicle. Good day, Miss Lin. To the International Building. Today, she intended to reclaim all that Wang Ming owed her over the years. Wang Ming, at the age of 23, had only just graduated from an ordinary second-tier university last year and was now working as a sales consultant at a luxury boutique in the Yunsheng International Building. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he had garnered the admiration of several neighboring villages, with whispers suggesting that a simple village girl like Lin Xichi was unworthy of him. Observing the towering skyscrapers and the bustling urban elites, Lin Xichi could not help but let out a cold laugh. Those people only saw the surface and failed to comprehend that Wang Ming, emerging from an ordinary second-tier institution, had merely managed to obtain a diploma without any noteworthy qualifications or connections. His ostentation was nothing but a facade, supported by his youthful charm and a knack for courting wealthy older women. She had toiled for 5 years in the countryside, caring for his grandmother, while he contributed not a penny but instead expected her to save money for his tuition and gifts. It was time to settle the score. As she approached the International Building, an Audi A6 halted nearby. A man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. Lin Xichi instantly recognized the man, whose demeanor screamed sycophancy. Her fists clenched involuntarily. The woman beside him was plump and adorned with an abundance of jewelry, looking laughably out of place in her pink dress. Darling, a new Cartier watch has come out. My birthday is in a few days. Could you buy it for me? The woman said with a greedy gleam in her eyes. Of course, sweetheart. 5 times tonight, and I'll make sure you get it, Wang Ming replied, lost in the joy of acquiring a new watch when he heard someone call his name. He looked up, his expression turning cold as he questioned. What are you doing here? Lin Xichi bit her lip, feigning tears as she pointed accusingly at the woman Wang Ming was embracing. Wang Ming, who is she? The woman, noticing Lin Xichi's tearful demeanor, disdainfully released Wang Ming's arm. So, you're the village girl he has been with? How unfortunate for you to be associated with such a man. Wang Ming, unwilling to let his prize slip away, quickly soothed the woman. Darling, don't be angry. She's just a classmate who wanted to leave me alone. You know I could never be interested in someone like her. My heart belongs only to you. My one and only. Reassured by his words, the woman softened, while Lin Xichi felt her heart ache further, tears brimming in her eyes as she lamented, Wang Ming. How could you say such things? We've been together for 5 years. I cared for your grandmother in the hospital, took loans to pay for her surgery, and supported your education. How can you treat me like this? When Wang Ming's grandmother needed surgery, he had tearfully borrowed money from her and her father. unable to bear her distress, took out loans totaling 90,000 yuan and 10,000 yuan in online debt to cover the medical expenses. Her parents were honest people who couldn't bear to owe anyone, and ever since taking the loans, they had felt uneasy, unable to eat or sleep well. Yet, Lin Xichi had not only failed to demand repayment from Wang Ming, but had also spent all her savings on luxury gifts for him, completely forgetting the loans. She could hardly fathom how her parents had managed to repay such a large sum in their previous lives. Today, she must reclaim that money. She fought back tears. "You promised to marry me. How can you be with someone else? Have you forgotten what you said in front of your grandmother? Don't you fear breaking her heart?" With people bustling around them, the scene drew attention. What a dramatic turn of events. Such a man is truly beneath contempt. While he deceives her into caring for his grandmother and finances his education, he flirts with wealthy women. How unfortunate for that girl. Unfortunate? No, she is simply foolish. Look at her. She is reaching for something beyond her means. I doubt any of them are of good character. Hey, I know that guy. He is a salesperson at Dior on the 3rd floor. Does Dior realize they employ such a person? I'll never shop there again. What a pathetic man. Wasting 5 years of her life, and now he wants to walk away scot-free. How is this fair? Wang Ming, sensitive to the attention, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he was openly ridiculed. Seizing the moment, Lin Xichi made her intentions clear. "Wang Ming, you have squandered 5 years of my youth. I've treated those years as if I were feeding a dog. However, the 100,000 yuan you borrowed from my family must be returned today." Upon hearing Lin Xichi demand repayment, Wang Ming instinctively refused. "I have no money." This had become his standard retort, and in the past, whenever he uttered these words, Lin Xichi would envision him suffering in poverty and would feel pity, sending him money. Reflecting on her past self, Lin Xichi wished she could slap herself. Before she could respond, a bystander interjected, "Hey girl, don't believe him. That watch he is wearing is worth over 200,000 yuan. Goodness, wearing a watch worth 200,000 yuan while refusing to pay debts? This deadbeat should be reported. Phoenix man, pay up." Amidst a chorus of jeers, Wang Ming's face grew red with anger as he cursed Lin Xichi in his mind 1,000 times, but he genuinely had no such money. Even if he did, he had no intention of paying her back. A thought crossed his mind, and he attempted to pull Lin Xichi aside to negotiate. He believed that if he could charm her, the matter would blow over. However, Lin Xichi was well prepared. She stepped back and pulled out a stack of documents from her bag. "Wang Ming, these are the IOUs you signed when you borrowed money. The hospital bills for your grandmother's treatment, and the caregiver fees I should have received for taking care of her. I've calculated everything meticulously. The total comes to 289,700 yuan. You must return this sum today. If you refuse, I will cause a scene in your store. Better to destroy everything than let this slide." Hearing Lin Xichi's threat to make a scene in his store, Wang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to slap this foolish woman right then and there. This job was lucrative, with flexible hours, and wealthy women were generous patrons. He had only secured this position after months of catering to an older woman. And if he were to be fired because of Lin Xichi, he wouldn't know where to find another job like this. At that moment, a well-dressed man approached. "Wang Ming, why aren't you at work?" Seeing the newcomer, Wang Ming's expression shifted, clearly fearful as he stammered, "Manager, I came down to meet a client." Lin Xichi turned to the man. "You must be Wang Ming's manager. There are some matters regarding Wang Ming that I'd like to discuss." The manager, named Zhou Yang, had always held a disapproving view of Wang Ming. He had been a silent observer of the entire affair, deliberately approaching with the intent of exposing Wang Ming's vulnerabilities. Zhou Yang, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, manager, do not heed her words. There is merely a misunderstanding between us." Wang Ming's complexion turned pale, fearing that Lin Xichi might indiscreetly reveal his past indiscretions. Recognizing that Lin Xichi would not relent until this matter was resolved, he glared at her with clenched teeth. This repugnant woman, usually timid as a mouse, spoke to him with utmost caution, terrified that he might dismiss her in displeasure. To his astonishment, today she had the audacity to confront him at the company's entrance, witnessed by the manager, who was typically at odds with him. Yet he indeed lacked the funds. And thus, he had no choice but to ingratiate himself with Lin Xichi. "Xichi, I currently do not possess such a sum. Please return home today, and I shall repay you as soon as I gather the money." The onlookers were not naive and clearly distrusted his claims, urging Lin Xichi not to believe him. At that moment, a statuesque young woman beside them raised her phone, aiming it at Wang Ming. "Ladies, take note. This is the man who flaunts a watch worth over 200,000 yet refuses to repay his debts. What are you doing?" Wang Ming reached for her phone, but the young woman deftly evaded him. "I am live streaming. I warn you, if you do not repay today, I will broadcast daily from the Dior store." This had now escalated to a matter of the store's reputation, prompting Zhou Yang to issue a command. "Wang Ming, You shall repay the money in front of everyone today, or you need not return to work henceforth. Wang Ming's face drained of color. Manager I. At this juncture, the live streaming girl led the crowd in a chant. Repay the money, scoundrel. Scoundrel, repay the money. Wang Ming's face turned ashen with rage. He had no recourse but to pull the wealthy woman aside for a private discussion. It was unclear what Wang Ming conveyed to the affluent lady, but upon his return, he tossed a bank card to Lin Xichi. At that moment, a store employee volunteered to help Lin Xichi check the balance, confirming it to be 300,000. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lin Xichi declared, "Very well, Wang Ming, from this day forth, we are severing all ties." As the farce concluded and the crowd dispersed, Lin Xichi wiped away her tears, revealing a triumphant smile. Her performance had not been in vain. She had achieved her goal effortlessly. Chapter 5. The late arrival of the newbie gift package. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, having successfully sent the wealthy woman away, contemplated cornering Lin Xichi once the crowd had thinned. After all, that was a sum of 300,000, enough to purchase a luxury watch. He could not allow Lin Xichi, the village girl, to benefit without consequence. Yet, it was evident that he would not be able to intercept her. After receiving the money, she had swiftly slipped into a nearby Maybach while the crowd was distracted. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, she had been crying and clamoring for 30,000, yet now she sat in a vehicle worth over 4 million. Sipping wine that cost over 1,000 a bottle? Inside the car, Lin Xichi was in high spirits, promptly transferring the funds to her own account. Exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirmation of the transaction. Back at the hotel, she opened WeChat, and several unread messages immediately popped up, some from Wang Ming and others from Wang Wei. Without needing to look, Lin Xichi knew they were nothing but ill tidings. She swiftly blocked and deleted them all. Afterward, she opened a voice message sent by her mother. "Xichi, if you find the work unsatisfactory after you arrive, feel free to come back. We can find you a job nearby. As for the loan, your father and I will figure something out. Do not be frugal out there. Take good care of yourself." Upon hearing the mention of the loan, she quickly accessed the loan application, feeling relieved at the successful repayment notification. Knowing she could not hide this from her parents, she initiated a video call with her mother. "Xichi, have you had dinner yet?" Upon seeing her mother's familiar face, Lin Xichi nearly succumbed to tears. "Yes, Mom, I've eaten. I didn't go to the factory with Wang Wei. I found work with a wealthy family. The job is easy, the pay is high, and they provide meals and accommodation." Li Fun, having watched several melodramatic idol dramas, expressed her concern. "What does this family do? How many people live there? Are they treating you well?" Lin Xichi concocted a plausible story. "They are retired university professors, and only the elderly lady lives there. Her son's family is abroad. She is very easy to get along with, and can teach me a lot." Li Fun nodded in approval. "That sounds wonderful. You must work hard and not take advantage of their kindness, nor should you allow yourself to feel slighted." "Okay, I understand." After a moment's thought, she resolved to mention Wang Ming to her parents. "By the way, Mom, I broke up with Wang Ming." She relayed the incident of encountering Wang Ming with the wealthy woman, explaining how he denied their relationship, which infuriated Li Fun, who muttered a few curses about Wang Ming's lack of conscience. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine. I've let it go long ago. I've already repaid the loan with the money he gave me. I'll send you a bit of the remaining funds. You and Dad should buy what you need. Don't be stingy." After hanging up, Lin Xichi transferred 30,000 yuan to Li Fun, knowing her parents would likely hesitate to spend. She opened Taobao on her phone and purchased 3 outfits for each of them, along with various practical household items, spending over 10,000 in total. To celebrate her liberation from the scoundrel and her newfound lease on life, she luxuriated in a soothing bath and had her housekeeper arrange a lavish seafood feast. Sipping red wine, savoring the seafood, and admiring the evening light show, she felt utterly content. The day swiftly passed, and on the following day, Lin Xichi excitedly called upon the system. Old 6, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Facial features adjustment, 1 time. With the results of yesterday's whitening treatment still fresh in her mind, Lin Xichi was eager to experience the system's capabilities, her anticipation mounting. Will I be able to become beautiful? She recalled Old 6 mentioning that the system's check-in pool would adjust according to her desires. Her most fervent wish at this moment was indeed to attain beauty. Old 6's voice responded, sensing the host's strong desire. The check-in pool is currently adjusting. The adjustments are complete. Would you like to open your personal panel? Upon hearing Old 6's words, Lin Xichi was overwhelmed with joy. This system was indeed benevolent, answering her every request. Open it. As she spoke, a panel materialized before her. Name, Lin Xichi. Age, 20. Height, 154 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Beauty score, 37 out of 100. Charisma score, 32 out of 100. Charm score, 11 out of 100. Aesthetic appreciation, 7 out of 100. Comprehensive evaluation 30 out of 100. Physical quality 42 out of 100. IQ 90. Average level 90 to 110. Education level middle school. Dropped out after a month of vocational school. Skills none. Wealth, cash 160,000 yuan. Upon reading this, Lin Xichi felt despondent. It seemed that everything lay beneath the average. And even the term ordinary felt like an overestimation for her. The system, displaying a human touch, comforted her. With this system in place, the host may indulge in a bit of melancholy. After 3 consecutive days of check-ins, a newbie gift package will be issued. Would you like to open it? Lin Xichi's eyes brightened. A newbie gift package? Open it. The novice gift package has been unwrapped. Congratulations on receiving 500,000 yuan in cash, a Chanel timeless diamond handbag, 1 session of facial contouring, 1 hair treatment, 1 full body skeletal adjustment, 1 full body whitening, 1 scar removal session, 1 cranial contouring session, 1 pore refinement session, 1 full body care session, and permanent hair removal. Lin Xichi was utterly astonished. The system was remarkably generous. It was as if it had bestowed upon her an entire fortune. Turning around, she noticed that the rewards from the gift package were already displayed on the cabinet. Lin Xichi's eyes sparkled as she picked up the white bag, caressing it with affection. Is this really a Chanel bag? The texture is simply exquisite. Her heart raced with excitement, her hands trembling. Oh, old six. You truly are the conscience of the system, as expected of you. After the initial thrill, recalling the sensation from her last full-body whitening treatment, Lin Xichi hurried to her bed to find a comfortable position. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Old six, this full-body hair removal 1T eliminate my eyebrows, eyelashes, and hair. Will it? Old six rolled its eyes, exclaiming, I am a serious system. Please do not compare me with those frivolous and flamboyant entities. Lin Xichi, may I proceed to use the rewards? She nodded, opting to utilize them all. A special reminder for the host. The skeletal adjustment may cause a slight discomfort. Lin Xichi nonchalantly waved her hand, dismissing any concern. For the sake of beauty, what is a mere twinge of pain? Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of discomfort assailed her, nearly causing her to leap up. The pain persisted for a full 10 minutes, leaving her feeling as though she had just emerged from the depths of water. Unable to contain her frustration, she roared, Old Six, you better show yourself. Is this what you call a slight pain? Old Six feigned a system failure, very busy. Lin Xichi retracted her earlier praise. After exchanging a few more jests, she eagerly dashed to the mirror. Upon gazing into it, she was taken aback. Is this really me? The reflection bore resemblance to her, yet it felt entirely foreign. Her skin appeared a shade whiter than the day before, her nose now sculpted with definition. Her eyes large and luminous. The previously mismatched eyelids had transformed into perfect double eyelids, adorned with long and dense eyelashes. While her formerly sparse brows had evolved into elegant arched shapes, exuding an air of purity intertwined with allure. When her expression was neutral, she resembled a poised and frosty school beauty. When she smiled, her eyes crescented charmingly, akin to the melting of ice and snow, warming the heart. In summary, her former visage had evoked sympathy even from dogs, whereas this new face would leave them utterly entranced. At that moment, she exclaimed in surprise, how peculiar. Though she wasn't wearing glasses, she could clearly see the office workers across the street. Could it be that the facial adjustments also included correcting her nearsightedness? After a brief disappearance, Old Six reappeared. Indeed, host. Your vision has now been corrected to 20/20, color blindness has been normalized, and both your sense of smell and hearing have been restored to standard levels. Vision had always been Lin Xichi's Achilles heel, born with amblyopia and mild color blindness. She was now overjoyed. This is fantastic, Old Six. You are my savior. She retrieved a measuring tape to check her height, and was astonished to find she had grown a full 5 centimeters. Her previously curved legs now appeared slender and elongated. Her formerly hunched back stood straight, boasting well-defined shoulders and a graceful neck. Most remarkably, her skeletal structure had significantly reduced in size. She had inherited her father's robust frame, and even a slight weight gain would render her bear-like. However, she now appeared remarkably light and graceful. Her physique was balanced, with curves in all the right places, and no excess flesh where it wasn't needed. In short, everything was utterly perfect. Chapter 6, The 100-Fold Cashback Card. Before she knew it, half a month had swiftly passed. Throughout these weeks, Lin Xichi diligently signed in every day. The first 3 days were dedicated to hair treatments. Her hair, once thin and lackluster, transformed into silky, lustrous locks after 4 sessions. What had previously required 4 loops of an elastic band now needed only 2 to secure it. On the 4th day, she signed in for another skeletal adjustment. This time, not only did she gain another 4 centimeters in height, but even her finger joints had elongated. Her hands, once short and stubby, now boasted elongated joints. each nail a delicate pink, fulfilling all her aesthetic desires for her hands. The 5th and 6th days involved mole removal and scar fading. She had a mole the size of a mung bean on the back of her neck, which had been a birthmark, but as she aged, it had grown larger, becoming itchy and painful, eventually developing into a pus-filled condition. Without realizing its severity, she had neglected it until a hospital visit revealed it to be a melanoma with potential metastasis. She had not anticipated such a dire diagnosis. Old 6. This mole won't reappear, will it? She asked, somewhat apprehensive. Absolutely not, nor will it develop into cancer. That's a relief. At that moment, Lin Xichi felt a wave of dread. Had it not been for this mole removal, she might have forgotten about it entirely. Had it erupted 7 years later, she would have surely regretted it. On the 7th day, she underwent another facial contouring session. Her features had already been perfected, so this adjustment focused on her ears and correcting her vision. Now, her eyesight was akin to that of an Air Force pilot. As for her ears, her previous large and protruding lobes, which had made wearing earrings unflattering, were now dainty and refined. The 8th and 9th days saw her opting for chest contouring at her own request, as she certainly did not wish to resemble a landing pad. In the following 5 days, she unexpectedly drew remarkable prizes. 500,000 yuan, loneliness, 500,000 yuan, loneliness. One day, as the sun rose, its gentle rays streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, caressing the delicate features of the young woman, bestowing upon her a divine glow that rendered her beauty almost surreal. Lin Xichi luxuriated in a stretch. Old 6, time to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received a 100-fold cashback card, valid for 5 hours. With the timer commencing upon arrival at the Wanda Shopping Center. The Wanda Shopping Center, the most upscale shopping destination in Jiangzhou, houses exclusive boutiques of world-renowned brands such as Bulgari, Armani, Fendi, Gucci, LV, Chanel, Hermes, Patek Philippe, Balenciaga, and Givenchy, making it a favored haunt for the affluent and social media influencers alike. Lin Xichi could easily deduce that Old 6 had specifically chosen this venue to entice her into indulging in high-end luxury goods. This mischievous system must have grown weary of her modesty. Nevertheless, she relished it. Well done, Old 6. Keep it up next time. Old 6 retorted. You're the one who is truly old. In all honesty, even without the 100-fold cashback card today, she had already intended to purchase a few outfits. Her previous wardrobe mostly consisted of garments that she had worn for several years. They were not only outdated and unrefined, but also ill-fitting. Without exception, each piece was both short and excessively baggy, making her appearance akin to Snow White donning the clothing of the dwarfs. While it could not be said that she looked unattractive, there was an undeniable awkwardness to it. Another day of falling in love with herself. After preening in front of the mirror for a few minutes, she finally placed a call to her driver, Uncle Lin, requesting that he wait for her at the door. 10 minutes later, a woman of graceful stature and striking beauty emerged from the elevator and made her way directly to the awaiting Maybach at the entrance. As soon as she departed, a cacophony of astonished gasps erupted in the lobby. There were expressions of envy, jealousy, and sheer admiration. Inside the vehicle, Uncle Lin wore an expression of disbelief. Is that you, Miss Lin? Lin Xichi smiled. Uncle Lin, your keen eyes are commendable. Uncle Lin responded. Is this really the time to commend my eyesight? Having not utilized the car for the past half-month, Lin Xichi appeared to him as a completely transformed individual. However, Lin Xichi paid no heed to his astonishment and offered no further explanations, merely stating that she had applied makeup earlier and that this was her true self now. Whether he believed her was of no concern to her. An hour later, the car came to a steady halt beside the Wanda Shopping Center. Lin Xichi casually retrieved a bundle of cash and handed it to Uncle Lin, saying, Uncle Lin, why don't you grab a coffee and wait for me? With that, she strolled into the shopping center with her hands tucked into her pockets. Upon entering the mall, an overwhelming sense of sophistication enveloped her. Had this been the former Lin Xichi, she would have been consumed by insecurity, scraping the floor in self-doubt. Yet now, her inner state had transformed alongside her appearance. Exuding confidence and beauty from within, Lin Xichi had a clear objective in mind: clothing, shoes, and handbags. She quickly identified her target among the myriad of glittering storefronts on the first floor. Chanel, a luxury brand from France, renowned for its fashionable apparel, accessories, perfumes, cosmetics, skincare products, and high-end jewelry. Inside the Chanel boutique, numerous customers were present, all draped in designer attire, making Lin Xichi appear almost like a beggar in comparison. Initially, she intended to browse quietly on her own. However, Wang Jia, the manager of the Chanel store, possessed an eye for talent and noticed Lin Xichi before she even stepped inside, initially captivated by her stunning beauty. But in the next moment, her gaze sharpened, and her pupils widened. Was that the eternal diamond handbag? Indeed, It was a bespoke design from their house, with only 5 in existence worldwide. Its value immeasurable beyond mere currency. Anyone capable of acquiring such a piece was certainly not an ordinary person. She had to ensure this esteemed guest received the utmost hospitality. As Lin Xichi crossed the threshold of the store, Wang Jia clapped her hands in greeting. "Hello, welcome to Chanel." This served as a signal, and in an instant, 7 or 8 sales associates turned and bowed, reciting their welcoming phrases in unison. "Hello, welcome to Chanel." Lin Xichi was taken aback by this grand reception. Wasn't he? It said that such establishments often practice discrimination, treating customers differently based on their appearances? Why was her experience so different? Of course, she remained unaware that this was all due to the Chanel Eternal Diamond handbag she held, a global limited edition, adorned with hundreds of diamonds, valued at 300,000. Those capable of affording this bag were typically billionaires with the right connections. Furthermore, Lin Xichi radiated an ethereal quality, brimming with self-assurance. Despite her simple attire, those around her, unable to recognize its origins, would merely consider themselves unacquainted with bespoke fashion. In essence, even if Lin Xichi were to drape herself in a burlap sack, others would perceive her as exquisite. This was the impact of her 98-point elegance rating. Although the sales staff could not discern anything particularly remarkable about her, they trusted the manager's judgment, and soon all the available sales associates gravitated toward Lin Xichi. Not fond of a throng following her, she selected a young saleswoman who caught her eye to assist her. "Hello, I would like to see the spring collection." The chosen girl, brimming with excitement, led Lin Xichi to the clothing section, enthusiastically introducing her to the products. "Sister, take a look at these options. They are all new arrivals for this quarter." It must be said, the sales associate truly had a knack for discerning tastes. Lin Xichi particularly favored vibrant colors and intricate accessories that were elegant without being ostentatious. Remarkably, the pieces she was shown matched all her preferences. Noticing Lin Xichi's interest, the sales associate continued her pitch. "Sister, look at this Chanel-style pearl jacket. It's our model walk show piece for this year. Lightweight, breathable, and effortlessly stylish. And this white fringe dress has a smooth silhouette that complements the waist beautifully. It would look absolutely stunning on you." The more she looked, the more Lin Xichi liked. However, recalling that her budget was only a little over $1 million, she restrained herself from impulsively spending. Just as she was about to inquire about the prices, her system chimed in at the perfect moment. "Host, you are now a person of status. Please maintain your dignity, or else this system will lose face." The system graciously sponsored her with a copy of the Encyclopedia of High-End Brands, which was now in use. Upon completion, a torrent of knowledge surged into her mind. Like a sudden enlightenment, she became a walking encyclopedia of luxury brands. She could recall everything from brand histories to the pros and cons of each product, release dates, prices, and even ingredient lists with clarity. Lin Xichi was genuinely astonished. Is this even possible? Noticing her incredulous expression, the system responded with an air of pride. "I've grown weary of stating the basics. Host, please enjoy." Lin Xichi chuckled. What should I do about this overwhelming pampering from the system? With newfound confidence, she declared, "I'll take one of each of these 7 styles." "Very well, Miss Lin." Afterward, Lin Xichi casually selected several bags as if she were shopping at a market. This one, and this one. The sales associate's eyes sparkled with excitement. The total for these bags would easily exceed 400,000, and in just 3 minutes, she would earn nearly 10,000 in commission. "Okay, Miss Lin, I will pack these for you right away. Your total is 976,000. Lin Xichi didn't bat an eye as she swiped her card. As the receipt printed, her phone chimed with a notification. It was a banking alert. "Dear user, your account ending in 1213 has received a deposit of 97,600,000 yuan." If it weren't for the need to maintain her composure, Lin Xichi would have loved to laugh out loud at the sky. Not bad. This feels wonderful. To put it in simple terms, it's simply very good. Chapter 7, Shopping Spree. "Please deliver to the Penthouse Presidential Suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. Thank you." Upon hearing the Four Seasons Hotel's Penthouse Presidential Suite, the sales associate's eyes lit up, and her demeanor became even more respectful. "Certainly, Miss Lin." Only after Lin Xichi had departed did the remaining sales associates excitedly huddle together to gossip. "Wow, I'm so lucky. Who is this divine sister? Wealthy, beautiful, and polite. She is simply perfect." To speak candidly, I could scarcely divert my gaze from her. She was truly radiant, her skin exquisitely supple, and her face devoid of any visible pores. I resolved then and there that Miss Lin would henceforth be my goddess. After exiting Chanel, Lin Xichi veered into the restroom. Upon entering, she overheard a conversation on the phone, snippets revealing that someone was disparaging another as a foolish dupe, remarking that she would heed anything said to her due to her apparent lack of intelligence. Lin Xichi frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of distaste, and before long, the person departed. Lu Lin was a sales associate at Tiffany Company. Just 3 months prior, she had been a devoted stay-at-home mother. However, after a quarrel with her husband, he had callously berated her as a yellow-faced woman who only extended her hand for money. Once, she had been a graduate of a prestigious university, enjoying a respectable career with a commendable income, but at her husband's insistence, she had resigned to focus on domestic duties. Although reluctant, she acquiesced and transitioned into a full-time housewife, later evolving into a full-time mother. The initial 2 years were manageable, but as her husband's business began to falter, his temperament grew increasingly erratic, and he subtly expressed disdain for her, even insisting on splitting household expenses. After careful consideration, she entrusted her child to her mother-in-law and sought employment at a luxury boutique. Determined to earn her own income and demonstrate to her husband that she was not merely an appendage but a capable provider herself. Unfortunately, after 3 months at the store, she had only managed to close 2 minor sales, and if her performance did not improve this month, she would face termination. Reflecting on the lost sales and the injustices she had endured, tears welled in her eyes, though she stifled her sobs, allowing only quiet whimpers to escape her lips. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from the restroom door, followed by a melodious voice asking, "Excuse me, may I borrow a tissue?" "Oh, certainly," she replied, handing over a full pack of tissues resting on the floor. Lin Xichi expressed her sincere gratitude. "Thank you." She hadn't anticipated forgetting to pack tissues, and she felt fortunate to encounter such a kind stranger. Lin Xichi exited the restroom just as the neighboring door swung open, revealing a woman clad in professional attire. Lin Xichi took the initiative to speak. "Hello, thank you for the tissues." Lu Lin was taken aback by her politeness and returned a warm smile. "No need to mention it," she replied. Lin Xichi glanced at her name tag, which bore the store's name and her name. "Are you a sales associate at Tiffany Company?" Lu Lin shot her a puzzled look. Just one glance left her momentarily spellbound. The young woman possessed skin so flawless it seemed almost ethereal, brimming with youthful collagen. And standing so close, Lu Lin could scarcely detect a pore. Her dark, fluttering eyelashes resembled butterfly wings, captivating the heart. "I was just about to purchase some jewelry. Would you be available to accompany me to the store? Is that inconvenient?" Lu Lin, snapping back to reality, felt her cheeks warm at the thought of being so entranced by another woman. "No, not at all," she replied, her voice slightly flustered. Together, they ascended the elevator to the 3rd floor. Upon entering the boutique, Lu Lin was immediately met with a sharp reprimand from her manager. "Son, what are you doing bringing an outsider into the store? Do you not care about your paycheck this month?" Lu Lin stood tall, defending. "This lady is here to view jewelry, not just anyone." Sun's gaze shifted to Lin Xichi, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. "She is stunning. More beautiful than any influencer or celebrity I have encountered." Yet, her admiration quickly soured into disdain as she assessed Lin Xichi's attire, deeming it unworthy of such beauty. "What does she know of jewelry? I doubt she could afford even the cheapest item here," was the unspoken thought conveyed through her scornful glare. "Very well, Lu Lin. Do show her around, but do not forget my warning. Should your sales performance fail to meet expectations this month, you may find yourself packing your things." With that, she strutted away in her high heels, directing her attention toward a lavishly dressed woman, plastering on a smile. Lu Lin's expression soured as she forced a smile, feeling embarrassed for having dragged Lin Xichi into this disdainful atmosphere. Had it been in the past, Lin Xichi would have found such indignities intolerable. However, perhaps due to a shift in her perspective, she found herself unperturbed by the manager's contempt. In her eyes, the woman was merely a clown, unworthy of her words. Perhaps this was what the wise often referred to as perspective. "It's quite all right," Lin Xichi replied, her smile serene. "May I browse the jewelry?" Seeing that Lin Xichi was unbothered, Lu Lin felt a renewed sense of respect for her and led her to the display. "Miss Lin, you might like these 2 pieces. They are our best-selling necklace and bracelet from the T collection. This T-Smile necklace is crafted from 18K gold, accentuating the elegance of your neckline. It would look stunning on you. The bracelet is from the same series, made of 18K rose gold, exuding sophistication and charm, perfectly suiting you." Lu Lin spoke sincerely. As Lin Xichi's beauty was undeniable, her swan-like neck and delicate collarbone resembling a character sprung from the pages of a manga. Aside from being slightly lower in price, Lin Xichi found everything else to her satisfaction. "Please wrap both of these up for me." Lu Lin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Xichi would actually make a purchase. Her intent was merely to fulfill her duties. Yet, Lin Xichi had bypassed inquiries about the price and instructed to have them wrapped. "Miss Lin, shall I first inform you of the pricing?" Lu Lin ventured hesitantly. "No need." Lin Xichi firmly declined. Armed with the insights from her friend's sponsorship of a brand encyclopedia, She felt more knowledgeable than any sales associate. Sensing Lin's apprehension, Lin Xichi retrieved her bank card. Let us settle this now. Lin offered an awkward smile, entering the items into the system, inserting the card, and requesting Lin Xichi's password. As Lin Xichi completed her input, the POS machine printed the receipt. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Manager Sun feigned casualness as she passed by, though she was equally astonished by Lin Xichi's actual purchase. Nevertheless, she maintained her dismissive demeanor, quipping, "It's merely over 10,000, as if anyone couldn't afford that." Lin Xichi thought, how can someone so small-minded venture out without fearing the consequences? With that, she turned, akin to a performer in a Sichuan opera, and approached two elegantly dressed women entering the store, her smile blooming like a flower. "Miss Zhou, miss you, welcome. We just received a new collection yesterday. Allow me to show you." Zhou Yuding removed her sunglasses, resembling a proud peacock. "Let us take a look." Upon hearing her words, Yushi's complexion paled further, tightening her grip on her bag as she followed suit. Chapter 8, a side job task. Meanwhile, Lin returned Lin Xichi's bank card, awkwardly explaining, "Miss Lin, I understand," Lin Xichi interjected. "I simply wish to convey that I am indeed prosperous." Lin felt a wave of shame wash over her as Lin Xichi continued, "I would also like to purchase a few more pieces to alternate." "Of course, Miss Lin. Right this way," Lin responded eagerly, guiding her to the next display, filled with an array of necklaces and bracelets. Lin Xichi selected several pieces that caught her eye. After a round, she selected several pairs of sunglasses, a dozen pairs of earrings, a few brooches, and some other small accessories, along with 3 bottles of perfume. Meanwhile, as Lin Xichi delightedly indulged in her shopping spree, Yucici's mood by the new product counter was far from pleasant. Especially upon hearing Zhou Yuding's demand to wrap everything up, her heart plummeted. She grasped Zhou Yuding's hand, which gleamed with greedy anticipation, and whispered hesitantly, "Yuding, let's look elsewhere. You know my company is not doing well lately." At these words, Zhou Yuding's expression darkened as she forcefully shook off Yucici's hand. "I see you're just stingy. You claim we are good friends, yet now that I want a few necklaces, you refuse to buy them for me. What sort of friend are you?" Lin Xichi, who was nearby, glanced over in curiosity upon hearing this remark. Upon seeing the price of those necklaces, she felt her understanding of the term good friend had been fundamentally altered. Good friend? She might as well be seen as a fool. What kind of good friend would gift a necklace valued at 5 million? To be fair, even with her net worth nearing 100 million, she would never frivolously bestow such an extravagant gift. Yucici's face turned pale, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She and Zhou Yuding had been classmates in college, during military training. When she fainted, it was Zhou Yuding who took her to the infirmary, and from then on, they became friends. Aware of Zhou Yuding's modest background, she always brought her a share whenever she bought something, covering their meals and shopping outings. Over time, Zhou Yuding grew increasingly demanding. Whenever she desired something, a mere phone call would compel Yucici to pay for it. At school, due to Zhou Yuding's deliberate boasting, everyone knew her as a wealthy heiress, while Yucici was merely seen as her sidekick. Zhou Yuding even took classmates to the house her father purchased for her to host parties, subtly suggesting it was hers. Basking in their flattery, Yucici understood all this, believing it stemmed from Zhou Yuding's deep-seated insecurities and need to fulfill her vanity. In the past, she would have gritted her teeth and bought her what she wanted. However, now, with her father's company on the brink of bankruptcy, she simply could not afford such expenses. Yucici prepared to continue persuading her, Yuding, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Yuding's sharp, piercing voice. "I see you don't consider me a friend, Yucici. After all I've done for you, I truly misjudged you." With that, she turned and stormed out, her inner thoughts brimming with, "Humph. I don't believe you won't come after me." The commotion drew attention, as the sales staff recognized them from their frequent visits to the store. In an instant, everyone instinctively perceived Yucici as the kind of petty person who exploits her friends. Lin Xichi sighed in disbelief, relieved that she did not have such a good friend. Yucici? That name sounded familiar. Wait, is she not the future top-tier star, Yushi? In her previous life, while she was oblivious to the world outside, she was still aware of the renowned star Yushi. Congratulations, you have triggered the side mission system. Please assist Yushi in recognizing Zhou Yuding's true nature and sever ties with her. Successful completion will reward you with a villa in the heavenly realm. Failing or abandoning the mission will yield no rewards. Lin Xichi's eyes lit up. This system practically longed to hand her the villa. The villa itself was inconsequential. She simply could not stand to see a beauty being bullied. By the way, can you provide me with the recording of Zhou Yuding's phone call from the restroom earlier? Indeed, Zhou Yuding was the one she overheard in the first-floor restroom. And at that moment, she felt her worldview shatter, discovering how someone could take advantage while belittling others. Seeing Zhou Yuding in a huff, UCC attempted to chase after her. Just then, a female voice blared through the loudspeaker. UCC is such a fool, whatever I want. She will buy from me. A total pushover, an ATM. If it weren't for her wealthy family footing the bill, who would want to be friends with her? Just thinking about how she paid for our hotel room last time makes me laugh in my dreams. Silence. The entire boutique fell into an eerie hush. Zhou Yuding immediately recognized the voice as her own. How could this be? She had clearly been on the phone in the restroom. How could there be a recording? Infuriated, she shouted at the nearby team leader's son, "Shut it off. Who allowed you to play this? Turn it off." But before she could finish, a slap struck her face. Standing before her was an enraged UCC. Zhou Yuding was momentarily stunned. At that moment, one thought consumed her. It's over. Everything is ruined. UCC, suppressing her disgust, declared, "Zhou Yuding, I was blind before. Consider it feeding a dog. Leave immediately and never approach me again. Or I have 100 ways to ruin your reputation." Oh my, so she was that kind of person. No wonder she always made UCC pay. It all made sense now. She must have spent over $1 million here, always acting superior, while UCC had thought she was a wealthy beauty. A wealthy beauty? More like a vampire. What a thick skin she has. How terrifying. Ultimately, Zhou Yuding fled the store, her face flushed with shame under the gazes of the onlookers. Congratulations on completing the side mission. The Heavenly Villa has been successfully issued. Lin Xichi felt utterly elated. Suddenly, UCC approached her. Thank you. She noticed Lin Xichi's actions, realizing it was she who had prompted the sales staff to play the recording. Lin Xichi waved her hand dismissively. No need to thank me. I merely happened to overhear. Besides, I just casually earned a villa. After sharing a smile, UCC departed. With thoughts of her unexpectedly acquired villa, Lin Xichi purchased several picture frames and mugs. Then, amidst team leader Sun's expression that seemed to swallow 1,000 flies, she paid and left with an air of nonchalance. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Lin was nearly moved to tears. This was her first significant sale in 3 months, an extraordinary deal worth over $1 million. Just her commission would amount to nearly 20,000, surpassing her husband's monthly salary. It was hard for others to believe this sale had originated in the restroom. What a peculiar sensation. As she beamed with joy, team leader Sun wore a grim expression. The next moment, she felt a slap across her face. Looking around bewildered, she asked, "Who hit me?" The surrounding people wore blank expressions. Strange. Was it a figment of her imagination? Just then, another group entered the store. Team leader Sun glanced at their attire with disdain. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her left cheek was struck again, causing her to nearly faint. This strange sensation persisted for several days. Any hint of negligence towards customers or staff would inexplicably result in her being slapped, always on the left cheek. In the distance, 2 sales associates whispered to each other, "Did you see team leader's face? How could I miss it? It's swollen like a pig's head." Indeed, what a fitting retribution. Haha, yeah, I wonder if she'll dare to snatch our commissions again. Equally unfortunate was Zhou Yuding. She had intended to wait at the entrance for UCC, believing that an explanation would soothe her anger, and she would once again become her cash cow. As soon as she stepped out, she encountered several classmates from her class. "Zhou Yuding, why are you alone today? Where's your sidekick, Yushi? By the way, Yuding, didn't you promise to take us to the charm bar last time? How about tonight? Huffed, who wants to take you all out? If it weren't for wanting to impress Luo Yao, I wouldn't be seen with you bunch of country bumpkins." "Zhou Yuding, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Yuding quickly covered her mouth. What was happening? How did she let her true thoughts slip out? With no other option, she hurriedly fled. However, this peculiar phenomenon persisted. For instance, when a classmate asked her why she no longer hung out with Yushi, she blurted out, "I slept with her boyfriend and made her pay for the hotel room. Is she a fool to still want to be friends with me?" When someone inquired about her family's business, she would initially feign, "It's a family enterprise," only to uncontrollably reveal, "My dad runs a sleazy motel. And my mom is in the adult industry." The classmates present were left utterly astonished. Is that what you call a family business? In no time, the walls of secrecy crumbled, and within just a few days, her secrets were laid bare for all to see, with someone even compiling the details to post on the school forum. Unsurprisingly, she became a notorious figure in school, attracting disdain wherever she went. Chapter 9, Heavenly Palace Villa. Lin Xichi, however, was oblivious to all this. She inquired with a hint of worry to Lao Lu, "Lao Lu, is loneliness truly effective?" It was only moments ago that she learned the true application of loneliness. She had always thought it merely meant the absence of everything, until Lao Lu informed her that loneliness could serve as a misfortune card, capable of bringing bad luck. She simply needed to instruct Lao Lu to deploy it. Thus, she directed it toward team leader Sun and Zhou Yuding. They both deserved it. Lao Lu exuded confidence. A product of the system is bound to be exquisite. Indeed, it appears you are indispensable, Lao Lu. With ample time still on her hands, she ventured to a few more shops. Perhaps due to the Tiffany shopping bag in her hand, the sales staff treated her with exceptional warmth. After a spree, Lin Xichi returned to the Four Seasons Hotel, having amassed a bounty of treasures delivered to the top floor. After a refreshing shower, all her purchases and room service arrived simultaneously. She donned a silk loungewear set from Balenciaga and sat on the balcony, relishing an unremarkable seafood feast. During this time, she received a phone call from Jianqing. The caller was exceedingly polite. "Miss Lin, hello, I am the property manager of the Heavenly Palace Villa community. Your property certificate is ready. When would be convenient for you to come and collect it?" Lin Xichi glanced at the time. It was only 2 in the afternoon, still early. "I have time this afternoon." "Very well, I shall await your arrival at the property management office." "Uncle Lin, let us head to the Heavenly Palace Villa." "Heavenly Palace Villa? Does Miss Lin have friends there?" "No, I purchased a villa there." "Oh, you have friends there? What? You bought a villa?" Uncle Lin's face was filled with astonishment. The Heavenly Palace Villa, the most luxurious villa area in Yunqing, was dubbed the City of Palaces for the wealthy. Just one villa could cost a small fortune. The entire area comprised only 12 villas, among which villas 1, 7, 9, and 12 were the most opulent. Uncle Lin had always known Lin Xichi was wealthy, but he never expected her to afford a mansion valued in the hundreds of millions. An hour later, Lin Xichi arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace Property Management Office. The property manager, a middle-aged man in a suit, completed all the necessary paperwork in less than an hour. "Miss Lin, welcome to our Heavenly Palace Villa community. To express our sincerity, we will grant you a year of complimentary property management." After recording her personal information, she was personally escorted into the community by the property manager. The environment was splendid, with complete facilities, safe and clean. "Miss Lin, this is Villa number 7. The house was vast, 5 stories high, with an elevator, fully furnished in an European style, complete with a 500-square-meter underground parking lot, a large yard, an outdoor swimming pool, and a grand balcony offering stunning views of Swan Lake. Lin Xichi explored each level. The second floor featured a leisure area with a game room, a small library, a sauna, a wine cellar, and a gym. The third floor housed 7 guest rooms, each distinct and fully equipped. The fourth floor was the master bedroom, complete with an expansive 400-square-meter walk-in closet. The fifth floor was entirely devoted to a cinema with a starry ceiling. Just as Lin Xichi settled in, the security company arrived. They replaced the locks before her eyes, thoroughly checked the premises for safety hazards, and installed a complete security system, connecting cameras directly to her phone. The entire setup cost over 700,000. "Thank you for your trouble, manager. Miss Lin, you are too kind. Just a small favor to assist a young lady of such immense wealth is quite valuable." Indeed, in the eyes of the manager and the entire company, Lin Xichi was a young heiress of a wealthy family. However, this was hardly surprising. It must be noted that purchasing a villa in the Heavenly Palace required not only wealth, but also prior asset verification. Only those with assets exceeding 100 billion were qualified to buy. Lin Xichi strolled around the community once more and realized its true grandeur. Even the artificial Swan Lake spanned over 10 acres. The community featured a dedicated fitness center, equipped with various apparatus. Nevertheless, she did not plan to move in just yet. The following day, Lin Xichi awoke early. After freshening up, she lay in bed, enjoying a crystal purple grape worth over $100 each while scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a friend livestream recommendation popped up. She glanced at it. It was her cousin Yuan Dong's account. Yuan Dong was the son of her aunt, 5 years her senior, who had taken a piece of land back home to raise free-range chickens. Her aunt's family was not well off. Her uncle had died of uremia, leaving behind substantial debt, while her aunt suffered from stomach ailments, gallstones, and fibrocystic breast disease, necessitating surgeries every few years. Her cousin, Yuan Tingting, was still in college, with tuition and living expenses amounting to a significant sum each year. Yuan Dong lacked academic aptitude. After finishing junior high, he ventured into society, struggling for a few years before returning home to start a business by taking out a loan for the land. Yet the business was challenging, barely providing for the family. Throughout her life, her aunt's family had treated her kindly, as her aunt was an excellent cook, and she often walked half an hour just to enjoy a meal. She clicked on the live stream. Inside the live room, her Aunt Lin Mei was collecting eggs in the mountains, picking them up one by one from the ground, which appeared particularly relaxing. Unfortunately, she lacked marketing skills, and the live stream had fewer than 10 viewers. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xichi exited and switched to a lesser-known account. Just as she was about to recharge, she heard Lao Lu's notification. "Host, you haven't checked in today. Check in. Check-in successful. You have received a 100-fold reward card for live stream tips, valid for 1 hour." Lin Xichi revealed a knowing expression. "Lao Lu, if you were a man, I would surely fall for you. Forget that domineering CEO nonsense. Nothing compares to you. To be honest, She envied her own fortune to this extent. Lin Xichi directly deposited 1 million into her account. She clicked on the reward feature, selected the most expensive rocket, chose the maximum quantity of 99, and confirmed her donation. Lin Mei was rummaging through the grass, searching for eggs, when she looked up and saw golden rockets flashing across the screen. The rocket effects were particularly exaggerated, nearly filling the entire phone display. Staring at the stream of golden rockets, she felt somewhat dazed. Was her phone malfunctioning? She quickly called her son Yuan Dong, who was on the other side. Xiao Dong, come see what's going on. Yuan Dong, aware that she was live streaming, assumed she had accidentally pressed something. When he picked up the phone and saw the results, he was left utterly speechless, the chicken he had painstakingly caught slipping from his grasp, leaving only a flurry of feathers behind. What is this? 99 rockets. He had been gifted a staggering 99 rockets. To put it into perspective, one rocket costs 1,001 yuan, so 99 rockets amounted to a whopping 99,099 yuan. He struggled to catch his breath, stammering out his thanks. Thank you to the little fairy for sending 99 rockets. Perhaps due to the influx of donations, the system began to draw in viewers. The morning was typically a slow period for live streams, with only a little over 100 viewers, all of whom had come solely for the 99 rockets. The little fairy who attracted everyone with 99 rockets is incredible, making such a grand gesture right away. Big shot, take my knee. I'm just an ordinary viewer. But I adore the effects. Big shot, send another 99 rockets. Lin Xichi popped a grape into her mouth and continued clicking on rockets. The little fairy has rewarded the host with 99 rockets. The little fairy has rewarded the host with 99 rockets. The little fairy has rewarded the host with 99 rockets. The little fairy has rewarded the host with 99 rockets. After pressing the button for over 10 rounds of 99 rockets, Lin Xichi paused. She feared that if she continued, her cousin would dramatically act out a choking incident. Yuan Dong was completely stunned. Was it really not a virus or a glitch? To ease his worries, Lin Xichi sent a message. The video is very relaxing. I enjoy it immensely. After a moment, Yuan Dong finally managed to mutter a thank you. Upon reading this, many viewers began to pay attention to the video itself. What a beautiful scene, pure free-range chickens, they must be highly nutritious. Indeed, all that is sold in the market are feed-raised, lacking any real chicken flavor. This pure natural option is far better. Host, please post a link. I want 10 chickens and 200 eggs. Host, I want some too. My daughter-in-law is due next month. I need 10, no, 20, to nourish her. What a good mother-in-law. Forget your worries, donated 1 rose to the host. With a message urging the host to post the link quickly, I'm ready. Lin Mei was still bent over, picking up eggs. As there was a market today where she could sell some. Suddenly, she heard a sound, and upon looking up, she realized her son was crying. Panicking, she asked, Xiao Dong, what's wrong? What happened? Yuan Dong trembled all over, throwing his arms around her and crying like a child. Mom, we're rich now. I can take you to the hospital for treatment. After a long while, Yuan Dong finally revealed to her that she had received over 1.6 million yuan in donations. After deducting the platform's share and taxes, they would net over 800,000 yuan. Lin Mei was momentarily stunned, clearly in disbelief. It wasn't until she saw the balance in her bank account that she stood there, just as dumbfounded as Yuan Dong. Let us go sell the eggs first. Yuan Dong nodded in agreement. Okay. Chapter 10. She is the billionaire matron. With only 40 minutes remaining of the 100-fold cashback buff, Lin Xichi began browsing through gaming live streams. She had a penchant for playing games in her leisure time, enjoying titles like PUBG and Honor of Kings. Though she was more of a casual player, she found a stream with a particularly appealing host and clicked in. The streamer was a young boy, exuding a cute, puppy-like charm, dressed in a white t-shirt, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. The game was reaching an exhilarating climax. With the host skillfully controlling the character and executing impressive moves, the dazzling skin effects making Lin Xichi's eyes dazzle. Our Xingxing is so impressive. What a spectacular display, absolutely dominating the game. After the game concluded, Nanxing set his phone down to take a sip from a nearby water bottle. When he looked back up, he was momentarily taken aback. The screen was filled with a flurry of golden rockets. The little fairy has rewarded the host with 99 rockets. The little fairy has rewarded the host with 99 rockets. The little fairy has rewarded the host with 99 rockets. After sending a total of 23 rounds of 99 rockets, Lin Xichi finally paused, her fingers aching. Nanxing, being a seasoned gaming host, maintained his composure and thanked her earnestly. Thank you to the little fairy sister for the gifts. The way he addressed her as sister rejuvenated Lin Xichi, prompting her to send another 50 rockets, thereby surpassing the top spot on the leaderboard. This time, not only did the live stream explode with excitement, but even Nanxing was taken aback. Wow, where did this wealthy matron come from? Woo-woo, this sister did what I've always wanted to do. Is this the joy of the wealthy? Little fairy sister, I'm available for sponsorship. I'm utterly useless. Is the little fairy sister still here? Want to play a game together? In the background, Nanxing sent a private message to the little fairy sister. He understood that someone who had donated such a significant amount surely had motivations beyond mere generosity. Lin Xichi simply wanted to clarify, no, I genuinely enjoy donating. The 100-fold cashback is too tempting to resist. Of course, earning money while hearing a charming voice refer to her as sister felt delightful. As the countdown concluded, her phone buzzed with a notification. Your account ending in 1213 has received a deposit of 990,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,097,050,000 yuan. Just then, Nanxing sent another private message. Little fairy sister, would you like to play a game together? Lin Xichi pondered her abysmal gaming skills and decided she wouldn't want to ruin a professional player's game. Little fairy sister, no, thank you. Upon reading the message, Nanxing was somewhat surprised. Had he been rejected? Little fairy sister, here's my WeChat ID. Could you add me? After sending the message. When he returned to the game page, the little fairy sister had already left the live stream. Thanks to her generous donation, Nanxing soared to the top of the streaming leaderboard, and the mysterious wealthy matron became a topic of much intrigue. Subsequently, many viewers traced her account back to Yuan Don's live stream, eager to catch a glimpse of the wealthy matron, leading to a surge of thousands of followers for him in just one day. Lin Xichi rolled around on her bed like an ecstatic puppy. I am a billionaire matron now. I am grateful to my mother for bringing me into this world, and to my cousin for choosing me among over 7 billion people globally. I no longer need to envy others for their systems. After having breakfast, Lin Xichi informed the manager of her intention to check out. She was set to move to the Tiangong villa. There was no need to refund the remaining rent, as she had long ceased to regard the sum of hundreds of thousands with any significance. Upon hearing that no reimbursement was necessary, the manager's face broke into a smile, revealing wrinkles of joy as he handed Lin Xichi a platinum card. Miss Lin, this is our 4 Seasons Consortium Platinum membership card, which has already been activated for you. Your funds will be deposited into the account. We welcome you to return home at any time. Lin Xichi graciously accepted it without delay, replying, you are very thoughtful. The gift was courtesy of Uncle Lin. To be frank, Lin Xichi held Uncle Lin in high regard. Thus, she contemplated enticing him to shift allegiance. Uncle Lin, what is your monthly salary at the Four Seasons Hotel? Uncle Lin answered honestly, 30,000 a month, primarily managing the presidential suite. Perhaps sensing Lin Xichi's intentions, Uncle Lin chuckled heartily and firmly declined, I won't change jobs. When my daughter underwent surgery, the hotel provided me with a substantial sum. So no amount offered by others would persuade me to leave. Well, with no success in swaying Uncle Lin, Lin Xichi felt a slight twinge of disappointment. Sigh. She still needed to find time to obtain her driver's license. The essentials of the affluent include mansions, luxury watches, and high-end cars. She had already secured the first 2, but her reluctance to purchase a vehicle stemmed from her lack of a license. Clearing her throat, she issued a side quest, unlocking the skills of a professional racing driver along with a driver's license. Lin Xichi thought to herself, what could she possibly say? Well done. The moment the door swung open, a warm current enveloped her, and all driving techniques and traffic regulations flooded her mind. A driving license materialized atop the previously barren marble coffee table. After stowing away her luggage, she eagerly stepped outside. It was time to buy a car. She summoned a ride to the outskirts of the city, arriving at the Automobile Trade Center. This was the largest automotive marketplace in Yun City, housing not only showrooms for major luxury brands, but also the city's largest racetrack. Each day, a plethora of internet celebrities and affluent car enthusiasts frequented the area. She chose to disembark at the intersection and strolled inside. One could hardly deny the grandeur of Yun City's largest automotive trade center. The streets were lined with an array of vehicles, a truly spectacular sight. Just then, the roar of an engine approached from a distance. The driver, He Yuan, aged 25, hailed from a family that owned a company worth over 100 million. Today, he had finally persuaded his father to purchase him a Ferrari, and he could hardly wait to take it for a spin. From afar, He Yuan spotted the shapely Lin Xichi by the roadside. His eyes lit up as he slowed down, attempting to appear suave as he whistled at her. Hey there, beautiful. Care to join me for a ride? Lin Xichi paused and turned her head. Are you talking to me? In that instant, He Yuan was utterly captivated, his gaze filled with awe. Today, Lin Xichi adorned herself in a pure white Chanel dress. Her hair, meticulously maintained by the system, was tied up with an Hermes ribbon. Following a recent adjustment, her previously flat occiput now appeared rounded, allowing her to pull off any hairstyle effortlessly. Just days prior, she had achieved master-level hairstyling skills. Now, she had completely departed from the state of relying on her eyes and letting her hands act independently. It was no exaggeration to say that even her most casual hairstyles were breathtakingly beautiful. Around her neck dangled a Tiffany Keys Series platinum pendant, perfectly accentuating her delicate collarbone. Her ears were adorned with Tiffany Company's Schlumberger Lin earrings, and she carried a Coach Denim Series bandit shoulder bag. On her feet, she wore a pair of Ferragamo casual shoes. As the saying goes, one is defined by their attire, and the divine is adorned in gold. While Lin Xichi had always been attractive, she was undeniably more stunning today. There was nothing overtly special about her, yet she held an irresistible allure. He Yuan's singular thought was that he must win her over. He had always been confident in his charm, for no woman had ever rejected him. In his eyes, Lin Xichi was merely a pretty gold digger. He believed that all gold diggers ultimately succumbed to his allure. With this thought in mind, he slowed down even further. Trailing alongside Lin Xichi like a pesky dog, speaking in a flirtatious tone, "Hey, gorgeous, walking must be tiring. Why not hop into my Ferrari? I'll take you for a spin." As he spoke, he patted the passenger seat, as if Lin Xichi might not recognize a Ferrari. Lin Xichi ignored him and turned into a nearby 4S dealership. "Hello, welcome." Upon entering, a salesperson approached her. Lin Xichi scanned the vehicles on display and replied, "I'd like to look around on my own." The salesperson hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Sure, feel free to call me if you need anything." Just then, Lin Xichi triggered a side quest. Simply by alighting at the intersection, she had unlocked the Encyclopedia of World-Famous Cars. Much like the previous Encyclopedia of World Brands, she could now accurately discern various statistics about any car presented to her. After browsing, Lin Xichi selected several vehicles of interest and beckoned the salesperson over. He approached her with a confident demeanor, certain that she would require his assistance. Today, he was determined to utilize his persuasive skills to successfully sell a car. Just as he was preparing to showcase his extensive knowledge, Lin Xichi casually pointed out a few cars, as if she were selecting vegetables. This one, these two, and these three, I'll take them all." Having said that, she retrieved her card from her bag and handed it to him. "Charge it." The salesperson hesitated, and Lin Xichi frowned slightly, reiterating, "Charge it." From a distance, He Yuan, swinging his Ferrari keys, entered just in time to overhear Lin Xichi's bold proclamation, instantly scoffing. "No wonder she's so beautiful. It seems her brains are in her looks. Does she even comprehend the price of those cars?" He planned to swoop in to rescue her when she inevitably found herself in a bind, certain that she would be grateful, and then, well, one could only imagine. As he plotted, the POS machine chimed, and receipts began printing, each one striking He Yuan's ego like a slap. In that moment, he realized just how foolish he truly was. Chapter 11. Enrollment in the adult higher education examination has been completed for the host. Once everything was finalized, Lin Xichi eagerly took the keys and settled into her beloved Lamborghini. As soon as she occupied the driver's seat, excitement surged within her. She turned the key and pressed the accelerator, executing the movements fluidly as she sped away. The striking purple Lamborghini drew attention on the road, eliciting envy from numerous drivers. "Wow, which rich heir is causing a stir today? Poor lady, keep your distance. If this car gets scratched, it won't be as simple as colliding with an Audi A6. Look, a female driver." Throughout her journey, all the vehicles instinctively maintained a distance from her. Upon realizing she was a female driver, they practically fled 800 meters away. At the intersection, several wealthy heirs, cruising in their luxury cars, awaited the traffic light. Suddenly, the distinct roar of an engine pierced the air, and a flamboyant purple vehicle zoomed past before their eyes. "Jingge, look quickly. It's a limited edition Lamborghini," exclaimed Lin Xichi, marveling at the dazzling display of driving skills. Just as she was relishing her sense of freedom, four luxury cars slowly approached her, encircling her in no time. A flicker of confidence danced in Lin Xichi's eyes. "Block me? We shall see if you possess the capability." The 5 luxury cars ascended the grand bridge, prompting the vehicles on it to hastily give way, only daring to trail behind at a distance. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle. The purple Lamborghini, positioned at the center, suddenly tilted to one side, launching itself forth on just 2 wheels. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Watching the retreating cars, Lin Xichi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "You little brats. Your sister possesses a system bug." Su Huijing's face was alight with astonishment. "Wow, did you see that? That driving skill is absolutely phenomenal. Am I the only one noticing how stunning that girl is? She's remarkably beautiful. Old 3, you shallow person, she's a true talent. If she could join our club, defeating that group of flying cows would be a breeze." As this thought crossed his mind, Su Huijing's eyes sparkled even brighter. Perhaps the exhilaration of the day had led to an unfortunate turn of events. That night, Lin Xichi was plagued by nightmares. She dreamt of returning to the factory, relegated to the role of a factory girl. While she was still in a daze, the voice of old 6 echoed in her mind. "Ding. A registration for the adult college entrance examination in 1 month has been completed for the host. Sensing the host's fervent desire, the sign-in pool has been automatically reset. Would the host like to sign in today? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations on activating the academic deity system. Academic deity system? Lin Xichi was utterly taken aback. Is it truly as I imagined? Old Six, with his usual disdain, interjected, please remain calm, host. Allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin's ex-boyfriend's second uncle's grandmother's granddaughter, Senior Hatsune. In the next moment, a melodious voice, reminiscent of an elegant older sister, resonated in her ear. Hello, Lin Xichi. I am your academic deity system. You may call me Senior Hatsune. What? Is this even possible? So, I now possess 2 systems. She was bewildered, having never heard of anyone possessing 2 systems. With over 7 billion people in the world, how could she be the sole individual to monopolize 2 systems? Surely, there isn't anyone who lacks even a single system? With 39 days remaining until the college entrance examination, the system declared, in these 39 days, I shall guide the host to become an omnipotent academic deity through diligent study. Lin Xichi felt somewhat disoriented, while others struggled for 300 days. She was merely aiming to attend Nanxiang Technical School. Her 39 days of effort couldn't possibly land her in kindergarten, could it? I have accelerated the host's time to 10 times the normal speed and awarded the host 1 inspiration capsule, effective for 1 day. Utilizing the inspiration capsule will enhance your focus by 100-fold. Please self-study the entire curriculum from grades 1 to 6 within a day. Achieving a score between 90 and 100 on the entrance examination shall be deemed qualified, with a reward of a 5-point boost to physical fitness and a 10-point increase in IQ. Lin Xichi was left in a state of shock. An increase of 10 points in IQ? What was my IQ again? Name, Lin Xichi. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Beauty score, 97 out of 100. Charisma score, 98 out of 100. Charm score, 97 out of 100. Aesthetic appreciation, 85 out of 100. Overall evaluation, 93 out of 100. Physical fitness, 50 out of 100. IQ, 90. Average range, 90 to 110. Education level, junior high. Dropped out of vocational school after 1 month. Skills, professional level driving skills. Master level hairstyling. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xichi was nearly beside herself with joy. This is incredible. With the academic deity system by my side, attending Tsinghua or Peking University is no longer a dream. I too can become an academic powerhouse. Senior Hatsune, I wish to utilize the inspiration capsule and commence my studies. As she activated the inspiration capsule, she felt a refreshing chill envelop her mind, invigorating her entirely. On the table of the second-floor library, a complete set of elementary school textbooks appeared, spanning grades 1 through 6, even including elementary-level Olympiad math problems. Lin Xichi brimmed with confidence. For a 20-year-old adult to study elementary school material, isn't this akin to Zhang Fei mincing meat with ease? But soon, she was met with an unexpected reality check. Senior Hatsune, are you certain this is a 3rd-grade math problem? The question reads fun math. Ask Dad and Mom, what am I? Is this truly a math question? And what about the one where Xiao Ming buys a globe and has 13 yuan left? How much did the globe cost? If it weren't for the fact that it was her own table, Lin Xichi would have flipped it in frustration. Can't this world be a little kinder to elementary school students? A day swiftly passed, and due to the 10-fold speed, she had effectively studied for 10 days. Throughout this time, her meals were consistently from Yuyue Xian, a century-old establishment in Yun City, known for its exquisite and delectable dishes, particularly the braised pork, which was rich yet not greasy, tender and sweet. Initially, Yuyue Xian did not accept outside orders, claiming there had never been such a precedent. But Lin Xichi's generous purchase of a 10 million membership card compelled them to break this tradition. After finishing her meal, Lin Xichi took a deep breath. Senior Hatsune, let us begin the examination. In an instant, everything on her desk vanished, replaced by a junior high language examination paper that materialized out of thin air. Thanks to her 10 days of study, coupled with the limited scope of elementary knowledge, Lin Xichi completed the paper in under 20 minutes. After submitting it, a math paper descended before her. Lin Xichi approached it with utmost seriousness. She aimed to boost her IQ and alter the genetic legacy of the Lin family. Finally, she completed the exam and slumped over the table, utterly exhausted. This is more tiring than a day of shopping. In this day and age, being a primary school student is exceedingly challenging. Congratulations, host. You have achieved passing scores, with full marks in both subjects. Rewards are currently being prepared. Please brace yourself. Despite knowing the likely outcome, hearing it confirmed brought Lin Xichi immense joy. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep, deeply moved. Throughout her life, she had always been among the underperformers in class, the one dragging others down in the eyes of teachers. As a child, during every final exam, she would watch enviously as her classmates received certificates and prizes. She had never experienced the feeling of being praised. Rewards are ready. Distribution is underway. Instantly, an invisible force surged into her mind, accompanied by a cool sensation and a hint of discomfort. This feeling persisted for a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Lin Xichi was drenched in sweat. An increase of 10 points in IQ? Why does it feel like there's been no change? Old Six rolled his eyes disdainfully. Even with an increase of 10 points, you would only reach 100, which still falls within the normal range. It would be surprising to see any significant change. The next day, Lin Xichi was rejuvenated. Sister Hatsune, prepare the junior high school curriculum for me. I wish to navigate the vast ocean of knowledge. Sister Hatsune maintained her aloof demeanor. The junior high curriculum is ready. Please allocate 5 days for the study of first-year courses. Achieving a score of 90 or above in the final examination will be deemed satisfactory and will reward you with an enhancement of 5 points in physical fitness and 10 points in intelligence. Considering your limited capabilities, a perfect tutor has been provided for you. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright light flashed in the library, and a middle-aged female teacher, clutching a book and wearing glasses, materialized before her. Lin Xichi was startled. This teacher was none other than her greatest source of dread from junior high. The mathematics teacher and school director, known infamously as the dreadful teacher, Ms. Wang Yanhong. The sight of her evoked a suffocating sensation, reminiscent of being choked by the very hands of fate, instantly transporting Lin Xichi back to her shadowy junior high days. Chapter 12. Learning brings me joy. Lin Xichi, please open your book. The overwhelming pressure was palpable. Upon opening the book, Lin Xichi nearly fainted. The equations she had thought long dead were now assaulting her once more. Could she not simply lie back and spend money? Why must she strive to be an academic overachiever? Old Six, can I take back my choice? I just want to be a wealthy woman who lives off her riches. Old Six replied, Dear, the path you chose must be walked on your knees. Eventually, Old Six could no longer bear to watch and gently reminded her, May I ask if the host has checked in? Lin Xichi, in a daze, suddenly sat up. Right. She had nearly forgotten that she was endowed with 2 systems. Check-in, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful, critical buff activated. For every second of study, the host automatically earns 10 yuan. An extra task has commenced. Upon picking up a pen, the host will receive an inspiration capsule. Lin Xichi was astounded. In her current situation, 1 day equated to 10. At the rate of 10 yuan per second, that meant 600 yuan per minute, 36,000 yuan per hour, and a staggering 864,000 yuan per day, totaling 8,640,000 yuan over 10 days. Oh my, I adore studying. Learning fosters my growth. Learning brings me wealth. No, it wasn't about the money. What mattered was her newfound love for learning. With motivation and the inspiration capsule, the once complex knowledge became simplified in her mind. The equations that were once unrecognizable now seemed to offer a clear path upon the first glance. Whenever fatigue struck, she would dash to the gym, jogging while reading. With the inspiration capsule's extraordinary buff, she felt invincible. 5 days flew by in a heartbeat. Lin Xichi closed her book. Let us begin, Sister Hatsune. First up was Chinese. Lin Xichi had always been somewhat proficient in the subject, but with 20 days of intense study and training, these lessons now felt like child's play. 20 minutes later, she submitted her paper. Next was mathematics. Lin Xichi had previously believed that no girl could possibly enjoy math. Yet now, she discovered the wonders of the subject. The sheer joy of solving an equation or conquering a challenging problem was unparalleled, surpassing even the thrill of purchasing a luxury car. After handing in her final paper, Lin Xichi felt utterly exhausted. Although her body did not feel fatigued, the mental strain left her feeling as though she had run a marathon. Congratulations, host. You have achieved perfect scores of 100 in all subjects of the first-year final exam. Rewards have been dispensed. Please accept them. As Sister Hatsune conveyed this message, Lin Xichi found herself driving a luxury car down a spacious road, reveling in her freedom. The vehicles around her automatically maintained a distance of 30 meters. Taiga Street, a popular hotspot, boasted the renowned Sky Heart restaurant, which stood 80 stories tall. Today, throngs of people were gathered outside. What is going on at your restaurant? I'm a Black Gold member. Why can't I dine inside? The manager straightened his back and explained, I apologize, everyone, but our restaurant has been booked for a private event. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had they just heard correctly? The illustrious Sky Heart had been reserved? It was known to accommodate only 50 tables a day, with each table requiring a minimum expenditure of 100,000 yuan. Look, there's a woman. Suddenly, someone pointed to a table deep within the restaurant. As the crowd followed the gaze, they beheld a girl with skin as fair as snow. She was tilting her head. Engrossed in something, her silky hair cascading down. Under the sunlight, she appeared almost ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, sacred and untouchable. "Miss, your codfish porridge is ready." The server nearly bit her tongue in astonishment. What did she just witness? The wealthy woman who had reserved the venue for 5 million yuan was working on a third-year math exam? To spend 5 million just to tackle math problems? It was utterly insane. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xichi declared, "Sister Hatsune, let us commence the high school entrance examination." In the days that followed, she completed the final examinations for both the first and second years, her IQ soaring to 120, surpassing the normal range. That evening, Lin Xichi called home to inform her parents of her intention to participate in this year's college entrance examination. Although her father and mother were taken aback, they expressed their support. "By the way, Xiaoqi, let me send some money your way. Your cousin Yuandong mentioned that a wealthy individual recently tipped him over 800,000 in his live stream, allowing him to repay the 50,000 he borrowed from us. Along with the 30,000 you sent home previously, we are now well off. You're alone out there and preparing for the entrance exam. Make sure you're well nourished, don't hesitate to spend." Lin Xichi, however, had no intention of accepting money from her family and quickly interjected, "Mom, don't you remember? I still have over 100,000. Initially, Wang Ming had repaid her 300,000. After settling her loans and sending money home, she still had 160,000 remaining. Li Fen recalled this detail and replied, "All right, I'll keep the remaining money as your dowry." Lin Xichi couldn't help but laugh. As their conversation continued, Li Fen mentioned her aunt's family. It turned out that after Lin Xichi's generous contributions, Yuandong's live stream had seen a surge in followers. Responding to fan requests, he had become a host selling products, marketing his family's chickens and eggs online, and his business was thriving. They even edited short videos documenting their egg-collecting adventures, although rough around the edges. The videos attracted tens of thousands of views, generating a substantial income. Your aunt has had a tough time over the years, but her hard work is finally paying off. Now, suitors from 10 miles around are clamoring to introduce partners to your cousin. If all goes well, you might be attending a wedding by the end of the year. Your cousin also mentioned that he plans to bring your aunt to Yun City Hospital for a checkup soon. Don't forget to visit your aunt while you're there." Lin Xichi's eyes lit up. "Mom, you and Dad should come to Yun City too. I'll take you out for a tour." Li Fen instinctively began to refuse. But Lin Xichi sweetly coaxed, "Mom, we're not short on money anymore. Dad's back isn't well. He should get treated as soon as possible." Li Fen did not refuse. She merely stated that she needed to contemplate the matter. Subsequently, she offered various admonitions, urging her to balance work and rest, assuring her that failing to succeed was not the end of the world. Listening to her parents' incessant reminders, Lin Xichi felt a surge of motivation to study. Throughout her life, she had never given her parents a reason to feel proud of her. This time, she was determined to study diligently, aiming to secure admission to a prestigious school and become the pride of her parents. With only 15 days left until the college entrance examination, the system prompted the host to complete all high school courses, with a score of over 700 deemed satisfactory, rewarding an enhancement of physical fitness by 5 points, an increase in IQ by 30, and bestowing the skill of world-class dancing. Old 6, not to be outdone, chimed in ding. Sign-in successful, awarded 1 inspiration capsule, lasting for 17 days. 17 days? This meant it would also be effective during the examination days. One should not underestimate the small inspiration capsule. It not only enhances physical strength, but also maintains optimal cognitive states, improving focus. The former Lin Xichi was neither particularly clever nor mischievous, perhaps even considered diligent. Yet her academic performance was lacking. The primary reason was her insufficient concentration. As the teacher passionately lectured at the blackboard, Lin Xichi wrestled with thoughts of whether to indulge in grilled sausages or fried potatoes after class. In such a state, it was inconceivable that she could be a worthy student. However, these past few days, aided by the inspiration capsule, her focus had significantly improved, enabling her to study effectively. Now, she felt quite adept with the knowledge from elementary and middle school. It was akin to constructing a building, as long as the foundation was solid. A towering edifice was but a dream away. "Let us begin, Senior Hatsune." She could hardly contain her eagerness to navigate the vast ocean of knowledge. This time, she found herself not in her room, but within an independent classroom. At the podium stood a kind-looking elderly lady, her hair graying and adorned with reading glasses. "Hello, teacher." Lin Xichi greeted politely. "Lin Xichi, from now on, I will be responsible for your Chinese studies during your 3 years of high school," the teacher replied. "Now, please open your book to Chapter 13, Renting a Building." Congratulations, host, on achieving a satisfactory score in the 10th monthly examination. Chinese, 146 points. Mathematics, 148 points. English, 150 points. Comprehensive science, 300 points. Total, 744 points. Upon seeing her results, Lin Xichi felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. Her relentless studying had almost caused her to exhaust herself. The rewards had been dispensed, and with the upcoming examination, she wished the host good luck. In an instant, Lin Xichi felt a clarity in her mind. Even a complex math problem that had taken her an eternity to solve earlier now appeared with second and third solutions. Moreover, her memory had astonishingly improved. The faces of her former classmates from middle and elementary school, once hazy, were now vividly recognizable. My heavens, is this the realm of geniuses? It was truly awe-inspiring. On the eve of the college entrance examination, Lin Xichi successfully received her examination permit. The document bore her current likeness, clad in a black t-shirt, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, exuding youth and vitality, a gentle smile gracing her face, as if capable of healing all worldly pains. Her examination center was at Yun City No. 8 High School, located to the south of Tiangong Villa. A drive that would take over an hour. To mitigate any potential mishaps the following day, Lin Xichi decided to move into a nearby building she had recently purchased. She swiftly arrived at the prestigious Shiyuan community adjacent to No. 8 High School. Yun City No. 8 High School is a key institution where parents place immense importance on their children's education. Many relocate nearby to facilitate their children's studies, driving property prices in the area higher than those in the city center. The Shiyuan community is a newly developed complex that had been in high demand since its pre-sale 2 weeks prior. The sales hall was crowded with individuals seeking to buy or rent properties. Upon Lin Xichi's arrival, she garnered considerable attention. A sharply dressed sales representative approached her. "Good day, madam. Are you looking to buy or rent?" "I wish to rent out a building," Lin Xichi replied, pausing to add, "a whole building." The salesman felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his head spinning. Had he heard correctly? She wanted to rent out an entire building? When had they sold an entire building in Shiyuan community? Yet, he sensed that Lin Xichi did not appear to be one to jest about such matters. With a polite smile, he said, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager." Soon, he approached a well-dressed woman in the hall. "Manager He, that lady over there says she wants to rent out a whole building." As soon as the words left his mouth, Manager He and a couple standing nearby, adorned in designer attire, turned their gazes toward Lin Xichi inside. He Hong's heart raced, disregarding the presence of her clients. She quickly excused herself and strode towards Lin Xichi. "Are you Miss Lin?" Lin Xichi nodded slightly, clarifying her intentions. "I am Lin Xichi. I purchased a building here yesterday and would like your assistance in renting it out." This building was the one she had signed for yesterday, comprising 342 fully furnished units. Given her financial stability and lack of intention to reside there, she decided to rent them all out. He Hong had already received word of a Miss Lin purchasing a building, which had astonished her. The prices for properties in Shiyuan community were exorbitant, reaching 31,000 per square meter, even pricier than in the city center, with a single unit costing 3 to 4 million. Yet, this Miss Lin had purchased an entire building. That was a staggering 342 units, at least over $1 billion. In her understanding, anyone with a net worth exceeding 10 million was to be revered. And here stood a person before her whose mere gesture represented billions. If not for her years of professional composure, she might have collapsed in awe. "Miss Lin, please come in," He Hong said, gesturing for her to enter the reception room. He Hong prepared a cup of tea, one she usually refrained from indulging in, and carefully placed it before Lin Xichi. "If you are certain about renting out the property, we will need to register your property deed." Lin Xichi was somewhat unfamiliar with the process, but Old Six had informed her that the deed was in the trunk of her Rolls-Royce Phantom. She handed her keys to the nearby salesman. "Please retrieve it from my trunk." Although the salesman had not encountered much grandeur, he recognized the key as that of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, instantly feeling as though he were handling something extraordinarily valuable. The property deed was swiftly registered. Lin Xichi reviewed the leasing contract, and with satisfaction, she affixed her signature. "I entrust this to you, Manager He." He Hong, taken aback, replied, "Miss Lin, you are too kind. Having a landlord like you is a stroke of luck for the tenants. On behalf of the tenants, I thank you in advance." After years in this profession, Lin Xichi was undoubtedly the most conscientious landlord she had ever encountered, charging only $200 per month for a fully furnished unit, waiving property fees, and even personally purchasing appliances for each unit. She firmly believed that once the news was released, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. As anticipated, the moment He Hong disseminated the information, a multitude of parents flocked to her. Most of them were accompanying parents, fully aware that the property prices in Shiyuan community would be exorbitant. Yet, in pursuit of providing their children with a conducive learning environment and to save precious time for rest and study, they gritted their teeth and resolved to rent a place. Now, They were being informed that a residence worth 3 to 4 million could be rented for merely $1,200 a month, without any burden of property management fees. Renting a 100-plus square meter apartment in a school district for just $1,200 was akin to performing a charitable act. Please remain calm, everyone. I need not elaborate on the generous terms offered by the landlord. I suspect you are all eager to secure a rental. Am I correct? However, to their disappointment, the landlord had a minor test that needed to be passed to qualify for the rental. This test involved tidying up the room. Before she could finish her sentence, the parents buzzed like boiling water, expressing their excitement. Tidying the room? That was far too simple. Yes, all it required was a pair of hands. Manager, let us get started. I'm determined to rent this place. Indeed, manager, I want a unit too. Seeing that her plan had taken effect, Hee Hong refrained from further chatter. Everyone, please calm down and lend me your ears for a moment. This is not a test for the parents, but rather for the students. The landlord has stated that she will only rent to students who are filial to their parents. Hence, this condition was set. At this point, her respect for Lin Xichi deepened. The landlord was quite intriguing. In the northwest corner of the lobby stood 4 elegantly dressed individuals, among whom the venerable Mr. Ji leaned on his cane, speaking. It was indeed quite fascinating. Ji Si-hung, standing nearby, recalled the fleeting glimpse of a girl outside the gate and nodded in agreement. Chapter 14, The College Entrance Examination. Lin Xichi ultimately did not reside in Shiyuan community, but found a well-situated hotel nearby. She later visited the school to familiarize herself with the surroundings to avoid any confusion the following day. Upon returning to the hotel, she went to the dining area and ordered a seaweed soup, a steamed lobster, braised pork, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Classmate, you must be a college entrance examination candidate, right? This pig's trotter soup is complimentary for examinees, wishing you success in all your endeavors, even by mere guesswork. Lin Xichi smiled appreciatively. Thank you. The waiter also brought a serving of pig's trotter soup to a nearby table of examinees. There were 4 of them, 3 boys and 1 girl, 2 of whom had been staring at Lin Xichi since they sat down. Which high school is that girl from? She is so beautiful. How come she hasn't been discovered? I don't know. She is not from Armingzhou. She is truly stunning, even more so than He Xian. Upon hearing this, the girl across the table turned green with envy, disapproving of any comparisons made between herself and He Xian. Humph. Xian is not only a beauty but also an academic prodigy, with a wealthy and influential family. She is the quintessential rich and beautiful girl. This girl looks like she has got a big chest, but no brains. How dare she compare herself to Xian? I think you're just jealous. The girl, exposed, retorted angrily. Who is jealous? Lu Ting, tell me, who is more beautiful, her or Xian? The boy wearing headphones slightly raised his head, a look of astonishment crossing his features, and after a long pause, he uttered a single word. Her. You're driving me crazy. That night, before falling asleep, Lin Xichi meticulously checked her stationery bag, ensuring that all the necessary supplies and identification documents were in place, and set her alarm before drifting into slumber. The following day, she rose punctually, freshened up, had breakfast, and made her way to the examination venue. Outside the examination hall, the crowd was a sea of humanity, filled with candidates, parents, and teachers sending them off. After smoothly entering the venue and verifying her examination admission ticket and ID, the exam finally commenced. Thanks to rigorous monthly assessments and the assistance of the inspiration capsules, Lin Xichi wrote with remarkable fluency, hardly pausing to think. The consequence of this was that she completed an entire paper in less than an hour, devoting the majority of her time to crafting her essay. The college entrance examination has a strict rule that prohibits submitting the paper more than half an hour early. Lin Xichi found herself at a loss. Completing it too quickly was also a mistake. With half an hour remaining, she hurriedly filled in the answer sheet. The sound was as melodious as a celestial tune. Lin Xichi flipped her paper over, stood up, and exited the examination hall. The campus was unsettlingly quiet. Lin Xichi intended to leave, but the special police officer stationed there informed her that the gates would only open after the examination officially concluded. Having never participated in a college entrance examination, Lin Xichi felt quite constrained. At this moment, the school gate was already surrounded by a throng of people. This time, it was not only the anxious parents waiting eagerly, but also reporters wielding cameras. They were all waiting for the first student to exit the examination hall. 1 minute remaining. Lu Yu, turn on the camera. Remember to focus on the school entrance. We are to interview the first student to leave. An editor from the Yunqing Daily instructed. Every year, there are numerous reports about college entrance examinations across the country, and the first student to exit the hall is always a sensational highlight. As the crowd eagerly anticipated, the gates slowly swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs emerging from within. She stepped into the light, breathtakingly stunning. The reporter from Yunqing Daily had only one thought in mind. This headline is secured. With just her face, Yunqing would triumph. Hello, classmate. I'm a reporter from Yunqing Daily. May I take 2 minutes of your time for an interview? Lin Xichi looked at the cameras aimed at her and nodded. Sure. Hello, classmate. What was the essay topic this time? Lin Xichi replied. It was about choice, creation, and the future. Did you find it challenging? Not really. It seems this student is quite confident. What score do you think you might achieve? An interloper chimed in. Ding. A side quest has been issued. Please, host. Boldly declare a score of 150 and leave without looking back. The reward is the skill of mastering world-class high heels, allowing you to effortlessly wear any height or style without foot pain or discomfort, confidently showcasing your beauty. Failing or abandoning the quest will yield no rewards. Once the task is forsaken, you must wait until the next opportunity to obtain this reward. Lin Xichi thought, you old trickster. She was indeed a modest person. Yet she was helpless against a system that loved to show off. With a casual sweep of her starry eyes toward the camera, she declared, 150 points. Apologies, but I must return for a nap. See you in the afternoon. Wait, 150 points? What, 150 points? The reporter was astounded. She may not have been well-read, but she certainly knew that 150 was the perfect score. This was a huge scoop. Xiao Yu, immediately draft a press release titled Shock. The most beautiful examinee to exit the hall is also a perfect scorer. Despite the announcement, she clearly did not believe Lin Xichi was a top student. After all, one cannot expect every door opened by heaven to lead to paradise. At that moment, the entire nation was engrossed in short videos about the college entrance examination. And once the interview by Yunqing Daily was published, it attracted tens of thousands of viewers. Oh my goodness, this girl is stunning. Who would believe this was shot by Yinma? Yinma, aren't you known as the mirror of truth? How could you capture someone so beautifully? What kind of favors have you received? I've made my decision. From now on, she is my goddess. Did only I notice her claim that she could score 150 in the language exam? If she truly manages to achieve that, I shall perform a handstand while consuming excrement on live stream. I have perused this year's language examination paper, and it is utterly absurd, like a farcical scene where a wife opens the door for her lover, a true spectacle. In any case, it matters not. If the goddess asserts she can attain 150 points, then she undoubtedly will. The most beautiful candidate in the college entrance examination is guaranteed. This time, our Cloud City has struck gold. The 2-day examination swiftly passed, and as Lin Xichi stepped out of the school gates, she felt an invigorating sense of rebirth. For her, every day had been a fresh start. Today, however, she sensed something was subtly shifting within her, something that would profoundly benefit her for a lifetime. After navigating through a series of interviews, she departed amidst the reluctant gazes of numerous parents. Once in solitude, she dialed home. Xiao Qi, have you finished your college entrance examination? Yes, I have. Returning to her beloved home, Lin Xichi lay in bed for 2 days, nearly merging with the mattress. Recently, in a mere 39 days of reality, she had endured an exhausting 390 days of intensive study, her mind sharply focused, one could say. Even the donkeys in the production team had not endured as much fatigue as she had. Host, the results are out. Would you like me to report your scores early? Lin Xichi hastily interjected. Stop right there. Such matters should be approached with a sense of anticipation to make life more delightful. That evening, Lin Xichi sat in a rooftop cinema, watching a film while engaging in a game. After losing 5 consecutive matches, her frustration mounted. Coincidentally, a message for assistance in a game arrived from the 5th floor. Help me win. Take me to victory. Take me to victory? She mused, intrigued. As she devoured garlic-flavored crayfish, her fingers danced over the screen. If you can lead me to victory, I shall gift you every skin in the game. The streamer, Nanxing, blinked in surprise. This ID belonged to Chapter 15, Encountering a Great Beauty. He softly uttered her ID, Little Fairy. The game commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Lin Xichi. What just transpired? Was that even 5 minutes? What did I do in that match? Why did it end so abruptly? As she pondered, an invitation to team up popped up. Sister, don't forget the skins you promised me. Lin Xichi agreed, then sent a message saying she would be right back before exiting the game, recharging her account with 100,000 yuan, and bestowing a full set of skins upon each of her 4 teammates from the previous match. After completing the transaction, her fingers ached. The teammates who unexpectedly received the skins were moved to tears. What a divine teammate. After playing a few rounds, she too felt exhausted and logged out. Meanwhile, at the LTG team base, Nanxing's cherubic face contorted in dismay, as if he had consumed a hefty portion of bitter melon. He was certain that the little fairy today was the same one who had generously gifted him during his live stream. But why was she ignoring him? Was it his appearance that did not meet her standards? Or was it his gaming skills that disappointed her? In the live stream, millions of fans watched as their beloved Nanxing oscillated between anguish and disappointment, all sharing a singular thought. Our little Nanxing has been played. Ugh, just flirting without responsibility. What a fickle girl. Lin Xichi remained blissfully unaware that she had inadvertently become the target of scorn for countless viewers. After the movie, she took a blanket and lounged on a poolside beach chair, gazing at the stars. The next day, Lin Xichi slept until midday, lingering in bed for quite some time before finally rising to tidy herself up, then drove to a large supermarket not far from her residence. Having lived there for a while, her spacious kitchen had yet to be utilized. Today, she would treat her kitchenware to a delightful debut. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Xichi pushed a cart and began her exploration. First, she ventured to the snack aisle. In the past, she had been frugal, even hesitating to indulge in potato chips, only allowing herself one flavor at a time. Now, with newfound wealth, she intended to indulge to her heart's content. Cucumber-flavored, tomato-flavored, barbecue-flavored, she spared none. Duck necks were also a good choice, alongside her beloved spicy varieties, and she had a penchant for 3 squirrel snacks. In no time, her cart was overflowing with snacks. Lin Xichi found herself somewhat impressed by her purchasing power. With no choice left, she wheeled her cart to the checkout. She approached the delivery section with 3 large bags of snacks. "Hello, could you please deliver these to Tiangong Villa number 7? The staff, slightly taken aback, repeated. "May I confirm, is it Tiangong Villa number 7? Lin Xichi nodded affirmatively. "That's correct. I need to purchase a few more items. Could you kindly wait for me to finish, so they can all be delivered together?" "No problem," the staff readily agreed. "Thank you." Only after Lin Xichi had walked away did the 2 employees begin to whisper among themselves. "Oh my, is this the infamous, unremarkable little rich girl? At the same age. She lives in a 300 million yuan mansion, while we are crammed together in a 60 square meter apartment. Moreover, she was so polite, as the saying goes. True wealthy individuals are approachable, while only nouveau riche look down on others." Lin Xichi bought an additional cartload of household items and a large bag of meat and other food. After handing everything over to the delivery department, she prepared to drive home when she suddenly remembered having consumed a few egg yolk pies and a liquor-filled chocolate. As a responsible citizen, she understood the principle of not drinking and driving. Upon exiting the supermarket, she hailed a taxi at the entrance. As soon as she entered the vehicle, something felt amiss. In the back seat lay a long-haired woman, the air thick with the smell of alcohol. It was clear she was intoxicated. Lin Xichi hesitated. "Driver, please take her home first." Just as she was about to open the door and leave, the driver called out to her. "Hey, young lady, did you say you're going to Tiangong Villa?" Lin Xichi, confused, did not respond. The driver, fearing she might misunderstand, quickly explained. It turned out that the woman in the back seat also resided in Tiangong Villa. She had insisted on coming to the supermarket while inebriated, but now she was unresponsive despite the driver's attempts to wake her. The driver, exasperated, said, "Miss, since you are neighbors, why not accompany us to help take her back? Otherwise, I'll have to take her to the police station." Lin Xichi, initially reluctant to get involved, couldn't bear the thought of leaving a young woman to spend the night in a police station, so she eventually nodded in agreement. Upon arrival, after paying, Lin Xichi called over a security guard. Seeing the woman, the guard exclaimed, "Miss Fu?" Realizing the guard recognized her, Lin Xichi breathed a sigh of relief. Together with the security guard, they helped the woman into the community. It was then she discovered that the woman was indeed her neighbor. "Hurry and open the door," Lin Xichi urged. The inebriated woman was too heavy for her to support much longer. The security guard replied helplessly, "Miss Lin, we don't have the key to Miss Fu's apartment. What shall we do then?" The following day, Fu Chaoyan awoke to the tantalizing aroma of food. Squinting, she rubbed her tousled hair, sniffing the delightful scents wafting through the air. How fragrant! Why did Mingjia come so early today? As the door swung open, the 2 locked eyes, neither recognizing the other. In the living room, Fu Chaoyan sipped from a cup of honey grapefruit tea, her mind becoming considerably clearer. "Is it true that you brought me home yesterday?" Lin Xichi inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. "And did you really change my clothes?" Fu Chaoyan nodded earnestly. "I was concerned you might feel uncomfortable during the night." Suddenly, Fu Chaoyan enveloped her in a bear hug. "Oh, my sweet darling. How could you be so wonderful? Your cooking is simply delightful. I must dedicate myself to you." Lin Xichi, not accustomed to such physical affection, stiffened and felt somewhat awkward. Through their interactions, she gradually discerned Fu Chaoyan's vibrant personality, exuberant, warm-hearted, generous, and exuding confidence, a quintessential belle of privilege. "My dear, you even have a starlit cinema at home. I adore it." Lin Xichi exclaimed. "Wow, your swimming pool is enormous, far larger than mine. Wow, and you have so many snacks. May I indulge?" Lin Xichi found herself utterly defenseless against the allure of such beauty, especially one as striking and voluptuous as Fu Chaoyan. "Go ahead and indulge," she replied. With little else to occupy their time, the 2 decided to transport the snacks to the cinema, where they settled in to watch an idle drama. As Lin Xichi glanced at the large screen, she turned her head to observe the unpretentious woman beside her. "Ah, what's this?" Fu Chaoyan chuckled at her adorably naive expression, bursting into laughter. "Sweetheart, don't tell me you don't follow any celebrities?" It wasn't just Fu Chaoyan boasting. It was likely that Lin Xichi was the only person in the entire country of Hua who didn't recognize her. Debuting as a singer at the age of 15, she later transitioned to film, amassing 9 years of experience and an impressive body of work. With over 70 million fans online and trending weekly, though some of those trends were less than flattering. "Come, my dear, let's formally introduce ourselves. I am Fu Chaoyan. Hello. I am Lin Xichi. From now on, we shall be friends. Tell me, which celebrity do you admire? I can help you obtain a signed photograph." "I don't follow celebrities." Fu Chaoyan perked up. "What about gossip? I have some exclusive juicy tidbits, absolutely confidential." Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information, Lin Xichi felt as though her entire family was in shock. Be cautious with celebrity fandom. One misstep, and it could lead to disaster. Chapter 16, Linlang Pavilion. After exchanging phone numbers and WeChat details with Fu Chaoyan, she insisted that Lin Xichi prepare a meal for her. Once they finished dining, Fu Chaoyan was whisked away by her manager. Old 6, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful, 100 ownership of Linlang Pavilion. Lin Xichi paused. Linlang Pavilion? Despite having witnessed Old 6's remarkable abilities, Lin Xichi felt compelled to commend. Well done. Linlang Pavilion, renowned alongside Jade Pavilion, was a venerable dining establishment. It was said that the owner descended from imperial chefs and had been invited to participate in culinary competitions, winning a gold medal for Hua and showcasing the splendor of its cuisine to the world. To her knowledge, Linlang Pavilion had always been bustling with business, with reservations extending into the following year, a veritable gold mine. With an afternoon free, she decided to pay a visit. Soon, she arrived in the Huaxi district, parked her car, stowed her keys in her bag, and made her way inside. Just as she approached the entrance, a figure blocked her path. "Excuse me, are you here alone?" The man who halted her was Du Jin, a greasy individual with a small company worth millions, dressed in gaudy attire. His head glistening with oil, one could imagine a fly slipping if it landed there. Lin Xichi was thoroughly repulsed by the scent of his cologne, reminiscent of rotten eggs steeped in a sewer for millennia, causing her scalp to tingle uncomfortably. Though she often believed her looks attracted the attention of unsavory characters, she had been fortunate until now, having only encountered an average man when purchasing her car. Today, however, she faced a slightly better version of a mediocre man. "Please step aside," she said, brushing past him. Having finally encountered a woman of such striking allure, Du Jin was not about to give up easily, trailing after her like a leech. "My dear, don't be so cold. They say more friends lead to more opportunities. I can tell this is your first visit to Linlang Pavilion. Let me inform you that reservations extend into next year. Without a membership card, you cannot enter." He then produced a card from his wallet, brimming with confidence. "Behold, I am a platinum member. Follow me, and you shall dine in luxury." "Excuse me, do you both have reservations?" The security guard dutifully blocked their entrance. Lin Xichi intended to explain that she was there to meet the manager, but Du Jin interjected. "I am a platinum member. Bring me the best private room." The guard merely glanced at him. "I'm sorry, without a reservation, you cannot enter." Humiliated, especially while attempting to impress a woman, Du Jin's anger simmered. "What? Are you blind? I am a platinum member." The guard remained steadfast. "I'm sorry, but even platinum members cannot enter without a reservation." Fuming, Du Jin felt his temper boiling. Yet, he dared not cause a scene at Linlang Pavilion, opting instead to feign a cough. "Fine, I won't hold this against you. It's just a small eatery, nothing to fuss over. How about I treat you to Jade Pavilion? It's just as good as Linlang Pavilion, I assure you." Lin Xichi ignored him completely and addressed the security guard. "Hello. I am Lin Xichi. I would like to see Manager Chun. Please inform him of my arrival." The security guard, recognizing her distinguished demeanor, understood she was not of the same ilk as the man beside her. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Please wait a moment," and proceeded inside. Before long, the security guard returned with a composed middle-aged man. He gestured toward Lin Xichi. "Manager, this young lady is looking for you." Without needing further introduction, Chun Lei had already noticed Lin Xichi from afar. He respectfully inquired, "Are you Miss Lin?" Upon seeing Chun Lei's demeanor, Lin Xichi realized he was aware of her status as the owner of the establishment and nodded. "Hello, Manager Chun, I am Lin Xichi." Though he had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed was still hard for Chun Lei to believe. He had never imagined his new boss would be such a young woman. He slightly bowed, his tone deferential. "Please, come in." Witnessing this exchange, the greasy Du Jin felt his jaw drop, his humiliation palpable. "What? I've been bragging about being a platinum member. And it turns out she is the owner of this establishment." This was Linlang Pavilion, a venue backed by the Iron Lady Wang Tiefen, where those who caused trouble had met dire consequences. Realizing this, Du Jin's hand trembled uncontrollably around his gaudy wallet. My dear, no, Lin boss, it's all a misunderstanding. I failed to recognize your greatness. It was all a mistake. Lin Xichi, taken aback by his sudden humility, noted that he hadn't behaved too outrageously and deemed it unnecessary to hold a grudge. However, she turned to the security guard, instructing, from now on, anyone wearing too strong a fragrance is prohibited from entering to avoid mingling scents. With that, Du Jin's expression grew even more pained, and he nearly fled in disgrace. As the situation settled, Chun Lei led Lin Xichi inside. As they strolled, she began to elaborate. We are divided into 3 distinct areas, one being the Grand Hall, which accommodates a total of 56 tables. Another is the extra-large private room, designed for wedding banquets, feasts, and corporate anniversaries, capable of hosting over 1,000 guests. And lastly, there are the private rooms, categorized into 4 types, each with 12 suites. As Lin Xichi walked through, her first impression was one of vastness, and her second, of opulence. The harmonious blend of modern and ancient styles, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions and towers, created an enchanting ambience that made it nearly impossible to perceive this establishment as merely a restaurant. The pair soon arrived at Chun Lei's office, which was immaculate and minimalist, adorned only with tea sets and books. From this alone, Lin Xichi discerned the character of Chun Lei. Please, have a seat, boss. After saying this, Chun Lei hurried to the cabinet, fetched a small packet of tea leaves, and brewed a cup, presenting it to her. Boss, this is the West Lake's 18 famous tea trees, Lion Peak Longjing, which I acquired some time ago. During this period, Lin Xichi had diligently expanded her knowledge and was well aware of the significance of the West Lake's 18 tea trees. She lifted the cup, inhaled the fragrant aroma, and upon tasting it, felt a remarkable clarity of mind. Chun Lei, with an air of pride, inquired, What do you think, boss? She contemplated expressing that the tea seemed not vastly different from the Maojian tea of her hometown, but upon meeting Chun Lei's eager gaze, she refrained, offering a subtle nod instead. It's quite good. Noticing Lin Xichi's appreciation for tea, Chun Lei proceeded to enlighten her on various renowned teas. Their conversation flowed freely, encompassing the operational aspects of the Linlang Pavilion. Lin Xichi, as a hands-off proprietor, entrusted all matters, except those that Chun Lei deemed critical, to his management. Chapter 17, Wang Taifen's Request. Lin Xichi spent another 3 days languishing at home. During this time, she signed for 2 pounds of Mother Tree de Hongpao tea, mastery in culinary arts, and 3 boxes of millennium-old ginseng. She was acutely aware of the rarity and value of the Mother Tree de Hongpao. This esteemed tea refers to the legendary mother tree located in the Jiulongku scenic area of Wui Mountain, consisting of 3 trees and 6 bushes, with a history exceeding 360 years. Years ago, a mere 20 grams of Mother Tree de Hongpao was auctioned for an astonishing 2 million yuan. And now it is even more elusive. With her current acquisition of 2 full pounds, it was almost unfathomably extravagant. As for her newfound expertise in culinary arts, Lin Xichi did not find it particularly useful. She had already inherited her mother's cooking skills, capable of surpassing chefs trained at exorbitant costs. The millennium-old ginseng was even more astonishing, arriving in 3 boxes, each containing 6 roots, each as thick as an adult man's forearm, appearing plump and appealing, yet offering little practical utility to her. One day, after finishing a period drama starring Fu Chaoyan, she received a call from Chun Lei. In the office, several individuals were present, including 3 esteemed chefs and a plump middle-aged woman. Boss, you're here. Chun Lei stood upon her arrival. What is going on? She had been informed that her presence was needed. Chun Lei did not respond immediately, but turned to the woman on the sofa, introducing her. Boss, this is General Wang Taifen from the Baoi Group. General Wang Taifen regarded Lin Xichi with keen interest. Lin Xichi instantly recognized her as the formidable woman who had, on her first day in Yunqing, knocked out several teeth from a scoundrel with a single slap. At that time, her timid nature had left her rather intimidated, but now she perceived her as merely an ordinary individual. She graciously inclined her head. Hello, General Wang. Once all were gathered, Chun Lei recounted the situation. Today marked the 80th birthday of Master Song Biao, who had invited esteemed guests from Kyoto and sought to have the chefs of Linlang Pavilion prepare a banquet of distinction. Regrettably, despite the efforts of the 3 chefs, none had met Master Song's approval. With esteemed guests already arrived and the banquet still unprepared, Wang Taifen had come seeking assistance. As he relayed this, the 3 chefs lowered their heads in shame. Each was a renowned chef, yet they had failed to fulfill the modest request of Master Song. Wang Taifen, being a compatriot of Chun Lei and a benefactor of Linlang Pavilion over the years, had supported its growth. Chun-Lei understood the profound gratitude Wang Typhon felt towards Master Song, akin to that of a filial son, and she was determined to fulfill this wish. Boss, that day you could discern the excess of seasoning just by the aroma. Your culinary skills must be quite commendable. Why not prepare a couple of dishes for Master Song to taste? Lin Xichi appeared bewildered. Me? She had thought Chun-Lei was asking her to find a chef, not to cook herself. Her concern was not about her culinary skills. Rather, she feared differing palates might prevent her from achieving the flavor Master Song desired, potentially ruining his birthday celebration. Noticing her hesitation, the others sensed an opportunity. Wang Typhon, straightforward and candid, assured her, "No worries, young lady, just cook to your heart's content. I will pay regardless of the outcome." With such encouragement, Lin Xichi was willing to give it a try. If she could bring joy to others, it would not be a waste of her reward. At that moment, in the private room for the celebration, several guests were present, among them Master Song Biao himself. This venerable gentleman was quite the formidable character. After a reformation, he had established a security company and was thriving in Yunqing. Beside Master Song was an elegantly dressed elder, still vigorous and spirited despite his white hair. With the assistance of the 3 chefs, 24 dishes were swiftly prepared. Observing the seemingly ordinary yet uniquely flavored dishes, the 3 chefs were utterly in awe of Lin Xichi's skills. Truly, she embodied the essence of a refined lady, equally adept in the parlor and the kitchen. As the door opened, Chun-Lei entered with 24 waitstaff. On behalf of all employees of Linlang Pavilion, I extend our heartfelt wishes to Master Song for longevity, as vast as the eastern sea and blessings surpassing the southern mountain. This meal has been personally prepared by our esteemed boss, and we hope that Master Song enjoys a long and prosperous life. The announcement astonished not only Master Song, but also the other guests, who were taken aback to learn that these dishes had been crafted by the hands of Linlang Pavilion's proprietor. I shall not intrude further. Please enjoy your meal. As each dish was unveiled, an enticing aroma filled the room, captivating all present. Elder Ji sampled the pickled chili pig liver closest to him. With one bite, he found the liver tender yet not greasy, perfectly complemented by the piquant kick of the pickled chili, truly a culinary masterpiece. He was astounded. This is a heavenly delicacy. Other guests echoed their approval, offering high praise. Quite exquisite. Even the discerning Master Song could not help but express his admiration. Witnessing the satisfaction of the guests, Wang Typhon finally exhaled in relief. Initially skeptical of Lin Xichi's culinary prowess, she was pleasantly surprised by the delightful outcome. The banquet was a resounding success. And as guests departed, Chun-Lei approached, holding a jar of tea leaves. Master Song, this is a congratulatory gift from my boss. Master Song regarded it with mild surprise. Oh? In the next moment, his heart nearly stopped. Is this the legendary Dahong Pao from the Mother Tree? What? The surrounding individuals were equally astonished, their gazes fixated on the tea leaves held by old Master Song, their eyes ablaze with desire, wishing fervently that this tea belonged to them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, old Master Song swiftly shielded the tea canister, feigning ignorance in a rather clumsy manner. I must have misread it. It's merely ordinary tea leaves. Old Song, how could you be so ungracious? After all, we've been friends for decades. Indeed, Old Song. Do share a bit with me. I'll trade you your favorite Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain for it. Old Song, we are friends, aren't we? Just look at this tea. Old Master Song, like a protective parent, clutched the tea canister. Not a chance. No trades, no trades. If you insist, we shall sever ties. We are not acquainted. Who are you all? Chun-Lei remarked. What a show. Wang Tiexing commented. What should we do about the old master being so mischievous? In comparison to these individuals, old Master Ji displayed considerably more wisdom. He directly intercepted Chun-Lei. Manager Chun, I wish to meet your boss. Someone who can produce a canister of tea must surely have more stock. Chun-Lei hesitated, shaking his head. I apologize, esteemed elder. But our boss has stipulated that this tea is for friends only, not for sale. Only for friends? What a generous spirit. Please inform your boss that I am Ji Nanshan, and this is a token of my regard for her. Henceforth, she shall be counted as my friend. Furthermore, do convey to your boss that next month, my son is getting married, and it is imperative that she graces us with her presence. Ji Xing. His son is getting married? How come I didn't know? So, in the eyes of the old master, hyacinth tea even worth a canister of tea? Chapter 18. Is this what you call a white radish? Knock knock knock. Beautiful lady, your crayfish set meal has arrived. Wishing you a delightful dining experience. Oh, yet another uneventful day of languid idleness. Host, would you care to glance at other system hosts? They are affluent and practically travel the world, while you. Just look at yourself. Lin Xichi found herself in a similar predicament. While other system hosts had tasks to undertake, hers only required her to lie back and do nothing. At General Mountain, The Zhong family was bustling with activity in celebration of Old Master Zhong's 80th birthday. The entrance to the Zhong residence was alive with the hustle and bustle of vehicles and guests. Old Master Zhong, Zhong Wenyong, was the patriarch of the century-old Zhong's traditional medicine hall, a venerable establishment. Although the Zhong's traditional medicine hall was merely a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, its stature was elevated, boasting relationships with many political and business figures. Rumor had it that significant figures from the capital would be attending, drawing many visitors eager to pay their respects. Chen Lei and his family of 3 arrived not too late, immediately capturing the attention of those present. Oh, it's the third sister and her husband. The speaker was Luo Bingxin, the husband of Old Master Zhong's second daughter and the vice director of the first traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Old Master Zhong had no sons, only 3 daughters. His eldest daughter and son-in-law had tragically perished in an accident years prior. As Old Master Zhong aged, it became imperative to pass on the Zhong's traditional medicine hall to the younger generation. The potential successors were Luo Bingxin and Chen Lei's wife, Zhong Xiuxiu. Old Master Zhong had always disdained the commercial demeanor of Chen Lei, which extended to his feelings toward his youngest daughter, leading Luo Bingxin to firmly believe that Old Master Zhong would entrust the Zhong's traditional medicine hall to him. Thus, he would often provoke the couple whenever they met. This time, I brought a 500-year-old ginseng as a gift for my father-in-law. I wonder what the third sister's husband has prepared? A bitter expression crossed Chen Lei's face. He was well aware of Old Master Zhong's fondness for rare medicinal herbs, but unfortunately, such treasures were not easily obtained. Even with money and connections, he had failed to procure aged herbs, resorting instead to purchasing high-quality cordyceps at a steep price, hoping it would meet Old Master Zhong's approval. The gift-giving ceremony commenced swiftly. As Luo Bingxin presented the 500-year-old ginseng, the crowd erupted in applause, marveling at the fine son-in-law Old Master Zhong had. Good. Bingxin is truly thoughtful. Old Master Zhong chuckled heartily. He had seen 500-year-old ginseng less than 3 times in his lifetime, illustrating its rarity. Proudly, Luo Bingxin turned his gaze toward the family of 3 of Zhong Xiuxiu. Third sister, third brother-in-law, let us see what gifts you've brought. Zhong Xiuxiu handed over the prepared cordyceps. In the shadow of the 500-year ginseng, the cordyceps seemed rather ordinary, prompting Old Master Zhong to simply remark, thoughtful. It was evident to all that the Zhong's traditional medicine hall was 90% likely to fall into Luo Bingxin's hands, and many began to curry favor with him, making him rather pleased. Hey, third brother-in-law, what's in that bag of yours? Surely, you're not hiding a gift for father from third sister? Zhong Yaoyao pointed at the bulging bag in Chen Lei's hand. Luo Bingxin had already spotted the half-exposed garbage bag and feigned a loud protest. Third brother-in-law, how could you be so inconsiderate? Hiding good things from us. Are you afraid we might steal it from you? Chen Lei glanced at the bag, suddenly recalling that it contained the local specialties his boss had casually given him when he picked up the mother tree to Hong Pao yesterday, which he had then carelessly stuffed into the bag. Under their scrutiny, he found himself at a loss, but stealing his resolve, he pulled out the garbage bag. Dear sister-in-law and brother-in-law, please excuse the misunderstanding. It's nothing of value, just 2 white radishes a friend gifted me, perfect for making soup for father. I hope he doesn't mind. Old Master Zhong shook his head in exasperation. Suddenly, he froze. Wait, what is that aroma? With a swift motion, he snatched the garbage bag. It was only upon closer inspection that his blood pressure surged, and he struck Chen Lei with his cane twice. The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, mistakenly believing that Chen Lei had provoked Old Master Zhong. Luo Bingxin and his wife were expressions of mockery. Zhong Xiuxiu bit her lip. Father, why resort to violence? Surely, there are better ways to communicate. Old Master Zhong huffed. What? As my son-in-law, am I not allowed to discipline him? Zhong Xiuxiu and Chen Lei were still reeling from the shock of Old Master Zhong's declaration of my son-in-law when he continued. How could you be so wasteful? To treat such precious ginseng as mere refuse, it's deserving of a beating. As the garbage bag opened, the unique fragrance of ginseng enveloped the entire hall, invigorating everyone and lifting their spirits. Zhong Xiuxiu was the first to react, looking at Chen Lei. Did you prepare ginseng? He genuinely believed it was merely a white radish. To honor his boss's goodwill, he even procured some spare ribs, intending to prepare a delightful radish and rib soup for dinner the following night. Zhong Xiuxiu burst into laughter, exclaiming, if you were to stew that ginseng instead, I fear Dad would stew you. Chen Lei felt a twinge of anxiety. Are these 2 ginsengs truly that precious? Indeed, they can be considered national treasures. Selling our family pharmacy wouldn't suffice to acquire them, she replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Lei's unease deepened. After all, those were the boss's possessions. Initially, he was oblivious to their immense value, but with his wife's words now echoing in his mind, a sense of guilt began to gnaw at him. Do you think if I went to retrieve the ginseng now, Dad would stew me? Zhang Xiuxiu nodded emphatically, absolutely. Chen Lei forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. He promptly dialed Lin Xichi, reiterating the ginseng's worth and recounting the day's events. Finally, he declared earnestly, "Boss, name your price. I shall meet it without hesitation." Lin Xichi chuckled softly, thinking to herself that she had indeed made a wise judgment. "Manager Chen, what I have gifted you is yours. There is no precedent for reclaiming such a gift. Moreover, I have merely referred to it as a local specialty. So regardless of its value, it remains a local delicacy to me." With this clarification, Chen Lei comprehended the situation. The boss had known all along that it was ginseng, yet still chose to gift it to him, inadvertently aiding his wife in fulfilling her wish, earning him the acknowledgement of his father-in-law, and allowing him to stand tall for the first time in front of the couple, Luo Bingxin. In this light, the boss's generosity loomed large. "Boss, from this day forward, whenever you require my assistance, simply call upon me, Chen Lei, and I shall brave any challenges without faltering. I vow to manage the Linlang Pavilion with utmost diligence, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 19. Encounter with Wang Weiwei. One day, Lin Xichi received a call from He Hong, informing her that all the properties had been successfully rented out. Lin Xichi had not anticipated such swift success. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager He." He Hong quickly praised her. It was no trouble at all. As soon as the call ended, her phone buzzed with a notification of the rental payment. "Congratulations, host, for completing the rental task within the designated time frame. You have been awarded the title of conscientious landlady and a building in QG Tower." Lin Xichi felt a surge of delight. Although she had incurred a minor loss in income, she had essentially acquired a building for free. Not bad at all, Lin Xichi mused, reflecting on her and Fu Chaoyan's remarkable resilience. As a snack enthusiast, a day without her favorite treats left her feeling quite unsettled. Thus, she set out again for a shopping spree, returning to the same large supermarket. She was now well acquainted with the layout of the snack aisles and made a beeline for the puffed snack section. "Ah, my beloved potato chips and shrimp chips. Here I come." Her shopping approach was straightforward and unrefined. She placed her cart down and began to sweep her hands across the shelves. In no time, her cart was brimming. She then moved to the spicy snacks aisle, casually grabbing various delectable spicy strips. The chocolates she had once only admired from afar were now piled high in her cart, bringing her immense satisfaction. After completing her purchases, she arranged for most of her items to be delivered while she carried a small bag of snacks, tearing open a packet of chips as she strolled along. "Are you done taking pictures? Now it's my turn. Form an orderly line, and no cutting." Upon descending the stairs, Lin Xichi spotted a group of women clad in revealing outfits surrounding her car. They were taking selfies from every angle, by the side, rear, and even the tires, capturing the moment in 360 degrees. Atop the car sat a woman filming a video. "Look at my new Lamborghini, everyone. Isn't it gorgeous? How much? Oh, it's just about the price of my monthly living expenses." Lin Xichi leaned casually against the wall, observing the scene with amusement. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. The woman perched on the car, dressed provocatively with fiery red hair, was none other than Wang Weiwei. Recalling the unpleasant experiences she had endured at Wang Weiwei's hands in her past life, Lin Xichi strode forward. "Are you finished yet?" The unexpected voice startled the women, who initially thought the car's owner had arrived. Upon looking up, they were met with the sight of a strikingly beautiful young woman exuding an air of confidence, igniting a spark of jealousy in their eyes. "This is my car, so what business is it of yours? Don't obstruct us, you pauper." Lin Xichi crossed her arms, her gaze shifting to the high-heeled shoes resting on the car's hood, where a long scratch had marred the surface. A glint of danger flashed in her eyes, and she refrained from further protest. She had already issued a warning. If they chose to ignore it, she would have no choice but to involve the authorities. As she walked away, the woman scoffed, "Humph, busybody." With that, she resumed her photo session. Half an hour later, the police finally arrived. "Who called the police?" "Officer. It was me. They scratched my car, and even after I asked them to stop, they continued to obstruct me. Here's the surveillance footage, and you can reach out to me regarding any compensation needed." "What? You claim this is your car?" The group of women, including Wang Weiwei, panicked. After collecting evidence, the police took them away. As they departed, the women looked disheveled, their minds racing with one thought. "We're doomed. This is a top-tier Lamborghini. Even a minor scratch could cost over $1 million. It's all your fault. If you hadn't mentioned that a Lamborghini was parked at the mall, we wouldn't have come to take pictures." They blamed each other, hurling accusations. In the police car, one woman suddenly lunged at Wang Weiwei, and soon the others joined the fray. This entire debacle did nothing to dampen Lin Xichi's spirits. This incident would surely serve as a wake-up call for Wang Weiwei. The following morning, Lin Xichi, uncharacteristically awake early, whimsically changed her outfit and went for a morning run. The mountain air was invigorating, imparting a sense of refreshing clarity. With nothing pressing on her mind, she recalled the manager mentioning a fruit orchard behind the mountain when she first moved in. So she grabbed a small basket and headed that way. Wow, I had thought it was merely a long-abandoned orchard, and that finding a few fruits would be a stroke of luck. However, upon entering, I realized my perspective was limited. The expansive greenhouse orchard seemed endless, filled with peaches, watermelons, and strawberries, their freshness making Lin Xichi's mouth water. After wandering for a while without encountering anyone, she pulled out her phone to call the manager. Hearing Lin Xichi's concerns, the manager reassured her, "Miss Lin, we had our property department plant these. Feel free to pick as much as you like." With the manager's assurance, Lin Xichi dashed towards the strawberry greenhouse. The strawberries were nearly the size of a baby's fist, large, plump, and vibrant red, enticing enough to make anyone crave them. As she picked, she noticed something amiss. While most strawberries still clung to their vines, the sweetest, ripest tips had mysteriously vanished. Lin Xichi was nearly driven to fury. Who would do such a thing? It's utterly despicable. Suddenly, a faint sound reached her ears from the other end. Lin Xichi slowed her footsteps and crept closer. In the strawberry field, a small boy, perhaps 3 or 4 years of age, squatted down, his little hands resting on the ground as he tilted his head back to bite into the pointed end of a strawberry. How adorable. Oh, but he is indeed a mischievous child. Hearing a sound, the child, Feng Xiaobao, momentarily panicked, but his apprehension dissipated upon seeing a stranger, a woman, before him. With his big, watery eyes, he gazed at Lin Xichi and asked, "Sister, who are you?" Upon hearing his soft and endearing voice, Lin Xichi felt her breath catch. She knelt beside him and inquired, "And who might you be, little one? Why are you here all alone?" "My name is Feng Xiaobao." Feng. Lin Xichi pieced together that the owner of the entire villa complex was indeed named Feng. This meant the little fellow before her was none other than the young master of the Feng family. What kind of family would allow a child of just over 3 years to wander off to such a secluded place? "Why are you here by yourself? Where is your mother?" Feng Xiaobao sighed with an air of maturity beyond his years. "I didn't want to go to kindergarten, so I sneaked out." Lin Xichi had not anticipated this reason. Unable to suppress a laugh, she noticed Xiaobao tilt his head in curiosity at her reaction. "Shouldn't you call my mother now?" he asked. Previously, whenever he had ventured out, someone would always contact his mother upon discovering him. "Oh, how unfortunate," he lamented. Lin Xichi gently patted his head. "Unfortunately, I didn't bring my phone, so I cannot call your mother." At her words, Xiaobao's spirits lifted remarkably. "That's wonderful. I can play now. Sister, let us have a contest to see who can pick more strawberries." Considering that the Feng family might be in a tizzy with worry, Lin Xichi took the opportunity while Xiaobao turned around to text her manager, assuring him that she would return the child within an hour. At that moment, Xiaobao turned back, proudly declaring, "Sister, I have already picked 5. However, it soon became evident that children have fleeting enthusiasm, and before long, Xiaobao grew tired. Lin Xichi then took a serious tone. "Xiaobao, you've lost. You must promise me one thing." With his gaze lowered, he replied, "Very well. Mother said that one must honor their bets. You must promise me that you will not sneak out by yourself again." She extended her pinky finger. "Now, let us make a pinky promise." After sealing their agreement, the two of them exited the orchard, their harvest in hand. As they reached the entrance of a building, a car came to a sudden halt, and a young woman in a custom-made qipao hurriedly descended. In an instant, Lin Xichi perceived that she epitomized all the qualities of a refined lady: elegance, dignity, grace. "Mother," Xiaobao called joyfully, showcasing the basket, "look at the strawberries I picked. There's enough for you to enjoy for a long time." At these words, Luo Xueqian found herself momentarily speechless, all reprimands lodged in her throat. With a deep sigh, she instructed the nanny to take him inside, and before departing, Xiaobao adroitly bid farewell to Lin Xichi. Only then did Luo Xueqian turn to Lin Xichi, offering a strained smile. "Miss Lin, thank you so much for today. I was nearly frantic upon receiving the nanny's call." "No need for thanks. I merely encountered him by chance." Lin Xichi recounted the day's events. "Mrs. Feng, although my time with Xiaobao was brief, he is quite an understanding child. He has already promised me not to sneak out alone again. Miss Lin, I truly appreciate your kindness. My husband and I are in a contractual marriage, and if anything were to happen to Xiaobao, I wouldn't know how to carry on." Chapter 20. You used a Hong Pao to make tea eggs. In the afternoon, Lin Xichi visited Lianlong Pavilion to review the accounts. Although it was termed a review, it was merely a formality. With Chun Lei present, she found herself merely a bystander, awaiting payment. Chun Lei produced an invitation and handed it to her. "By the way, boss, this is an invitation from the Su family. They are holding an auction next Monday and have specifically invited you." Lin Xichi, puzzled, inquired, "The Su family? I don't recall knowing anyone by that surname." Chun Lei clarified, "During old Master Song's 80th birthday, The patriarch of the Su family was also present. The Su family is in the jewelry business and holds an annual rough stone auction. Many elite members of Yun City will attend. If you have an interest in rough stones, it could be worth your while. You might even come across some fine jade. Intrigued, Lin Xichi accepted the invitation. She had often read about such scenarios in novels and found them quite fascinating. Boss, Wang Tiefan will also attend. She has considerable knowledge of rough stones. If you feel lonely, you could accompany her. All right. The following morning, while Lin Xichi was boiling tea eggs, there was a knock at the door. Mrs. Fong? Indeed. Standing outside was none other than the mistress of the building, Luo Xueqian. Miss Lin. Although unsure of her purpose, Lin Xichi welcomed her inside. Upon entering, Luo Xueqian immediately sensed something was amiss. The entire hall was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea, enticing and refreshing. Following the scent, she spotted a half-full jar of tea leaves on the counter. Her pupils narrowed. Could it be Da Hong Pao? Noticing Luo Xueqian's gaze fixated on her tea eggs, Lin Xichi smiled. I was feeling a bit idle, so I thought I would boil some tea eggs for breakfast. Please hold on for a moment. They should be ready shortly. Luo Xueqian swallowed hard, following her as the aroma intensified with each step closer. It became unmistakable. The leaves in the pot were indeed Da Hong Pao, specifically the first grade. She had always sensed that Miss Lin was extraordinary, but she never imagined she could procure first-grade Da Hong Pao. Even if you managed to obtain it, to use it for boiling tea eggs, how utterly extravagant. If the masters of tea ceremonies, who were teetering on the brink of the afterlife, were to learn of this, they would surely rush over in a frenzy. Lin Xichi glanced at the clock. The tea eggs had been boiling for exactly 8 minutes. She turned off the heat, retrieved the eggs, and placed them in cold water to cool, casually discarding the used tea leaves into the sink. Luo Xueqian watched her fluid movements, nearly overwhelmed. Lin Xichi deftly peeled an egg and handed it to her. Mrs. Fong, do give it a try. With trembling hands, Luo Xueqian accepted the egg, hesitating to take a bite. She feared that this single bite might be too much for her composure to bear. As Lin Xichi savored her own egg, she remarked, indeed. There's no comparison. The flavor of tea eggs made with Da Hong Pao is simply unparalleled. You recognize that this is Da Hong Pao? Luo Xueqian exclaimed. Before recollecting her purpose for visiting, from her bag, she produced a very formal invitation. On July 26th, Mingyue Tower will hold a charity auction. Miss Lin, if you have the time, we would be honored by your presence. It was only on that day, upon encountering Luo Xueqian, that Lin Xichi realized her neighbors were not to be underestimated. Mingyue is a venerable establishment, steeped in history with a lineage that spans several centuries. It has stood the test of time since the last century, maintaining its illustrious reputation. Very well, I shall certainly be there, Lin Xichi replied without hesitation. A charity auction. An opportunity to do good deeds while enjoying some delicacies. What could be more delightful? I shall not disturb you any further, said Luo Xueqian as she rose to take her leave. Wait a moment. Suddenly struck by an idea, Lin Xichi called her back and, to Luo Xueqian's astonishment, handed her 2 jars of Da Hong Pao tea. Miss Lin, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Xichi waved her hand dismissively. As you can see, I have no interest in tea. For me, these 2 jars are merely a means to brew a few more tea eggs. They hardly qualify as precious. Upon hearing tea eggs, Luo Xueqian's eyelids twitched, but she ultimately accepted them. Regardless, thank you, Miss Lin. In a daze, Luo Xueqian returned home. She sat on the sofa for a long while, finally regaining her composure as she gazed at the peeled egg in her hand, both amused and perplexed. With a glint in her eye, she called out to the kitchen, Wang Ma, is the master's lunch ready? It's ready. I will deliver it to him shortly. With that, she placed the egg into the lunchbox. Master, please rise from your slumber and frighten Fong Tianyi. It would be best to terrify him. Before long, the day of the Su family's original stone auction arrived. Early in the morning, Wang Tiefan personally came to the Tiangong villa to fetch her. Although Lin Xichi had planned to accompany Wang Tiefan, she did not anticipate her personal arrival. The two of them boarded the car and set off for the Su family. Wang Tiefan was forthright, and, due to Lin Xichi's previous efforts in preparing a splendid meal for the elder, coupled with gifting him a jar of fine tea, she had already considered her a friend. My dear sister, my master specifically instructed me to thank you on his behalf. You cannot imagine how much better he has been since you gifted him that jar of tea. He is positively beaming every day. The elderly Song Biao had been frail and plagued by various ailments, and she had not seen him so joyful in ages. To her, he was akin to a biological father, and his happiness brought her greater joy than anyone else. Reflecting on this, she found herself increasingly fond of Lin Xichi. If only I had known back then, I should have raised a younger version of myself to cultivate. Then I could have lured her to be my daughter-in-law. As for her current self, if she were to introduce Lin Xichi to him, It would not be an act of gratitude, but rather an act of vengeance. The Su family is a prominent clan in Yunqing, with business ventures spanning across Huaguo. Every year, the original stone auction attracts countless visitors. This year's event held special significance, as the elder Su had decided to step back and hand over the reins of the company to the younger generation. Presently, there are two suitable heirs in the Su family. One is the elder Su's illegitimate son, known as Su Sheng, while the other is his only legitimate grandson, Su Huijing. However, no one holds high expectations for Su Huijing, a frivolous young man who is only interested in cars. In a room, 5 or 6 young heirs lounged about. "Damn it!" exclaimed a green-haired youth, unable to contain himself as he tossed his phone onto the bed in frustration. "Jinggu, he says he has no time." The other heirs grew anxious. "What now? Not a single one can make it. I just heard from my dad that Su Sheng has invited the top appraisal master from M country, Shaqiao, along with 3 domestic appraisal experts. How can we be so unlucky that none of them can come?" "Unlucky? Third brother, you are too naive. It's not that they can't come. It's that they truly cannot." Upon hearing this, the green-haired youth finally understood. "Wait, are you implying that Su Sheng, that old dog, is playing dirty?" "Jinggu, what shall we do now?" Su Huijing sighed resignedly. "We can only leave it to fate." The 6 of them, despite their indulgent lifestyle, were utterly clueless about appraising stones. Though he was reluctant to hand over the company to Su Sheng, it was a decree set by his grandfather, and he could not go back on it at this juncture. Third brother patted Su Huijing on the shoulder, his expression resolute. "Fear not, Jinggu. Leave it to me later. You all know that I am not particularly talented, but I have been lucky since childhood. Who knows? Perhaps I might just stumble upon a hidden treasure." Su Huijing retorted, "You, who get beaten by your own mother 800 times a day, are telling me about luck?" In Chapter 21, the Su family. Of course, if surviving those beatings could be considered good luck, then he would concede. Seeing that no one believed him, Wang Ba felt no embarrassment. "Oh, come on, keep a positive mindset. Even if I'm not up to scratch, I still have my mother. She was quite the force in M country in her youth. Even Su's grandfather has praised her skills in appraisal. If need be, I'll just ask her for help. She certainly won TB worse than that Shaw fellow, and I won T embarrass myself too much." The car came to a steady halt at the Su family's South Grand estate. Wang Tiefan led Lin Xichi inside and began to enlighten her about the intricacies of stone gambling. The entire auction hall spanned over 1,000 square meters, filled with large tables piled with original stones of varying sizes, numbering in the thousands. "Sister, this area is the outer zone, regardless of size or quality. Each stone is priced at 10,000. The stones here are of lesser quality and have a low probability of yielding good results, but that is not absolute. There have been instances where individuals have struck it rich by finding excellent stones in the outer zone." Lin Xichi nodded in understanding. Stone gambling is akin to a game of chance. One decisive cut could lead to soaring fortunes, yet most would plummet into the abyss. Wang Tiefan continued to guide her forward into another venue, which was considerably smaller, approximately 500 square meters. Here, the stones were treated much better than those in the outer zone. Each piece occupied a distinct space, complete with a price tag. Prices ranged from 100,000 to 1 million. As they continued forward, they were stopped. "May I see your invitation, please?" Wang Tiefan explained. Only those with a high-level invitation can enter the premium auction area. Given the friendship between Old Master Song and Old Master Su, it was obvious that Wang Tiefan possessed a high-level invitation. As for Lin Xichi, considering the value of the Dahong Pao, Old Master Su was likely eager to please her and would not neglect her. The two entered the premium auction area smoothly. Inside, there were fewer than 100 original stones, each resting upon a bed of red silk. Lin Xichi glanced at the prices. They were reasonable. The most expensive was merely 9 million, with most hovering around 3 to 4 million. In addition to the original stones, the auction hall featured half-cut stones revealing their green interiors, priced significantly higher. Notably, the largest piece, weighing over 100 jin, was marked at 50 million. Wang Tiefan elaborated. "Do not be fooled by the green exterior of these stones. Beneath the surface, anything is possible. Some may be entirely green, while others may only have a superficial hue." Lin Xichi expressed her understanding, her interest waning as she casually observed. After a while, she inquired about the restroom's location, bade farewell to Wang Tiefan, and exited the auction hall. As soon as she stepped into the restroom, a dapper blonde man emerged from the men's bathroom. His eyes lit up as he beheld Lin Xichi's departing silhouette, and he hastened towards a nearby room. "Huang Xiao, there's a beauty," he announced. Inside the room sat 6 men, one of whom, referred to as Huang Xiao, was named Huang Tian, a member of the Huang family from Yun City, known for his vices of drinking, gambling, and debauchery. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian's interest was piqued. "Sheng Yi, I shall have a look," he remarked. Su Sheng, the master of the gathering, nodded in acquiescence. The auction is about to commence. Proceed with caution and do not disturb the old master. After he departed, Su Sheng lifted his glass, casting a sycophantic glance at the elder across from him. Mr. Shacho, I entrust you with this matter today. Rest assured, once I secure the Su family assets, your reward will be handsomely ensured. Mr. Shacho smiled confidently. Mr. Su, you need not worry. Victory is assured for you this time. The three other appraisers chimed in. Indeed, Su Huijing is but a waste. How could he possibly be compared to you? Third Master Sheng? Even with Wang Ba's assistance. Wang Tiefan is merely a decorative pillow, pretty but utterly ineffective. Just as Lin Xichi exited the restroom, she was intercepted. Upon sighting her, several men's eyes gleamed with unbridled greed and desire. Huang Tian positioned himself directly in front of her, his gaze brazen and his tone flippant. Beauty, alone? How about joining me for a drink? Huang Xiao is quite the expert in gambling stones. As long as you accompany him, I assure you, you will reap profits today. Lin Xichi's expression hardened. Step aside. Huang Tian signaled to a lackey, who promptly understood and, with a smirk, attempted to forcibly grasp Lin Xichi's hand. Just as he reached for her, a bottle of water suddenly soared in from afar, landing squarely before him. A group of 6 approached, led by Su Huijing, who glared at Huang Tian with palpable fury. Huang Tian, it seems you have not learned from your previous lesson, have you? Do you dare to bully my guest on Su family territory? Do you believe I want to cripple you for this? Recalling the humiliation he had suffered before Su Huijing, Huang Tian spat in disdain. He recognized that today was not the opportune moment for confrontation, especially with Wang Ba and his affluent companions, whose fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. Humph. Once today passes, the Su family will belong to Master Sheng. And he was eager to witness how Su Huijing would behave then. He quickly donned a congenial facade. Ah, Su Xiao, I thought you had become too timid to appear. It appears you are indeed a fearless novice. Commendable courage. I look forward to your performance later. I hope you can still speak to me in this manner. He then turned to the others. Though your skills may be lacking, in light of our shared origins, the Feniu Club can reluctantly accept you. With that, he cast a begrudging glance at Lin Xichi. Beauty, let us arrange to meet tonight. Wang Ba, whose temper was notoriously volatile, seethed. This scoundrel will pay for this. Su Huijing restrained him. Enough. Lin Xichi silently withdrew her hand. It was a pity that her mastery in combat arts was now wasted. Just moments ago, she had achieved mastery in Taekwondo, and she was now fully capable of claiming the title of an expert. Had it not been for the interruption, the 4 men would have been sent sprawling. Jingge the goddess. Jingge look, the Lamborghini goddess. Suddenly, several lackeys exclaimed in excitement, pointing at Lin Xichi. Su Huijing and Wang Ba instantly recognized her, their faces lighting up with surprise. Goddess, it's you. What a coincidence. They exclaimed. Goddess, please allow us, your humble lackeys, to pay our respects. What? Lin Xichi was utterly bewildered. What on earth is wrong with this group of rich heirs? Wang Ba seemed particularly animated. Goddess, don't you remember? Last time on the Zhuhai Bridge, you were driving a Lamborghini, and your driving skills were absolutely breathtaking. Wait, so it was you who blocked my way? That day, she had just taken delivery of her new car when 4 racing cars had cornered her on the bridge. Wang Ba quickly denied. I swear we only wanted to be your gallant protectors. Do you believe me? Lin Xichi responded with a sardonic smile. Chapter 22. Assisting Su Huijing soon. Old Master Su announced the official commencement of the auction. This so-called auction was merely a spectacle of selecting whichever stone one fancied, with the option to either pay and carve it on-site or take the raw stone home. As Lin Xichi descended the stairs, she encountered Huang Tian once more, this time accompanied by an older man and 4 elderly gentlemen. The slick, balding man scoffed. At this point, still playing the hero to save the damsel? I can't decide if it's ignorance or sheer foolishness. A mere young pup, even with Wang Tiefan's assistance, he would be no match. Once he loses, I will ensure he kneels before me and sings the praises of conquest. Lin Xichi's eyes glimmered as she approached Wang Tiefan, who was currently being pestered by her own overgrown son. Mom, please assist Jingge. If you help him, I promise I won't upset you for 3 whole months. Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted from him as Wang Tiefan, gripping his ear like a chick, scolded, You little rascal. Still have the audacity to negotiate with me? If I don't discipline you today, you'll think you can climb the walls, won't you? With his ear in a painful grip, Wang Ba pleaded, Mom, I'm sorry. I truly am. Once released, he spotted Lin Xichi nearby, and his face lit up with joy. Oh goddess, what a coincidence. Lin Xichi smiled slightly. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Who would have thought this hot-headed scion was Wang Tiefan's son? Truly, a tiger mother begets no dog. Wang Tiefan's eyes brightened as she observed their familiarity. Do you two know each other? Of course, Mom. Let me introduce you. This is my goddess, the Lamborghini goddess. Lamborghini goddess? Lin Xichi rolled her eyes internally. What a ridiculous title. She clarified. He helped me out earlier in the restroom, though I didn't really need it. Mom, do you know her too? Wang Ba was taken aback. His mother was a robust woman, more manly than most men. How could she possibly know a delicate fairy like Lin Xichi? Mind your own business, Wang Tiefan shot back. Just because you helped Xiao Qi once doesn't mean you should harbor any inappropriate feelings for her. Let me be clear, you are not worthy. So, abandon any such thoughts. If I find out you dare to covet her, I will break your third leg and brew it into wine. Lin Xichi merely observed. Wang Ba instinctively crossed his legs. Having had enough, Wang Ba quickly redirected to the matter at hand. Mom, please help us. I have a wonderful mother. He began to sing, eliciting laughter from those around. Wang Tiefan sighed, ready to toss her foolish son out. Where is Su Huijing? Lead me to him. Realizing his mother had agreed to assist, Wang Ba's face brightened. This way, please. Goddess, this way. Jingge, what should we do? We only have 40 minutes left. By the way, this search engine is so unreliable. Every stone here looks like an exquisite jade. Jingge, this one must work. Just then, a spirited young man in a leather jacket rushed over, clutching a piece of raw stone. Where did you find this? Is it reliable? The young man patted his chest and assured, absolutely reliable. I followed the owner of Yihatang all the way, and upon hearing him declare that this piece is of the finest quality, I discreetly secured it. Well done. Zhou Lao Lu, you truly are remarkable. Indeed, Lao Lu, this time you may achieve great merit. Yihatang is a renowned jade store in Yunqing, and its owner, well-traveled and discerning, would certainly not misjudge the quality of this material. We are bound to win. Lin Xichi observed the 5 individuals brimming with confidence and could not help but sigh. These 5, or rather 6 including Wang Ba, could hardly muster a single clever thought among them. No wonder they could enjoy each other's company. Calling the exceptionally intelligent and extraordinarily handsome Lao Lu instantly understood. Ding. An extra task is issued. The host must touch their hair to receive the reward, Divine Treasure Appraisal Skills. Congratulations, the task has been completed, and the Divine Treasure Appraisal skill has been granted. Lin Xichi expressed her satisfaction. Lao Lu, you are truly the most formidable system in the world. A cough, laced with an air of sophistication, interrupted her. Lin Xichi quickly amended. Of course, in my heart, my esteemed senior, Hatsune Miku, remains the most knowledgeable and talented, embodying both wisdom and beauty. Lao Lu regarded Lin Xichi's flattery with disdain. Flatterer. Xiao Lu, are you not convinced? Haha, not at all. I simply meant that the host's praise was rather superficial. Our esteemed Hatsune Miku is adored by all, blooming like flowers, as beautiful as a celestial being. Captivating to the point of making fish sink and birds fall. Let me think, what else? Closing the moon and shaming flowers. A heavenly maiden descending to earth. A modern-day Li Qingzhao. Lin Xichi remarked. It seems something rather peculiar has slipped in. Wang Tianfeng glanced at the raw stone tightly held in Zhou Yuhang's arms. Is this the raw stone you sought? Its quality appears quite decent. Hearing this, the 5 became even more convinced of its superior quality, their smiles nearly lifting them into the sky. Unbeknownst to them, Su Sheng and Boss Long of Yihatang were observing them from a distance. Boss Long, we owe you a great debt this time. Is Su Sanyi being overly cautious? A few inexperienced youngsters, dealing with them is as easy as crushing an ant. Why take unnecessary measures? Better safe than sorry. The Su family must secure this. Indeed, Boss Long was the trap Su Sheng had meticulously laid for Su Huijing. Yet, Su Sheng remained somewhat apprehensive. Boss Long, are you certain that is a worthless stone? I hope it reveals no trace of green. Boss Long confidently assured, of course. It will undoubtedly collapse. An hour swiftly passed, during which many attempted to crack stones, but only a few revealed green, and even those were of poor quality. Elder Su leaned on his cane at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction is not merely an ordinary one. Today, I shall select an heir for my son Su Sheng and grandson Su Huijing. They have each chosen a raw stone, and shortly, they will unveil them. The one with the finest quality and material shall become the future head of the Su family. Now, I declare the stone cracking to officially commence. Su Sheng maliciously glanced at Su Huijing. Huijing, would you mind if I go first? With that, he handed the raw stone to the stone-cracking master. As the blade sliced down, gasps of amazement filled the air. It's green. Is this emerald? Indeed, it is emerald. I haven't seen one in many years. Su Sheng himself was taken aback by his extraordinary luck. This emerald was the king of jade, substantial enough to fill a grown man's fist. He had certainly struck gold. How is this possible? Has that old fox exhausted his luck in a lifetime? Huijing, why don't you unveil yours? Your third uncle believes it cannot be too inferior. Seeing Su Sheng's smug expression, Wang Ba clenched his teeth. One day, I will surely stuff him in a sack and teach him a lesson. Patience, it's just emerald. What if ours is also emerald? And ours is 3 times larger, then we would win. Indeed, we must trust our goddess. Currently, Su Huijing's raw stone was casually picked up by Lin Xichi. It was a mystery why these individuals placed their unwavering faith in her. As the blade descended, Su Huijing and the others nervously shut their eyes. The room fell silent for precisely 3 seconds. Suddenly, it erupted like a pressure cooker, the noise swelling. Imperial green. It's imperial green. Good heavens, it truly is. Imperial green, the pinnacle of emeralds, the king among kings. Elder Su, I offer 5 billion for the imperial green. 5 billion. Su Xiao, I offer 10 billion. Su Huijing was utterly bewildered, while Zhou Yuhang and the others stared wide-eyed. Is this even possible? Only Wang Ba remained remarkably composed. Indeed, our goddess is truly impressive. Elder Su, I, Shaqiu, am willing to pay 20 billion for this imperial green. At this moment, the elder Shaqiu beside Su Sheng stepped forward. Witnessing the scene unfold, Su Sheng completely broke down. He slapped Boss Long across the face. This is what you assured me would not reveal green. You worthless scoundrel. And you lot, incompetent fools, cannot even recognize such a large piece of imperial green. Useless. All of you. As Su Sheng descended into madness, Huang Tian quietly distanced himself, seizing the opportunity to discreetly escape. The Huang family was merely a minor clan, insignificant against these prominent families. Now that his support had crumbled, he too was finished. The farce soon concluded, and Wang Ba and the others rejoiced. Su Sheng is truly despicable. He tried to trap us. If it weren't for our goddess, we would have been left in silence, unable to voice our grievances. Indeed, goddess. No, Shishir, from now on you are my leader. Wherever you need me, I will bravely forge ahead without hesitation. Goddess, accepting me as your underling is a worthwhile investment. My family is exceedingly wealthy, and once my father passes, I will devote all my wealth to you. Shishir, take a look at me. I am exceptionally capable and can protect you. Lin Xichi mused. What to do with a group of wealthy heirs begging to be my underlings? Chapter 23, D-Bay Building. Ultimately, Lin Xichi was reluctantly compelled to accept these 6 dim-witted subordinates. To celebrate Su Huijing's victory over Su Sheng, they recognized her as their leader. And Wang Ba specifically reserved a large private room at D-Bay Building to treat them to a revelry. D-Bay Building, located beside Zhuhai Bay, boasts 100 stories and is a renowned landmark in Yunqing. The group ascended to the 35th floor of Huayao KTV. Young Master Wang, you have arrived. Young Master? Do you not see my leader is present? The server appeared somewhat confused. Leader? Where? Wang Ba proudly introduced Lin Xichi. This is my leader, Shishir, from now on. Whenever you see her, treat her as you would me, understood? With that, he respectfully led Lin Xichi inside. Leader, please, this way. Throughout the journey, Lin Xichi had grown accustomed to their eccentricities, calmly proceeding forward while Zhou Yuhang and the others trailed closely behind like dutiful bodyguards. The server watched the departing figures, his face awash with disbelief. Moments ago, he had assumed this young woman was merely a gold digger trying to ingratiate herself with Wang Ba and his friends. Little did he realize, she was their leader. Stunned, he thought, what is happening? The private room was spacious, and upon entering, Wang Ba immediately commandeered a microphone. This song is dedicated to my leader. Su Huijing and the others wore expressions of deep distress. Third brother, please, do be reasonable. Indeed, Baba. Even if you wish to perish alongside us, you mustn't drag the boss down with you. Wang Ba, with a defiant smile, retorted, I shall not. Seeing their pleas go unheeded, the 5 of them synchronized their movements, retrieving earplugs from their bags and inserting them into their ears. Su Huijing solemnly handed the last pair to Lin Xichi. Xichi, putting these in will alleviate some discomfort. For minutes later, Lin Xichi's expression transformed from one of distress to relative calm. Meanwhile, Wang Ba remained blissfully unaware, eagerly gazing at Lin Xichi. Boss, how did I perform? You sang splendidly. Ah, boss, you truly understand me. Perhaps refrain from singing next time. Wang Ba pouted. The baby is upset, feeling a bit moody, the kind that cannot be easily soothed. In stark contrast to Wang Ba's ear-piercing vocalizations, the harmonious voices of Su Huijing and his companions were akin to celestial melodies. Just as they finished a song, Zhou Yuhang burst through the door, his face alight with gossip. Guess who I just saw? Wang Ba immediately guessed. It wouldn't be that bear, Lung Xiaoxiong, would it? Yes. Indeed. Can you guess what he was doing? He was peddling in the private room. No sooner had he spoken than a figure unexpectedly stumbled in. The youth, perhaps 18 or 19, was clad in a white t-shirt stained crimson with red wine, his cheeks flushed and demeanor frantic. He lost his footing and fell to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Please, help me. I beg you, call the police. Zhou Yuhang recognized him, exclaiming, what on earth is he doing here? Meanwhile, in the corridor, Lin Xichi and his bodyguards were searching room by room. Damn it, how dare he run? Once I find him, I'll make him regret it. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and search. A bodyguard hesitated, but Lin Xiao, this room belongs to Wang Ba. And what of Wang Ba? Isn't he just relying on his mother? Let me tell you, in this D-Bay building, I, Lin Xiaoxiong, am the true authority. Kick the door down. As the door was forcibly opened, Lin Xiaoxiong immediately spotted Nanxing, who was still trying to regain his composure. Oh, so you can run, huh? Let's see how far you can get. He moved to kick him. Lin Xiaoxiong, don't go too far. Su Huijing, with a kind heart, could no longer bear to witness the bullying. Lin Xiaoxiong feigned just noticing them. Oh, Su Xiao is here too, accompanied by a beautiful lady. Quite the fortunate fellow. This is my domain. I advise you not to meddle. Wang Ba grasped Su Huijing's arm. Jinggu, don't act impulsively. The boss is still here, under normal circumstances. Although they would be wary of the power behind Lin Xiaoxiong and the D-Bay building, they would have charged in for a fight if the atmosphere were right. Yet today, with Lin Xichi present, they feared they could not protect her if a brawl broke out. Seeing that no one came to help him, Nanxing felt utterly desolate. No one would come to his aid. His life was irrevocably ruined. Ding. A side quest was issued. Beat Lung Dog Bear to the point where his parents wouldn't recognize him, with a reward of 100 equity in the D-Bay building. Lin Xichi cracked her knuckles. Rest assured, I will ensure he is beaten into a true bear. Yu Hang, close the door. I'm going to deal with the dog. Zhou Yuhang's eyes lit up as he swiftly closed the door. Lin Xiaoxiong wore an expression of indifference. Stupid woman, you're asking for trouble. No sooner had he spoken than he was sent flying by a swift kick, crashing against the wall, stars dancing before his eyes. Before he could utter a coherent word, Lin Xichi seized him like a chick, tossing him to the ground and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon his face, leaving him to wail in agony. The two bodyguards, momentarily stunned, were paralyzed by a single glance from Lin Xichi, unable to move. The one-sided beating continued for a full 10 minutes, transitioning into a mixed brawl for another 3 minutes. Finally, Lin Xichi grew weary. Wang Ba massaged her back, while Zhou Yuhang and Lan Yu tended to her legs. Su Huijing poured her a glass of red wine, while the two who had failed to secure a position began to sing her praises in a comedic duet. Quest accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 equity in the D-Bay building. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiong finally regained his composure, recalling the humiliation he had just endured. Stupid woman. Do you know who I am? My father is the vice general manager of the D-Bay building. I am his beloved son. Let me tell you, none of you will leave here standing today. Is the D-Bay building really that impressive? Lin Xichi asked, bewildered. Zhou Yuhang and the others halted, realizing the implications. You mean you weren't aware? We thought your ferocity in beating him stemmed from a backing even stronger than the D-Bay building. They felt a wave of dread wash over them. Though they thought of this, they had no regrets. They had long found Lung Dog Bear intolerable and welcomed the confrontation. Su Huijing earnestly explained, the D-Bay building is the tallest structure in Cloud City, a landmark of the city. It houses thousands of companies with assets in the billions, generating over 4 billion in rental income each year, an incredibly affluent establishment. Lin Xichi nodded in sudden understanding. So, a landlord collecting over 4 billion in rent each year. I might be the first of my kind. To Lin Xiaoxiong, her demeanor appeared as fear. His confidence surged. Stupid woman, are you scared now? If you admit your fear, kneel and lick my shoes. Perhaps I might spare you. Knock, knock. The door was rapped from the outside, and Lin Xiaoxiong, assuming it was his father, became even more arrogant. As the door swung open, a dignified middle-aged man clad in a suit entered, accompanied by a group of individuals. Dad. Lin Xiaoxiong called out to the crowd. Among them was his father, Lung Wei. At that moment, Lung Wei was nearly drenched in sweat. Consumed by a singular thought, he was finished. Kong Deshang led the high-ranking officials of the D-Bay building before Lin Xichi, bowing in unison. Greetings, Director Lin. Their voices were synchronized, resounding in the air. Not only was Lin Xiaoxiong taken aback, but Wang Ba and the others were equally stunned. Their boss was, in fact, the grand owner of the D-Bay building. How could she be unaware of such fundamental information? Was it possible that she had too many enterprises under her name to keep track? The more they pondered, the more convinced they became of this notion. My goodness. They inadvertently latched onto a truly golden opportunity. Lin Xichi cast a glance at Lung Wei among the crowd. Vice General Manager Lung, your parenting skills are commendable. Lung Wei, drenched in sweat, lamented, it is entirely my fault for failing to educate my son properly. I beseech Director Lin to show mercy. Since you recognize your shortcomings in raising your son, perhaps you should devote more time to his upbringing. As for the affairs of the group, allow me to handle them. With a bitter smile, Lung Wei forcefully dragged the now-dazed Lin Xiaoxiong out. Chapter 24. Purchasing the Club. Lin Xichi instructed Kang Desheng to handle Nanxing's situation before following him to the top floor. The uppermost level was extraordinary, offering a panoramic view that overlooked half the city. Director Lin, here are the financial statements for the past year and the list of tenants. The 12 billion in rent from the first 3 months has already been transferred to your account. Thank you, Manager Kang. They conversed for half an hour before Kang Desheng escorted her downstairs. Below, Wang Ba and the others had yet to depart. Where is Nanxing? He is undergoing examination at the Debay Hospital on the 7th floor. From the 2nd to the 15th floor. All are prestigious hospitals under the banner of the Debay Group, catering exclusively to the affluent, whose assets exceed 10 million. Lin Xichi glanced at the 6 individuals accompanying her and said, "You may return now. There is no need to follow me." "Understood, boss." "Take care," they replied. Lin Xichi soon arrived at the ward where Nanxing was located. As she approached the door, she overheard a heated argument within. "Nanxing, you must consider not only yourself, but also your sister. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the repercussions and losses the club will face if this matter becomes public? You would be financially ruined by the penalty fees, and how would you earn money to treat your sister then? I promise. I will never force you to meet with the top influencer again. Is that acceptable? I truly did not anticipate he would act in such a manner. I apologize. May I express my regret?" Lin Xichi began to piece together the situation. It appeared that Lung Xiaoxiong had been keeping an eye on Nanxing for quite some time, showering him with monetary gifts amounting to nearly 5 to 6 million. Naturally, apart from the portion allocated to the streaming platform, most of the funds had ended up in the club's coffers, leaving Nanxing with less than 1% of the total. Until the previous night, when Lung Xiaoxiong suddenly reached out to Nanxing, expressing a desire to meet. Initially, Nanxing had refused, but Manager Tao employed various forms of coercion and temptation, compelling him to acquiesce. This led to the earlier confrontation. "I want to terminate my contract," Nanxing suddenly declared. "That is out of the question," Manager Tao retorted sharply. Nanxing was a star player for KLL, with both popularity and skill placing him among the industry's elite. He was the key to the team's success, boasting over 30 million followers online, with each live stream generating rewards exceeding 1 million. The team had profited immensely because of him. He was no fool. It was inconceivable that they would allow such a lucrative asset to simply walk away. Even if they considered letting him go, they would first extract every ounce of value from him. Just as Manager Tao pondered further persuasion, Lin Xichi pushed open the door. "I have acquired your club. As the new owner, I inform you that you are free to leave." Manager Tao, clearly incredulous, questioned her sanity. The next moment, his phone rang. "Hello, brother-in-law. What? You sold the club? Have you lost your mind?" To him, his brother-in-law seemed utterly deranged. The club was currently thriving, yet he had chosen to sell it. Thus, he began to wonder if the woman before him was indeed the new owner. Lin Xichi had little patience for idle chatter. "Someone, throw him out," she commanded. Immediately, 2 bodyguards in black entered, covering his mouth and dragging him away. The room fell silent once again. Nanxing stared at the enchanting woman before him, his eyes wide with astonishment, finally managing to utter a heartfelt, "Thank you." He was grateful for her timely intervention and for expelling Manager Tao. Lin Xichi offered a faint smile. "You need not thank me for purchasing the club. I simply have a passion for esports and fortuitously found myself in this position. Focus on your recovery. Do not worry about expenses. As you know, your new boss is quite affluent." Nanxing had never encountered someone as remarkable as her. "Thank you." 2 days later, Nanxing was discharged from the hospital. Lin Xichi personally drove him back to the club, taking the opportunity to inspect the premises as its owner. A Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the base, where more than 20 individuals stood awaiting her arrival, including team coaches, professional players, trainees, and even the chef. Everyone was aware that the new owner would be gracing them with her presence, and thus had heightened their spirits. As the car door swung open, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged, leaving all present momentarily awestruck. Is this truly our new owner? Surely she is not a celebrity. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Xichi. Players may call me Sister Shi or simply Shishi. Welcome, boss. By the way, I have brought gifts for everyone. There are so many items that I may need your assistance to retrieve them." With that, Lin Xichi opened the trunk. The professional players, generally young and lively, rushed over in excitement upon hearing her words. Instantly, they were taken aback. "No way, limited edition A-shaped cones. This is the latest model of Huawei phones and computers. Versace t-shirts, over 30 pieces. This is my favorite figure. I saved for half a year to buy it." "Boss, I mean Sister Shi, are these truly for us?" "Of course." "Oh yes, long live the boss. Long live Sister Shi." Seeing the players' unrestrained joy, Coach Devin felt genuine happiness for them. In his eyes, these players were akin to his children. It was unfortunate that the previous club had been so oppressive, only knowing how to exploit them. However, it seemed that a transformation was underway. With the management team dismissed by the new owner, it was now his responsibility to guide them. Please, step inside. Nanxing. Let us go. The lobby was modest, furnished with a few tables and gaming equipment. Coach Devin proceeded to show her the rooms on the second floor. Lin Xichi was incensed. Despite having lavished over $1 million on Nanxing in a single day, the players were still housed in cramped quarters resembling school dormitories, with 6 individuals sharing a mere 20-square-meter room. Bring me their previous contracts. Coach Devin hesitated, but ultimately retrieved the contracts. Upon reviewing Nanxing's, Lin Xichi's fury ignited. What is this absurd contract? Players are bound for 10 years, and the highest paid, Nanxing, earns only $500,000 a year, less than what players in other clubs earn even for the most menial tasks. All business endorsements and advertisements belong to the company. The streaming contract is even more infuriating. A mandatory 300 hours of streaming each month, with the company taking a staggering 95% of the rewards. Lin Xichi pulled out her phone and called Kong Deshang, instructing him to bring a professional legal team immediately. After the lawyers reviewed the contracts, they provided a definitive response. Boss, it's a minimum of 1 year, rising to 10 years at the apex. Very well, this matter is now in your hands. She instructed the legal team to draft new player contracts with unparalleled benefits within the industry. Manager Kong, locate a large villa for me, ensuring each player has an independent room with the best internet, beds, blankets, and all necessary supplies. Additionally, arrange for professional nutritionists and health managers, and replace the team vehicle, acquiring several more for rotation. Coordinate with D-Bay Hospital for comprehensive health examinations. Chapter 25, Forward, Together. Lin Xichi continued to issue a slew of directives, including securing the base's security measures, managing personnel, recruiting assistant coaches, and marketing staff for the official blog. In summary, she demanded that her new club be fully established within 3 days. Once manager Kong and the legal team departed, Lin Xichi glanced at the time. After a bustling morning, it was now lunchtime. She looked at the row of players on the sofa, still in disbelief. Come, today we shall have a team-building outing. As the new vehicle had yet to arrive, they took the old team minibus. Without Lin Xichi present, everyone could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into cheers. What incredible fortune! Our boss is not only beautiful but also wealthy, a true affluent goddess. She should be called a little fairy, a celestial being sent to save us. I feel as if I am being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Hurry, slap me across the face and let me know this is not a dream. Half an hour later, the group arrived at their destination. Boss, you have arrived, Chun Lei said as he led the group towards the private room. Once seated, Assistant Xiao Bei casually picked up the menu from the table and nearly dropped it in shock upon seeing the prices. The cheapest bottle of mineral water was priced at 3,000 yuan. Lin Xichi perused the signature dishes, then looked up to see their apprehensive expressions. All right, don't hold back on my account. Order whatever you desire, she encouraged. Boss, this morning we received a 400-pound bluefin tuna, Chun Lei chimed in. Let each person have a serving. By the way, didn't we also airlift Boston lobsters and Australian abalone this morning? Let us give each of them one. Everyone gasped. This is incredibly extravagant. After the lavish meal, they were left feeling numb, their stomachs swollen with excess. Next, Lin Xichi organized a fun game to aid digestion, an escape room challenge. It was her first encounter with the spirit of esports. Have you ever seen a group of people chasing after ghosts in a haunted house? Lin Xichi had. Indeed, as long as one believes in light. Even ghosts tremble in fear. Hey, is there an event over there? Why are there so many people? Someone suddenly called from the car. Gazing out, Lin Xichi noticed a dense crowd. Her keen eyes caught sight of a sign that read men and women, charge forward. Assuming it was a team-building activity, Lin Xichi quickly devised a plan. Everyone, the boss really wants a refrigerator. Today, everyone who secures a refrigerator will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Don't worry. Boss, I'll handle this, she asserted. It's not about the money. I want the boss to have a refrigerator. The group disembarked from the car, pushing through the crowd to register. Soon, someone recognized them. LTG, are you all here to grab a refrigerator? Ah, Nanxing, I love you. Oh my gosh. Xiao Bei is so adorable. Laughter erupted as fans expressed their excitement at seeing the entire LTG team in person at this rather tacky competition venue. Someone in the crowd called out to Coach Devin, Devin, keep it up. You still got it. The overwhelming enthusiasm quickly caught the attention of the show's officials. Several cameras converged for interviews. The LTG team members, seasoned interviewees, handled the questions effortlessly, their witty responses eliciting laughter from the audience. Soon, it was their turn. As the players entered one by one, the outside spectators went wild, reminiscent of a star-studded fan meeting. The host initiated a standard interview segment. May I ask you, Xiao Bei, why did you decide to participate in our event? Our boss said she wanted a refrigerator, Xiao Bei replied. Wow, It seems our LTG team members are quite devoted to their boss. I wouldn't tell you it's because our boss promised 10,000 yuan for the refrigerator. Xiao Bei added, causing the audience to erupt in laughter. A refrigerator only costs a bit over 5,000. The boss is quite generous. The host remarked. I take back my previous statement. Indeed, only money can motivate competitors to give their all. Is Xiao Bei really unafraid of the possibility of the refrigerator costing her home? On the other side, the male host interviewed Nanxing. Nanxing, can you predict how much your boss might lose? Our boss won't lose any money, Nanxing replied. So, you mean none of you will pass the challenges? No, what I mean is, we will do our best and use the boss's money to buy her the best refrigerator. The crowd was in stitches. What a brilliant plan to use the boss's money to buy her the finest refrigerator. Lin Xichi mused. How come I never realized how humorous Nanxing is? The former LTG certainly didn't follow a comedic path. What has changed them? Is it the environment? No. I suspect they have a whimsical boss. The host remarked. Have they encountered a genius interviewer? Wow, it's clear that LTG is a harmonious family. Without further ado, let the challenge commence. The first contestant to set off was the main roaming player, Xiaopeng. Don't let his size fool you. He is a surprisingly agile individual. As he tackled the challenges, his movements were endearing. Just as he was progressing through the third challenge, a large fist suddenly emerged from the wall, knocking him into the water and splashing the rescuers nearby. Lin Xichi laughed so hard she nearly lost her head. Chapter 26. Perhaps you're interested in becoming a star? Amidst the crowd, a tall, slender man in a suit, wearing glasses, suddenly brightened as he squeezed through to Lin Xichi's side. Hello. I am a talent agent from Xingchen Film Company. My name is Luo Yue. As Lin Xichi observed the business card in his hand and the eager gleam in his eyes, she quickly realized she had encountered the legendary talent scout. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of debuting. Miss, you may have some misunderstanding about me. Our Xingchen Film Company is a reputable establishment. You know Yun Chuyue and Fu Chaoyan, right? They are both artists from our company. Seeing Lin Xichi remain unmoved, Luo Yue felt a slight pang of disappointment. But such a promising prospect was too rare to abandon easily. He continued to persuade her. Miss, your poise and appearance are naturally suited for the entertainment industry. If you join our company, I guarantee that within 2 years, you will shine as the brightest star in the sky. You know how quickly money can be made in the entertainment industry. A single endorsement can earn you several million. You surely wish to provide the best life for your family, don't you? You don't want to struggle for a living anymore, do you? Lin Xichi silently retrieved her Lamborghini car keys. That's quite sudden, Luo Yue remarked. It's fine not to think about money, but life should involve doing something meaningful, right? Just then, Lin Xichi's phone rang, displaying a call from Kyoto. Just a moment. Hello? A deep, resonant voice greeted her, clearly surprised to hear her answer. Is this Lin Xichi? Yes, I am Lin Xichi. May I ask who you are? Lin Xichi, I am teacher Qiao from the admissions office of Kyoto University. First of all, congratulations on achieving the highest score in the national science exam. Lin Xichi was momentarily taken aback. Aren't the results of the college entrance examination released tonight? A perfect score? That's quite impressive. The voice continued. We at Kyoto University sincerely invite you to enroll. To demonstrate our sincerity, all expenses will be waived if you choose to attend. You may pursue both your undergraduate and Master degrees with the added privilege of not having to attend classes as long as you pass your final exams. Before Lin Xichi could respond, another call came in. Teacher Qiao, I will reply to you shortly. All right, Lin Xichi, I will await your response. After hanging up, Lin Xichi answered the next call. Is this Lin Xichi? A cheerful female voice inquired. Greetings, I am Teacher Wang from the Hucking Admissions Office. It was 20 minutes after Lin Xichi had hung up the last call from the admissions office of the University of Magic City. During this interval, she had nearly received calls from every prestigious university, both domestic and international. Where did everyone go? Once the call ended, she realized that the person in front of her had vanished. She paid it no mind and continued to watch LTG's progression. Starting with Xiao Bei, LTG embarked on an irreversible path of destruction, akin to having received a buff, obliterating various gaming props. After a series of attempts, it turned out that half of the participants successfully obtained refrigerators. The LTG gameplay videos went viral online, garnering widespread acclaim. Meanwhile, Lin Xichi, the new owner of the LTG club, also experienced a surge in popularity. On another front, Luo Yue took a deep drag from his cigarette. Damn, this year has truly been a stroke of bad luck. After finally encountering a promising candidate, it turns out she possesses beauty, wealth, and intelligence. He certainly could not compete with Hucking and Jing University for talent. Chapter 27, Viral Sensation. At 1 o'clock in the morning on June 24th, the results of the college entrance examination began to be released. As the scores were unveiled, various short video platforms and social media feeds were inundated with topics related to the examination. In Jiangqing, The discussion surrounding the most beautiful examinee and Lin Xichi's candid face-captured videos surged in popularity once again. Oh, those girls we missed out on in our youth are simply mesmerizing. Yunma, hurry and interview the goddess of the examination. Yes, yes, yes. We are begging for the latest images of the goddess. I've already prepped 18 phone screens for this. I'm exhausted from urging for updates, Yunma. I advise you to be kind and not force me to take drastic measures. Urging for updates 100-8611. As expected, early in the morning, the official Weibo account of the Jiangxing Daily was overwhelmed with activity. Wang Yun, you were the one who interviewed the most beautiful examinee last time. You should go and interview her again. Wang Yun's face lit up with excitement. Understood, Editor-in-Chief. During her previous interview, she was merely an intern at the Jiangxing Daily. No one had anticipated that she would serendipitously encounter a beauty, succeeding in securing her position with just one article and a brief interview. To her, Lin Xichi was a benefactor in her life. Lu Bing, this year's national science examination top scorer is from our Jiangxing. Your team will go to interview him. Understood, Editor-in-Chief. I will ensure a thorough interview and strive to secure more trending topics. In the office, everyone cast envious glances toward the team. This year's examination utilized a unified national paper, and anyone who could stand out among 10 million candidates would undoubtedly be the center of attention, with popularity only increasing. In the news industry, time is of the essence, and Wang Yun and her team swiftly set off. Yunjia, are you sure you Haven T misheard the address? At the entrance of the Tiangong villa, the four of them stood bewildered before a gate resembling a palace. Wang Yun felt a bit dazed herself, as the newspaper only learned today that the most beautiful examinee was actually a social examinee. None of the universities had her contact information or address. She had relied on numerous connections to acquire this address. Excuse me, is the owner of Villa Number 7 surnamed Lin? The security guard glanced at them and replied knowingly. You must be here to interview Miss Lin. Please register here, and I will send someone to escort you inside. After Wang Yun and her team completed the registration, the security guard summoned a patrol vehicle to take them in. Upon turning back, they noticed the words Jiangxing Daily written on the paper, feeling slightly puzzled. Odd, most families arrive together. Why is the Jiangxing Daily arriving separately? Once inside, Wang Yun and her companions quickly understood why the security guard had sent a car to escort them. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Gazing at the lavish mansion that defied description, Wang Yun felt a wave of emotion. Indeed, in this world, some pathways lead straight to paradise. Knock, knock. As Wang Yun felt a flutter of anxiety, the door swiftly opened, revealing a tall woman in professional attire. Hello, is this the residence of student Lin Xichi? The woman smiled warmly. You must be the reporters here for an interview. Our miss is in the backyard. Please come in. They traversed through the resplendent living room and passed a vast rose garden before reaching their destination. In the courtyard, it was bustling with excitement. Wang Yun immediately spotted several familiar media outlets. Yunjia, why are even the television stations here? Is that Central Mother? Yunjia, isn't that bingo? Lu Bing, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be interviewing the top scorer in science? At that moment, Wang Yun's mind was filled with 1,000 questions. Although the allure of the most beautiful examinee was an excellent interview opportunity, did it really warrant the presence of over 10 media outlets? What astonished her the most was Lu Bing. Wasn't he supposed to be interviewing the national science top scorer? How did he end up here? Directly ahead, a reporter was interviewing Lin Xichi. Congratulations to Miss Lin for achieving a perfect score and earning the title of national science top scorer. Lin Xichi smiled gently. Thank you. We see that representatives from both Jing University and Huking are present today. We are eager to know which school Miss Lin will choose. Are you able to share that with us? I choose Jing University. Meanwhile, the interview continued. Wang Yun, standing at the back of the crowd, felt as though fireworks were exploding in her mind. She recalled the dialogue from her very first interview with Lin Xichi. It seems this student is quite confident. How many points do you think you can score? Around 150, I suppose. To be honest, at that time, she found it hard to believe those words. But now, she felt that her past self had been overly modest. For Lin Xichi, scoring 150 was merely a reflection of her capability, whereas for her, achieving that score was contingent upon the test being capped at 150. She couldn't help but reflect once more on the stark differences in their lives. This wasn't just a pathway leading to paradise. It must be a veritable heaven with Lin Xichi's backyard as its garden. Following the conclusion of the interview, Chun Lei gathered everyone to the Linglong Pavilion. As various media outlets released their interview videos, Lin Xichi became a veritable sensation online. In less than half an hour, the top scorers in both arts and sciences surged to the top 3 trending topics, with all 3 related to Lin Xichi. Wow, if I hadn't seen the articles, I'd have thought she was a newly debuted member of some entertainment company. Sister is so beautiful. I'll carry the flag for her and crash into walls for her. Is this even real? How did she manage to score full marks in mathematics? Is she wearing the June runway collection from Chanel? Furthermore, did you see the teacups on the table? A set could buy a house. My goodness, who is this goddess? Sister, take a look at me. Butler, in 3 minutes, I want to know all her information. Of course, young master. It had been a long time since the young master had shown such interest in a woman. Hello, is this Yao Yao? My long-dead memories are attacking me again. What? It's none of your business? Despite the increasing absurdity, it was undeniable that Lin Xichi had become a sensation. That evening, Lin Xichi received a call from Kong Deshang. Boss, the matters you instructed have been taken care of. The address chosen is H Harmonious Garden, a standalone villa. The community is quiet and the environment is excellent. And most importantly, the security is top-notch. The assistant coach I recruited with a substantial salary from an overseas team consists of renowned coaches with numerous awards. Lin Xichi was quite pleased with Kong Deshang's efficiency. The night passed without incident. The next day, Lin Xichi signed in as usual. Old 6, quickly check in. Ding, check-in successful, loyalty at 100 for the 6-person butler team. What was checked in? Lin Xichi, in a state of frail illness, jolted upright, feeling her breath constricted. Good heavens, is this even possible? Old 6, proud face JPG. Chapter 28, Sisters set out, not a blade of grass survives. Lin Xichi had yet to fully recover from her shock when an urgent doorbell rang from downstairs. Hello, adorable one. As the door swung open, she was greeted by a pair of impossibly long legs and a face so captivating that one could hardly look away. The visitor was none other than the starlet Fu Chaoyan. The last time Lin Xichi had seen her was quite a while ago, and she felt a bit bewildered by her sudden appearance. Seeing her adorably dazed expression, Fu Chaoyan chuckled, teasing, "What is the matter? Are you so mesmerized by your older sister's beauty that you've lost your voice?" With that, she removed her sunglasses and tossed her hair back in a fluid motion, exuding an air of undeniable charm. Her eyes swept over Lin Xichi. TSK, it's only been half a month, and you've become even more stunning. Truly, it's enough to incite envy. This was no exaggeration on Fu Chaoyan's part. Lin Xichi's genetic attributes had reached an impeccable state. Last month, she had checked in a bottle of elite genetic optimization serum, which allowed her to maintain perfection at all times, even after a night of revelry without skincare. Fu Chaoyan didn't dwell on that. Speaking of which, adorable one, I've been starving in the desert for half a month, and the moment I return, I come looking for you. You simply must prepare a delicious meal for me. Could Lin Xichi refuse? No, she could not. After all, the one pouting at her was a stunning beauty. The two entered the house, and Fu Chaoyan made herself at home, diving into the snacks as if she were in her own abode, showing not a hint of decorum befitting a celebrity. Given the early hour, Lin Xichi opted not to prepare anything too greasy, whipping up a simple seafood porridge, and after a moment's thought, she fried a few eggs as well. Soon, the kitchen was enveloped in an enticing aroma. As Fu Chaoyan took a bite of a fried egg, her eyes lit up. Adorable one, your culinary skills have improved again. This is absolutely delicious. Lin Xichi smiled with pride. Indeed, the system had bestowed upon her divine culinary abilities, allowing even a simple fried egg to surpass that of a 7-star chef effortlessly. Old 6. Yes, indeed, I am that omnipotent system. Lin Xichi savored a half bowl of porridge and another egg, while nearly all the rest vanished into Fu Chaoyan's stomach. After finishing her last spoonful of porridge, Fu Chaoyan rubbed her belly and, without a hint of shame, let out a hearty belch. Adorable one, I can hardly resist falling in love with you. Why not support me? I'm easy to maintain. Lin Xichi glanced at the empty pot and raised her hand dramatically. The household is impoverished. I cannot afford such luxuries. After the meal, Fu Chaoyan took the initiative to clear the dishes, and after clumsily washing them, she pulled Lin Xichi out the door. According to her, she felt as if she had turned to dust after a month in the desert and could hardly wait to unleash herself. Today, they were driving Lin Xichi's pink Ferrari, a duo of stunning beauties paired with a top-tier sports car, sure to turn heads along the way. They soon arrived at the International Financial Center. Lin Xichi parked right at the entrance. The security guard, having already noticed the luxury vehicle, rushed over. Though he was aware that those who drove such supercars possessed refined tastes, he still couldn't help but be momentarily dazzled by the sight of the two inside. Lin Xichi tossed him the keys and casually handed him some cash. Thank you for your trouble. With that, she and Fu Chaoyan strolled into the mall. Behind them, the security guard stared at their retreating figures, momentarily entranced, until another car arrived, at which point he happily pocketed the $1,000 bill and carefully unlocked the car, driving it toward the underground parking lot. The combination of two long-legged beauties instantly drew the attention of those around them. Fu Chaoyan had dressed rather conservatively today and even altered her style to avoid drawing attention. Thus, no one recognized her as they walked. Let us go check out Valentino. Alright. The two made their way to the Valentino boutique. Recently, Valentino had gained immense popularity due to a showcase held in Agani, skyrocketing their prominence. Upon entering the store, Fu Chaoyan became as animated as a child in a candy shop, her excitement palpable. The sales associates, having honed their instincts, recognized the two's aura and designer attire, quickly vying to showcase their products. I'll take this one, and this, and these as well, wrap them all up for me. Before long, 3 sales associates struggled to keep up, their arms laden with merchandise, following her closely, fearful that someone else might snatch an item away. While Lin Xichi was examining perfumes, Fu Chaoyan approached her, holding a cute pink miniskirt. Adorable one, try this on. Trust your sister's taste, you'll look utterly charming. Although Lin Xichi wasn't particularly fond of solid-colored clothing, she accepted it and headed for the fitting room. Just as she entered, the door of another fitting room swung open. The sales associate waiting outside was about to step forward when a loud voice cut in. Excuse me, what's the deal with these clothes? They're branded, but look so cheap and tacky. The voice was piercing and sharp. Fu Chaoyan adjusted her sunglasses and glanced over. To her shock, a rather overweight girl, possibly weighing around 200 pounds, emerged from the fitting room, her hair tied in 2 pigtails, adorned with shiny golden hairpins. She wore a pink miniskirt, but due to her size, the once cute outfit gave off a rather unfortunate Barbie vibe, making it difficult to look directly at her. The sales associates appeared visibly distressed, likely feeling as though their prized produce had been trampled. Fu Chaoyan moved a little further away, continuing her selection like one picking vegetables, choosing several pairs of logo signature ballet flats in different colors. Click. The fitting room door opened, revealing Lin Xichi, her long, slender legs on full display. The boutique erupted in gasps of admiration. Upon seeing her, the previously complaining wealthy girl turned a sickly shade of green. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Wah! This is so unfair. Lin Xichi, puzzled, asked, what just happened? Fu Chaoyan approached her and genuinely praised her beauty and figure. People used to call me a walking clothes hanger, but compared to you, you're the true top model. Under Fu Chaoyan's enthusiastic persuasion, Lin Xichi tried on several outfits, and everything she wore was promptly wrapped up by the sales associates to be sent to the Tiangong villa. For a moment, Lin Xichi felt as if she were being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Well, how should I put it? It actually feels rather nice. As they meandered, they encountered the earlier girl again at the entrance of a milk tea shop. She had been weeping, her makeup a complete disaster, resembling a scene from a catastrophe film. Beside her stood a man impeccably dressed in a suit, attending to her with several cups of milk tea, coaxing her gently. Upon seeing him, Lin Xichi couldn't help but curse her misfortune. Clearly, she had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today, only to encounter such an odious spectacle. Chapter 29. Teaching Scoundrels a Lesson, a Collective Responsibility. Little darling, strawberry ice cream, Fu Chaoyan remarked, oblivious to Lin Xichi's distress, as she offered her a freshly purchased strawberry ice cream. Thank you, Lin Xichi replied coolly, averting her gaze as she accepted the ice cream. Having always been sensitive to heat, she relished anything cold. This strawberry ice cream was unlike any she had tasted before. It was not only exquisitely crafted but also possessed a delicate and unique texture that lingered delightfully on her palate. With the first bite, a refreshing sensation enveloped her. Fu Chaoyan merely glanced at her before setting her sights on the next destination. Let us go to the next shop. Lin Xichi had no objections to her suggestion. Cradling the ice cream in one hand, she extended her petite tongue to savor it with delight as Fu Chaoyan led her into a store. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted, hello, welcome to Dior. At the mention of that name, Lin Xichi instinctively furrowed her brow. If she had to name a brand she loathed, Dior would undoubtedly take the top spot. Outside, Wang Ming, who was busy charming a wealthy lady, did not miss the entrance of Lin Xichi and her companion. Upon seeing them, he suddenly found the wealthy lady before him rather unappealing. His success in the affluent circles of Yun City was not solely due to his shamelessness or his ability to flatter. One significant reason was his knack for discerning potential. These two women exuded an ethereal grace, adorned with designer brands, and even their casual earrings were worth millions. He would wager that they were the wealthiest women he had ever encountered. If he could attach himself to them, he would surely wake up laughing in his dreams. Though he was focused on the lady before him, he was reluctant to forsake what he had already acquired, for even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. He quickly leaned in and planted a kiss on the girl's lips. Darling, I have to work now. Will you return home and get cleaned up for me? The girl, her cheeks flushed from embarrassment, shyly murmured something before departing. Wang Ming swiftly adjusted his attire, spritzed himself with cologne, and tousled his hair, ensuring he looked impeccable before striding into the store. Warning, warning, the repugnant scoundrel will arrive on the battlefield in 10 seconds. If the host requires it, I, old 6. Can generously sponsor an anti-nausea pill. Lin Xichi, no thank you. Gratitude is unspoken. I, old 6, have faith in you. Go for it. In that fleeting moment of banter with the old 6 system, a wave of cologne assaulted her senses, followed by a familiar voice at her ear. Hello, miss. I am the chief sales consultant at Dior. My surname is Wang. Perhaps I have the honor of introducing you to this exquisite bag? Lin Xichi regarded him with indifference. Clearly, he had not recognized her, and rightfully so. In her current state, she might not even be recognized by her own mother, much less by a scoundrel who had never regarded her with any attention. Old 6, do you think my parents wouldn't recognize me either? Soon they will come to Yun City with my aunt's family. Will I have to tell them I underwent plastic surgery? The host can rest assured, to prevent unnecessary troubles. The considerate old 6 has already input your current appearance into the minds of those who share an intimacy level exceeding 70. In their recollection, you have always been yourself. Old 6, you truly are the best. They stood quite close. Wang Ming, it must be said, possessed the qualifications to be a gigolo. While his looks could not be deemed extraordinary, they were certainly handsome enough. Otherwise, she would not have been so thoroughly captivated by his charm, leading to a significant lapse in her judgment. Today he donned a white suit and shirt, with 2 buttons undone, hinting at the slightest outline of his abs, exuding an irresistible allure. Unfortunately, Lin Xichi found him utterly repugnant. In Wang Ming's eyes, Lin Xichi was simply a wealthy woman enamored by him. He leaned in closer, even resting one hand against the display case behind her, from another angle resembling a wall slam. In the distance, several sales associates watched with disdain. Who did he think he was? Were it not for the backing of Mrs. Chun, he would not dare to command them. One associate's face flushed with anger. Just moments ago, he had been attending to Lin Xichi, yet Wang Ming's arrival had forced him to step aside. His audacity must have come from a cover of pure brass, after charming a wealthy lady into purchasing over 200,000 worth of items. He was now attempting to flirt with someone else. No donkey from a production team worked harder than he did. Witnessing this, Lin Xichi sneezed twice. Excuse me, but could you please step away? I am allergic to unclean things. She emphasized the term unclean with a biting intensity. Wang Ming's expression faltered momentarily, but he did step back a bit. With a warm smile, he replied, I sincerely apologize, miss. It seems I accidentally picked up some cat hair while rescuing a kitten downstairs, which may have triggered your allergy. Perhaps I should escort you to the hospital? Lin Xichi nearly burst into laughter. Had she not known that he despised cats, she might have believed his preposterous excuse. No need, just keep your distance. Little darling, what is the matter? Fu Zhaoyan, who had not witnessed the unfolding drama, called from a distance. Lin Xichi did not hesitate to relay the events. The more Fu Zhaoyan listened, the angrier she became, her fingers cracking audibly. All scoundrels deserve a miserable fate. I will take care of him. She made a slicing motion across her throat, clearly intent on confronting Wang Ming. Lin Xichi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and gratitude. She shot a cold glance at Wang Ming, now dressed and ready. You needn't intervene. He will reap the consequences of his actions. The power of loneliness is no jest. His life will soon take a turn more dramatic than any film. Though Fu Zhaoyan was unaware of the nuances of loneliness, she respected Lin Xichi's wishes. However, she believed in the collective responsibility of dealing with scoundrels. With a flourish, she produced a black card from her bag and pointed at Wang Ming. You, come here. Upon seeing the black card, Wang Ming's heart raced, his gaze toward Fu Zhaoyan akin to that of a man spotting a golden goose. With a wave of her alabaster hand, Fu Zhaoyan indicated nearly 100 items. I'll take this, and these. I'm gifting them, so please wrap them up. Certainly. I will arrange for them to be packaged immediately. No need. I want you to do it personally. Wang Ming hesitated. Wrapping up at least 100 items would certainly exhaust him. He glanced back at the black card, gritted his teeth, and replied, all right. I will pack them for you right away. Please hold on. 2 hours later, Wang Ming was on the brink of exhaustion, his vision fading. Miss, everything is packed. Fu Zhaoyan crossed her arms and casually surveyed the shopping bags overflowing across the entire checkout counter, remarking coolly, the wrapping is too ugly. I don't want it. What? Wang Ming nearly lost his balance, convinced he had misheard. Fu Zhaoyan raised an eyebrow and reiterated, I do not want it. Wang Ming comprehended her words this time. Are you deliberately toying with me? Before he could receive an answer, his body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Fu Zhaoyan arched her beautiful brow. TSK, how pathetic. Chapter 30, The Unfortunate Wang Ming. Wang Ming felt utterly unfortunate today. After laboriously wrapping gift boxes for 2 hours, he was dismayed to discover he had been played for a fool. Just after awakening in the hospital, he received a call from his company informing him that he need not come to work tomorrow. As he hurried back to the office, Laden with a multitude of health supplements prescribed by the doctor for kidney and liver care, he was inexplicably ambushed and beaten by a group of women. These women were those he had flirted with, having lured them into spending on his behalf. Somehow, these women had coincidentally gathered together today and discovered they had all been deceived by a sales clerk. United in their indignation, they stormed Dior. During the scuffle, the supplements he was holding scattered across the ground, and instantly, the gazes of those around him turned into expressions of profound disdain. To make matters worse, a female streamer was live broadcasting nearby. With her announcement, his reputation as a playboy, a Phoenix man, and a freeloading man became known across the internet. As if this humiliation wasn't enough, word spread like wildfire. In the Yuncheng Academy class group chat, classmates, big news, video link. OMG, who would have thought? 1, 2, 36, my heavens, a total of 7. Wang Ming truly is a model for our generation. That lady in the red dress is probably older than my grandmother. I never would have guessed. Wang Ming is a ninja turtle. No wonder he is doing better than us. I admire him. And that hefty woman, she must weigh about 200 pounds. Doesn't he fear being crushed? Such comments dripped with scorn. Wang Ming had previously boasted in the group about his success. Yet now, the reactions were merely derisive laughter. Wang Ming. My family runs a health supplement store. If you need more, feel free to reach out. Wang Ming, old classmate. If there's ever a chance to live off such a lifestyle, bring me along. Just thinking back to when I had a crush on him makes me want to vomit. Ugh. I can't believe I was classmates with such a person. How unlucky. As Wang Ming walked and read the group messages, he was infuriated to the point of nearly fainting. Who is orchestrating this against me? Once I find them, I will make them pay. Suddenly, a dozen tattooed individuals blocked his path. Wang Ming, is it? A fierce-looking bald man glared at him. Are you the one who has been stealing women from our boss? Wang Ming had no idea which woman they referred to. Shaking his head, he dared not admit it. You've got the wrong person. The bald man dismissed his words with a wave of his hand. Get him. In the alley, the sounds of anguished screams rang out. By the time someone found Wang Ming, lying stark naked in a garbage pile, it was already the next day. He had lost all his teeth, leaving only empty gums. His hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes were completely gone, leaving a grotesque visage that terrified every dog on the street. Lin Xichi was unaware of his plight. Had she known, she would have simply remarked, you brought this upon yourself. The two enjoyed a delightful day shopping in the mall before moving on to a nearby snack street. Although it was daytime, the snack street was still bustling with life. They indulged in shopping and feasting, reveling in the joy of the moment. Thank you, little darling. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Fu Chaoyan expressed her gratitude. With few friends, and a busy job, such moments of relaxation were rare for her. Lin Xichi was equally elated, having dealt with a scoundrel, avenging her past self. Of course, the greatest joys were indulging in delicious food and engaging in merry activities, both of which she accomplished today. Look, they have grilled gluten. Want some? Fu Chaoyan's eyes lit up. Yes, let us eat. Chapter 31, A Rescue. Just as Lin Xichi savored a mouthful of grilled gluten, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? The voice on the other end was exceedingly respectful. Miss, hello. I am your personal bodyguard, Lin Yi. The man's voice was youthful, deep, and resonant, prompting Fu Chaoyan to steal a few glances at her phone. Lin Xichi was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the sign-in reward from that morning. She had thought that the emphasis on 100 loyalty meant she would receive a robot. But it turned out to be a real person. Miss, we are currently at the International Center. Do you require my assistance to come and fetch you? After a lengthy morning of shopping, she and Fu Chaoyan had planned to return and rest. She arranged to meet Lin Yi at a designated location, then, amidst Fu Chaoyan's eager anticipation, ended the call. Hold on, Lin Xichi decisively interrupted her fantasy. My personal bodyguard, I'll introduce you shortly. As they continued their leisurely stroll, they soon approached the agreed-upon meeting spot. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby, and numerous people hastened in the same direction. What is going on? I heard from my son that a building up ahead is on fire. Which building is it? No one knows. It just suddenly ignited. Let us go see. What a calamity. May the Bodhisattva protect us. Please don't let anyone get hurt. Lin Xichi and Fu Chaoyan exchanged worried glances, a sense of urgency flashing across their faces as they sprinted forward. Without any buildings to obstruct their view, a thick cloud of smoke loomed ominously before everyone. The fire engulfed an old commercial building with over 50 stories, having completely consumed the 7th floor. At the entrance, people who had narrowly escaped poured out, while some, disregarding warnings, attempted to rush back inside. A man, overwhelmed with despair, cried out, "Let me in. My daughter is still upstairs. I must save her. Has anyone seen my darling? Has she come down?" Suddenly, a woman's heart-wrenching scream pierced through the crowd. Everyone turned in shock. Lin Xichi followed their gaze and was immediately struck with terror at the sight before her. On the 7th floor, less than 10 centimeters wide, stood 7 or 8 little girls in ballet costumes. Without any safety railing, they were perilously perched on the edge, risking a fall with the slightest misstep. Oh my heavens! What can we do? How long until the fire department arrives? The forest fire in Xishan has deployed the nearby fire brigade. They likely one team make it in time. Some girls, unable to contain their fear, began to weep in their boyfriend's arms. The scene was one of utter chaos. Just as Lin Xichi contemplated requesting special skills from her contact to rescue the children, footsteps approached from behind her. Mississippi Lin's deep voice resonated. He arrived with 3 others, all clad in black civilian attire, tall and robust, instilling a sense of security at first glance. Lin quickly introduced the others. Miss. These are Lin Air, Lin San, and Lin Si. Hello, Miss, the 3 greeted in unison. Miss, do you wish to ascend and rescue them? Lin discerned Lin Xichi's intentions. Rest assured, Miss, we shall proceed at once to save them. Lin Xichi expressed her concerns. Are you capable of doing so? Although you are the creme de la creme of the system's offerings, you are still mere mortals, and I dread the thought of any harm befalling you. Lin smiled confidently. Of course, at your behest, we would brave fire and water without hesitation. Fear not, Miss, we shall be unharmed. Lin Si, the youngest among them, offered a word of comfort from behind. Lin Xichi quickly resolved. Very well, please ensure your safety. The group hastily ascended the staircase, vanishing at the corridor's end. As the flames intensified, a gentle breeze carried dense smoke towards the children outside, prompting fits of coughs that left them trembling, a sight that instilled dread in onlookers. As time elapsed, anxiety grew among the crowd below, a tide of emotions sweeping through. Bold individuals, accompanied by parents, surged forward. Nearby residents spontaneously spread blankets on the ground below, though all understood that such meager cushioning would be futile. Look, someone's on the 9th floor. A voice cried out from the throng. Eyes turned towards the source, where amidst the billowing smoke, a shadowy figure materialized. Lin Xichi recognized him as Lin Yi. He leapt down, landing deftly on the air conditioning unit positioned between the 8th and 9th floors, which creaked ominously under the strain. Unbeknownst to the audience, he spoke soothingly to the little girls, who began to calm and inch closer to him. Unfortunately, despite their proximity, it was still insufficient. Lin cautiously positioned himself on the air conditioning unit, his body nearly suspended in midair, as he meticulously secured a safety rope around one of the girls. Above, Lin Air and Lin San began to pull the rope. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The first girl was successfully drawn through the 9th floor window, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd below. With their coordinated efforts, one by one, the little girls were pulled to safety. However, as the last girl was about to be rescued, calamity struck. The air conditioning unit began to creak alarmingly, swaying uncontrollably as Lin adjusted his stance. The girl, overwhelmed by fear, lost her footing and fell. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, hearts plummeting. A young man swiftly covered his girlfriend's eyes, unwilling to let her witness the tragic scene. In that moment, the 4th floor window flung open, and a dark figure darted out to catch the falling girl. Due to inertia, both the shadow and the girl disappeared from view. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally stood up, revealing the cloaked figure holding the girl tightly in their arms. As several individuals emerged from the corridor, the crowd erupted into fervent applause. Thank you, thank you. I truly appreciate it. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to my little bae. After entrusting the children to the fire brigade and police, Lin and his companions returned to stand behind Lin Xichi. Thank you for your hard work. Let us return. The firefighters are here now, and there is little more we can do. The 6 of them departed the scene discreetly. Chapter 32. Sign in Centurion Supreme Black Card. Not far away, 2 girls watched their retreating figures for quite some time before reluctantly retracting their phones. So, those 4 striking gentlemen are bodyguards. Wow, they are incredibly cool. Each one is tall and handsome. They've stolen my heart. I hereby declare a 3-second breakup with my boyfriend. Don't you think those girls look somewhat familiar? One girl leaned closer to the screen. Now that you mention it, they do seem a bit recognizable. Fu Chaoyan. They both gasped excitedly, covering their mouths in disbelief. Sister, we are going to go viral. I need to rush back and edit the video. On the way back, Lin adamantly refused to let Lin Xichi drive. Left with no choice, she obediently sat in the back seat with Fu Chaoyan. Upon arriving at Lin Xichi's residence, they encountered Min Jie, Fu Chaoyan's manager, who was there to collect her. Min Jie's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Xichi gorgeous. If she were to enter the entertainment industry, I guarantee she would be a sensation within a year. Chaoyan, who is this? Fu Chaoyan, oblivious to her manager's fervor, inquired. This is my best friend, the adorable Lin Xichi. Little she, This is my manager, Minjia. Lin Xichi politely nodded. Hello, Minjia. Hello. Miss Lin. Do you perhaps have any aspirations to enter the entertainment industry? Apologies, but I have no interest in that realm. Her words were sincere. She truly found little appeal in the entertainment world. With her wealth, she believed in savoring life rather than squandering precious time elsewhere. Besides, observing Fu Chaoyan's struggles to maintain her appearance in public was simply too cumbersome. Minjia felt a twinge of disappointment at her refusal. Just as she was about to persuade her further, Fu Chaoyan interjected, "We're running out of time. Let us go." She then turned to Lin Xichi with a playful pout. "Adorable. I'm going to be eating dirt for a month. When I return, you must prepare a delicious meal for me." Of course. As they prepared to leave, Minjia, undeterred, retrieved a business card from her bag and pressed it into Lin Xichi's hand. "Miss Lin, this is my card. If you ever reconsider, feel free to reach out." In her eyes, someone like Lin Xichi was destined for the entertainment industry. She firmly believed that one day, Lin Xichi would come to understand this. After bidding farewell to Fu Chaoyan, Lin San and Lin Si arrived in a taxi, accompanied by two others. 1. A gentleman in his 60s clad in a meticulously tailored suit, exuded an air of dignity, with a head of white hair and kind eyes that radiated a comfortable aura, reminiscent of a butler from a novel. The other was a young woman in her 20s, sporting a neat black bob. Despite her doll-like features, her expression was devoid of cuteness, instead presenting a cool demeanor that exuded a unique charm. "Greetings, Mississippi. I am your personal butler, Lin Fu." Lin Xichi couldn't help but sputter water in surprise. "I knew it. Hello, Fubo." She then turned to the cool girl standing beside Lin Yi and the others. "So you're Lin Wu?" The cool girl stepped back slightly from the group, introducing herself with a serious tone. "Miss, I am Lin Tian, and I will be responsible for your safety from now on." "All right, nice to meet you, Tian." That evening, Lin Xichi and Fu Chaoyan's video ascended to the top of the trending list. "Goodness, they are incredibly handsome. I envy this sister. Not only does she have the stunning Fu Jia as a friend, but also 4 tall and handsome bodyguards. This is what a wealthy heiress looks like in reality. Tears of envy streaming down my face. Rich lady, do you need someone to guard the gate? I can handle a whole crowd." Did only I notice the wealthy woman's long legs? Or was it the first time I encountered a woman whose beauty did not pale in comparison to that of Sister Fu? The stunning rich woman is indeed accompanied by equally beautiful friends. It seems that the wealthy woman's companions share her affluence. Sister Rich, how delightful. I must confess, I find myself unexpectedly charmed by this sweet dynamic. Strangely enough, the two standing together exude a hint of sweetness. I've even penned a brief synopsis: the alluring cold wolf versus the serene little white rabbit, complete with a curious onlooker's expression. Once I accepted this premise, my lips have hardly ceased from smiling. Where are my lips, you ask? Oh, it seems they have taken flight to the heavens. Lin Xichi stumbled upon this trending topic while luxuriating in a warm bath. She merely chuckled in passing. "Good morning, Lao 6. Good morning, Senior Hatsune. Good morning, Cici." Lin Xichi awoke naturally, stretching lazily before instructing Lao 6 to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. 1 Centurion Black card awarded. Lin Xichi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly the Centurion Black card I am imagining? People only know that the Black card is impressive, yet few comprehend the extent of its prowess. Internationally, only the Centurion Black card, dubbed the King of Cards by American Express, is regarded as a true black card. To possess such a card, one must have assets starting from 9 figures, for a mere tens of millions are insignificant in its presence. The card's activation fee alone amounts to several $100,000, and annually it incurs fees exceeding $1 million, alongside a minimum spending requirement. Failure to meet this threshold results in the card being revoked. Those who hold such a card are invariably elite figures across various fields, including royal family members, business magnates, billionaires, and political influencers. Thus, this card serves as a symbol of status and identity. Possessing it guarantees the highest level of service wherever one may be, enabling the fulfillment of desires and whims. The Centurion Black Card's mission is to provide unparalleled service, regardless of location. Every request from the cardholder receives prompt attention and assistance. There was once a cardholder whose daughter fell ill, preventing her from attending a concert by her idol. To help her fulfill her wish, the dedicated lifestyle consultant associated with the Centurion Black Card managed to contact the band's agency, arranging for the lead singer to visit the young fan before the performance. Such is the extent of its financial influence. Before Lin Xichi could fully revel in her excitement, a black card materialized beside her on the bed. Intrigued, she picked it up and toyed with it. Is this truly the legendary black card? Its tactile quality is unparalleled compared to any other black card. The Centurion Black Card is coveted not only for its numerous advantages, but primarily for its rarity. The principle of scarcity applies here. Unlike other black cards that can be applied for at a bank, the Centurion black card cannot be personally requested. It can only be issued through a bank invitation or a recommendation from an existing cardholder. This stringent criterion is unattainable for many high-ranking dignitaries and business tycoons, underscoring the card's immense power. The standard Centurion black card is impressive, yet the Supreme black card she possesses is even more extraordinary. There are only 10 Supreme black cards globally, with known holders including 3 members of the American Express family and executives, 1 queen from a foreign nation, and 1 billionaire from Dubai. Lin Xichi is confident that she is likely the sole individual in the country to possess such a card. Chapter 33, The Auction. After a brief moment of exhilaration, she casually slipped the card into her bag and descended the stairs after freshening up. "Good morning, Mississippi breakfast is ready for you, Mr. Fu greeted her with utmost courtesy. The spread was lavish. The dining table was adorned with an array of pastries, breads, soup dumplings, and fried eggs, each dish tantalizingly appetizing. Mr. Fu stood behind her, pouring fresh milk. "Miss, this milk has just been air-freighted from abroad. A glass is beneficial for your health." "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Lin Xichi took a sip, and indeed, it was as exceptional as promised, the purity and flavor far surpassing that of supermarket varieties. "You needn't fuss over me, please. Sit and enjoy your meal as well." She glanced around. Have Tian and the others had breakfast? If not, they should join me. There's far too much for me alone to consume. I've already dined, miss, so no need for concern. I've also prepared meals for the others. After breakfast, she strolled through the backyard. Tian, accompany me out shortly. Today marked the charity auction at Minghua Tower, and she had promised Luo Xueqian to attend. Preferring a more intimate outing, she only invited Lin Tian. Minghua Tower is situated in the most bustling part of Yunqing, surrounded by resplendent skyscrapers. Due to the charity auction, an array of luxury cars congregated, creating a lively scene. "Miss, we have arrived." Lin Tian parked the car at the roadside and graciously opened the door for her. Today, Lin Xichi donned a modified green qipao, her softly curled long hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, adorned solely with a pearl hairpin for embellishment, exuding elegance with a touch of aloofness. "Miss Lin, welcome." As the host, Luo Xueqian proactively approached the entrance to greet guests, her attention drawn solely to Lin Xichi from afar. She resembled a luminous pearl in the night, radiantly glowing. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Xueqian instructed a servant to escort Lin Xichi into Minghua Tower. "Miss Lin, this is your seat." "Thank you." The tower featured 2 levels. The first floor housed the main hall with numerous tables, while the second floor comprised private rooms offering a panoramic view of the hall. On stage, a troupe entertained the audience with traditional performances. Lin Xichi chose a seat neither too close nor too far, her table accommodating too, with the other guest yet to arrive. Just as she immersed herself in the performance, the chair at the adjacent table creaked as a man settled in. The man sported slick back hair and had a decent appearance. Since taking his seat, his gaze had not strayed from Lin Xichi. She felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, frowning slightly as she shifted over. Undeterred, the man leaned closer, champagne in hand. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you for a drink?" Though phrased as a question, his demeanor exuded an air of superiority, as if granting Lin Xichi the privilege of his company. Lin Xichi coldly refused. Not possible. Her disinterest was evident, yet the man remained oblivious, inadvertently revealing a black card. Just as he prepared to boast, a familiar voice interrupted. "Boss." It was Su Huijing who, ever since she helped him win a bet, had sincerely regarded Lin Xichi as his superior. The man disregarded Su Huijing's address, his gaze flitting between the two. "So this beautiful lady is young Master Su's friend." Su Huijing did not return his gaze kindly. "This is my seat. Please vacate it." "Thank you." The man could no longer contain his displeasure, his expression darkening. "Su Huijing, don't think that just because you are the heir of the Su family, you possess any leverage. To me, you are still insignificant. I would advise you not to be overly arrogant in my presence. Otherwise, the chime of the bell will signal the imminent commencement of the auction." The man cast another confident glance at Lin Xichi, declaring, "Beautiful lady, let us meet again after the auction." He was accustomed to such women, who initially ignored him but would inevitably seek him out for a drink upon witnessing his affluence. He was certain that this woman would be no exception. Having said that, he returned to his position, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. Su Huijing shifted forward slightly, shielding Lin Xichi from that bothersome stare. "Boss, did Peng Xiaodian do anything inappropriate to you?" "I'm fine," Lin Xichi replied. Su Huijing let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." The stage began to showcase the first auction item, an antique of considerable significance, which failed to pique Lin Xichi's interest. She casually inquired, "What is Peng Xiaotian's background?" Although Su Huijing possessed a gentle demeanor, he was not one to be easily trifled with. The earlier remarks from Peng Xiaotian had gone unchallenged for a reason, and Lin Xichi was keen to learn more. Su Huijing willingly divulged, Peng Xiaotian is a frivolous playboy, lacking substance, yet his fourth uncle holds significant influence in Yunqing. Most people grant him a measure of respect due to his uncle's status. The Peng family has a long-standing legacy in the antique business. With a shop on the antique street in Kyoto, their assets amounting to at least several billion. Lin Xichi appeared puzzled. Is several billion a considerable sum? From what I know, the Su family's assets are in the tens of billions. Why does Su Huijing still concede to him? Su Huijing continued. The reason for Peng Xiaotian's arrogance lies in the fact that his fourth uncle possesses a Centurion black card. Lin Xichi nearly spat out her champagne, her expression one of incredulity. Is that the sole reason? A mere Centurion black card wields such power? Ah, my dear. You may not grasp the situation. It is not the card itself that instills fear, but rather the Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce behind its holders. Lin Xichi's interest peaked. The Blue Sky Chamber of Commerce? Also known as the Affluent Business Association of Provinces. The members of this chamber are billionaires from various industries. Their connections intricate and formidable, making it unwise for ordinary people to offend them. The Peng family gained entry into this elite circle due to their possession of a Centurion black card, which significantly elevated their status. Lin Xichi began to understand. This echoed the age-old adage. A single chopstick can be easily broken, but a bundle of chopsticks remains unyielding. One can afford to offend an individual, but dare not provoke a collective, especially when each member wields considerable power. Nevertheless, such matters held little relevance for her. Chapter 34, 2 Black Cards. The bidding for item number 5 commenced. Lin Xichi casually picked up a booklet from the table and flipped through it. Item number 5 was a chessboard, rumored to have been bestowed upon the chess sage, Lin Xichi, by a celestial being, with pieces that remain warm in winter and cool in summer, making it exceedingly precious. Upon hearing about item number 5, Su Huijing straightened his posture. Lin Xichi, intrigued, asked, "Are you interested?" "My grandfather is fond of it. I came here specifically for this," Su Huijing explained. The bidding escalated quickly, reaching 7 million in no time. Su Huijing raised his paddle, calling out, 10 million. As soon as he finished, Peng Xiaotian's voice interjected, 11 million. Following his bid, he shot Su Huijing a provocative glance, making it clear he was deliberately seeking confrontation. Su Huijing remained unfazed and continued to bid, 15 million. 16 million, Peng Xiaotian countered. As the two engaged in a back and forth of bidding increments of 1 million, the other participants gradually withdrew. It was evident that Peng Xiaotian was intentionally trying to make things difficult for Su Huijing, adding 1 million to every bid he made. The Su family was not financially strained. Su Huijing's racing club and personal savings alone amounted to several billion. Without acknowledging Peng Xiaotian, he raised his paddle again, calling, 100 million. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. While all present were affluent individuals, a single bid of 100 million was indeed unprecedented. Peng Xiaotian's face darkened. Truth be told, he had no genuine interest in the chessboard. He was merely trying to attract the attention of the beautiful woman beside Su Huijing. Though he relied on his fourth uncle's backing for his bravado, he actually possessed only a few 100,000. Peng Xiaotian, what if you lose? As he scowled, his female companion fanned the flames. Silence, he snapped, his face darkening further. The chessboard was successfully acquired by Su Huijing. After a 30-minute intermission, he went to settle the payment and returned with the chessboard in hand. Lin Xichi picked up a chess piece and remarked, "This piece is truly beautiful." To Peng Xiaotian, this scene confirmed his belief that Lin Xichi was indeed a materialistic woman, enamored with a mere chess piece. He raised an eyebrow and pulled out a black card from his pocket, slapping it onto the table with a hint of condescension. "You women are so superficial. What's a mere billion? Do you know how many billions I have in this card?" "Wow, Peng Xiaotian, you're incredible," exclaimed his female companion, her eyes shining with admiration. "Isn't this the legendary black card? It's stunning. One card could buy half a street. How could it not be impressive? Unfortunately, some people just don't recognize its worth. They lack the fortune to use it." "Peng Xiaotian, may I hold it?" Their exaggerated display attracted the attention of many onlookers. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. The servant pouring wine was distracted by the black card, causing wine to spill over, landing directly on a woman's dress. She shrieked and furiously shoved the servant, who stumbled and inadvertently knocked Lin Xichi's bag to the floor. "Do you have any idea how expensive this dress is? You couldn't even cover the cost by selling yourself." The servant kept apologizing while hurriedly gathering the scattered items from Lin Xichi's bag and handing them back to her. "I'm so sorry, miss. Truly sorry." Lin Xichi, unfazed, replied, "It's fine." Just as she reached for her bag, someone intercepted it. Su Huijing was incensed. "Peng Xiaotian, what are you doing? How could he be so inconsiderate as to rummage through a woman's bag? Indeed, does he not understand that a woman's bag should not be tampered with?" Peng Xiaotian, holding the bag, dumped its contents onto the table with a flourish. Besides everyday items, there was also a black card. As Peng Xiaotian reached for the black card, Lin Xichi calmly commanded, "Put my belongings back." Peng Xiaotian scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. "Your belongings? Look closely. This is a Centurion black card, the only one of its kind in Yunqing. How dare you claim it as yours? Indeed, what a grand display of hubris. You should be more subtle in your deceit," his female companion chimed in, her tone dripping with disdain. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and her expression changed dramatically. "Peeping, your card seems to be with me." In her hand, she clutched a black card identical to the one in Peng Xiaotian's possession. 2 black cards. The air grew thick with tension. My heavens, the card truly belonged to her. Where did this heiress come from? Casually tossing her black card into her bag. No. If I am not mistaken, her card seems to be the legendary Supreme Black Gold card. I hadn't noticed it until now. It appears to be adorned with an additional golden thread compared to the ordinary black card. The Peng family is doomed. They have offended the owner of the Supreme Black Gold card. This is what they call the cycle of karma. Heaven spares no one. Peng Xiaotian felt the card in his hand burn like a searing stone. If his fourth uncle were to discover the trouble he had brought upon himself, he would undoubtedly put him to death. He hurriedly tidied up the items on the table and tremblingly handed the bag to Lin Xichi, saying, "Beauty, oh no, ancestor. I was blind to fail to recognize your stature. It was my foolish tongue and my lack of vision. Please do not hold it against me." Lin Xichi did not accept the bag but instead crossed her arms and regarded him with a cool expression. Peng Xiaotian was even more flustered now. This is it. He had thoroughly offended her. Remembering the Peng family's motto of adaptability, he steeled himself and began to slap his own face repeatedly. The sound echoed throughout the hall like firecrackers during the new year, loud enough for everyone present to hear. It was my foolish tongue, my lack of discernment, my ignorance. To show off my trivial skills in front of you, Mississippi. I implore you to be magnanimous and let me and the Peng family off the hook. Lin Xichi was taken aback by his sudden apology. However, did she possess some kind of innate skill for humiliating men? Every time a man approached her, they ended up fleeing in disgrace. Once outside the hall, her companion looked at Peng Xiaotian's swollen face in bewilderment. "Young master, she merely took a black card. Is it really necessary for you to be this afraid of her?" Although she had not seen much of the world, she had been with Peng Xiaotian for several months. He was known for his arrogance, typically overpowering anyone regardless of their status. Yet today, he seemed terrified of a woman to such an extent. "Shut up," Peng Xiaotian snapped, his lips twitching in pain. "What do you know? She is the one holding the Supreme Black card. Eliminating me and the Peng family would be as simple as squashing an ant. If I hadn't acted quickly today to appease her, our family might vanish from Yin City by tomorrow." The auction soon concluded, and Lin Xichi symbolically spent 7 million on a ruby hairpin. "Boss, Wang Ba and the others are at the South Lake racecourse, and they've been clamoring for me to bring you along." "The racecourse?" Lin Xichi's interest was piqued. "Let us go together." Mississippi. Upon seeing her emerge, the originally cool Lin Tiantian approached her. Su Huijing curiously asked, "Boss, who is this?" "My personal bodyguard, Tiantian." "Wow," Su Huijing exclaimed. "The boss truly is a heiress. Even her bodyguard is such a cool girl." The trio got into the car and headed straight for the South Lake racecourse, the largest in Yun City, located in the suburbs. Once they arrived, Lin Tiantian and Su Huijing hurriedly rushed to open the car door for her. Faced with Lin Tiantian's piercing gaze, Su Huijing slowly withdrew his hand from the door handle, awkwardly rubbing his nose and standing aside. In front of Lin Xichi, Lin Tiantian instantly transformed her demeanor, gently shielding her head with her hand. "Miss, we've arrived." Chapter 35, South Lake Racecourse. Inside the racecourse, Wang Ba and his companions were engaged in horse racing. One must admit that while they were a motley bunch, they were not lacking in physical appeal, as is often the case with wealthy offspring. Each stood over 6 feet tall, exuding distinct charisma. In terms of sheer looks, Su Huijing, standing beside her, was undoubtedly the most striking, easily scoring a 9 out of 10. The others were not far behind either. Zhou Yuhang possessed a youthful visage, embodying the type that older girls find adorable. Wang Ba, with his green hair and muscular build, resembled a wild stallion, brimming with untamed spirit and fiery temperament. Their skills were evidently commendable, eliciting flushed cheeks and excited squeals from the surrounding girls. "Xiao, they're coming over. Hurry and bring water." The girl named Xiao was attractive, her appearance carefully curated, fitting the mold of a cute girl. She clutched the bottle of water tightly, visibly nervous. "Jejia, maybe we should just forget it." As they conversed, the group of boys rode their horses closer. "Xiao, look, he is coming towards us. He must have noticed you." "Really?" Xiao's face flushed as she dared not look directly at him, her heart racing at the thought that her crush had acknowledged her. As he drew nearer, She felt her composure falter and took an awkward step forward. Hello. Before she could finish her sentence, the man breezed past her. Instinctively, she turned to look back, only to see her beloved boy stopping before another girl. While Wang Ba jogged, wiping sweat from his brow, revealing his sculpted abs, he exclaimed, "Boss, you've arrived. Did you see me riding? Wasn't he super handsome?" He quickly reached Lin Xichi's side, resembling a puppy seeking praise. "Third brother, you shameless brat, clearly. I am the most handsome, right boss?" Zhou Yuhang and the others joined in, playfully bantering. Witnessing this scene, the girl next to Xiao was overtaken by jealousy and feigned indignation. What a joke, wearing a cheap how to the racecourse. Clearly, she's just a scheming green tea bitch. Xiao, don't be disheartened. You come from a good family and are far prettier than her, 100 times more excellent. Xiao bit her lower lip, tears welling in her eyes as she glared at Lin Xichi, who was surrounded by admirers, before turning away in distress. Wang Ba, oblivious to the animosity he had inadvertently stirred against Lin Xichi, continued to urge her, "Boss, now that you're here, why not join in the fun?" Lin Xichi indeed felt tempted to try. Having watched people ride horses in dramas, she had always felt a thrilling rush. However, she hesitated. "I'm not very skilled." That was the truth. She had never ridden a horse before. The reason she didn't claim to be completely inept was that she had frequently ridden bulls as a child. The two activities were somewhat similar, perhaps. No worries. Even if your skills are poor, they're still better than Jinggu's. At this, Wang Ba became exceptionally animated, leaning close to Lin Xichi to share a secret. "Boss, I'll let you in on a little secret. Jingu only dares to ride on romantic tandem horses." Uft. Zhou Yuhang and the others couldn't help but laugh at the bizarre image that conjured in their minds. Su Huijing interjected, "Firstly, I haven't provoked any of you." Lin Xichi felt somewhat encouraged. "All right, Tian has prepared some other clothes for me in the car." After changing, the group headed to the stables to select a horse for Lin Xichi. Among the many horses, Lin Xichi immediately set her sights on a magnificent white stallion, its coat gleaming like freshly fallen snow, without a single blemish. Wang Ba, a regular at the racecourse, recognized the horse immediately. "Boss, your taste is impeccable. This is the pride of South Lake Racecourse, a purebred Arabian horse. Its name is Cici, which sounds similar to one of your names." Lin Xichi increasingly found herself enchanted by the horse. "May I have it?" she inquired. "No," came the immediate response from an approaching girl at the entrance. It was Rin Siyuan, accompanied by her loyal follower. As they drew closer, Rin Siyuan reiterated her earlier proclamation. "This horse is not for rent today. You should choose another." Upon hearing her words, both Su Huijing and Lin Xichi furrowed their brows in unison. What did she mean by saying the horse was not for rent today? The implication was rather intriguing. While others might have overlooked it, Lin Xichi astutely sensed the animosity directed at her by the girl. She scrutinized Rin Siyuan closely, and a fleeting image flashed through her mind. In that instant, she felt she had uncovered the truth. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. She truly was a victim of circumstances beyond her control. Wang Ba, known for his fiery temper, scoffed dismissively. "Who do you think you are? Just because you say it's not for rent, it isn't? We absolutely must have Cici today." Rin Siyuan's face paled at the harsh rebuke from the boy she admired. "This equestrian center belongs to the Siyuan family. If I say it's not for rent, then it is not." Li Jiejia, with a smug expression, looked on with delight. Su Huijing recognized Rin Siyuan. "Third miss, she is the second daughter of the Rin family." Wang Ba was unfazed. "So what if she is the second daughter? I'll go speak to their manager about this." "Wait," Rin Siyuan interjected suddenly. She turned to Lin Xichi and proposed, "Let us compete in a match. If you win, I'll give you Cici. If you lose, you shall not associate with them anymore. Do you dare to compete?" The rest of Wang Ba's group exchanged puzzled glances. What kind of wager was that? While boys often bet for pride, what did it mean for her to prevent Lin Xichi from mingling with them? Was it a subtle insinuation that they were unworthy? Li Jiejia fanned the flames of rivalry. "Siyuan, you really overestimate her. You are an equestrian champion. She probably wouldn't even dare to mount a horse." Equestrianism has long been regarded as a pursuit for the affluent, and she doubted this woman could ride. If she accidentally fell off, it would surely be amusing. As a top-tier heiress endowed with the unparalleled Supreme Handsome system, how could the host be looked down upon? Mission issued. Accept the challenge. With a reward of 50 million Huya coins. Note, tenfold cashback is available. Refusing the competition will grant the host the title of top-level Old 7. That is the name I chose for my future daughter. You are fortunate to inherit it. Lin Xichi mused. "Thank you, but you truly live up to your reputation as Old 6. I regard you as my system, yet you wish to be my father? If I choose to forego the mission, may I select another title? Perhaps Supreme Old 5? Old 5 is my father. Then what about Old 4? Old 4 is my grandfather." "Oh, mission issued. The host must practice equestrian skills for 5 minutes, with the reward of divine equestrian abilities. It appears you are indeed invaluable, Old 6. Despite having witnessed Old Six's boundless capabilities, Lin Xichi could not help but express her admiration. She turned to Lin Xichi. I accept your challenge. The two quickly led their horses out of the equestrian center. Boss, riding is actually quite simple. You just need to master the basic techniques. One of her companions reassured. No worries, boss. If you truly like this horse, I'll buy it for you. Just don't fall off. Ziyuan, you are bound to win. That green TBTCH is no match for you, Li Xichi remarked, filled with envy. Why was it that another woman could captivate the attention of several handsome boys? Lin Xichi, brimming with confidence, had grown up in the equestrian center, and riding was her proudest skill. The competition commenced swiftly. The rules dictated a back-and-forth race of 2 kilometers. The first to reach the finish line would be declared the victor. Tension was palpable as the whistle blew, and Lin Xichi galloped forward on her chestnut horse. Lin Xichi hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before charging ahead. With her divine equestrian skills activated, Lin Xichi felt liberated, galloping swiftly and steadily, effortlessly surpassing Lin Xichi. In less than a minute and a half, she crossed the finish line, breathless yet unfazed. Nearby, Wang Ba and his companions were left utterly astonished. Was this what they called poor equestrian skills? The boss truly was exceptional, mastering everything effortlessly. It became evident that one should never underestimate a woman's abilities. This was a striking display of superiority. Lin Xichi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. How enviable it was to win a magnificent Arabian horse without uttering a single word. Chapter 36. Your order of 1,000 servings of tofu pudding has been delivered. Lin Xichi soon arrived, and the outcome was unmistakable. Her pride in her equestrian prowess had crumbled. Tears welled in her eyes as she admitted, "You won. CC is yours." Just then, an unforeseen incident occurred. Perhaps the shock was too great. As she dismounted, she misstepped, nearly tumbling from her horse. The startled horse reared up on its hind legs. The events unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. Lin Xichi, quick-witted, shoved Wang Ba aside to intervene. Oh my! Wang Ba barely had time to process the situation before a heavy weight collided with his back, nearly causing him to choke on his breath. Wang Ba, are you all right? Lin Xichi exclaimed in confusion, before bursting into tears. Beneath her, Wang Ba's voice was tinged with resignation. If you don't get up soon, I can't guarantee I'll be fine. Oh, Lin Xichi blushed, hastily helping him up. Once upright, Wang Ba looked at Lin Xichi with a pitiable expression. Resembling a forsaken puppy, Lin Xichi stifled a laugh and addressed Lin Xichi. Miss Ren, Wang Ba was injured while trying to save you. It would be kind of you to take him to the hospital. Of course, she agreed eagerly. Wang Ba, however, vehemently protested. I'm fine. I'm a man. Such minor injuries are nothing. Back in my day. Let me go. I don't want to go to the hospital. Boss, Jingge, help. While he rambled on, Lin Xichi firmly grasped him and dragged him towards the exit of the equestrian center. Once they were out of earshot, Zhou Yuhang and the others approached. Boss, you truly are my idol. Xichi, your reputation is well-deserved. Your driving skills are top-notch, and your equestrian talents are unmatched. You're both beautiful and wealthy. If I weren't a man, I would surely fall for you. A moment of silence ensued as everyone took a step back, their expressions revealing their disbelief. After spending an afternoon at the equestrian center, Lin Xichi found the manager to express her concern that Cici might not enjoy her home garden. She handed over a sum of money to ensure Cici could remain at the center temporarily. As the group dispersed, each returned to their respective homes. Miss, you're back? Did you have fun today? Fu Bo awaited her at the entrance. I had a wonderful time. Upon returning to her room, Lin Xichi discovered her bedding had been changed, and the space was spotless. Even her previously disordered closet had been meticulously organized. Thank you, Fu Bo. This must be the true essence of an all-capable butler. Fu Bo smiled warmly. It is my duty. Good night, Mississippi. Good night, Fu Bo. After a shower, Lin Xichi sank into her soft bed. Old 6. Where is my reward from this afternoon? Previously, her rewards had been instantaneous, yet now, hours had passed without a notification sound. Could it be that this old slacker has skipped work to indulge in leisure? Please download the Huya app, dear host. Although the mechanical voice remained unchanged, Lin Xichi inexplicably sensed a hint of frustration akin to wanting to bang her head against the wall. The app was swiftly downloaded, and Lin Xichi registered an account using her phone number. 50 million Huya coins have been distributed. Please check, dear host. Bored and aimlessly wandering through the live streams, Lin Xichi found herself amidst the peak hours of broadcasting, where each room buzzed with activity. Suddenly, she paused, her attention drawn to a female streamer with the ID Shakalaka. Lin Xichi recognized her immediately. She was the very streamer who had clamored to go live outside Dior when Lin Xichi had approached Wang Ming for money. Had it not been for her, that day might not have unfolded so smoothly. She clicked into the live stream. Welcome, little fairy, to the live room. As a newly registered account, she had nothing to her name, yet the streamer warmly welcomed her. Full of joy and obliviousness, the fans in the chat, however, were rife with concern. What do we do? The opposing side has already amassed 5,000 popularity points. In 7 minutes, Yu is going to lose. That opposing streamer is utterly vile. Last time, I witnessed her make a food streamer sob after forcing her to eat 5 portions of snail noodles in 20 minutes. What the hell, that's ruthless. In this day and age, who doesn't know that so-called food streamers are all staged? Yet, this streamer had the audacity to make her eat noodles live, showing no mercy whatsoever. This is outrageous. The opposing live room is already discussing punishments for Yu if they win. There's no choice. Their live room has a big shot. One who spends 70 to 80,000 a month. It's all right. If they lose, they lose. What matters most is making the fans happy. Opposing streamer, you better lose. Our dear President Bai said that if you lose, you'll have to eat tofu pudding while connecting with Uncle Lowly for 20 minutes. Upon hearing that name, Yu's expression visibly darkened. Uncle Lowly, a peculiar figure on the platform, was a scruffy, muscular man who bizarrely enjoyed wearing JK outfits and speaking in a high-pitched voice. As if that wasn't grotesque enough. Uncle Lowly's specialty was performing live consumption of various live creatures. For instance, he would eat caterpillars, live pupae, quail, and even an entire octopus, with its head submerged while its 8 legs writhed outside. It was said that once, he made a female streamer vomit on the spot. And now, the opposing streamer had the gall to demand that she eat tofu pudding while connecting with him. Truly despicable. This woman is no saint. This woman is malicious. Filled with ill intentions. My heart aches for Yu for 3 seconds. The punishment for the PK was determined by the winner, leaving Yu no room for protest. Both sides ordered a takeout of tofu pudding. The PK continued. In just 3 minutes, the opposing live room had already taken a lead of 5,000 in firepower. The top supporter in the opposing room seemed to be intentionally humiliating them, continuously sending roses worth $1. With time ticking away, the opposing side maintained their significant advantage. Lin Xichi casually tapped to send a carnival gift. The carnival was Huya's most expensive gift, valued at 140 coins, equivalent to 314 renminbi. Such gifts only appeared in the live streams of top-tier million-dollar streamers and were rarely seen, even once a month. Suddenly, the once empty live room burst into life, as a luxurious amusement park adorned with fireworks and special effects filled the entire screen. Little Fairy has gifted the streamer a carnival. Little Fairy has gifted the streamer a carnival. Little Fairy has gifted the streamer a carnival. 3 consecutive notifications appeared on every viewer's phone screen. Yu's mouth dropped open in awe, expressing gratitude to the benefactor for the carnival. Love you, my darling. Congratulations, host, for using 140 Huya coins. You are currently receiving a 10-fold cashback. The 10-fold cashback has been credited. Please check, dear host. The speed was astonishing. It could rival the delivery speed of 11. She continued to send gifts. Little Fairy has gifted the streamer a carnival 2. Little Fairy has gifted the streamer a carnival 3. Little Fairy has gifted the streamer a carnival 21. The live room fell silent for 3 seconds. Aw, screaming at the top of her lungs. I'm numb. Screaming, twisting, crawling in darkness, crawling, wriggling, darkly squirming, rolling, intensely crawling, twisting, convulsing, howling, wriggling, eerie low growling, crawling, splitting, crawling ashore, wriggling, convulsing, wriggling, twisting in movement, attacking indiscriminately. Big shot, please accept my knee. It turns out there is truly light in this world. After showering down over 50 carnivals, Yu's live room firepower surged past the opposing side. Lin Xichi gave no chance to the competition and sent another 101 gifts. The opposing side was completely extinguished. Just came over from the opposing side. I'm dying of laughter. The top supporter on their side fled with a train ticket last night. Opposing streamer, don't be afraid, quickly connect. The female streamer chuckled. Connecting is no problem. After all, to each their own, but I can't eat the tofu pudding anymore. My delivery rider had an accident on the road and spilled the takeout. She feigned regret, saying, I love tofu pudding so much. What a pity. Speechless. Just admit you can't take the loss and stop with the excuses. Does she think we're fools who will believe her nonsense? Yu felt a twinge of anger, but from behind the screen, she could do nothing but let her continue her charade. Ding dong. The doorbell rang in the opposing live room. An assistant went to open the door. Moments later, a young man's voice echoed. Hello. Here are the 1,000 servings of tofu pudding ordered by the magical fairy queen. Please give a 5-star review. The female streamer's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Haha, this is too brilliant. I'm bowing down to her. Using magic to defeat the green tea. How impressive. So satisfying, so refreshing. Boss is amazing. Boss is amazing. Lin Xichi chuckled and sent a rain of red envelopes worth 500,000 Huya coins. What the heck? I actually received 9,000. The queen is incredible. Long live the queen. 9,000? That's nothing. I got 60,000 and have already thrown my resignation letter in my boss's face. Just to add, big shot. You're amazing. Just as Yu was about to connect with her to ask what talent performance she wanted to see, she found that the person had already left. As soon as she exited the live room, she received a message on WeChat. Nanxing, Sister Cici, the summer finals are on the 9th of next month. Can you come to watch us live? You guys made it to the finals? How nice. Little fairy. Sure, I'll definitely be there to cheer for you. Get some rest and stay in shape. Good night. Nanxing, good night, Sister Cici. At that moment, Nanxing's live room was bustling with excitement. TSK. Who is little Nanxing chatting with? I sense a hint of romantic tension. Ever since that little fairy visited last time, this kid has been acting differently. New machine, fresh out of the box. This kid has a crush. A new day has dawned. May I inquire if the host wishes to check in? Lin Xichi, like a fish turning over, replied. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. You have received a bottle of Supreme Gene Repair Liquid, sufficient for 20 uses. Lin Xichi mused. In this era, everything is indeed a competition. While others are scrimping and saving, providing mere bottles, here it has transformed into a whole jug. Old 6, don't you worry about other hosts bundling you up? Get used to it. Being too charming invites envy. Lin Xichi remarked. No wonder it hasn't rained in Cloud City today. It appears I have become speechless. Chapter 37, Supreme Gene Repair Liquid. Lin Xichi pondered a question. Old 6, what distinguishes this Supreme Gene Repair Liquid from the Supreme Gene Optimization Liquid I have used previously? The gene optimization liquid she had used before fundamentally enhanced her genetic makeup to its most perfect state. The Supreme Gene Repair Liquid can restore various bodily functions, allowing the user to improve daily and live a healthy life well into their centenary. Lin Xichi's body stiffened. This is excellent. Her parents had toiled in the fields from a young age, never resting throughout the seasons. Although they had not suffered from serious illnesses, they were plagued by numerous minor ailments, often complaining of discomfort here and there. It can only be said that Old 6 truly knows her inside out. But will the rapid effectiveness raise suspicions? The host can rest assured. Gene repair is not an instantaneous process. It requires time to gradually effect repairs, with the specific duration dependent on the user's physical condition. For those already in good health, the gene repair liquid serves more as a health supplement, enabling them to maintain their vitality. For those with slightly poorer health, it acts as a long-term remedy, albeit with gradual results. One more point to mention. The degree of repair is also age-dependent. The younger the individual, the better the results. Those under 30 can achieve a 80 repair, while individuals aged 40 to 50 can only reach 70, and this trend continues. Those over 80 can only achieve a 40 repair. Lin Xichi nodded, indicating her understanding. This, however, had no bearing on her. Her grandparents had passed away early, and her grandmother had left this world 3 years prior. Now, her only remaining family consisted of her parents and her aunt's family of 3. As for others, they had long become strangers over the years. Good morning, Mississippi. Tian stood up to greet her, holding a cup of milk. Tian, tidy up. We will head back to Shichiao County shortly. Tian complied with her command without hesitation. Understood. Mississippi. Initially, she had planned to wait for her cousin to bring her aunt to Cloud City for medical treatment and then have her parents accompany them. But now, she was eager to return home. The journey from Cloud City to Shichiao County took less than 3 hours. On this trip home, she brought only Tian with her. Before departing, she had organized a significant shopping spree with Lin Yi and others. Aside from jade bracelets purchased for Li Fun and Lin Mei, she had not bought any high-end luxury items, focusing primarily on practical goods. Of course, the quality and other aspects were beyond reproach. 3 hours later, the car stopped at the entrance of the first house in Linjia village. This was Lin Xichi's home. The house, built by her father Lin Zhengwo years ago, was modest, measuring less than 70 square meters and comprising a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms, with no outer walls even constructed. The car drove straight into the courtyard, and upon hearing the noise, Li Fun rushed out from the kitchen. She appeared to be cooking, donned in an apron, with a spatula in hand. Mom. Lin Xichi's eyes brimmed with tears as she dashed towards her. Seeing her mother again evoked a surreal feeling. Oh dear. Li Fun stumbled slightly from the impact, but began patting her back while chiding her. How old are you now? Still crying like a child whenever something happens? Lin Xichi proudly linked her arm with her mother's. I'm 40, Yet you will always be my mother. I will still cry when I have matters to address." At this point, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although Old Six had mentioned that among those who knew her, she appeared as she did now to those with a 70 closeness, she had still felt quite anxious on the way, fearing that Li Fen would not recognize the current her. The reality proved that she had underestimated Old Six's capabilities. Old Six, The baby is upset but refuses to speak. How shameless. Li Fen, both exasperated and indulgent, tapped her forehead. It was then that she noticed Tian Tian in the courtyard and smiled. "Is this Tian Tian? She is quite a lovely girl." Lin Xichi had already informed her that a friend named Tian Tian would be accompanying her home for a few days. Tian Tian politely greeted her. "Hello, Auntie." With her endearing looks and courteous demeanor, Li Fen grew increasingly fond of Tian Tian, but with the cooking to attend to, she urged Lin Xichi. All right, Xiaoqi. Quickly take Tian Tian inside. The dishes will be ready shortly." While Li Fen returned to the kitchen, Lin Xichi opened the trunk and, along with Tian Tian, began moving the purchased items into the living room. Though not a vast quantity, the items filled a large table. After they finished, Lin Xichi entered the kitchen, noticing the fire had died down, so she took the initiative to sit on a small stool and add more wood to the stove. Li Fen, busy adding seasoning to the pot, admonished her. "What are you doing in here? The place is filled with dust and smoke. Don't get your clothes dirty. This material looks difficult to clean. You're ruining good things, child." Despite her words, she was, in truth, quite pleased. Previously, her daughter had been entirely focused on that boy from the Wang family, rarely home, and even a few words from her would elicit anger. She had not expected that after a trip to the city, her daughter's demeanor had changed significantly. Listening to her mother's nagging, Lin Xichi chuckled, continuing to stoke the fire. In the past, she had found Li Fen's incessant chatter bothersome, deeming her repetitive about trivial matters, akin to a monk reciting scriptures. Yet, it was only after living a second life that she realized an essential truth. The only people in this world who will always treat you kindly are your parents. Even if they sometimes speak too much, causing annoyance, and struggle to express themselves or share common interests, when you find yourself in need, they will genuinely strive to support you. As the final dish of braised fish was completed, Tian Tian's voice echoed from outside. "Hello, uncle." Lin Jiangwo paused momentarily, then recalled she might be the friend Lin Xichi had brought back. He nodded in response, entering the kitchen with a bag of eggs. "Dad, like most families." Lin Jiangwo belonged to the silent and self-sacrificing type, speaking little and unable to express himself, yet always showing his care in his own way. He nodded and placed the eggs and a prepared chicken on the table. Upon seeing this, Li Fen couldn't help but scold him. "Why are you bringing more chickens home? I asked you to help Lin Mei, not to keep bringing things back every few days." Ever since Lin Xichi's generous reward had made Yuan Dong's account popular, orders for his chicken farm had surged. Knowing Lin Xichi was returning, Lin Mei had already sent 3 chickens over that morning. Lin Jiangwo rubbed his nose and explained in a deep voice. "My sister has prepared the food, so I brought it back." Li Fen, well aware of Lin Mei's character, chose not to say much further and urged Lin Xichi to attend to Tian Tian for dinner. Despite possessing culinary skills of the highest order, Lin Xichi still found Li Fen's cooking to be more fragrant and delectable, devouring 2 large bowls of rice in one go. After the meal, Lin Xichi stood up to pour water for the two of them, and while they were distracted, discreetly scooped a specific amount of a supreme-grade gene repair liquid from her system backpack. She only breathed a sigh of relief once she saw both of them finish their drinks. Chapter 38. Auntie's mechanical dance is truly impressive. Lin Xichi and Tian Tian took the initiative to clear the dishes, but Li Fen insisted that she would not let them wash up, even going so far as to close the kitchen door. Lin Xichi found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, pulling Lin Tian Tian to start unpacking the items they had purchased. "Dad, here are the cigarettes and Matai liquor I bought for you." Lin Jiangwo had few hobbies, but he enjoyed a drink and a smoke. Upon hearing that she had bought tobacco and liquor, his happiness was palpable. The cigarettes Lin Xichi purchased were unfamiliar to him, but the packaging immediately indicated their quality. As for the liquor, Matai was renowned as the national drink. He had heard that a single bottle could cost thousands. He never questioned where she found the money for such expensive items, especially since he had already heard from her mother that she had returned with 300,000 from the Wang family boy. Even after repaying the loan, she still had over 100,000 left. Though he was pleased internally, his lips habitually murmured, "Why waste money on such things? Your mother just bought me a blue-yellow one last month. I only smoke 2 a week, which is enough to last until the new year." Lin Xichi blinked, sensing a hint of complaint in his tone. She had never realized that her usually taciturn father possessed such eloquence. "Look at you, always so honest. And yet the moment your daughter returns, you start complaining. No wonder my ears were burning. It turns out you were speaking ill of me behind my back." Li Fen walked in from outside, casting Lin Jiangwo an exasperated glance. Feeling a bit guilty, Lin Jiangwo feigned a cough and claimed he would go to the back mountain to pick some peaches. Li Fen continued to glare at him until he had walked away. After finishing her snack with delight, Lin Xichi retrieved the jade bracelet she had bought for Li Fen. The bracelet was translucent and fit perfectly on Li Fen's wrist. Lin Xichi anticipated that Li Fen would scold her for spending extravagantly, so she preemptively said, "Mom, it's not expensive, just 10,000 for the pair. I heard they were blessed by a master. Wearing them long-term will improve health and enhance appetite." Considering Tiantian's presence, Li Fen refrained from reprimanding her further. The three of them continued to unpack the remaining items, which included various clothes, bedding, and other daily necessities. After a flurry of activity, Lin Jiangwo returned. Recognizing the perfect moment, Lin Xichi began her revelation. "By the way, Mom and Dad, there is something I need to tell you. Do you remember I mentioned working for a wealthy family?" Li Fen pondered for a moment. "The retired professor?" "Yes, her family has relatives in the jade jewelry business. I was invited by the old lady to participate in a stone gambling event. Since I was there, I thought I might as well join in the fun and spend $100 on a raw stone." Li Fen, a fan of dramas, was somewhat familiar with stone gambling. $100 isn't much, but it's still risky, just like gambling. Let us not do it again next time. After saying this, she sighed inwardly. Her daughter was speaking so seriously that she momentarily feared something significant had occurred. Just as she began to relax, she heard Lin Xichi's voice, but no one expected that the raw stone turned out to be an exquisite ice-type jade, which I sold on the spot for 5 million. Coughing, Li Fen nearly choked on her own saliva, exclaiming, "How much?" 5 million, Lin Xichi said, holding up her hand to show 5 fingers. She swiftly pulled out the prepared bank deposit contract and the asset page from her mobile banking app, placing them on the table. Though Lin Jiangwo had been farming at home, he had received an education and could read. The contract clearly stated Lin Xichi's name as the account holder. The couple stared at it for a long time, as if they wished to bore a hole through the paper and the phone with their gaze. Lin Xichi continued, 2 million is deposited in the bank, and I've invested the remaining 3 million. The investor is the old lady's relative, and my investor predicts that this month I could earn over 10 million. After a long time, Lin Jiangwo stepped outside and lit a cigarette. Just as Lin Xichi began to worry if she had said too much, Li Fen stood up. "All right, we understand this matter. Get ready quickly, we're heading to your aunt's house soon." Indeed, the years of watching domineering dramas had not been in vain. Li Fen's ability to accept such news was truly impressive. Lin Xichi watched her enter the house with genuine admiration. Tian nodded in agreement. Auntie's mechanical dance is truly impressive. Chapter 39, Chang'an Law Firm. Lin Mei's home in Yuanjia village was merely separated from her own by a river, even by car. The detour over the bridge took only half an hour. Tian was driving, with Lin Xichi in the passenger seat, while Lin Jiangwo and Li Fen sat in the back. Though Lin Jiangwo was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he could tell from the appearance and the leather seats that this vehicle was certainly not inexpensive. Men have an innate fondness for cars, but out of consideration for Tian, he refrained from ogling or touching it. As they drove into Yuanjia village and parked in front of Lin Mei's house, both Lin Mei and Yuan Dong were at home. Upon hearing the sound of the car, they came out to greet them. "Xichi is here, come in and sit." In the yard, Yuan Dong was sitting and smoking. When he saw Lin Xichi and the others enter, he extinguished his cigarette and came over to help carry things. As they sat and chatted, the conversation turned to a legal case. Li Fen looked at Yuan Dong and asked, "Xiao Dong, the court hearing is tomorrow afternoon. Can you trust your friend?" "What case?" Lin Xichi blinked, puzzled. Lin Mei poured everyone a glass of water. "It's about the chicken farm. Your cousin didn't sign a contract when renting the land. So he paid a deposit and the rent, but now they're backing out and refusing to rent to us. The land is vast, and various protective measures cost a fortune. The chickens have already adapted to this environment, so moving them suddenly would certainly have an impact. Moreover, since the rent has been paid, how could they agree to move? Thus, they took the matter to court, and the hearing is tomorrow afternoon. Aunt, don't worry. My friend is a lawyer from a big law firm in Yunqing. Absolutely reliable, Yuan Dong assured, patting his chest. That is good. The next morning, Lin Xichi awoke naturally. Today is also a beautiful day. May I ask if the host would like to check in? I would like to check in, Lin Xichi said, rubbing her eyes. Beep. Check-in successful, 100 equity in Chang'an Law Firm. Chang'an Law Firm? Lin Xichi was taken aback. She had seen the name on the tenant list of the D-Bay building and had heard it was one of the top law firms in Yunqing. The last contract for the LTG Club had been drafted with the assistance of their intern lawyers. In the industry, Chang'an Law Firm was a prestigious name. Merely hiring a lawyer from Chang'an meant the opponent had already lost half the battle. Now was the era of law. Although she possessed the old 6 advantage, having her own law firm was certainly advantageous. After getting up and washing up, Lin Xichi left her home to find only Tian there. Good morning, Mississippi. As Tian served her breakfast, she explained, Aunt and Uncle have gone to Yuanjiakan, and this breakfast is left for you. Lin Xichi nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing her meal, she took Tian by the hand and stepped outside. Tian, accompany me to the city. The county town was named Shichiao County. It was not particularly large, but with the development of the economy, its environment and facilities were on par with those of Yunqing. Lin Xichi had already made up her mind to purchase a house for her parents and aunt in the county. It was not that she did not want them to move to Yunqing, but she knew they would never agree to relocate there. Besides, she would soon be heading to Kyoto for university. They disliked Yunqing, and Kyoto would be even less to their liking. The vehicle stopped in front of a sales office. Lin Xichi instructed Tian to park the car while she entered the office. Hello, welcome to the Siyuan Yushang sales department. Hello, Lin Xichi expressed her intentions. I would like to buy a house for my parents, preferably a 2-story villa near the Wujiang River. The sales representative's eyes lit up. She was indeed referring to a villa. Siyuan Yushang comprised 2 communities, Siyuan, which offered apartments, and Yushang, which featured standalone villas. Since the sales office had opened 5 months prior, it was not the first time someone had inquired about the villas, but everyone else had always deemed them too expensive. However, he had a gut feeling that today would be different. Madam, your filial piety is commendable. These villas meet your requirements perfectly. They are standalone, already furnished, and ready for immediate occupancy. With 3 stories, the main entrance leads directly to a bus stop, ensuring convenient transportation. Exiting through the side door brings you to a market and a large supermarket, making daily life effortless. Situated by the Wujiang River, the environment is exquisite, perfect for fishing or dancing in the square. The sales representative guided her around the properties adjacent to the sales office. Lin Xichi was thoroughly satisfied. I'll take these 2. Please process the payment. The sales representative was overjoyed. Of course. Upon returning, Lin Xichi did not go home, but instead visited the apartment Yuan Dong rented in the city. Upon seeing the others, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Mom, what's wrong? Li Fen sighed. Your cousin's friend just called and said he will not accept your cousin's commission. We need to find a new lawyer. With the hearing set for the afternoon, what were they to do without legal representation? Lin Jiangwo took a sip of tea, remarking, What's the difficulty? Shichiao County is so large. I refuse to believe we can't find a lawyer. Yuan Dong chuckled bitterly. It's futile. Haizi said he can't help. He cannot afford to offend the lawyer Zhou Dajiang hired. He advised me not to waste my efforts because no matter who we hire, it won't matter. Lin Mei was displeased. What do you mean it won't matter? Isn't the lawyer Zhou Dajiang hired the fiancée of his daughter? How can a lawyer decide the outcome? Yuan Dong remained silent. Though he had not received much formal education, he understood more than Lin Mei and the others. However, this was not the time to explain. He merely hoped to leverage connections to find a willing lawyer. Lin Xichi stepped onto the balcony and dialed a number. The phone was quickly answered, and a pleasant voice came through. Hello, this is Huatingxing. May I ask who is speaking? This was his personal number, known only to relatives and friends. Lin Xichi was momentarily taken aback by the youthful voice of the renowned head of the Chang'an law firm. Hello, I am Lin Xichi. Boss. Huatingxing's surprise mirrored Lin Xichi's. Yet, being a composed individual, he quickly regained his composure. What can I do for you, boss? Actually, I would like to consult you about a matter. She briefly outlined the situation. Huatingxing quickly grasped her intent and offered his advice. Rest assured, boss. This case is merely a common minor issue. Any lawyer can secure a victory, given that there are 3.5 hours until the hearing. To prevent any last-minute issues in finding a lawyer, I will send one from the firm to assist you. It takes 3 hours to arrive from Yunqing, so there is ample time. All right, thank you, Lawyer Hua. No need to be polite, boss. Chapter 40. What a coincidence. I also hired a lawyer from Chang'an law firm. Time swiftly passed to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the group drove to the courthouse. As they arrived, Zhou Dajiang and his entourage were just arriving as well. Zhou Dajiang, around 45 or 46 years old, was rotund, with a round face and wearing a gaudy floral shirt paired with flashy leather shoes. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, clearly marking him as a nouveau riche. Upon seeing them, Zhou Dajiang scoffed with disdain. Oh, you dare to show up? Why wouldn't we dare? Yuan Dong retorted defiantly. If I have the courage to sue you, I certainly have the courage to come. We were once from the same village, Zhou Dajiang. Don't you fear retribution for your treachery? Lin Mei's expression darkened. Although Xiaoqi had assured her that they had found a lawyer, she still felt some apprehension. Enough, I'm tired of your rambling. Let us wait for the hearing. Just so you know, with my son-in-law present, you are certain to lose, Zhou Dajiang declared confidently. His son-in-law was an elite lawyer from a prestigious law firm in Yunqing, reputed to have handled multi-million-dollar cases. If it weren't for his daughter's connections, he wouldn't have been able to engage him. With this thought, he straightened his posture. Feeling proud, With such a formidable son-in-law, he would certainly become a notable figure in Shichiao County. After all, in this day and age, who didn't need a lawyer? Sooner or later, people would be seeking his assistance. The more he thought about it, the better he felt, and he boasted about the man beside him. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my son-in-law, an elite lawyer from the prestigious Chang'an law firm, Lawyer Lei Chuan. I'm not exaggerating when I say that my son-in-law has handled cases worth tens of millions. In his presence, the rookie lawyers you've found from the corners of the earth are like a novice trying to wield a sword in front of Guan Yu. If you know what's good for you, you should withdraw your lawsuit early. I might just give you a bit of time to relocate." Lin Xichi also noticed the man beside him. He appeared to be around 25 or 26, not particularly handsome, dressed in a suit and polished leather shoes. His hair was slicked back so thoroughly that even a fly would have trouble landing on it. In short, he was entirely unlike the lawyer she had envisioned. The moment the man exited the car, his gaze had not left Lin Xichi. Now, hearing Zhou Dajiang's praises, a smug expression spread across his face. Confidently, he turned to the group. "You must be the plaintiffs. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lei, and I am from the Chang'an law firm in Yunqing." Upon mentioning the name of the firm, he straightened his back, brimming with pride. Indeed, within the industry, Chang'an law firm stood at the pinnacle. Any lawyer fortunate enough to be associated with it represented the highest standards. It was no exaggeration to state that even lawyers with over a decade of experience would respectfully refer to their Chang'an counterparts as seniors. Upon hearing the name Chang'an law firm, Lin Xichi's heart raced. "Are you truly a lawyer from Chang'an law firm?" Noticing that Lin Xichi recognized the name, Lei Chuan raised his chin slightly. "It seems this young lady has heard of our esteemed Chang'an law firm. Since you are aware of our reputation, you should understand that with my presence today, your loss is inevitable. I, too, have no desire to engage in such a frivolous case, as it would indeed diminish my worth." He presented himself with an air of superiority. "How about this? You withdraw your lawsuit, and my defendant will refund you 10 of the rent. What do you say?" The response was anything but agreeable. Before Lin Xichi could utter a word, Yuan Dong retorted sharply, "Xichi, let us proceed inside and await the court session." Lin Xichi nodded, pausing momentarily as she passed by Lei Chuan. "By the way, I forgot to mention, coincidentally, I have also engaged a lawyer from Chang'an law firm." With that, she linked arms with Li Fun and followed Yuan Dong and the others into the building. Zhou Dajiang grew anxious. "Son-in-law, she claims that the lawyer she hired is also from Chang'an law firm. Surely this lawsuit cannot end in defeat? Enough. Do you truly believe her nonsensical claims? They are undoubtedly deceived by fraudulent lawyers masquerading under the banner of Chang'an law firm." Just 10 minutes before the hearing was to commence, the lawyer dispatched by Hua Tingxing finally arrived. The opposing counsel, appearing to be in his early 30s, exuded a calm demeanor, his countenance serious, perfectly embodying the elite lawyers one might see on television. "Hello, Miss Lin, I am Tan Shun. I have familiarized myself with the case on my way here." Lin Xichi nodded. "Hello, thank you for your effort, Lawyer Tan." The proceedings commenced swiftly. "Xiaoqi, do you think we might win?" Though Li Fun was not well versed in legal matters, the atmosphere in the courtroom suggested a favorable outcome. Lin Xichi smiled. "Yes, we shall win." Indeed, as Lin Xichi had anticipated, victory was theirs. Upon exiting the courtroom, Yuan Dong and his companions were elated, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Tan Shun and Lin Xichi. "Cousin, we owe this success to you for bringing Lawyer Tan. Otherwise, my over 200,000 would have been lost. We are family. There is no need for formalities, cousin." "Exactly, we are family." Just as they were about to enter their vehicle, a voice called out from behind them. "Lei Chuan." It was indeed Lei Chuan, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Director Tan, what brings you personally to Shichiao County? Had I known the lawyer hired by this young lady was you, I would not have accepted the commission." Tan Shun maintained a stern expression. "You are Lei Chuan?" "Yes, I am Lei Chuan, an intern lawyer who just joined the firm this year." Tan Shun recalled, but found no notable impression of him. It was evident he had gained entry through connections rather than merit. "Intern lawyer?" His gaze sharpened. "Very well. As the evaluator, I hereby declare your internship terminated early. You are deemed unqualified and may collect your belongings and depart." Lei Chuan felt as though a thunderbolt had struck before him, nearly causing him to falter. His face turned a ghastly shade. "Lawyer Tan, this hardly seems appropriate. I truly did not know she had engaged you." Noticing that he still failed to grasp his error, Tan Shun's eyes flickered with disappointment. "It seems you have yet to recognize your mistakes. Since you seek clarification, allow me to elucidate. First, exploiting the law firm's reputation to undermine fellow attorneys. Second, allow me to introduce you to the owner of Chang'an law firm, Miss Lin Xichi." Lin Xichi nodded in agreement and smiled. "Thirdly, you are woefully inept. Based on your recent performance, I could easily find a street vendor to handle you without difficulty." Upon hearing this, Lei Chuan's countenance shifted dramatically, akin to the quick changes of a Sichuan opera mask. alternating between shades of blue and white. Lin Xichi could not suppress a chuckle. It appeared the adage about lawyers possessing sharp tongues was not fabricated without cause. As Lei Chuan's spirit dimmed completely, Tianxin lost interest in him. He courteously opened the car door for Lin Xichi, saying, "Madam, please." "Thank you." The group departed with purpose. Chapter 41. Signing in at the Jindu Hot Spring Resort. Lin Mei and her companions were remarkably hospitable, and despite Tianxin's numerous attempts to decline, they insisted he join them for lunch. The following morning, Lin Xichi and Lin Tiantian accompanied Yuan Dong to explore the nearby mountains. Having grown up in the hills, they were well acquainted with the local environment. In no time, the trio gathered a substantial amount of wild fruit. The lush mountain ravines brimmed with the essence of nature. Refreshing the spirit, Lin Xichi removed her shoes, perched on a large rock, splashing water while watching Yuan Dong and Tiantian attempt to catch fish in the creek. Today is yet another invigorating day. May I inquire if the host wishes to check in? Check-in. Check-in successful at the Jindu Hot Spring Resort. Rewards have been issued. Please check accordingly. Lin Xichi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jindu Hot Spring Resort? Shiqiao County is renowned nationwide as a hot spring capital, with its naturally occurring hot springs attracting countless visitors. This distinctive geography and the gifts of nature have allowed Shiqiao County to cultivate a unique hot spring industry. Presently, there are at least 10 hot spring hotels of varying sizes in the county. Among them, Jindu Hot Spring Resort stands as the largest. It is said that the developers invested over 3 billion yuan to excavate the hot springs and construct the resort and luxurious hotel, a true testament to extravagance. In recent years, as the resort's fame has grown, the prices for the hot springs have skyrocketed several times. A year ago, the hot spring hotel was awarded 7-star status, making reservations extraordinarily difficult. The trio enjoyed their time in the mountains until midday, when Li Fen called to urge them to return home for lunch, prompting them to head back. "Mom, where's Dad?" Lin Xichi inquired, noticing Lin Zhangwo's absence. "He went to the city," Li Fen explained briefly. "Your 7th great-grandfather is celebrating his 80th birthday today. Your Aunt Yonghong booked a banquet at the Grand Hotel." Lin Xichi was taken aback, having not anticipated this development. The 7th great-grandfather was her grandfather's younger brother, born late, and therefore not much older than her grandfather. He was now the eldest in the Lin family, and Lin Xichi held him in high regard. Years ago, when Li Fen gave birth to her, her health suffered, rendering her unable to bear more children. Over the years, countless whispers had circulated about their family. It was only after the 7th great-grandfather intervened that others ceased to broach the sensitive topic of their inability to have a son in front of Li Fen and her husband. Lin Xichi was astute enough not to inquire why Li Fen had not attended. It was clear that it was due to Lin Yonghong's machinations. She had always preferred to elevate herself while looking down upon their relatively impoverished relatives, particularly her own family. Were it not for the need to maintain appearances, she likely would not have even invited Lin Zhangwo. "Mom, which hotel did they book?" The only hotel in Shiqiao County that could be referred to as a grand hotel was likely the Jindu Hot Spring Hotel. Li Fen pondered for a moment. "I believe it's something like the Jindu Hot Spring Hotel. Your father mentioned that one table costs several tens of thousands." Lin Xichi's eyes flickered. Old 6 is indeed Old 6. Nothing from the check-in was a waste. At that moment, within a private room on the first floor of the Hot Spring Hotel, a middle-aged woman clad in purple attire, adorned with heavy makeup, was basking in the flattery of a group of admirers. These individuals included Lin Yonghong's friends, neighbors, colleagues of Lin Yonghong's husband Long Fei, and several relatives from the Lin family. "Sister Lin, you are simply remarkable for securing a private room at the Jindu Hot Spring Hotel." Of course, Sister Lin is impressive. Who doesn't know that her daughter Lingling is about to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady of leisure? They are indeed preparing for marriage. Lin Yonghong raised her chin and unabashedly boasted, "My son-in-law, you see, is an executive in a billion-dollar company, and he associates with individuals who are all billionaires. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made it to this splendid hot spring hotel today." Although everyone was well aware of Lin Yonghong's penchant for exaggeration, the surrounding guests couldn't help but express their envy, exclaiming how fortunate she was. Just a few days prior, they had witnessed Long Lingling arriving in a luxury car, showering Lin Yonghong and her husband with lavish gifts. Flattered by the compliments, Lin Yonghong couldn't help but continue to brag about her future son-in-law. "You have no idea. Wang Gang is not just capable on his own. He treats Lingling well, and, most importantly, he is filial. Just the other day, he mentioned taking me and Lingling's father to enjoy a life of luxury in a grand mansion in Yunqing." At this point, she feigned a sigh, however. "We have grown accustomed to living in Shiqiao County. I fear we would get lost in such a large villa. Moreover, I'm not used to having too many servants at my beck and call." Thus, Lingling suggested that this time she would buy us a small Western-style house in Yushang. "And when we move in, I'll invite you all over to visit. My goodness, Sister Lin, you are indeed fortunate. I have a niece working at Yushang, and she tells me it's an upscale villa area, comparable to the villa districts in Yunqing in all aspects. Indeed, a single unit costs several million. The cleaning alone would be a tremendous task. Lin Yonghong enunciated the phrase several million with exaggerated emphasis, as if fearing others might not catch her meaning. Those present had grown accustomed to her manner of speaking, yet could not suppress their envy and jealousy. Ah, Long Gu, is that the key to an Audi RS5? Suddenly, someone pointed out the car key placed on the table before Long Fei. The Audi RS5, with a market price exceeding 800,000 yuan, was undoubtedly a luxury vehicle in their eyes. Sensing the intense gazes of the crowd, Long Fei felt a surge of pride, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. Lingling knows I have a fondness for cars. She specifically arranged for me to have an Audi RS5. And she even mentioned that she would soon get me a Mercedes G-Class. The man who had inquired about the car was struck with envy upon hearing about the Mercedes G-Class, a symbol of luxury worth millions, a dream for many men. Regrettably, he felt he lacked such fortune. Sister Yonghong truly is blessed. I wonder who would dare say that having a daughter is of no worth? Upon hearing this, Lin Yonghong's expression shifted. Over the years, she had endured disdain from her in-laws for having only one daughter, suffering greatly. The root of her grievances lay with Li Fun, who had chosen to give birth on her wedding day and, as fate would have it, presented her with a daughter. Had it not been for her misfortune, she would not have been limited to a single daughter, nor would she have faced such disdain from her in-laws. Perhaps the individuals before her noticed her discontent, as they deftly redirected their remarks towards Lin Zhengwo, who was seated nearby, awaiting the meal. This cannot be generalized. Lingling is accomplished due to Sister Yonghong's excellent upbringing. Some are simply not as fortunate. They continued, despite having only one daughter, how can the disparity be so vast? Lingling showers Sister Yonghong with gifts, while some daughters, even in their 20s, lack any skills and must rely on factory work to sustain themselves. I fear that rather than enjoying a life of luxury, it may be questionable whether they can provide for their parents in their old age. Lin Zhengwo, though not the sharpest, grasped the insinuations behind their words. His expression darkened instantly. Over the years, he had seen through the facades of these so-called relatives. However, he had not anticipated that they would openly speak ill of his precious daughter in his presence, regardless of her flaws. He would not allow anyone to utter a negative word about her. Esteemed guests, at that moment, a woman in a suit entered the room, her face adorned with a polite smile. We have upgraded your private room to the 888 suite on the 8th floor. Please follow me. A gasp echoed through the room as the guests turned in astonishment towards Lin Yonghong and her husband. Lin Yonghong herself was equally taken aback, her heart racing. Having resided in the city for over a decade, she understood the significance of the 888 suite at the Jindu Hot Spring Hotel. Initially, she had hoped Long Lingling would reserve the 888 suite for her, but Lingling had deemed it too expensive and declined. Lin Zhengwo, unaware of the suite's significance, could tell from Lin Yonghong's and her affluent friend's expressions that it was no ordinary room. Sister Lin, your son-in-law is truly remarkable. I've heard that the 888 suite is usually reserved for those with assets exceeding 10 million. What do you know? My husband mentioned that simply reserving the 888 suite costs 880,000 yuan per night. I can only imagine how luxurious it must be. I feel truly fortunate today. Lin Yonghong was so excited that her breath quickened. Come, let us switch rooms. She strutted forward like a victorious peacock. The group quickly moved to the 888 suite, each person marveling at their surroundings as if they were in a grand wonderland. The banquet soon commenced, featuring an array of sumptuous dishes, seafood, abalone, and delicacies from land and sea, everything one could desire. At the dining table, no one remembered to acknowledge Linda, the birthday celebrant, as everyone, except Lin Zhengwo, flocked to Lin Yonghong, showering her with praise, as if she were the true guest of honor. Disappointed and resigned, Linda shook his head but chose to remain silent. Click. The door swung open, and the woman in the suit re-entered, accompanied by several chefs pushing a food cart. As the guests eyed her in confusion, the woman respectfully bowed to Linda. Greetings, Elder Lin. I am Xia Yuan, the manager of the Hot Spring Resort. Our boss has instructed Chef Chelsea to specially prepare a birthday cake and longevity noodles for you. On behalf of the entire staff at Jindu Hot Spring Resort, I wish you good health and all the best. A hush fell over the room. Those around Lin Yonghong wore various expressions. Had they misheard? They had come expecting Lin Yonghong to be merely putting on a facade, yet now? The Hot Spring Hotel had not only provided them with the 888 suite, but even sent the manager to personally attend to them. They understood that Jindu Hot Spring Resort was part of a billion-dollar conglomerate, and its employees typically exuded an air of superiority, particularly a general manager. who commanded respect even from the county officials. Xia Yuan maintained her smile as she placed a box of tea in front of Linda. Our boss heard that Elder Lin enjoys tea, and this is a rare collection that she has cherished for many years. She asked me to bring it to you today, hoping you will like it. Is this a mother tree to Hong Pao? One man adorned with a large gold chain suddenly stood up, staring incredulously at the tea on the table. Mingge, what's wrong? Long Fei asked, puzzled. Chen Tianming, affectionately known as Brother Ming, is a renowned figure in Shiqiao County, possessing both wealth and influence. Having weathered many storms, he would not have summoned the old veteran to celebrate his father's birthday were it not for the latter's esteemed status. Ignoring the pleasantries, Chen Tianming approached Manager Xia with urgency, inquiring, is there any stock left of the mother tree to Hong Pao? I am willing to pay 3 million per bottle for it. The atmosphere in the private room erupted in astonishment. Everyone gazed at the jar of tea in front of Linda as if it were a trove of silver, eager to claim it as their own. Is this the world of the affluent? A casual gift can easily be valued in the millions. Lin Yonghong and Long Fei exchanged glances, both wishing to snatch the tea and present it to Chen Tianming without delay. Regrettably, there is only this one jar, and it is not for sale. Xia Yuan declined without hesitation. Long Fei's eyes lit up as he swiftly took the jar from Linda, declaring, Brother Ming, if she wants tea, sell it. We will. You can take this jar. When can we expect the payment to be processed? Xia Yuan narrowed her eyes. One moment, sir. I believe you have misunderstood. This jar of tea is a gift from our boss to Elder Lin, and I doubt you possess the authority to dispose of it. Lin Yonghong scoffed, her voice sharp. You should take note. My son-in-law is Wang Gang. Since your boss has a good rapport with my son-in-law, I am, by extension, his elder. What gives you the right to speak to an elder in such a manner? Be careful, or I shall have your boss dismiss you. Xia Yuan could hardly believe her ears. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but this was a new level of audacity. Lin Yonghong, feeling triumphant, was caught off guard when a sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Mom. Dragon Lingling, adorned in designer attire, entered the room, disbelief etched across her face. She had been skeptical when she overheard the staff mention they had been upgraded to Box 888. Now, witnessing it firsthand, her heart raced with excitement. Yet, confusion soon set in. She was well aware of Wang Gang's capabilities. Although he was a nouveau riche with ostentatious wealth, he would never book such a lavish box for himself. Chapter 42. May I inquire who Mr. Lin Jiangwo is? As if summoned by fate, a rotund, balding man resembling a giant panda hurriedly approached Xia Yuan, his demeanor respectful. You must be Manager Xia? Xia Yuan scrutinized him, lacking any recollection. She replied coolly. And you are? The man, unfazed by her lack of recognition, chuckled. Indeed, Manager Xia, you are a person of importance, easily forgetful. I am Wang Gang from Dafeng Decoration Company. Xia Yuan recalled Lin Yonghong's earlier proclamation about her son-in-law and regarded Wang Gang with a curious expression. Wang Gang, oblivious to her changing demeanor, continued, I have come to Shiqiao County specifically for a collaboration, and I am glad to finally meet you. However, Xia Yuan lacked the patience for his incessant chatter. She cast a glance at Lin Yonghong and remarked, Mr. Wang, I am but a person who can be dismissed at a moment's notice by your mother-in-law. I hardly have the standing to discuss collaboration with you. Wang Gang, confused, looked up. My mother-in-law? Isn't she already deceased? Realization dawned as he turned to Dragon Lingling and her mother. Lin Yonghong straightened, sensing support. Wang Gang, you've arrived. Your friend seems to have poor judgment, gifting such precious tea to an old man instead of my family. Such waste. And as for this woman, she dared to raise her voice at me. You should inform your hotel owner to dismiss her. Wang Gang felt as if an immense burden had been placed upon him. He now understood why Xia Yuan's demeanor had been so cold. Someone had clearly left their common sense at home. He shot a glare at Dragon Lingling, muttering for her mother to quiet down. Manager Xia, it's a misunderstanding. I have never claimed to know your group's owner. He swiftly distanced himself from Lin Yonghong, adding, moreover, she is not my mother-in-law, merely the mother of my mistress. If everyone started claiming to be my mother-in-law, I would have dozens of them. The unexpected revelation sent shockwaves through the room, with everyone's eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Yonghong felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck as the words mistress echoed ominously in her mind. Enraged, she glared at Dragon Lingling. What does he mean by that? Dragon Lingling felt wronged, though she acknowledged her status. She had not anticipated Wang Gang would make such a declaration in front of so many, making her feel utterly humiliated. Her mother's penchant for boasting only added to her disdain. Xia Yuan had no time for their melodrama. She glanced at Long Fei and Lin Yonghong. I must regretfully inform you that your son-in-law lacks the authority to dismiss me. Moreover, I'd like to clarify that our boss's friend is indeed a member of the Lin family, but she is not your son-in-law Wang Gang. She is Miss Lin Xichi. A collective question arose in their minds. Who is Lin Xichi? Lin Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Yuan seemed to recognize him, her tone growing more respectful. Good day, you must be Miss Lin Xichi's father? Yes, Lin Xichi is my daughter. Xia Yuan smiled. Mr. Lin, our boss personally called to express his gratitude for raising such an exemplary daughter. May I inquire what assistance my daughter has provided? Lin Jiangwo asked, bewildered. As others shared his curiosity about what significant favor could warrant such an extravagant gift from a billionaire. Xia Yuan blinked, wishing to quip, that's a different price. Indeed. She would later have to remind her boss to pay for this story. Miss Lin saved our matriarch, who even expressed a desire to adopt her as a goddaughter. Understanding dawned on Lin Jiangwo, who exhaled a sigh of relief and chuckled awkwardly. A goddaughter sounds wonderful. Now, he need not worry about his daughter being misled. The banquet continued, but the focus of flattery shifted from Lin Yonghong and her husband to Lin Jiangwo. Wang Gang, ever the opportunist, sought to ingratiate himself with Lin Jiangwo, hoping Lin Xichi might speak favorably of him to Xia Yuan. Although Lin Jiangwo was pleased, he was keenly aware of the ulterior motives of those around him. Lin Yonghong, feeling indignant, remarked sarcastically, and what if you know a big boss? It doesn't change your lack of achievement. Unlike our Lingling, who has gifted me gold bracelets and bought luxurious cars for her father. The room fell into a stunned silence. Is being a mistress truly so glorious in this day and age? At that moment, two men in suits entered, escorted by a waiter. May I ask who is Mr. Lin Jiangwo? I am Lin Jiangwo. How may I assist you? The man, with a look of astonishment, strode towards Mr. Lin Jiangwo and, without hesitation, produced two small red books, placing them before him. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am from the Yushang sales department. Miss Lin Xichi purchased 2 villas for you, Miss Li Fun, and Ms. Lin Mei yesterday at Yushang. Here are your property deeds and keys. At this moment, Lin Jiangwo was utterly bewildered. Villas? Before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Yonghong rushed forward and snatched the property deed from him. Her voice pierced the air, sharp and incredulous. Impossible. How could she afford villas? They are merely farmers. How do they deserve to live in villas? The property deed was opened, revealing the names of Lin Jiangwo and Li Fun prominently displayed. But the surprises did not end there. Another man in a suit approached respectfully, retrieving a car key and some additional documents from his bag. Mr. Lin, this is the Mercedes-Benz that Miss Lin Xichi purchased for you at our dealership. The car is parked downstairs. Noticing that you've had a drink, I will personally ensure you get home safely. Thank you. Lin Jiangwo was left in a state of numbness, his heart swelling with emotion. He was aware of his daughter's affluence, yet he never imagined she would plan so generously for their future. Chapter 43. Moving after bidding farewell to the two men. Those in the private room gathered around Lin Jiangwo, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at the property deed and car keys. Brother, there's something I wish to discuss with you. In 2 days, my son Xiaosong is meeting his girlfriend's parents. Could you lend him your car for that occasion? After all, you are his uncle. This matter is pivotal to his future. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy? Stingy? Lin Jiangwo replied, his expression stern. Lin Jianshu, have you forgotten that when my little Xichi suddenly cried out in pain, I wanted to borrow your car to take her to the hospital? But what did you, her own uncle, do? And what uncle are you? It's been ages since we were that close. Indeed, I am stingy. Hence, I shall not lend it. Lin Jianshu's face shifted between shades of white and green from the retort, and with a snort, he walked away. No one anticipated that the usually taciturn Lin Jiangwo would respond so sharply. Although everyone had their thoughts, none dared to voice them. Meanwhile, Lin Yonghong remained undeterred, continuing to persuade Linda. 7th grandfather, you should sell this precious tea to Boss Chun. You know you can't possibly consume such exquisite tea, can you? It's worth 3 million, enough to buy several houses. Linda's murky eyes flickered as he nodded. Then let us sell it. Really, grandfather, you agree to sell? Lin Yonghong's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, envisioning the red banknotes already. However, as she awaited the money, she received news that Linda had donated the 3 million to a Hope Primary School and decided to move into a retirement home. A veteran, Linda had lost his left eye while saving a comrade. He had only one great-granddaughter, Lin Yonghong. For many years, she had never taken proper care of him. The village officials had urged him to move into a retirement home, but he had always refused, not wanting to be a burden to the state, so he lived alone. This time, however, he had finally come to a realization. Lin Xichi smiled upon hearing this. In her previous life, the 7th grandfather had suffered a stroke and became paralyzed 2 years later. Lin Yonghong had mistreated him, often scolding him. Eventually, when he was discovered, he was already decomposing. In this life, he could finally return to the peaceful existence he had always yearned for. The following day, Lin Xichi ensured that Lin Jiangwo delivered 2 jars of Dahong Pao tea and a bottle of advanced gene repair liquid, making sure he witnessed him consume it. When Lin Jiangwo returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. Li Fun was equally astonished as she listened to him recount the day's events. Lin Xichi, on the other hand, was thoroughly entertained. When she heard Lin Jiangwo's retorts, she gave a thumbs up. Mom, my dad is incredible, as steady as a mountain. Li Fun beamed with pride. Indeed, I was drawn to your father for his clarity of thought. With that, she shot a glare at Lin Xichi. You little rascal. Buying a house and a car without a word beforehand. Lin Xichi stuck out her tongue. I just wanted to give you both a surprise. Buying a house is one thing, but purchasing such an extravagant car, why? Lin Jiangwo protested. What is wrong with my daughter buying me a nice car? That night, Lin Jiangwo and Li Fun found it difficult to sleep. Old Lin, let us move to the city. All right, we have some money now. It's the perfect time to open a small restaurant. The next morning, Lin Xichi woke up bright and early, thinking she had risen quite early, only to find Tian Tian already awake. Li Fun shared her aspirations of opening a restaurant with Lin Xichi, who responded with enthusiasm and 100% support. In her youth, Li Fun's family had owned a restaurant, giving her ample experience, and more importantly, she genuinely enjoyed it. The group drove to Lin Mei's house. When Lin Mei saw the property deed, she was taken aback. Brother, sister-in-law, I cannot accept this house. Quickly have Xichi change the ownership. She had heard from Li Fun about Lin Xichi's financial success and was genuinely happy for her niece. However, she never intended to gain anything from her. Li Fun, having known Lin Mei longer than Lin Jiangwo, understood her character well. She gently urged, Sister, just move in. The house has already been purchased. Leaving it vacant serves no purpose. You know, I have no one left from my family, and your brother only has you as his sister. Consider it companionship for me. Besides, Xichi is still young and often away. We will undoubtedly need Yuan Dong to look after us. After much deliberation, Lin Mei finally agreed, but insisted on changing the ownership to Lin Xichi's name. The others could not persuade her otherwise and relented. That afternoon, when someone knocked on the door, they discovered that the family had already moved in. Xichi, is this house too large? Li Fun stood at the entrance of the villa, momentarily speechless. The house boasted 3 stories and featured an open garden. Initially intended for flowers, Li Fun transformed it into a vegetable garden within a day. Planting various veg since she consumed the divine gene repair potion, her motion sickness has gradually improved. She continuously marveled at the bracelet Lin Xichi had purchased for her, attesting to its mystical efficacy. After wearing it, not only did her hair loss diminish, but she also enjoyed undisturbed slumber, and her motion sickness was miraculously cured. Upon hearing this, Li Fun's eyes sparkled, clearly intrigued. Yet, she feigned reluctance, chiding, You silly girl, stop wasting money. Besides, what fun could your father and I possibly have? We know nothing. Lin Xichi astutely grasped the crux of her words. She feared being ridiculed for not knowing how to enjoy herself while out. With a gentle smile, Lin Xichi felt reminiscent of a few months prior, when she first encountered Lao Lu. Back then, she was undeniably like a frog in a well, able to see only a limited expanse of sky, fearful of the vast world beyond. Regardless, I've already made arrangements. The group fee is non-refundable. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, How about I first arrange for them to take you to nearby tourist attractions? If you still find it unappealing, we can leave it at that. What do you think? After much hesitation, Li Fun ultimately acquiesced. All right then. And please, mother, don't be stingy with the money I've given you. The project I invested in is now yielding a steady income of several million a month, and your restaurant's monthly revenue is also substantial. We are not in want of money. I merely wish for you to enjoy life. Your happiness will bring me peace of mind. Before departing, she left Li Fun a card with 1 million as pocket money, although Li Fun had promised to spend it wisely to appease her. Lin Xichi was all too familiar with her mother's frugal nature. She would surely hoard it as a future dowry. Touched by her daughter's words, Li Fun quickly shifted the topic to avoid further discussion of money. Xichi, have you heard? Your Aunt Yonghong's son-in-law was arrested for fraud and may face years in prison. Li Fun sighed. And your cousin Lingling, I heard she was dumped and slapped by Aunt Yonghong, fainting on the spot, only to awaken and discover she had lost her child. Lin Xichi felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, she mused, the wicked inevitably meet their end. They are hardly deserving of pity. By the way, mother, has anyone come looking for you? Well, there were 1 or 2 who wanted to borrow money, but your father chased them away. It's quite amusing, really. They still have the audacity to mention family ties to your father. Your grandparents passed away early. And when your father was just an 8-year-old boy, struggling with your aunt through scavenging, where were they to offer a meal to your father and aunt? Why didn't they think of family then? After hanging up, Lin Xichi checked the rewards for the past few days. The following day's signing reward was a pair of high heels named Tanzanite Blue Crystal. It was said that only 1 pair existed in the world, adorned with 21 carats of crystal, valued at a small fortune. The third day brought a century-old establishment known as the Dui Chui Pavilion. The fourth day was a theme park in Yun City. The fifth day featured a 100 loyalty-rated all-purpose housekeeper named Aunt Shun, whom Lin Xichi arranged to interview with Li Fan, and she successfully passed, providing Lin Xichi with much reassurance. Chapter 44, She, the Illegitimate Fan. On July 9th, the annual KPL Summer Championship Finals were set to take place at the Time Theater in Yun City. By the time Lin Xichi arrived outside the theater, it was already 2 p.m. The square was bustling with a sea of people, including ardent fans who had come specifically to watch the match. Professionals in cosplay donning hero skins, as well as team supporters and individual player fans. Notably, it was evident that LTG's female fans outnumbered their male counterparts, as they clustered together, holding light signs and engaging in lively discussions. Among them were a handful of devoted CP fans, identifiable by their various CP light signs, with the most prominent being First Love Star and Keyboard Knight. Upon seeing this CP name, Lin Xichi's eyes widened in surprise. These fans were indeed imaginative in their naming. First Love Star was easy to decipher. It likely referred to Nanxing and Jianxin from the development lane, though Nanxing was a wild king. His appearance belonged to the delicate and youthful category. Jianxin lived up to his name, fierce and taciturn, often exuding the aura of an assassin while playing a marksman, famously known in the canyon as a deadly marksman assassin. As for Keyboard Knight, Lin Xichi pondered for a long while, but couldn't figure it out. As soon as she appeared in the square, a ripple of excitement spread among the crowd. Oh my goodness, what a stunning young lady. That waist, those legs, that face, are they real? Who has daringly captivated me without a word? Surely she isn't here to distract the players? Just her presence makes one question: who can keep their hands steady? God has sprinkled beauty upon the earth, and I alone carry an umbrella. Well, it wouldn't matter if you didn't carry an umbrella. God can't control us. Lin Xichi had grown accustomed to the gazes of those around her and remained unfazed as she scrolled through her phone. Ding! Her phone chimed with a new WeChat message. Nanxing, Cici, have you arrived at the venue? Nanxing, do you need me to come out and get you? The players needed to arrive early for makeup, so he had entered the venue an hour prior. Lin Xichi overlooked the extra sister in his message and replied that she had arrived. As for him coming to fetch her, she decided against it. The person sent to greet her was a staff member from the team's operations department. Since Lin Xichi had visited the base once after the new team was established, the staff recognized her at first glance. Boss, this way please. Fortunately, the team staff were all new, and the fans did not recognize him as part of LTG, allowing their departure to go unnoticed. After explaining the situation to the security, the two entered the venue through a special passage. The venue, a temporary conversion of the theater, was entirely glass, exuding an aura of grandeur. The team's lounge was located in the backstage area, where the staff escorted her to the LTG team lounge. At that moment, the lounge was cluttered with an array of items. Backpacks she had custom-ordered from Tiffany, crystal cups engraved with the players' names, Versace's newly designed team uniforms, and an assortment of fresh, exotic fruits delivered by Lin Lang Pavilion that morning. The table was also laden with various live-streaming equipment yet to be unpacked. However, not a single soul was in sight. Oh, they must have gone to the studio for pre-match interviews. Noticing her confusion, the staff member explained and then asked Lin Xichi, Boss, I need to go shoot some promotional material now. Please rest here, they should be back shortly. Naturally, Lin Xichi wouldn't disturb him in his work. She nodded lightly. You may go. Once the staff member departed, Lin Xichi found herself alone in the lounge. With little to do, she began tidying up the disarray. Just as she was about to wash the fruits, the door to the lounge swung open from the outside. Lin Xichi initially thought it was Nanxing and the others returning and looked up slightly. However, upon seeing the newcomer, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. The person entering was not Nanxing and his companions, but a woman. She was dressed provocatively, adorned with exquisite makeup, and held a selfie stick in her hand, clearly engaged in a live stream. Upon entering, she twirled around, earnestly broadcasting. Hello, darlings. This is the LTG Team's lounge, but unfortunately, they are currently backstage recording pre-match interviews, so they are not here. What? You want to see me interview Nanxing alone? She flashed a dazzling smile, her tone laced with ambiguity. Of course, that is not an issue. Everyone knows my relationship with Nanxing. An interview would be perfectly acceptable. As she spoke animatedly, her gaze suddenly caught something, and her expression froze. It was evident that she had just noticed Lin Xichi standing nearby. Her eyes quickly scrutinized Lin Xichi, immediately concluding that she could not possibly be a member of the LTG club. It is widely recognized that to prevent players from engaging in romantic relationships that might hinder their training and competitions, most clubs refrain from hiring young female staff, especially not someone of such striking beauty. Moreover, she was neither an official representative of the game nor a staff member from the streaming platform. Yet, if she wasn't a staff member, what was she doing in the LTG lounge? Suddenly, Her gaze fell upon the cup in Lin Xichi's hand, inscribed with the name Nanxing. A knowing look crossed her face. You must be one of those obsessive fans, right? Her tone was both assertive and accusatory. How did you sneak in here? What is your purpose? Lin Xichi frowned slightly, and before she could respond, the woman directed the camera towards her. Indignation etched across her features. Darlings, look. We've caught a disgusting stalker in the LTG lounge. Oh my, why would someone so beautiful resort to being a stalker? This is terrifying. She even wants to steal the players' uniforms. Thank goodness Nana is here. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened today? Nana, call security quickly. Don't let this kind of person interfere with my dear Nanxing's competition. The female streamer, named Nana, beamed with delight upon seeing the barrage of comments. She raised her chin and looked at Lin Xichi. I'll give you two choices. 1, you leave on your own. 2, I'll call security to have you escorted out. Although Lin Xichi did not see the comments, she clearly heard the woman repeatedly refer to her as a disgusting stalker. She could not fathom how such a mentally deficient person had managed to get this far in life. She glanced at the female streamer with indifference. Oh, go ahead and call. Chapter 45, From Stalker to Boss, what a surprise. The female streamer had thought that merely threatening to call security would intimidate Lin Xichi. But she was taken aback by her audacity, leaving her momentarily speechless. The comments urging her to call security flooded in. The female streamer's expression stiffened slightly. She certainly did not dare to call security. The players' lounge was off-limits to non-staff members to ensure that players could maintain their focus and not be disturbed by outsiders. She had snuck in during the team's video recording to live stream, hoping to ride the coattails of LTG and Nanxing's popularity. If she called security, she would likely be kicked out alongside Lin Xichi. How embarrassing that would be. Lin Xichi sat calmly on the sofa, observing her with amusement. To be honest, this female streamer lacked the sophistication to conceal her thoughts. She was an open book. Lin Xichi found her too trivial to bother with. Just as she was about to say something more, a commotion of footsteps and chatter emerged from outside. It was the LTG team returning from their video recording. Nanxing walked ahead, messaging Lin Xichi, and upon glancing up, he spotted a woman standing at the entrance. His brow furrowed slightly as he moved aside to pass. The female streamer, who was about to greet him, watched in disbelief as he walked past her without a glance, her face contorting in shock. Was she merely a wall obstructing his path in his eyes? Did he not care for her dignity at all? As if that wasn't enough of a blow. Nanxing's previously cold demeanor melted away in an instant, transforming into a warm and joyful expression. His eyes sparkled with surprise and a hint of unrecognized sweetness. Sister Cici, you're here. What? My boss is here. Where's my boss? Let me hug your leg. Surely. I must have missed Sister Cici so much that I'm hearing things. Before Lin Xichi could respond, excited voices surged from the entrance. The team members, clad in their uniforms, rushed in, buzzing with enthusiasm as they surrounded Lin Xichi, chattering animatedly. Sister Cici, you are the best, most beautiful, and most generous boss I have ever seen. Sister Cici, you have no idea. The entire league knows that our LTG is a team of true luxury. Just a few days ago, several people asked us if we were hiring, eager to experience being spoiled like sons by the boss. This statement held some truth. While the esports industry boasted higher incomes than many other fields, and the benefits were commendable, LTG was truly opulent. They resided in a lavish 300-square-meter villa, feasting daily on meals meticulously prepared by top nutritionists, with all items being custom-made from renowned brands. Other teams wore uniforms plastered with sponsor logos, resembling walking billboards, whereas their uniforms were bespoke creations, often arriving in sets of 7 or 8. Their casual wear and shoes were all high-end brands, practically filling their rooms with luxury items. Particularly today, an entire truckload of exquisite fruits from Huaishang had been sent to the lounge, leaving the neighboring ATM team, known for their extravagance, green with envy. After all, Huaishang is a famous fruit boutique in Yunqing. Just one dragon fruit could cost 500 to 600 yuan, and they had a whole truckload. While the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, the female streamer felt as if fireworks were going off in front of her. How could this woman possibly be the wealthy boss of LTG? Since the last time Xiao Bei revealed during a live stream that the new boss was a wealthy lady, everyone had known that the female owner of LYG was young. But who could have imagined she would be this young and extraordinarily beautiful? The viewers in the live stream also heard the players' words and erupted in a frenzy. Oh my, is this the wealthy lady who spoils the players like sons? From stalker to boss, what a surprise. My goodness, what a powerhouse combination LTG has. Not only are the players handsome, but the boss is also a stunning beauty. Nana, please ask the beautiful boss if LTG needs a gatekeeper. Same question here. Am I the only one noticing the table piled high with Huaishang fruits? Tears of envy are flowing. I told you Nana was brain dead. How could someone so beautiful be a stalker? No, No, you're mistaken. Nana is clearly jealous of her beauty, fearing she might steal Nanxing away, which is why she is so eager to chase her off. To go to someone else's home and chase the owner away is truly a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. I'm about to die from laughter. Today, streamers are going crazy trying to get attention. Just because she had a ranked match with Nanxing, she shamelessly tries to stir up trouble, thinking she is the main character, and she still boasts about being an external member of LTG, yet she doesn't even recognize the boss. That is a slap in the face. Rich lady, I'm sorry for speaking so loudly earlier, please forgive me. Soon, the female streamer, with a face as stiff as a board, was escorted out by someone sent by the team manager. This trivial matter did not capture Lin Xichi's attention. However, her current indifference does not imply that she will let it slide. The unauthorized act of directing the live broadcast camera at her and defaming her will be addressed by the Chang'an law firm through a formal letter. It was rumored that the owner of LTG had arrived, and the organizers even inquired if she would be willing to accept an interview. Presently, Lin Xichi had become a popular figure within the league. Not wanting to debut, she promptly declined the invitation. With the competition commencing in 2 hours and her coach needing to convey some instructions, Lin Xichi did not linger. After wishing them well and promising substantial rewards, she made her way to the audience section. At this moment, the spectators were entering in an orderly fashion. Her seat was situated in the very center of the first row of the LTG fan section. Just as she settled in, she overheard an indignant voice from a young girl behind her. ATM is truly outrageous. They think they can monopolize the arena just because they have money. They practically cover the venue with their banners at every match. Do they really think this place belongs to them? Lin Xichi surveyed the scene. Indeed, the entire arena was awash in green, while the red banners of LTG appeared as mere flickers of flame, completely overshadowed. She had heard of the ATM team, notorious for their domineering and unreasonable behavior. Well, their manager is a relative of the theater owner, and the officials don't intervene. What can we do? The girl consoled her friend. Rest assured, even without support, LTG will emerge victorious. But it just infuriates me. It happens every time. And that was a banner I crafted with my own hands, only for it to be torn down like this. Just look at their smug faces. It's just a cup of milk tea, yet they act as if they've never seen one before. The fan sections of the two teams were distinctly separated. And sure enough, everyone on the other side was holding a cup of milk tea. At this moment, the live broadcast commenced, and the barrage of comments was filled with praises for ATM's fan engagement while disparaging LTG. More specifically, they were targeting her as the new boss. Isn't LTG's owner a wealthy lady? Surely she can afford a cup of milk tea. If we're talking wealth, our Ranan is the true heiress. She is the epitome of a rich girl who invested directly in ATM because of her passion for esports, becoming the manager herself. She is the envy of us all. Oh my goodness, is that true? That is beyond ordinary wealth. My father is the world's richest man. I love the entertainment industry. So he bought me J Company as a gift. Is that how life works? In comparison, LTG's wealthy lady seems utterly lackluster. Our Ranan is a true heiress. She is just a nouveau riche. Lin Xichi was left bewildered. How could these individuals' thought processes be so convoluted? Unbeknownst to her, it was not just the fans with peculiar reasoning. Some individuals harbored ulterior motives. The Ranan they spoke of was named Li Mengran, with family assets exceeding 1 billion. Her initial investment in ATM was to create a persona of a rich heiress to gain recognition and pursue her dreams in the entertainment industry. After all, apart from the entertainment realm, the esports domain was the most vibrant. Investing in a club simply because of her passion was a splendid way to showcase her affluence. Yet, just as she was on the verge of success, someone emerged to stand in her way, which naturally displeased her. Hence, her attempts today to buy milk tea and gifts were merely to flaunt her wealth. When Lin Xichi learned of this reasoning from her friend, she could only exclaim in disbelief. It was as if trouble found her without her seeking it. Ping. A task is now being issued. Refuse to undermine others and be a qualified wealthy lady. Upon completion, the reward will be 61 equity in Fengshan Film and Television Company. Failure or abandonment of the task will incur no penalties. Of course, there was no way she would abandon it. Old 6, what did I sign this morning? The Time Theater. Ah, the Time Theater. A smile crept upon Lin Xichi's lips as she repeated the name and picked up her phone to make a call. Hello, boss. 5 minutes later, the commotion escalated. What on earth are you doing? Who gave you permission to dismantle things? Do you have any idea who my father is? You're all going to regret crossing me. A frantic female voice echoed. The next moment, her phone rang. Hello, Dad. You have to stop this. I put my heart and soul into arranging this for an entire afternoon. What? She suddenly raised her voice, appearing thunderstruck. What had she just heard? Someone had purchased the Time Theater. Before she could fully process it, someone next to her shouted into their phone. Ranan, look. LTG's new announcement. LTG, PS, Announcement forwarded from the boss. Content as follows. I have purchased the Time Theater. Banners may be hung freely. Wow, she is so domineering. I adore her. Oh, rich lady sister, do you need a leg accessory? I'm available. Boss, you're so powerful. Goddess, please publish a book. I want to stay up all night reading it. Compared to her, any domineering CEO seems utterly lacking. My mom asked why I'm always hunched over. I told her it's because I can't straighten up. Rumor has it that a certain streamer managed to capture a photo of the rich lady sister backstage. See below. As soon as the photo emerged, chaos ensued. Although it was a network screenshot, the image was not very clear. Yet her ethereal aura and perfectly chiseled features were still evident. Just then, the mischievous director happened to spotlight Lin Xichi's face on the big screen. Oh, I'm losing my mind. The beautiful, wealthy boss of LTG is here in person, right in front of us. Help, I'm out of blood. She is stunning. This was the true embodiment of a rich and beautiful heiress. She could buy a grand theater at will. I would believe she was a princess from any nation. Within just an hour, Lin Xichi was trending on social media once again. Soon, people discovered that she had made several appearances on trending lists before. Lin Xichi, however, remained unfazed, focusing intently on the match. Aside from the occasionally attention-seeking director who would capture a moment to incite a stir, the atmosphere in the venue was quite pleasant. Although LTG was a popular team, their strength was not to be underestimated. With the addition of several internationally renowned coaches, they had improved on all fronts and swiftly concluded the match with a score of 4-1. As the match concluded, the audience, though reluctant to part ways, began to disperse. At that moment, 7 or 8 staff members in LTG uniforms, carrying large bags, entered and began distributing gifts to every fan and spectator in the LTG section. Hello, miss, this is a surprise gift from our boss for the championship. Thank you for supporting LTG. The match ended at 10 p.m. Typically, the team that won the championship would dominate the trending lists that night. But today, it was the surprise gifts that took the top spot. I spent $488 to buy a ticket, attended a live match, and received a surprise gift worth $2,888. I wonder if the milk tea is sweet. I suddenly crave it. I've never received such a gift in my life. From now on, she is my idol. Long live our boss. I stand proudly under the banner of our boss. They were elated, and Lin Xichi felt even more jubilant than they did. Congratulations on completing the task. The rewards have been distributed. Please check your collection, host. Congratulations on triggering a hidden reward. The amount spent today will be refunded tenfold. Lin Xichi sighed in exasperation. After finally managing to spend a little money, she was faced with the prospect of receiving 10 times that amount in return. Thankfully, she was not bound to a system that required spending money for life. Otherwise, her existence would be in jeopardy. The championship banquet was set to take place at the Glorious Pavilion, attended by all members and players of the LTG team, along with staff from the league, commentators, and hosts. As per tradition, each guest received a surprise gift. After the event concluded, only the LTG staff remained. Lin Xichi, with a grand gesture, distributed not only surprise gifts but also bonuses of 888 yuan to each individual. Chapter 47. Check-in at the Zhaoshang era. The celebratory feast was a resounding success, leaving the guests thoroughly delighted. Aside from those who had previously attended, such as Xiao Bei, the others couldn't help but marvel at Lin Xichi's immense wealth. They were well acquainted with the Glorious Pavilion, one of the 3 prestigious establishments in Yun City, where the reservation line likely extended into the next year. Today, they were not only able to host the celebration in the grandest reception hall, but even the chef and manager came personally to attend to them. An array of rare fruits, exquisite pastries, and fine wines, typically hard to come by, flowed freely. Truly extravagant. Boss, the celebratory cake has arrived. Boss. Xiao Bei. Is this Glorious Pavilion owned by your boss? Xiao Bei, blissfully indulging in the feast, replied, Yes, our meals are prepared by the nutritionists from Glorious Pavilion. Sister Cece lets us eat whatever we desire. However, if I had to choose, I prefer fried chicken and hamburgers over seafood and abalone. Is this even human language? They were visiting the Glorious Pavilion, which turned out to be the grand kitchen of LTG. Sister Cece, may I add you as a friend? The speaker was Tian Mei, the charming host from the game Honor of Kings. Of course, Lin Xichi replied without hesitation. As she took out her phone, several other commentators eagerly approached. Sister Cece, may I request to add you as a friend too? Please, this is the WeChat of a billionaire. Who wouldn't he want to add you? Lin Xichi treated them all equally and added them all. After the celebratory feast concluded, the group exited the Glorious Pavilion. Oh my, so many luxury cars. Are there rich second-generation heirs gathering nearby? At the entrance, over a dozen luxury vehicles lined up, exuding an aura of power and grandeur. Thankfully, it was nighttime, otherwise, it would have surely caused quite a stir. Mississippi Lin stepped out of a car and approached Lin Xichi. She nodded slightly. Please take them back. Sister Xici, are all these your cars? Tian Mei, who was excitedly snapping photos, swallowed hard. Lin Xichi smiled but offered no verbal response. Her expression spoke volumes. The female commentators were not the only ones who were thrilled. Even the top commentator earning millions, Kai Gu, couldn't he help but widen his eyes. They had just encountered a wealthy heiress of an extraordinary caliber. Tonight was truly an eye-opening experience. Thank you, Sister Xici. Long live Sister Xici. Good night, Sister Xici. See you next time. Tian Mei was the first to react, enthusiastically sending heart gestures towards Lin Xichi before swiftly getting into a Ferrari. The others, fearing they might miss out on their preferred vehicles, showered Lin Xichi with compliments and gratitude before hastily entering their cars. By the time Lin Xichi returned home, it was already midnight. After finishing her shower, she noticed an influx of messages on WeChat, mostly from guests expressing their gratitude for arriving home safely. She merely glanced at them without replying. There was also a message from Nanxing, inquiring if she had arrived home. Lin Xichi typed a quick response confirming her arrival. No sooner had she sent it than Nanxing replied instantly. Nanxing? Yes, good night, Sister Xici. Lin Xichi casually replied with a good night. After drying her hair, she quickly drifted into slumber, entirely unaware that someone on the other side was so exhilarated by her simple good night that they could not fall asleep for hours. The next day, Lin Xichi was awakened by a barrage of messages from Li Fun. The screen displayed over 30 photos, scenic views, solo shots of Li Fun, and a duo heart photo featuring her and Lin Jiangwo. Yesterday, the two had embarked on their first journey, guided by a tour guide. At the bottom, there were 5 voice messages from Li Fun, each lasting 60 seconds. Lin Xichi opened them one by one. They conveyed their arrival at Sanya. The amiable nature of the two tour guides, what they had eaten, what they had seen, and amusing encounters. From her light-hearted tone, it was clear Li Fun was thoroughly enjoying the trip. Lin Xichi listened intently, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. After responding briefly, she sent a message to Lin Er and Lin San, urging them to ensure the safety of the two women. Indeed, the so-called luxury professional guides were none other than Lin Er and Lin San. While Li Fun and her companion were unlikely to encounter any danger on their travels, Lin Xichi remained slightly apprehensive. She initially intended to send one of them to blend in with the tour group for protection, but to her surprise, Lin Er and Lin San quietly revealed their tour guide licenses. It was then that she realized the true meaning behind the all-around bodyguard mentioned by Lao Lu. This was not merely an ordinary level of versatility. In modern society, who would bother to obtain a seemingly useless tour guide license? After chatting with Li Fun for a while, Lao Lu's voice broke through. Ding! It's another energizing day. May I ask if the host wishes to check in? Check in, check in. Who wouldn't he check in? Ding! Check-in successful. 100 equity in Zhaoshang era. Zhaoshang era? What kind of establishment was that? Lin Xichi opened her phone for a quick search, and indeed, she found it. A glimmer of realization flashed in her eyes. As expected, daily affirmations of 666 led to Zhaoshang fashion era, a renowned establishment focused on beauty and hairdressing. Upon initially discovering it was a hair salon, Lin Xichi briefly wondered if Lao Lu had lost his touch. Lao Lu remarked, "It truly excels in all aspects." Nevertheless, as she read the introduction, she realized her own perspective was rather limited. If every industry had its ceiling, Zhaoshang era represented the pinnacle of the beauty and hairdressing realm. Situated on the 4th floor of the Diling building, Zhaoshang era was divided into beauty, hairdressing, and nail care areas. The establishment operated on a membership basis, with even a regular membership requiring a minimum deposit of 1 million yuan. Customers here were either wealthy socialites or celebrated stars. After all, ordinary individuals simply could not afford such luxuries. Lin Xichi gazed at her reflection in the mirror. It was the perfect opportunity to change her hairstyle. Not that her current look was unattractive, she merely desired a change. After all, which woman wouldn't want to experiment with various hairstyles and colors? Chapter 48, Competing for Nobility. Good morning, Mississippi. As she descended the stairs, she was greeted by Fu Bo, elegantly clad in a tailcoat, smiling warmly at her. Beside him stood 4 carefully selected attendants from FLB. Good morning, Fu Bo. As she approached, Fu Bo attentively pulled out a chair for her and arranged the tableware. After indulging in a delectable breakfast, Lin Xichi took Lin Tian to the D-Bay building. Today, she drove her favorite Ferrari, a brilliant red sports car that roared like a wild beast as it sped towards the D-Bay building. Upon parking, the two ladies ascended to the 4th floor via the elevator. The entire floor had been leased by the Zhaoshang Shi Dai Tian Di. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Xichi was immediately captivated by the artistic display of the 6 characters of Zhaoshang Shi Dai Tian Di emblazoned on the opposite wall. The lobby was exceptionally stylish, spacious, and well lit. Flanking the walls were rows of photographs showcasing various hairstyles, each one resembling a work of art. Above, glimmering Swarovski crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow, enveloping the hall in an exquisite sense of comfort. Hello, welcome to Zhao Shang, Shi Dai Tian Di. May I ask if you have an appointment? At that moment, a staff member clad in uniform approached them. Lin Xichi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He appeared to be in his early 20s, standing approximately 185 centimeters tall, with long legs and a slender waist. Although his face might not be considered divine, it was certainly handsome, sunny and striking, scoring at least an 85 out of 100. Such looks and physique could easily secure a spot in the entertainment industry, yet he merely worked as a salon attendant. Lin Xichi was taken aback for a fleeting second before she nodded slightly, confirming their appointment. Although she was indeed the owner and could have arranged for the entire salon to cater solely to her, she preferred not to indulge in special treatment. Thus, she had made an online reservation beforehand. After entering her name at the front desk for verification, the attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. Through his attire and demeanor, he discerned that these two were not merely socialites, but genuinely affluent young ladies. However, he was astonished that they had booked an appointment with their top stylist, whose consultation fee alone was a staggering 1 million. While Zhao Shang was a premier hair salon with industry-leading stylists, renowned for their service and results. Spending such a sum on a hairstyle was beyond his comprehension. It could only be said that the wealthy are indeed capricious. I see this is your first visit to our establishment. He quickly recognized their novice status, and, maintaining his smile, added, your appointment is at 10 a.m., and our stylist is currently on a short break. May I take a few moments to introduce you to our services? His infectious smile was genuine and comforting, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Xichi, keen to assess her new venture, nodded in agreement. Please, this way, he gestured. Here is our beauty area. All products used are meticulously selected by our makeup artists from renowned brands such as YSL, Lancôme, and Givenchy, ensuring both perfection and comfort in your makeup. As Lin Xichi listened and nodded, she observed that the beauty area was vast, featuring a grand hall capable of accommodating several clients simultaneously, along with individual makeup rooms. The array of high-end cosmetics and skincare products made it feel akin to a luxury boutique, truly spectacular. At that moment, the salon was bustling. The waiting area was filled with several elegantly dressed socialites queuing for their turn, a clear indicator of the salon's thriving business. Below is the nail care section. Unlike the ubiquitous nail salons found on the streets, our nail salon resembles a high-end jewelry showroom, and remarkably, it is free of any unpleasant odors. Lastly, they arrived at the hairstyling area, which was noticeably more crowded than the previous sections. Fortunately, the waiting lounge was spacious and did not feel cramped at all. The coffee tables were laden with a variety of fruits, beverages, nuts, and herbal teas. The attendant opened the glass door and ushered them inside. Miss Lin, please wait here for a moment. Your stylist will be with you shortly. Thank you, Lin Xichi replied, feeling quite pleased with his service and demeanor. She resolved to increase his salary. As people entered, those in the lounge instinctively glanced up, and upon seeing Lin Xichi, a flicker of admiration crossed their faces. Lin Xichi maintained a subtle smile, casually finding a comfortable spot to sit. Miss Lin, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve you. Just as the attendant was about to leave, an abrasive female voice pierced the air. Lin Xichi frowned slightly, lifting her gaze. The speaker was a well-dressed woman seated on a sofa against the wall, boasting a commendable figure and modern attire. She wore a stylish top from Chanel and Stuart Weitzman heels, her petite face obscured by a pair of Hermes sunglasses. If one could overlook the palpable jealousy and derision etched on her features, she could be considered an elegant beauty. At that moment, she was flanked by two individuals. One was a delivery man clad in a food delivery uniform, and the other appeared to be an ordinary young assistant, likely her staff. Ignoring the gazes of Lin Xichi and her companion, she haughtily raised her right hand. The assistant, eager to please and fearing her ire, hurriedly handed her a Starbucks drink. Yet, this did not improve the woman's attitude. She began to reprimand her loudly. How many times must I tell you? Even though you are merely my assistant, you are still my assistant, Li Man. Next time, if you continue to dress like a pauper, don't follow me, lest you embarrass me. The assistant, bewildered by the sudden admonishment, felt unjustly accused. Lin Xichi merely raised an eyebrow. The pauper reference was indeed quite pointed. Noticing the assistant's stunned silence, the woman shot her a glare, insisting, and don't forget to tip. The delivery man, who had originally intended to leave, saw the assistant reach for her wallet and quickly interjected, no need, no need. Simultaneously, he found it puzzling. Just moments ago, she had scolded him for being late by a minute, threatening to leave a negative review, yet now she expected a tip. The assistant, anxious to avoid further rebuke, hastily produced several $100 bills. Having completed her demands, The actress cast a triumphant glance in Lin Xichi's direction. Lin Xichi. Lin Tian rolled her eyes, her expression clearly conveying disbelief. The actress took a sip of her coffee and turned her attention back to her assistant. What are you dawdling for? Go check if Ji Shiyu has arrived. The assistant scurried out the door. Once she was gone, two affluent women sitting nearby began to whisper among themselves. Ji Shiyu? Is she referring to the top stylist from Zhaoshang? The one who has styled Hollywood's world-class stars? I heard Ji Shiyu only takes one client a month. Look, those ladies over there are all here for him. Is that Miss Su from the Bailing department store? And that one, I saw her at the Zhou family banquet. I heard she is the little mistress of the Liu family's heir. They are all here for the top stylist? It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Lin Xichi, however, was not paying attention to their conversation, as she suddenly received a video call from Li Fun. She stood up and walked outside to answer it. Shortly after, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. It was indeed the assistant of the actress Li Man's sister. Ji Shiyu has arrived and has entered his exclusive lounge. Really? Li Man's eyes brightened. Quick, let us head over. Today, she was determined to succeed. The others also received the news, standing up and making their way outside. At the beach, Li Fun was busy, one hand carrying a small bucket, the other holding her phone, clearly gathering seafood. She happily showed Lin Xichi her haul for the day, which included octopus, cat's eye snails, shrimp, and small crabs among other seafood. After a while, Li Fun mentioned that the tide was coming in and that she needed to return to find a processing shop for her catch. After promising to send her photos later that evening, she ended the call. Seeing their genuinely joyful faces, Lin Xichi felt a surge of happiness in her heart. Hello. A suddenly magnetic voice broke through her thoughts. Lin Xichi turned her head in confusion, her eyes widening in surprise. A man had appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, dressed in loose-fitting white leisure wear, and sporting rimless glasses that gave him an elegant air. His hair, a shade of flaxen, was long and tied back with a rubber band, lending him a stylish and artistic vibe. However, what caught Lin Xichi's attention the most was not his attire, but his face, exquisitely refined. Perhaps due to a mixed heritage, his eyes were particularly deep-set. And when he looked at you, it evoked a sense of profound emotion that sent shivers down one's spine. Coupled with his towering height of 188 meters, he undoubtedly scored at least a 9 on the attractiveness scale. Lin Xichi put away her phone and politely inquired, "Do you need something?" The man appeared visibly excited, his eyes sparkling. "Hello, Mississippi. My name is Ji Shiyu, and I am a stylist at Zhaoshang. You are exceptionally beautiful, and I would love to personally create a look for you. Would that be agreeable?" Fearing that Lin Xichi might decline, he quickly added, "Rest assured, if you agree, I can pay you a modeling fee. Within 30 minutes, I will offer you 1 million, and I assure you, the results will be nothing short of satisfactory." Lin Xichi was taken aback. What kind of remarkable employee was this, offering to pay for styling? Instead of exposing him, she nodded in agreement. All right. After all, the person she had booked an appointment with was indeed him. It made little difference whether he paid her 1 million or if she paid him the same amount. Ji Shiyu seemed particularly focused on creating her look. Initially, he intended to pull Lin Xichi to his styling room immediately, but after some contemplation, he decided to return and brainstorm some ideas first before dashing off. Lin Xichi was left bewildered. Upon returning to the lounge, Jiang Muching approached her. "Miss Lin, your stylist has arrived." As the top stylist at Zhaoshang, Ji Shiyu had his own styling room. At that moment, several people were waiting outside his room. Spotting Lin Xichi's arrival, Li Man scoffed. Today truly is a day for everyone and their dog to show up. With an air of superiority, she adjusted her sunglasses, declaring, "Let me tell you, none of you have a chance today. You may not know this, but I am good friends with the owner of Zhaoshang. So, you would do well to leave quickly to avoid embarrassment later." Chapter 50, The Owner of Zhaoshang. Lin Xichi was utterly perplexed. How was she unaware of having such a good friend? The door was soon pushed open from inside, but instead of Ji Shiyu, it was his assistant, a young girl, who stepped out. She quickly spotted the most beautiful girl in the crowd, as described by Ji Shiyu. Just as she was about to invite someone in, Li Man interjected, strutting forward like a peacock, adjusting her sunglasses dramatically. "Let us go?" The assistant hesitated, blocking her path. "I'm sorry, miss, but our teacher Ji has a client today. Please come back another time." "What?" Li Man's expression soured. She removed her sunglasses, raising her voice. "You dare to stop me? Do you know who I am?" The assistant blinked, her puzzled gaze indicating that she had no idea who Li Man was. Laughter echoed from the hallway. Li Man's face fell further, her tone becoming frantic. "Look closely, I am Li Man, the superstar Li Man." "Oh, I don't recognize you," the assistant replied politely, smiling. Witnessing her humiliation, the other women quickly stepped forward. "Mila, go tell teacher Ji that Su Yuyu has arrived. As per our usual arrangement, I'm willing to pay 1 million for him to style me." I'll pay 1 million too. Mila remained steadfast. I'm sorry, ladies, but Teacher G genuinely has a client today. After finishing her sentence, she gestured toward Lin Xichi. Miss Lin, please, you may go inside. Teacher G is waiting for you. What? Why does she get to go in? Su Yu protested. Ji Shiyu clearly said he values the order of appointments, and we arrived first. Why should she be allowed in before us? Realizing that Lin Xichi had been out for a while, Su Yu speculated, oh, I see. Did she bribe you? Whatever she offered, I'm willing to pay double. Or even more. You must let me in today. Noticing the escalating situation, Jiang Muching intervened. Everyone, there has been a misunderstanding. Miss Lin has an appointment. You can check the records at the front desk if you don't believe me. You see, she really does have an appointment. Another girl besides Su Yu chimed in, holding up her phone, displaying the appointment page for Zhaoshang. Su Yu found herself devoid of any excuses. She had never expected that Lin Xichi would indeed have an appointment. Fine, it's my fault for not booking in advance. In truth, it wasn't entirely her fault. Ji Shiyu had never accepted online bookings. So she hadn't thought to arrange one beforehand. No worries, Yu. There is still time. We can go find Teacher Tony. With that, the two left the corridor. Li Man, clearly dissatisfied, remarked, so what if she has an appointment? Let me tell you, I am a friend of your boss, and today Ji Shiyu must style me. Or else what? I'll have Kevin fire him. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes lit up in surprise as she spotted someone approaching. Kevin, you've arrived? The newcomer, a man in his 30s clad in a Versace floral ensemble and sporting ear studs, exuded fashion. He was Kevin, the stylist and manager at Zhaoshang. Upon seeing him, Li Man felt a sense of vindication and dramatically complained, Kevin, finally you're here. Someone has been bullying me on your turf. She expected Kevin to come to her aid, but to her astonishment, he didn't even glance her way and walked directly to Lin Xichi, elegantly gesturing. Oh my God, my dear boss. Why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? I would have loved to greet you personally. Though his manner was slightly over the top, Lin Xichi found it oddly endearing. She smiled back. It's all right. I came as a guest today. I promise to notify you in advance next time. Kevin, is everything all right? Did you just say she asked the owner of Zhaoshang? Li Man asked incredulously. Although Zhaoshang was merely a hair salon, it was valued at over 100 million. Moreover, it held significant standing in both aristocratic and entertainment circles. She could hardly believe that its owner was a girl in her early 20s. Unexpectedly, Jiang Muching and Mila also came into play. It turns out she is their boss, discreet, elegant, unflappable in her dealings, and courteous to others. This is the true demeanor befitting a genuine socialite, is it not? Li Man, though exceedingly reluctant, ultimately chose to say nothing further. What could she do? Setting aside the fact that Mila had an appointment, let us also consider that she is the boss. With just a word from her, the entire establishment would revolve around her whims. Mila, my muse. At that moment, Ji Shiyu rushed out. Upon seeing Lin Xichi, his eyes sparkled. How delightful. This beautiful lady, please come in. I cannot contain my excitement. Kevin, fearing that Ji Shiyu's foul temper might offend Lin Xichi, hastened to clarify. What muse? What beautiful lady? Shiyu, this is our boss, the lovely Miss Lin Xichi. Oh my God, Ji Shiyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, followed by an even greater excitement. Lin, we are truly fated. Do you know? I spotted you in the lounge immediately. You are a genuine pearl hidden among fish eyes. Stunningly beautiful. At that moment, I thought, I must create a look just for you. Li Yuman felt utterly speechless. However, she did not believe her beauty was overshadowed. Rather, she considered Ji Shiyu to be rather ordinary, merely flattering the boss with insincere praise. With a huff, she strode away in her high heels. In an instant, the corridor was left with only Lin Xichi and her companions, alongside a woman clad in a green dress. She cast a jealous glance at Lin Xichi before leaving in discontent. Chapter 51, a project with a 5,000 return rate. Once she reached a secluded area, she dialed a number. Darling, you can surely help me secure a role, right? Of course. Your husband happens to be an investor in this production. Not to mention a mere supporting role. If you desire the lead, I could easily arrange it with just a word. Listening to Lu Dong's boastfulness, Yang Zijing felt a wave of disdain. He truly had no qualms about making grand claims. After all, this was a project helmed by one of the nation's top 3 directors, Tian Shaoxing. His productions typically featured only A-list stars in leading roles. This historical drama, which he had spent 5 painstaking years crafting, was destined to be a blockbuster. Upon its announcement, a multitude of stars from the entertainment industry flocked to audition. Rumor had it that even 2 of the 4 renowned actresses, who had largely retreated from the limelight after winning numerous awards, were willing to perform pro bono for the chance to portray the lead. Although Lu Dong claimed to be an investor, she suspected his funds were merely a drop in the bucket. However, she also understood that without Lu Dong's connections, her own status would likely prevent her from even auditioning. Having finally obtained this opportunity, she had hoped to seek Ji Shiyu's assistance in crafting a fitting look to catch Director Tian's eye. But now, due to that woman, her chances seemed bleak. Oh my god, Lin, you are simply exquisite. You truly are my muse. In the styling room, Ji Shiyu lavished praise upon Lin Xichi's beauty. Lin Xichi gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features delicate and striking, her lips a vibrant red against pearly white teeth. With a classic hairstyle paired with a flowing pale green gown, she resembled a fairy stepping out from the misty reign of Jiangnan. Tian, how do I look? Tian's ears turned crimson as she nodded repeatedly. You look fabulous. But you hardly even looked. Tian replied. After the styling was completed, it was nearing noon. Kevin and Ji Shiyu escorted her to the door. Throughout the journey, Ji Shiyu continued to effusively admire Lin Xichi. Even after she had walked away, Ji Shiyu's gaze remained transfixed, as if he wished he could transplant his eyes onto her, taking her with him. This is what you meant when you spoke of the Duke of Chu's fondness for slender waists, right? If I were the Duke, I would surely be utterly captivated. Is that so? Kevin quipped, still maintaining a flamboyant demeanor. He slowly approached Ji Shiyu, taking his hand and placing it on his own waist. Shall we give it a try tonight? After leaving the early meeting, Lin Xichi took the opportunity to stop by the top floor to greet Kang Desheng and inspect the group. The director of the Debay Hospital introduced Lin Xichi to the facility. Ms. Lin, the room inside is where the young girl you specifically requested to be well cared for is staying. We have already performed the surgery, and she is currently recovering. We estimate she will be able to be discharged in about half a month. The young girl he mentioned was none other than Nanqing's sister. On the second day of her takeover of Debay Tower, Lin Xichi had arranged for her to be admitted to Debay Hospital. Lin Xichi refrained from entering hastily, choosing instead to survey her surroundings. Ms. Lin, here is our laboratory. The project team is currently researching an effective medication for ankylosing spondylitis. Ankylosing spondylitis? Is there truly an effective medication for it? Ankylosing spondylitis, often termed the immortal cancer, entails a long and painful treatment process, one that cannot be entirely cured. In her previous life, she had never heard of such a medication. Old 6, do you think the chances of success are significant? 0, what a pity. However, with Old 6 and Senior Hatsu in the mix, the success rate is 100 and is expected to yield a 5,000 return for the host. Really? Of course. As the group arrived outside the laboratory, the director introduced her to a gentleman in his 70s. Boss, this is the project leader, Professor Chiu Hua, a biologist. Hello. Professor Chiu, would you be so kind as to show me around the laboratory and update me on the project as progress? Though Professor Chiu was initially disdainful of such requests, he did not refuse and led her into the laboratory. After a considerable time, Lin Xichi finally expressed her opinions. Professor Chiu's initial disdain transformed into the eagerness of a thirsting student. As he realized that years of research had paled in comparison to the extensive knowledge of this young woman in her 20s. Lin Xichi remained in the laboratory for an entire hour, causing great concern for Qian Dazhong waiting outside. He was all too familiar with Professor Chiu's temperament and feared that his bluntness might offend the boss, jeopardizing the project as funding. However, when Lin Xichi finally emerged, he was taken aback. Professor Chiu's demeanor had entirely shifted. He was grinning so widely that his dentures nearly fell out. After leaving Debay Tower, Lin Xichi and Lin Tian found a trendy restaurant nearby for lunch. Have you heard? Director Tian is casting Forling Long Chuan at the Four Seasons Hotel. I haven't heard. I even saw Lin Shu there. Oh my goodness, hasn't Lin Shu retreated after winning the White Bear Award for Best Actress? She hasn't retreated. She just hasn't found a suitable script. The fact that even she is coming means this production is truly grand. Indeed, with Director Tian at the helm, and with Fengshang backing him, it is guaranteed to be a major production. Upon hearing the name Fengshang, Lin Xichi raised an eyebrow. Just then, her phone on the table rang. Hello, this is Lin Xichi. The voice on the other end paused for a few seconds before responding. Hello, Ms. Lin. I am Chi Yu from Fengshang Entertainment. There are some matters that require your decision. I am currently at the Bund Bay. Wonderful. I am also at the Bund Bay. I shall await your arrival at the Four Seasons Hotel. Alright. Chapter 52. How one's appearance can sometimes disregard the well-being of others. When the two individuals arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The exterior of the hotel was thronged with people. A melange of fans eager to catch a glimpse of their idols, media representatives seeking first-hand news, and onlookers who simply wished to revel in the excitement while snapping photos of the stars. The arrival of a fiery red sports car captivated everyone's attention. As Lin Xichi stepped out, the previously raucous crowd fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into gasps of astonishment. My heavens! Is she a newly debuted star from some agency? Such beauty, such figure, such poise. She is almost too stunning for the mere mortals to bear. It's a veritable assault on the senses. If I weren't so thick-skinned, I would have already felt too inferior to remain above ground. Mother, I have beheld a celestial goddess. I feel remorse for my own mom's eye. Upon seeing her, my heart has swayed from the left to the right. For her looks alone, I am resolutely committed to following this drama. Naturally, there were a few discordant voices amidst the admiration, arriving in a Ferrari for an audition, as if she were terrified that others wouldn't know she had connections. Merely a mindless ornament, and director Tian despises such individuals the most. A newcomer daring to audition for director Tian's production? I'd wager a pack of spicy strips that she'll be eliminated without a doubt. Lin Xichi paid no heed to these criticisms, adjusting her sunglasses as she strode toward the entrance. Due to special circumstances within the hotel, security was particularly stringent, wary of fans sneaking in and causing uncontrollable safety hazards. Lin Tian produced a platinum membership card for the Four Seasons Hotel from her bag and presented it to the guard. Upon inspecting it, the guard respectfully ushered the two inside. Once inside the hotel, Lin Xichi made her way to the restroom. While she was tidying her hair and makeup in front of the mirror, a rather attractive man in his 30s emerged from the adjacent men's restroom. Had there been anyone else present, they would likely have recognized him. Yu Haitian, a middle-aged idol dedicated to romantic dramas, may not be widely known, but he had appeared in several popular television series in recent years, even winning the prestigious Baisheng Award for Best Supporting Actor, thus qualifying him as a second-tier male star. Upon noticing someone outside, Yu Haitian initially felt a wave of irritation, instinctively assuming it was yet another obsessive female fan stalking him. Just as he was about to reprimand her, he finally discerned her features, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Lin Xichi, perceptive as ever, sensed an intense gaze fixated upon her, making her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. However, she shrugged it off, grabbing a tissue to dry her hands before seeking out Lin Tian. Noticing Lin Xichi preparing to leave, Yu Haitian finally snapped back to reality. He quickly straightened his clothing and confidently approached her, blocking her path. Wait a moment. Lin Xichi recoiled slightly, feeling overwhelmed by the pungent scent of his cologne. The man, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, removed his sunglasses and regarded Lin Xichi with unreserved confidence. You must know who I am, right? Yes, I am Yu Haitian, the recipient of the Baisheng Award for Best Supporting Actor. Lin Xichi. Is he perhaps unwell? You're here to audition for director Tian's new production as well, aren't you? His tone was laden with certainty. I don't believe I've ever encountered you in the industry. You must be a newcomer. Before Lin Xichi could respond, he continued unabated. You know, director Tian's productions are notoriously difficult to land a role in. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. The artists auditioning today are all at least second-tier stars. Unless an unforeseen miracle occurs, you'll likely be eliminated in the first round. Lin Xichi raised an eyebrow. So, what is he trying to convey? Sensing Lin Xichi's intrigue, Yu Haitian felt a surge of self-satisfaction. He was certain that this attractive female artist, beyond her beauty, was just like any other, willing to sacrifice anything for an opportunity. He paused dramatically, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Nevertheless, anything is possible. You do know, don't you, that I am the Baisheng Best Supporting Actor? With my guidance, securing even a minor role in Linglong Chuan is not entirely out of reach. Just as he finished speaking, a man hurriedly approached, urging, Tian go, it's your turn. Yu Haitian shot him a disgruntled glare, acknowledging his cue. He pulled out a business card from his pocket, presenting it to Lin Xichi with an air of a seasoned mentor. Young lady, opportunities must be seized through your own efforts. Once you land a role in director Tian's production, a bright future in stardom awaits you. This chance is laid before you. You must cherish it. After all, it is not every day you encounter a senior willing to mentor a junior like me. At this moment, Lin Xichi fully grasped the situation. So, it turns out she had encountered the unspoken rules of the workplace. It was rather astonishing. Despite being unemployed, she found herself amidst these dynamics. This brief interlude soon passed, and she paid it no mind. The two followed the directional signs to the location of the Linglong Chuan production team. In the corridor outside, a multitude of people were seated. A veritable paradise for aesthetic enthusiasts and fans alike, showcasing a diverse array of beauty and character. The corridor, already narrow, drew the attention of several individuals as Lin Xichi approached, eliciting a spectrum of reactions. Some regarded her with jealousy, their expressions gradually growing less friendly. Others felt a pang of anxiety, as if she might snatch away what belonged to them, casting wary glances in her direction. A few were simply curious, wondering which agency she represented, as such a striking presence could hardly go unnoticed. Others merely cast her a fleeting glance before choosing to ignore her, not due to a belief that Lin Xichi lacked beauty, but rather because she was so breathtakingly beautiful that they feared a prolonged gaze might disrupt their own composure and performance. Oh, isn't that the boss of Yaoshang? Don't tell me you're here to audition for Director Tian's production as well? Lin Xichi had just taken out her phone to call Chi Yu when a familiar voice rang in her ears. The speaker was Li Man, exuding an air of superiority. Arms crossed defiantly as she regarded Lin Xichi. You're not thinking of trying to leverage financial influence to secure a role, are you? I advise you to save your efforts. Director Tian is notoriously strict. Without talent, even a minor role will elude you. No sooner had she finished speaking than a commotion erupted from within. The door swung open, and a girl in a green dress burst out in tears. Inside, Director Tian Xiaosheng was in a fit of rage. Wang Hu, you're the assistant director. You should understand how crucial this production is to me. As long as I am involved, I absolutely will not tolerate any instances of nepotism or financial influence. Wang Hu responded hesitantly, but Director Tian. That person was sent by the Liu family. Besides, her acting isn't half bad, and she is merely auditioning for an inconsequential supporting role. Why can't you give her a chance? Enough. Don't speak on her behalf. If she truly had talent, she wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Whoever wants her can take her. As for the Liu family, they can invest or not as they please. Also, go inform those outside that plastic faces and those harboring unrealistic hopes should leave promptly, lest they claim I didn't afford them any dignity. Everyone listened to his words clearly, and immediately, many began to hesitate. After all, Director Tian was notoriously temperamental within the industry. There had been instances before where actors were brought to tears during auditions. Upon witnessing this, several who had come with a casual mindset began to reconsider their participation. However, this had little relevance to Lin Xichi. She placed a call to Chi Yu, and soon enough, he personally came out to welcome her, graciously inviting her inside. Once she departed, Li Man scoffed, knowing full well the consequences of defiance. She would soon find herself on the receiving end of harsh criticism. The private room was spacious, occupied by only 3 individuals at that moment. Upon seeing Chi Yu escort a woman inside, Assistant Director Wang Hu hurriedly approached. Mr. Chi, what is the meaning of this? You know Director Tian's temperament better than I do. He despises having people inserted into the crew without merit. To be frank, with her looks and image, you are not helping her, you are endangering her. Tian Xiaosheng had debuted as an actor in his youth, but faced misfortune. Spending 3 years in minor roles only to have a coveted part snatched away by someone who had paid to join the crew. Consequently, he developed an indiscriminate disdain for such individuals. The girl who had just entered was a prime example. Despite her commendable acting skills and appearance, her chances of success were high, yet she chose to challenge Director Tian's boundaries. One could only say she brought this upon herself. Wang Hu, fearing Tian's wrath would offend Chi Yu and result in a withdrawal of investment, quickly urged, Mr. Chi, I will pretend I did not see this. Please take her out and follow the proper procedures. Wang Hu, what are you dawdling for? What do you mean pretending not to see? Surely, one fears what one wishes to avoid, came the booming voice of Tian Xiaosheng from behind Wang Hu. The latter's heart sank, a single thought racing through his mind. This is disastrous. The crew hasn't even begun, the incense hasn't been lit, and now both the investors and producers are in turmoil. As expected, behind him, Tian Xiaosheng stared intently at Lin Xichi, his expression inscrutable, a calm before a storm. Wang Hu attempted to salvage the situation. Director Tian. This is a misunderstanding. She is Mr. Chi's friend, not an actress auditioning. What? Not auditioning? Tian Xiaosheng's eyes widened in astonishment. His naturally loud voice became even more pronounced due to his shock. Lin Xichi nodded earnestly. No. Wang Hu inwardly sighed with relief, appreciating Lin Xichi's understanding. Vowing to make it up to her in the future, Tian Xiaosheng sighed regretfully, but then suddenly smiled at Lin Xichi. Young lady, you are an artist from Fengshan, correct? Come, let me show you our script. I believe once you read it, your perspective will surely change. Lin Xichi. Wang Hu. Something was amiss. Surely, he had approached this incorrectly. Director Tian, are you suggesting she should audition? But he knew full well she was an artist from Fengshan. Tian Xiaosheng snorted lightly. Audition? What for? I intend to have her portray the character of Xiang Fei directly. What? This revelation shocked not only Wang Hu but even Chi Yu as well. He had read the script. The character of Xiang Fei was the most beautiful woman in the entire narrative. Although her screen time was limited, she played a crucial role. Yet, Tian Xiaosheng was willing to appoint her without an audition. It was known that even a Grand Slam winner like Lin Shu had to audition according to the rules. Yet, here he was, prepared to break that very rule for Lin Xichi. It was simply surreal. Lin Xichi was at a loss for words. Thank you, Director Tian, for your kindness, but I am truly not an artist, nor did I come here to audition. Although she was unsure why Tian Xiaosheng had taken a liking to her, she never intended to enter the entertainment industry and could only graciously decline. Chi Yu interjected, Director Tian, Director Wang, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Xichi, the president of our Fengshang Film Company, whom I mentioned earlier. As you know, I invited her today specifically to discuss matters regarding costume and makeup. Wait, are you saying she is the head of Fengshang? Wang Hu quickly apologized. President Lin, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please forgive me. Who could have imagined that the head of Fengshang would be so young and beautiful? His misunderstanding was hardly surprising. The one who found it hardest to accept was Tian Shaoxing. For the first time in his life, he wished someone would invest in the crew. Yet now, the funding was secured, but the person was absent. The auditions must continue. After all, Lin Xichi was the significant boss of Fengshang. Tian Shaoxing decided to include her in the panel of interviewers. Wang Hu somehow procured a sign that read Fengshang President Lin. Next, Li Man from Du Hua Entertainment. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Lin Xichi, Li Man's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't she come to audition? Why was she seated among the interviewers? Especially next to Director Tian? She had assumed Lin Xichi had been reprimanded and had scurried out through the back door. To her surprise, Lin Xichi was comfortably seated beside Director Tian. Lin Xichi blinked and smiled faintly. At that moment, Li Man noticed the sign in front of her. Fengshang President. She was still the head of Fengshang? That was Fengshang, a company worth billions, one of the top film companies in the entertainment industry. How old was she? And she already possessed such immense wealth. Enough, let us not waste time. Let us commence. The workaholic Tian Shaoxing was now fully engaged. Li Man's audition role was Xiang Fei. In her view, her looks were impeccable, and she was destined to portray such an extraordinary beauty. However, after her audition, Tian Shaoxing blandly remarked, if Xiang Fei looked like this, I fear the emperor would run away in the dead of night with his bed. He seized the opportunity to glance at Lin Xichi, urging, President Lin, you have seen for yourself. It seems nearly impossible to find another Xiang Fei who satisfies me besides you. Why not come to save the day, experience life? Lin Xichi firmly declined. Li Man. She had always known Director Tian's words could be biting, but now she realized they were not merely sharp. They were akin to the venom of a skilled poisoner. Next, from Summer Studio, Yu Haitian. Upon hearing this name, Lin Xichi raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Hello. Director Tian, esteemed interviewers. I am Yu Haitian from Summer Studio. I am auditioning for the role of Pei Lian. Linglong Chuan is a grand female lead drama set in the Qing dynasty, which can also be described as a female ensemble piece. And thus there are very few male characters in the script. Pei Lian is among the male supporting characters with the most screen time, aside from the emperor. And he is a likable character. In terms of external appearance, Yu Haitian indeed fit the role. He quickly finished the scene that Tian Shaoxing had randomly assigned. Lin Xichi could hardly bring herself to look at him. It was too glaring. She had thought that with such confidence, there must be some redeeming quality in his acting. Yet, he had transformed a charming gentleman, adored by countless women, into a middle-aged, greasy uncle. She dared to say that even Hai Tian soy sauce was inferior to him. Tian Shaoxing's expression was indifferent, clearly dissatisfied with him. He noticed Lin Xichi's unusual demeanor and, with great interest, inquired, President Lin, what do you think? The primary audience for Linglong Chuan consisted of young girls like Lin Xichi, and regarding the character Pei Lian, she possessed the most authority to comment among the few present. He was eager to hear her thoughts. Lin Xichi glanced lazily at the expectant and confident Yu Haitian in the center of the room. At the same moment, Yu Haitian also caught sight of her, his face instantly freezing, resembling someone who had just swallowed a multitude of flies, an exceedingly unpleasant sight. Lin Xichi slightly raised her brows, her red lips parting. Director Tian, are you jesting? I wouldn't dare to casually critique Senior Yu's performance. After all, he is a venerable figure who has won the White Bear Award for Best Supporting Actor. Everyone present was astute enough to discern the subtle discord in her tone. As a competent subordinate, Chi Yu certainly would not allow his boss's dignity to fall to the ground. Does President Lin know him? Several pairs of eyes turned toward her. I saw him half an hour ago. If we speak of Senior Yu, he is indeed warm-hearted, eager to assist, and keen to mentor others. She produced a business card as if by magic, toying with it in her hand. You see, he was worried that as a newcomer, I might not catch Director Tian's attention, and he said he would teach me how to act, assuring me that I would definitely land a role in the drama. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Being part of the industry, they understood the underlying implications. Oh, such audacity. Tian Shaoxing, known for his fiery temper, stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table. Yu Haitian, is that right? Best Supporting Actor of the White Bear Award, teaching newcomers to act, huh? Where do you get the audacity? With each question Tian posed, Yu Haitian's face darkened further. He was well aware of the dubiousness surrounding his accolade, which was mostly a ruse to deceive newcomers and impress fans and bystanders alike. Moreover, even a top-tier celebrity pales in comparison before the three leading directors in the industry, let alone him. The more Tian Shaoxing spoke, the more agitated he became. Slamming his hand on the table again, "What do you think you are, daring to engage in such sordid activities on my turf?" Ling Longchuan was a grand palace drama that had attracted nearly half of the entertainment industry's actresses, alongside renowned actresses like Lin Xichi. There were numerous newcomers from various film companies, or actresses who had appeared in a few productions but remained unrecognized. He could believe that if Yu Haitian dared to target one, he would dare to target countless others. If not detected promptly, the repercussions would render him, as the director, a historical pariah. Lin Xichi's eyes flickered. Indeed, Tian Shaoxing was not exaggerating. 3 years after the airing of Ling Longchuan, a scandal erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry. In her past life, Yu Haitian did not secure the role of Pei Lian, but instead landed the significant role of the emperor's chief eunuch. The drama Ling Longchuan became a phenomenal hit, propelling both the show and its actors to stardom, maintaining its popularity for 3 years. However, one day, 3 years later, no one anticipated that Yu Haitian's wife would suddenly publish an explosive revelation, claiming that during his 7 months on set, he had coerced over 10 female artists. The announcement caused an uproar. At that time, Yu Haitian attempted to refute the rumors, but soon after actress came forward with concrete evidence. In no time, Ling Longchuan trended on social media. Due to the presence of a disgraced artist, the show was subsequently taken down. Ultimately, Tian Shaoxing issued an apology to the victimized actresses and, burdened with guilt, announced his retirement from the industry. Though Lin Xichi was not particularly engrossed in dramas, she held a peculiar fondness for such entertaining series, often revisiting them periodically. Now, it seemed she could preemptively eradicate this malignant tumor. "This delightful drama of mine, no one shall meddle with. Wang Hu, I give you 2 hours to uncover the truth behind this matter." He was keen to see just how capable this Haitian soy sauce truly was. "Director Tian, what do you mean by this?" Yu Haitian's face turned pale. Wang Hu shot a mocking glance at Yu Haitian before exiting. Tian Shaoxing had no intention of acknowledging him. Yu Haitian was genuinely panicking, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He cast a difficult glance at Lin Xichi, filled with immense regret. Had he known she was the investor's representative, even with 100 bears' courage, he would not have dared to provoke her. But now it was all too late. Lin Xichi and the others had no time to witness his performance of popping dance. Tian Shaoxing had already instructed for him to be taken away. Everything would wait until Wang Hu's investigation results were revealed. Yu Haitian, initially insisting on leaving, was ultimately escorted away with a rag stuffed in his mouth. The audition continued. Chapter 55. Who needs to strive when one can rely on a wealthy sister? It must be said that the entertainment industry truly is a gathering place for beauties and handsome men. In just 2 short hours, Lin Xichi felt as though she had seen all the world's beauty. While she admired the stunning figures around her, she remained blissfully unaware that she herself was the most unique sight in the eyes of others. As the actors exited the private room, each could not help but lament how fiercely competitive the entertainment industry was. Their beauty would have undoubtedly made them campus goddesses in their schools. However, upon arrival here, they realized they had fallen short of the title. Lin Shu and Lu Wang, renowned globally for their stunning looks, were to be expected. Now, even the investor's representative was breathtakingly beautiful. It was indeed a fierce competition. Lin Xichi, however, remained oblivious to this, diligently observing the performances and scoring them. During this time, she encountered a familiar face, Yu Shi, whom she had met during her first shopping trip at Tiffany's. Yu Shi was auditioning for the role that had catapulted her to fame, the character Lan Guerin. She had only recently entered the industry, her acting still somewhat immature. Yet Tian Shaoxing was surprisingly satisfied, possibly drawn to the aura of vitality and her classically beautiful features. After exchanging simple glances, Yu Shi breathed a sigh of relief and left. Just then, Wang Hu returned with a grim expression. After clearing out all unnecessary individuals, he revealed the results of the investigation. It showed that Yu Haitian had deceived several female artists with the same pretext, but fortunately, the discovery was timely, and no major incident had occurred. Tian Shaoxing slammed his pen down heavily, his face darkening. "Director Tian, how should we proceed now? The matter must be addressed. Leverage the media to expose this. To dare act upon my territory is clearly a sign of disrespect." His face hardened. Such scum should not remain in the industry. It is better to eliminate them sooner rather than later. Afterward, he inquired of Lin Xichi, "What are your thoughts, President Lin?" As the owner of Fengshang, which was also the production company for this drama, she possessed the authority to make such decisions. Lin Xichi wholeheartedly agreed. Aside from eliminating this malignant tumor, her beloved drama would not need to be taken down. The show remaining on air would ensure that Fengshang, as the production and investment company, could achieve at least a small target in annual profits. Truly a win-win situation. Although Wang Hu was concerned that such incidents during the casting process would adversely affect the production team, Both the director and the investor, Baba, nodded in agreement, leaving him with no choice but to comply. General Lin, Director Tian, I implore you to show mercy this once. I promise to reform. I can even retire from the industry. Please, spare me. Lin Xichi regarded the disheveled Yu Haitian, who was kneeling on the ground, with barely a glance. Wang Hu acted swiftly. Due to the involvement of Linglong Zhuan, the matter rapidly escalated, resulting in a flurry of trending topics online. Yu Haitian had become a pariah, universally condemned. To protect the privacy of the female artists, the production team refrained from disclosing their identities, but from the moment they chose to take shortcuts. The team decided they would no longer be utilized. After a day of auditions, Tian Shaoxing insisted on treating Lin Xichi to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Indeed, if it weren't for Lin Xichi, he might have remained oblivious to these sordid affairs until it was too late, at which point it would have been catastrophic. After a sumptuous meal, Chi Yu and others personally escorted Lin Xichi to the underground parking lot. Watching the luxurious car drive away, Tian Shaoxing couldn't help but reflect that some individuals are indeed born into privilege. The following day, Lin Xichi visited Fengshan Film and Television, one of the 3 major established film companies in the country, equipped with comprehensive departments and housing top-tier artists like Lu Shiwang. Although Lin Xichi had mentioned not making a fuss, Chi Yu still gathered the executives and notable artists to await her arrival at the entrance. Among them was the recently popular 5-member boy band TNY. Hey, I've heard whispers that our boss is a stunning beauty. What? You don't want to work hard anymore? In this day and age, who wouldn't want to cozy up to a wealthy lady? I'm not boasting. If I could get close to a boss like that, my fans would definitely flood my Weibo with praises. Enough with your idle chatter. If the boss truly wanted to indulge in a young heartthrob, you wouldn't even make the cut. It would have to be someone like Wang Ge. Is Wang Ge coming to the company today? The top-tier stars are indeed treated differently, lounging in the break room. Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to a beast approached, capturing the attention of most onlookers. A pink sports car gracefully came to a halt at the entrance. Chi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Our boss is incredibly affluent. Just yesterday, it was a Ferrari, and today it's a Lamborghini, and in such a rare pink hue. As Lin Xichi stepped out of the car, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Chi Yu promptly approached her. Welcome, boss. It wasn't until she moved further away that the crowd began to react. Murmuring in awe, I suddenly feel unmotivated. I wonder what type our boss prefers. Do I still have a chance? The group ascended to the 2nd floor. Chi Yu introduced her to various departments. Boss, this is the public relations department. Hello, boss. Lin Xichi inclined her head slightly. Greetings. Boss, this is the management department. Boss, this is the artist department. Why are you still standing there? Greet the boss. It was only then that a dozen artists realized, stepping forward one by one to greet Lin Xichi. After a brief tour, everyone in the company was acquainted with Lin Xichi. Sweetie, please arrange afternoon tea for all the staff. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. After a simple tour, Chi Yu led her to the private luxury elevator of the president, taking her back to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Xichi immediately spotted a man waiting at the entrance, dressed in an immaculate white suit with gold-rimmed glasses, standing straight at the elevator's mouth. Upon seeing the doors gradually part, he gently adjusted his glasses with a finger, a confident smile gracing his lips. His voice was melodious and textured. Hello, miss. I am Yi Jianan, your personal secretary. Personal secretary? Miss. Lin Xichi furrowed her brows, suddenly recalling something. Old 6. Is this the big gift package you mentioned for today as sign-in? This morning, she had signed in and received the first ever major gift package. She had speculated about its contents, but never anticipated it would be another staff member. 100 loyalty, career-oriented, versatile secretary, yours to possess. Lin Xichi thought, just your everyday 666. Indeed, her enterprises were numerous and diverse across various sectors. One could only say, Old 6 is truly Old 6. She glanced once more at Yi Jianan. It must be said, Old 6 has a penchant for handsome men. Not only were Lin Yi and the others strikingly handsome, but even his secretary was a broodingly handsome gentleman. If she were to describe Yi Jianan in a single word, it would be elegant. Dressed impeccably, he exuded a composed and courteous demeanor. Chi Yu was unfazed by Yi Jianan's presence, as if it were a matter of course. However, when he caught sight of Yi Jianan's subtly visible collarbone and perfectly sculpted chest, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, wealth begets extravagance. Fortunately, Lin Xichi was unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, she might have burst into song about the joys of a happy planet. The group entered the office, where Yi Jianan skillfully prepared a cup of coffee for both her and Chi Yu. The office was adorned in her preferred style, clean and comfortable. Boss, these are all the current artists and resources within the company. Good. The artist roster was meticulously organized by prominence, boasting over 200 names. In addition to the triple threat sensation Lu Shiwang, The company also represented one of the three major leading ladies, Xiao Wanqing, the acclaimed actress Liang Hong, and one of the rising stars, Qiu Shitian, among others. Yanqia? Lin Xichi paused. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Wasn't he her cousin Yuan Tingting's latest favorite? Yuan Tingting was a quintessential fangirl, known for her fleeting affections, switching favorites monthly. Yet, Yanqia was undoubtedly the one she had fawned over the longest. Various fervent endorsements flowed from her about his charm and talent. Just looking at his face, Lin Xichi found him quite appealing, fitting the mold of the charming rogue. Noticing her interest, Qiu curiously inquired, "The boss knows him?" After interviewing numerous celebrities of varying statuses, he had assumed she was indifferent to fandom. Indeed, no woman could escape the allure of Fengxiang's two leading heartthrobs. "My cousin is his fan," Lin Xichi replied slowly. "Could you get me an autograph photo? I'd like to surprise her for her birthday in a few days." Qiu agreed without hesitation. "Of course, no problem at all, boss. Rest assured, I will handle it." Not only would he ensure that Lu Wang and Yin Xia accompanied her for shopping, carrying her bags, but arranging for a mere autograph would be a trivial task. Little did he know that one day this whim would indeed come to fruition. "By the way, boss, Lu Wang is in the back studio recording a new song. Should I let him know to come and meet you?" Qiu suddenly asked. Before Lin Xichi's delayed arrival today, she had already indicated that there was no need for grand gestures, compounded by Lu Shi's penchant for seclusion. Thus, he refrained from sending anyone to greet her. There was no need. Qiu personally escorted her downstairs. This time, the driver had shifted from Lin Tiantian to Yi Jianan. Upon returning, Uncle Fu and the others appeared to be acquainted with Yi Jianan, asking nothing further. Lin Xichi instructed Uncle Fu to arrange accommodations for her while she ventured to the rose garden. As she stepped into the rear garden, a delightful fragrance enveloped her. Having a distinct fondness for aesthetically pleasing flowers and plants, Uncle Fu had diligently curated a variety for her enjoyment. In the center, he had commissioned top artisans to construct a glass house. She removed her shoes and settled into a swinging basket chair, casually embracing a six-eyed flying fish pillow. Old 6. Display my personal information panel. As the words left her lips, a transparent panel materialized before her. Name, Lin Xichi. Age, 20 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Beauty rating, 97 out of 100. Temperament rating, 98 out of 100. Charm rating, 97 out of 100. Aesthetic appreciation, 100 out of 100. Overall evaluation, 98 out of 100. Physical fitness, 100 out of 100. IQ, 142. Education level, high school graduate. Yet to officially enroll. Funds, 7,024, 500, 000. Skills, professional driving, master level hairstyling, world-class piano proficiency, supermodel level high heel expertise, master level combat proficiency, and world-class culinary skills. Assets, Villa number 7 in Tiangong. Building 12 in Shiyuan Community, Linlang Pavilion, D-Bay Building, LTG Electronic Club, Time Grand Theater, Diansui Pavilion, Jindu Hot Spring Resort, Chang'an Law Firm, Fengshan Film and Media Company. QG Building, Zhaoshang Aero World, Xiangyang Amusement Park. Special Assets, Centurion Supreme Black Gold Card, Tanzanite Blue Crystal High Heels, Chanel Diamond Handbag. A team of 6 butlers with 100 loyalty, a 100 loyal housekeeper Chen Ma, and a 100 versatile secretary. Other consumables of special assets are not accounted for. Lin Xichi glanced over the details. Goodness, she had amassed so much without even realizing it. Nevertheless, what exactly did it mean to have a 100 loyal housekeeper named Chen Ma? Chapter 57. Diansui Pavilion is also your asset. In the evening, Lin Xichi entrusted the management of these assets to Yi Jianan. In truth, the subordinates of her various enterprises were quite capable, managing the companies with remarkable efficiency, requiring little to no oversight from her. However, knowing someone's appearance does not equate to knowing their heart. Hence, she felt more at ease leaving it in Yi Jianan's hands. Rest assured, Miss, I will manage the assets diligently, Yi Jianan replied with a confident smile, exuding elegance and charm. Old 6. Check-in. The next morning, before Lin Xichi had fully opened her eyes, she began her check-in routine. For her, the world was vast. But the act of checking in was paramount. A single day without it left her feeling restless. Ding. Check-in successful, awarded 8 private helicopters. Lin Xichi's eyes flew open in astonishment. Private helicopters? 8 of them. Once she processed the news, she exclaimed in delight, 666. After rising and freshening up, she found herself with nothing to do after breakfast, so she took Lin Yi and Lin Tiantian to an outdoor film base. This film base, named Guanshan Film Base, was constructed in imitation of the Qing Dynasty Palace, reputed to host hundreds of costume dramas and films each year. Much of the filming for Linglong Chuan would occur here. The production team was easy to locate, as her status as an investor allowed her vehicle to bypass the crowds of tourists and head directly to the set. As she arrived at the entrance, she overheard the booming voice of Tian Shaoxing. Withdraw your investment if you must, but I refuse to believe that without the Liu family, this production cannot proceed. Just as Wang, who was about to intervene, he spotted Lin Xichi entering. President Lin, Director Tian, Director Wang. Seeing Lin Xichi, Tian Shaoxing's demeanor shifted. He no longer wore a frown. Director Tian, what dilemma do we face? Lin Xichi inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. It's like this, President Lin. We are indeed facing a significant challenge. As you know, Linglong Chuan is a Grand Qing Palace drama, and the main actors require dozens of costumes and headpieces. Most of the props and costumes are prepared. We can commence filming as soon as the actors arrive. However, we had previously collaborated with the Liu family for the headpieces. But due to Director Tian not allowing their people to use backdoor methods, the Liu family is now threatening to breach the contract. The actors are nearly finalized, and we are on the brink of filming. He sighed, clearly overwhelmed. These headpieces and accessories were indispensable. Without them, the essence of the production would be lost. Yet, the Liu family was using this situation to pressure Tian Shaoxing. He detested being cornered in such a manner. Do you have images of the accessories crafted by the Liu family? Lin Xichi suddenly asked. Though Wang, who was puzzled, he retrieved the pictures. The accessories were numerous, encompassing hairpins, tassels, and various types, far too many to count. Lin Xichi was uncertain if Diansui Pavilion possessed such a collection. After informing the two, she stepped outside to make a phone call. On the other end was a man in his 70s. After succinctly outlining her requirements, she received a reassuring response. Miss, we have most of the items in stock at our collection, and I can arrange for the rest to be crafted, but it will take at least half a month. Lin Xichi relayed this information to Tian Shaoxing and Wang Hu. Tian Shaoxing's eyes widened, and just as Lin Xichi worried he might faint, he finally grasped the implications. President Lin, are you saying that Diansui Pavilion is one of your properties? Lin Xichi smiled indeed. Tian Shaoxing rubbed his non-existent hair, momentarily questioning his life choices. Over the years, he had encountered many influential figures in the elite circles. Initially, he considered Lin Xichi merely the owner of Fengshang, which didn't seem particularly noteworthy. However, Diansui Pavilion was an entirely different matter. While others might be unaware, he knew that Diansui Pavilion, under the guise of a handmade store, was actually a private collection house, rumored to house priceless artifacts. In this day and age, genuine items were mostly required to be submitted to authorities, but Diansui Pavilion was an exception, highlighting the immense power behind it. With the authentic items from Diansui Pavilion at their disposal, who would still covet the Liu family's inferior trinkets? Tian Shaoxing immediately dialed Liu Dong, and after a flurry of dialogue, he hung up feeling invigorated. President Lin, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. You are now a dear friend of mine. Originally, Fengshang was the sole investor, but with her involvement in props and costumes, they had gained an additional 1 share of profits. This seemingly minor percentage, considering the explosive success and potential of Linglong Chuan, could translate to billions in profit. That evening, Lin Xichi received an unexpected phone call. Cousin, good evening. A sweet voice floated through from Yuan Tingting on the other end. Yuan Tingting is 2 years younger than her, and she is currently a freshman at Xiangqing University. During their childhood, she and Yuan Tingting often trailed behind Yuan Dong, sharing a close bond. In those years when her mind was muddled by soda, Yuan Tingting frequently used her allowance to buy her gifts. Oh, you're particularly sweet today. Normally, this young lady would directly address Lin Xichi by her name, only resorting to calling her cousin when there were outsiders present or when she needed a favor. Hee, embarrassed. Yuan Tingting smiled shyly. Cousin, with summer vacation approaching, may I come to Yunqing to visit you for a couple of days? Aren't you going home? Lin Xichi noted that in the past, Yuan Tingting would always be eager to return home at the first opportunity during breaks. Well, since my dear cousin is here to help, there's no need for me at home anymore. I'd like to come to Yunqing and find a summer job. Yuan Tingting surrendered in an instant, saying, All right, I just broke up, and I'm feeling down. I want to clear my mind. Okay, I'll pick you up then. She had heard that Yin Qiye would be holding a concert in Yunqing next week, and it would be a perfect opportunity to take her along. Chapter 58, Yuan Tingting's Arrival. The following day, just after Lin Xichi had finished signing in, she received a call from Yuan Tingting. It seemed quite noisy on her end. Cousin, guess where I am? Lin Xichi swiftly revealed. Did you forget who booked your flight? Last night. She had asked Yi Jianan to help her secure a ticket to Yunqing, and given the timing, she should have arrived at the airport an hour early. Considering it was her first time flying, Lin Xichi reminded her of a few important details. Oh, cousin, I know. Just because I've never eaten pork doesn't mean I've never seen a pig run. Just make sure to keep an eye on your belongings. After hanging up, Lin Xichi glanced at the items she had just signed for, feeling puzzled as she inquired about Old Lou. Old Lou, what is this 33 Club? The Disney 33 Club is regarded as one of the top 10 mysterious and forbidden places in the world. It is a private club exclusive to Disney, with only 3 locations worldwide, one of which is in Yunqing Disneyland. Membership in this club allows one to enjoy many special services and privileges that regular tourists cannot access. Of course, it can also be viewed as a status symbol, as membership in the 33 Club is strictly limited to under 500 individuals, and the waiting list for applications extends to 50 years into the future. Lin Xichi was slightly taken aback. Is it really that exclusive? She was aware of Disney and its popular characters like Ling Na Bay Air and Cinderella, but if it weren't for Old Lou's introduction, she would have been oblivious to the existence of such a private club. At that moment, at Xianqing International Airport, in the terminal stood a young girl dressed in a white dress, carrying a handbag. She was approximately 18 or 19 years old, of average height, with a round face that exuded cuteness. There's still an hour, I might as well wait. Just as she was about to drag her suitcase to find a seat, someone suddenly blocked her path. Yuan Tingting, what are you doing here? The girl's gaze was haughty, as if the airport belonged to her. Are you a dog? Yuan Tingting retorted unexpectedly. The girl's delicate features darkened. What do you mean? Lack of culture calls for more reading. Otherwise, when someone insults you, you want to even understand it, which is truly frightening. I mean, you're like a dog meddling in affairs that don't concern you. Do you comprehend? It seemed there was something off. The girl was momentarily taken aback and rolled her eyes. Humph, who's uncultured? Just look, this is the VIP reception area. And your seat is over there, you country bumpkin. To her, seeing Yuan Tingting, who wore nothing but items under 100, managed to board a plane was a feat. It was unimaginable that she would splurge on first class. Yuan Tingting silently rolled her eyes. The girl before her was Tu Jiaojiao, a classmate and roommate. On the first day of school, under her boasting, it became widely known that she was a wealthy heiress. However, to Yuan Tingting, she was simply a spoiled brat. Petty and pretentious, she could not stand anyone doing better than her, and even felt pain when someone had something nice that she did not. Just last month, when Yuan Dong had gifted her the latest Huawei phone, she had been intolerable. Yuan Tingting could not be bothered to argue with someone so shallow-minded. She dragged her suitcase towards the VIP reception area. Tu Jiaojiao had initially waited to see her embarrassment, but was stunned to see Yuan Tingting exchange a few words with a flight attendant, who respectfully ushered her into the reception area. How is this possible? Tu Jiaojiao was dumbfounded. She had checked before coming. The first-class ticket from Xianqing to Yunqing cost $8,000. While her family had some wealth, they would never splurge $8,000 for her to fly. Humph. What is so impressive about that? She stomped her feet, feeling disgruntled. Flying first class to Yunqing is useless if you can't even snag a ticket to my brother's concert. It would be a wasted trip. Unlike me, I managed to get front row seats in Area A. I'll be sure to post it on social media and make her furious. With that, she strutted off in her high heels toward the waiting area. As the time drew near, Lin Xichi stepped out with Lin Yi. They arrived early and waited for a few minutes before seeing Yuan Tingting emerge. Cousin, Yuan Tingting waved excitedly. Who is this? As she approached, her curiosity turned into a slight crush as she glanced at Lin Yi beside her. I'm Miss Lin's personal bodyguard. Allow me to take your luggage, Miss Yuan. With that, Lin Yi took the suitcase from her hands. The three of them made their way outside the airport. On the way, Yuan Tingting received a call from Lin Mei, who essentially asked her not to cause Lin Xichi any trouble and entrusted Lin Xichi with looking after her, ensuring she didn't indulge in junk food. 40 minutes later, the car pulled into the Tiangong villa. Cousin, do you live here? Staring at the luxurious mansion before her, Yuan Tingting gulped after a moment. She had heard her mother and aunt mention that her cousin had won the lottery and invested in profitable projects, thus amassing considerable wealth. Yet, she had never imagined her cousin was this affluent. Mrs. Back, Uncle Fu greeted them at the door with a beaming smile. This must be Miss Tingting. Please come in. Half an hour later, Yuan Tingting had transitioned from shock to deeper astonishment. What are you doing? I already have a 1,000,000-word novel playing in my mind. Title just broke up. Rich cousin descends from the heavens to pamper me. Cousin, please support me, sweet and salty. After joking around, she began rummaging through her suitcase, pulling out a plethora of items. They were all treats and snacks she loved. Dinner was to be enjoyed at home, prepared as hot pot. Yuan Tingting swore it was the most extravagant hot pot she had ever experienced. So happy, truly blessed. The two then watched a film in the cinema, indulging in a leisurely time. When Lin Xichi emerged from her shower, she found Yuan Tingting engaging in a friendly exchange of cultural heritage. I'm so frustrated, she cried. All the stars in the sky are falling because of me. Ah, it's so annoying. Seeing that there was still time, Lin Xichi opened the LTG group chat. Is anyone in the group available right now? The once dormant group, akin to a legion of zombies, suddenly erupted with a flurry of messages in mere seconds. Tianmei, wealthy sister, I have it, I have it. Xiaobei, sister Cici, I also have it. Jinxin, Lin Xichi, it's like this. Could everyone please help my cousin rank up? Tianmei, wealthy sister, leave it to me, what is your sister SID? I'll add her. Lin Xichi promptly shared Yuan Tingting SID in the group. Almost instantaneously, Yuan Tingting, who had been sulking under her covers, sprang to life. Tianmei added me. Could it be she added the wrong person? Although Tianmei is a tournament commentator, she was once a professional player, revered as a goddess by many. Oh my god, LTG Xiaobei, cousin, quickly help me call Linny. I feel so ecstatic I can hardly breathe. I urgently need artificial respiration. Lin Xichi, Chapter 59, on the matter of my cousin being a wealthy woman. Despite her bewilderment, Yuan Tingting hastily clicked to accept the friend request. Please. This is a friend request from a professional esports player and commentator. Only a brainless person would reject it. Once added, she gazed at her friend list. Now adorned with the title of professional, feeling both nervous and exhilarated. What if they realize they added the wrong person and subsequently delete me? Screenshots. Yes, screenshots. Even if I get discovered and deleted, it would still be worth it. As she muttered to herself, her fingers flew across the screen, capturing images. After finishing her screenshots, she swiftly opened a post in a forum. Ladies, the goddess of fortune has graced me. I am bound for happiness. Attached were her screenshots. Just as her excitement peaked, 2 team invitations popped up on her screen. LTG Xiaobei has sent a team invitation. Agricultural god Tianmei has sent a team invitation. Yuan Tingting sat upright, as if resurrected. Am I dreaming? What am I seeing? Xiaobei and Tianmei have both invited me to team up for a game. While she may not be a diehard fan of the competitive scene, the mere chance to play alongside professional esports players was an immense stroke of luck for an ordinary gamer like her. Stay calm, stay composed. She took a deep breath and clicked to accept. Oh my goodness. The array of professional accounts on the team page dazzled her eyes. Xiaobei, Tianmei, Nanxing, Jinxin. Oh my goodness. At that moment, Xiaobei activated her microphone. Sister Wuda. Wuda is Yuan Tingting's in-game name. The sweet voice of Tianmei echoed through the microphone. Hello. Wealthy little cousin, I am Tianmei. Although Jinxin and Nanxing remained silent, they too sent messages to greet her. Hello, boss's cousin, I am Jinxin. Hello. Wealthy little cousin, boss's cousin. Yuan Tingting glanced between the game interface and the distant Lin Xichi, who was indulging in a professional massage from Lin Tiantian. Suddenly, she leaped from her bed. I remember now. Cousin, did you attend the KLL finals a few days ago? So you are the wealthy female boss of the LTG club? In that moment, clarity washed over her. While she did not follow tournament broadcasts, she occasionally stumbled upon videos about the finals while scrolling through short clips. At that time, she thought the female boss of LTG looked somewhat familiar, yet she never dared to associate it with Lin Xichi. To her astonishment, it truly was her. Everything now made sense. No wonder Tianmei and Xiaobei added her. No wonder they invited her to team up. She rushed to the two, planting a quick kiss on Lin Xichi's cheek. Cousin, I love you. When you get married in the future, I promise not to tell your husband about the time you were chased by a goose for 8 blocks. Lin Xichi, she really will. After saying that, she quickly returned to the sofa, embarking on her delightful journey of stargazing. Yuan Tingting, naturally skilled in socializing, had already bonded with Xiaobei and Tianmei after just one game. Noticing she lacked skins, Tianmei generously gifted her a complete set. Thank you, Sister Tianmei. Love you moi. Yuan Tingting was overjoyed, unaware that Tianmei felt even more elated. Establishing a good rapport with such a wealthy heiress would undoubtedly pave a smoother path for her future. Little did she know that in the near future, she would feel grateful for today's decisions. With the guidance of top-tier professional players, Yuan Tingting ascended to 5 stars in less than an hour, resolving battles in merely 10 minutes. Victory! As yet another battle concluded, the group returned to the team page. Just then, Yuan Tingting received a message. Upon reading it, her expression shifted slightly. The sender was none other than her ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend, who was also an old friend, Jiang Kuor. She had met her ex-boyfriend through gaming, having heard he was a playmate on a certain platform, skilled at the game and with a charming voice. As time passed, they became attached, even adopting couple names before entering a virtual romance. Later, realizing he was quite adept at the game, Jiang Kuor often asked him to help her when they played together. Eventually, just before a holiday, her ex-boyfriend severed their couple status, quickly binding himself to Jiang Kuor. Although it was merely an online romance, and she did not harbor deep feelings for the scoundrel, the turn of events left her feeling quite unsettled. She often wondered why Jiang Kuor only claimed to play Yao Mei, refusing to join her on the development lane while insisting on following the jungler, calling him Wild King Brother. Yet now, she couldn't quite fathom whether Jiang Kuor was trying to prove her charm or simply attempting to undermine her. However, she leaned towards the former. It was purely a matter of psychological imbalance. Ting, want to play a game together? At that moment, Yuan Ting longed to utter a beautiful phrase from her native culture, but in her excitement, she inadvertently clicked to join another team. As she entered, Jiang Ku's sugary voice came through the headset. Sweetie, we have an extra person now, so we can't take you along for the ride. Yuan Ting rolled her eyes. She recognized everyone in the team, including her ex-boyfriend and his two similarly unremarkable roommates. They had all played together before. And since she hadn't changed her avatar or ID, they immediately recognized her. Ku, why did you pull her in? That person, who is so unskilled, somehow managed to reach king status? Our Ku is the most impressive. She has the sweetest voice. Yuan Ting couldn't be bothered to argue with them and opened her mic. You all play? I have a team now. Just as she was about to exit, Jiang Ku spoke again. Well, Ting, how about I create a battle room, and you invite your people in so we can have a match? Winning all the time isn't that interesting. It's more fun to play with familiar faces. You wouldn't know, Qi Liang and the others are way too good, making it impossible for me to enjoy the game. I'm so fatigued. Qi Liang was her ex-boyfriend's in-game name. From a distance, Lin Xichi could already detect the fragrant aroma of tea. Are you sure you want to battle with them? Yuan Ting raised an eyebrow. Jiang Ku assumed she was intimidated and feigned reassurance. It's fine. Although Qi Liang and his crew are professional playmates and indeed better than regular players, I'll make sure they go easy on you, so you won't lose too embarrassingly. Just treat it like a normal game. Chapter 60, Cousin. Do you know Yin Qi? Yuan Ting's eyes flickered. Jiang Ku truly underestimated her. With just a flicker of thought, she could discern that this was undoubtedly a devious suggestion from one of the prominent figures in her livestream chat, merely seeking amusement. As expected, the comments in Jiang Ku's livestream were rife with disparagement towards Yuan Ting. Ku is simply too kind-hearted. Despite everything, she still remembers to include her. However, it is a pity that some individuals are simply not cut out to be streamers. Had it not been for Ku, I would have never ventured into the Wuda livestream room. With such poor skills and mediocre looks, how does she even dare to aspire to thrive in the streaming industry? The backstory is rather lengthy. Initially, Jiang Ku insisted that Yuan Ting start streaming, claiming it could be lucrative. Given the financial struggles at home, Yuan Ting registered an account and became a streamer with a mindset of giving it a try. After dozens of live streams, her whimsical antics garnered her a modicum of fame. She speculated that part of Jiang Ku's sabotage stemmed from jealousy over her popularity. Indeed, she had intended to flaunt her own success, only to find Yuan Ting surpassing her. To claim she felt no jealousy would be a blatant lie. The last time Yuan Ting streamed, Jiang Ku had visited once, inviting her to a match. The outcome was predictable, with the professional players from Qi Liang accompanying Yuan Ting. Her fanbase was utterly decimated. To her astonishment, today she returned for a second round. Truly, one cannot change their nature. I shall aid you in this endeavor. Let me inquire further. With that, she rejoined the queue and briefly explained the situation to a few others. Tianmei was incensed, declaring, "Let us support Wuda's sister. Bring us in, and I shall avenge you." Xiaobei expressed his agreement, and Nanxing and the others naturally had no objections. Soon, Yuan Ting created a battle room and invited Jiang Ku to join. Jiang Ku quickly assembled her team, while Yuan Ting struggled to gather her own. Just as Jiang Ku was about to mock her for her lackluster team, Xiaobei entered. Upon seeing his ID, Yuan Ting burst into laughter. Xiaobei had changed his name to No 6 Virtues, Tianmei to No 7 Virtues, and Jianxin to No 8 Virtues, while even the typically well-behaved Nanxing had altered his to No 9 Virtues. Most notably, their professional titles remained, coupled with the V10 tag, making the entire team shine brilliantly. Jiang Ku was left in disbelief. How could Yuan Ting possibly know professional players? It was well known that these female streamers would go to great lengths to ride on the coattails of professional players. Yet now, Yuan Ting had effortlessly gathered 4 professionals to support her. As the players assembled, Yuan Ting, the room's host, promptly initiated the game. Wuda sister, you play Princess Yao Yao, and Nanxing will carry us. All right. Yuan Ting quickly selected her character. The game commenced swiftly, and unsurprisingly, Jiang Ku also chose Princess Yao Yao. Previously, she had dominated her opponents with this character. Yuan Ting had always thought Qi Liang and the others were formidable, but now, compared to actual professionals, they were merely amateurs. Within the first 5 minutes, the opposing team hadn't even laid eyes on the red and blue bosses. Xiaobei and Jianxin were even more audacious, disregarding the second tower and guiding Yuan Ting straight to the crystal. In merely 5 minutes, Yuan Ting single-handedly secured 13 kills, perpetually accompanied by the red and blue bosses. Yuan Ting was genuinely enjoying herself. She had avenged herself and relished her triumph. At the 6-minute mark, the opposing team promptly conceded. The queue disbanded automatically. Yuan Tingting paid no mind to this trivial incident and happily played a few more rounds. When the queue disbanded, she noticed that the friend request list had grown by over 30 individuals. In addition to professional players from the LTG club and their trainees, there were professional commentators, hosts, and several major streamers boasting millions of fans. Beyond sending friend requests, they also followed her livestream account. Due to the overwhelming buzz, her account gained 1 million followers overnight, transforming her into a genuine million-follower streamer. She learned this news the following morning. After a fit of silly laughter while holding her phone, she suddenly exclaimed, "Cousin, you are my goddess. I am infatuated with you, driven to madness, and ready to crash into walls for you." At this moment, Lin Xichi also wished to echo a classic quote, "Basic skills, do not six." After breakfast, Lin Xichi took her to a salon for a hair makeover, and they strolled through the shops in the afternoon. By the time they returned home, Yuan Tingting was utterly exhausted. Over the past few days, she had truly experienced the joy of living like a wealthy woman. Of course, apart from a Hermes bag, she hadn't purchased any other luxury items. Most of her purchases were reasonably priced, slightly better than her usual quality. Although her cousin had become wealthy and their family lacked for nothing, she was encouraged to spend and buy freely. However, she herself held little desire for material possessions. "Fu Bo, look, sister outfits. Aren't they lovely?" As soon as she entered, Yuan Tingting eagerly showcased her matching outfit with Lin Xichi to Fu Bo. Originally, Lin Xichi had intended for Linny to pay, but Yuan Tingting beat her to it. Fu Bo smiled warmly at the two, clearly showing particular fondness for Yuan Tingting. "Beautiful. Miss and Miss Tingting look good in anything." While Lin Xichi remained unfazed despite the day's exhaustion, Yuan Tingting, on the other hand, felt her back aching and her legs cramping. After Lin Xichi discreetly enhanced her with a miraculous gene-optimizing liquid, the two of them settled down by the poolside to rest. "Cousin, do you know Yin Xichi?" Yuan Tingting suddenly asked. Though it was an inquiry, she knew Lin Xichi did not follow celebrities, so she began to elaborate. "He is my new male idol. Wild and handsome. When he dances, my heart races. His waist isn't just a waist, it's a weapon of seduction. This saying is all about him." After her excitement, she pouted, "He is having a concert in Yun City tomorrow, but sadly, I couldn't snag a ticket." "Oh, the sorrow is immense." Lin Xichi chuckled, choosing not to reveal the plan she had arranged. This surprise was meant to be unveiled tomorrow. Chapter 61. Some people may have to endure the cold wind outside the door. On July 18th, the final show of the popular male idol Yin Xichi's summer global tour would conclude in Yun City. Speaking of Yin Xichi, he could undoubtedly be described as a celestial star that fell from the heavens last year. At only 19 years old, standing at 188 centimeters, with a captivating physique, exceptional singing and dancing skills, a unique style, and a free-spirited personality, his face exudes a charmingly rogue aura. However, beneath that visage lies a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, leading fans to claim that his gaze could electrify. Even looking at a dog seems imbued with profound sentiment. There is indeed a reason he is regarded as a celestial star. He debuted with no prior hype, launching with a bang, and since his debut in March last year, he has consistently dominated the charts every month. What's more, a blurred video of him dancing caused his follower count to skyrocket by 40 million overnight. While one might credit his good looks to divine favor, he is not only blessed with a distinctive voice but is also skilled in songwriting and composition. His self-written and composed debut album has garnered numerous prestigious awards, as if the heavens were continually providing him with sustenance. In the car, Yuan Tingting excitedly scrolled through various short videos from outside Yin Xichi's concert venues. The concert commences at 6 o'clock in the evening, and with merely 2 hours remaining, the ticket inspection is progressing in an orderly fashion. From the snippets of video, one can discern the electrifying atmosphere on site. Each individual exudes palpable excitement and joy at the prospect of seeing their idol. Ding dong. A notification pops up. Yuan Tingting, unable to contain her eagerness, promptly opens it. The message originates from the fan club of Yin Xichi at Xiaoqing University. The chat is flooded with photos of concert tickets shared by numerous members, with Tu Jiao posting the most, seemingly desperate for everyone to know she secured a ticket in area. Yuan Tingting gazes at the posts, consumed by envy and resentment. She lightly smacks her own hand, lamenting with a pout, "How could you be so disappointing? I've scrimped and saved for half a year, yet I didn't even catch a glimpse of a ticket. Truly, it feels like a disastrous campaign before it even began, akin to a fallen emperor who perished before establishing his reign." "Cousin, I seek comfort and a hug." Lin Xichi does not shy away, embracing her tightly. Yuan Tingting's spirits lift slightly as she curiously inquires, "So, where are we headed now?" Upon awakening this morning, Lin Xichi had enlisted a professional care team to pamper her from head to toe, leaving no strand of hair unattended. Afterwards, She had the premier styling team of Yaoshang enhance her hair and apply an exquisite full makeup. At that moment, she marveled at the undeniable expertise of the professionals, contrasting it starkly with her own amateur attempts. Lin Xichi smiled mysteriously, a secret. A surprise is only a surprise if it holds an element of astonishment. Revealing too much diminishes its charm. The vehicle halted outside the venue. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a breathtaking display of support banners for Yin Xie flanking the road. If that weren't sufficient, the throngs of people and countless red light sticks unequivocally signified that they were indeed outside the concert venue for Yin Xie. Yuan Tingting, momentarily dazed, exclaimed, "Cousin, is this not the site of my idol's concert?" She glanced at Lin Xichi, suddenly realizing, her eyes widening in disbelief. "So, you managed to secure a ticket. This is the birthday surprise you mentioned, isn't it? It must be, right? I didn't guess wrong, did I?" She blinked eagerly, and Lin Xichi feared that a single word of denial might provoke tears. However, before she could respond, a female voice interrupted. "Yuan Tingting? It was Tu Jiao Jiao. What are you doing here?" After confirming it was indeed Yuan Tingting, Tu Jiao Jiao raised her chin slightly, her tone laced with a condescending inquiry. One might think this was her family's establishment, with Yuan Tingting appearing as an unwelcome guest. Despite Yuan Tingting's petite and charming appearance, her fiery personality was unmistakable. "No wonder your only passing grade in 7 subjects was in physical education. It seems your memory has been devoured by a dog." Recalling the incident at the airport a few days prior, Tu Jiao Jiao felt even more irate. She lifted her chin and flaunted her ticket. "You don't have a ticket, so you can't even enter the door. Your presence is futile. However, out of courtesy as classmates, I will take photos and videos for you. You need not thank me excessively." Just then, the line ahead moved forward slightly, and a fellow girl urged her to catch up. Tu Jiao Jiao boastfully waved her ticket. "I'm going in now. You can enjoy the cold wind outside. By the way, if I get picked by my brother to go on stage and interact, I might just tell him you're out here freezing." With that, she scampered off like a victorious hen, rejoining the queue while continuing to chatter in the group. Exasperated, Yuan Tingting suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. After all, cameras were everywhere, and with her cousin, a veritable magnet for attention, beside her, she worried about being captured in an unflattering light. Turning back to Lin Xichi, she implored, "Cousin, my dearest cousin, you did secure a ticket, didn't you?" Lin Xichi, with a resigned smile, instructed Lin Tiantian to produce the ticket sent by Qi Yu the previous night. "We have a ticket, let us proceed." "Oh yay, I knew it. Cousin, I adore this surprise." With the ticket in hand, Yuan Tingting snapped a photo as they walked, sharing it in the fan group to boast. Why is there no one in this line?" Given the large crowd, there were 7 or 8 ticket counters, each with lengthy queues, yet theirs was entirely vacant. After presenting their tickets, the 4 were ushered inside. This scene caught Tu Jiao Jiao's eye from a distance as she remained in line. Utterly perplexed, how did they manage to enter from there? That's supposedly the VIP entrance, designated for VIPs. We should just wait our turn. Someone behind her offered an explanation. "Sister, doesn't TVIP refer to the 4 rows directly in front of the stage? Do you even know who gets to sit in the VIP section? When purchasing tickets, one can select seats, but the best views are reserved and inaccessible to the general public." "I know that. I heard that at the Bangkok concert. Even Princess Abby sat in the VIP section. Our brother is truly remarkable. Even a princess is his fan." Hearing these words, Tu Jiao Jiao's face contorted in disbelief. How is that possible? She doesn't even have a ticket. How could she possibly be in the VIP area? To her, Yuan Tingting was merely a provincial girl. And having shared a dorm with her, she always felt a sense of degradation, fueling her relentless antagonism. Now, this person she looked down upon had traversed the VIP pathway, a space that could be likened to that of a princess. Chapter 62. I am a lucky audience member. The venue was vast, capable of accommodating between 10 to 20,000 spectators. The interior was adorned with red banners, perfectly enhancing the ambience of the entire space. Upon entering, Yuan Tingting excitedly raised her phone, snapping countless photos, entirely oblivious to the fact that they had already settled into the VIP seats directly in front of the stage, capturing the envious gazes of the crowd. This VIP section was elevated, offering a splendid view, and most importantly, the seats were comfortable, spacious, and plush. At that moment, a woman elegantly dressed in fashionable attire occupied the seat beside them, exuding an air of affluence. Hearing the commotion, the woman, who had been engaged in a WeChat conversation, glanced over with curiosity. Upon spotting Lin Xichi, a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes, followed by an enthusiastic wave. "Hello, young lady." Lin Xichi finally discerned her features. The woman appeared to be in her early 40s, stylishly attired, her face bearing faint wrinkles that hinted at her age. Yet, her exquisite features suggested she must have been a rare beauty in her youth. Lin Xichi politely smiled in return, hello. Simultaneously, she found this encounter intriguing. Earlier, she had noticed that approximately 90% of the audience consisted of young women under 30. The remaining 10% comprised male fans and their male friends or boyfriends accompanying the female fans, giving Lin Xichi's vibrant style, with several albums featuring strong rhythmic songs. The fan demographic skews decidedly young. She had never anticipated that he would attract older female fans, particularly affluent ladies. The woman appeared unfazed by her curiosity, instead smiling warmly at the four of them. Hello, young ladies. Are you also fans of Xiaoqia? Indeed, I am utterly enamored with him. I have memorized the lyrics to all his songs. Upon hearing the name Yin Xie, Yuan Tingting seemed to be invigorated as if electrified. Sister, are you also a fan of our Yigo? Lu Shui inquired, her face beaming with joy. Yes, I am a devoted fan, she replied. I am a girlfriend fan. Yuan Tingting said, playfully sticking out her tongue. Wow, sister, you actually possess a hat signed by Yigo himself. I heard there are only 3 in existence. You are truly impressive. By the way, sister, how did you come to adore Yigo? She posed a question that many in attendance were eager to ask. Lu Shui unabashedly responded, of course, it's because he is handsome. What about you? One word, because he is handsome. They both laughed, and in a few exchanges, it seemed they had found kindred spirits in each other, engaging in delightful conversation. Lin Xichi occasionally found herself reluctantly swept into their chat, especially when they excitedly detailed things she had not watched, passionately enlightening her. As time ticked away, the arena erupted in cheers, marking the commencement of the concert. Yin Xie's songs were pulsating with rhythm, and the synchronized chants of the fans nearly threatened to shatter the very venue. Yuan Tingting was particularly ecstatic. So much so that she forgot to take pictures or videos, fervently wielding her support light stick for her idol. In such an electrifying atmosphere, Lin Xichi and the so-called faux fans Lin Tian and Lin Yi couldn't help but join the throng in waving their support sticks. After an exhilarating climax of sounds and lights, Yin Xie, glistening with sweat, had a droplet trickle down his alluring neck, igniting fervor anew among the audience. Soon, they arrived at the segment meant to delight the fans. This portion was designed for intimate interaction with the fans and also to provide him a moment of respite. As the host presented the drawing box, the audience buzzed with excitement, each hoping to be the chosen one. Yuan Tingting nervously covered her face with her hands. Cousin, I am so anxious. I would trade 5 years of Yuandong singlehood for a chance to be picked by Yigo. May the deities bless me. Lin Xichi observed in astonishment. On stage, Yin Xie drew the first number. As he read it aloud, slightly breathless, he announced, Area A. The spotlight swept over the heads of the audience in Area A. Cousin, are we in Area A? Row 3. Row 3, cousin, row 3. Yuan Tingting seemed to hear the pounding of her own heart. She swore she had never felt this level of anxiety since the time she inadvertently shared over 100 selfies in the college group chat. The spotlight passed over Lin Xichi and her companions. Although she already knew the outcome, Lin Xichi couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. And Yuan Tingting was even more so. As the paper was slowly unveiled, the number 7 was visible to the entire audience. Simultaneously, a beam of light illuminated Yuan Tingting, standing beside Lin Xichi. Is it me? Yuan Tingting felt as if her head were exploding with fireworks. Is it truly me? All right. Let us invite this lucky audience member to the stage. Aw, cousin, I am so happy. I must call my mother to thank her for giving birth to me 19 years ago today. I've decided. I want to wash my hands or face for 10 days. After all, this is the face and hands that Yigo has touched. Oh, I'm starting to envy myself. Cousin, you are my goddess. I am truly overjoyed. Is this what you call happiness to the extreme? Lin Xichi suddenly interjected. Cousin, don't scare me. Is there another surprise that I don't know about today? Lin Xichi teased, you will find out soon enough. The car swiftly arrived at the debate tower. Throughout the journey, Yuan Tingting felt as though her heart were being clawed at by a cat. They approached the entrance of a private room. Are you ready? Yes. She could hardly bear to wait any longer. She felt as though she might suffocate. As Lin Yi pushed the door open, Yuan Tingting instantly transformed into a giddy whirlwind. Ah, Dad, Mom, I'm blind. Cousin, please check for me. Is that LTG's Nanxing and Xiaobei? Oh no, how could I also see my esports idol, Deshen? And that girl, she truly resembles my goddess, Tang Bao. Ji Tang is one of the 4 flower actresses, a ratings champion in period dramas, revered by many as a goddess. One of the rare female stars with an equal number of male and female fans. Yuan Tingting has countless crushes, but her goddess has always been Ji Tang. Happy birthday. Tingting. Thank you, Tang Bao. Oh, you're my fan. No, wait, I'm your idol. No, haha, you're so adorable. Ji Tang beamed. Being complimented by her idol made Yuan Tingting's already flushed face even redder. as though it were on fire. One could likely fry an egg on it. Happy birthday, dear Tingting. Tian Mei and others also stepped forward to present their carefully prepared gifts. Given their shared experiences in the gaming arena, Yuan Tingting felt less nervous in front of her than she did before Jitang. Thank you, Sister Cheetah. The private room was not overly crowded. Alongside a few members of the LTG club and several gaming streamers and commentators, there were only about 20 people in total. Yet, each was someone Yuan Tingting had once dreamed of but deemed unattainable. For half the day, a smile graced her lips, never faltering. Chapter 63, A Private Helicopter. After blowing out the candles, Yuan Tingting buzzed about like a busy bee, taking pictures with everyone. Don't ask her why she wasn't curious about why these people had come to celebrate her birthday. Ever since arriving in Yun City, her worldview had been continuously reshaped, and she felt it was most important to relish the happiness of the moment. Jitang, being a major star with a busy schedule, could hardly spare time, and her presence today was entirely due to Lin Xichi's influence as her boss. Yuan Tingting understood this, and although she felt the time was too short and had many things to say to her idol, she was a dedicated fan and would never allow her own desires to hinder her idol's career. After securing a group photo and signed picture, Jitang bid farewell to Lin Xichi. General Lin, I must take my leave. Goodbye, Tang Bao, travel safely, I will always support you. After sending off Jitang and the others who were merely tagging along, the atmosphere lightened considerably. It was inevitable. While esports stars were also considered celebrities, Jitang's presence was so commanding that they felt a bit restrained. Xiaobei and the others had long known their boss was wealthy, but they hadn't anticipated she could invite a top-tier star like Jitang to celebrate her cousin's birthday. They couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, money can make the world go round. One by one, everyone presented their gifts. Sister, happy birthday. The little star in Nanxing's arms timidly spoke. Today, little star turned 7. Her features strikingly similar to Nanxing's. She still wore her hospital gown, having only been allowed to come out briefly. Clutching a doll in her hands, she appeared exceptionally well-behaved. Ever since undergoing surgery, she had been recuperating in bed for some time. Technically, she wasn't supposed to leave the hospital, but today, upon hearing that her sister's younger sibling was celebrating her birthday, she insisted on accompanying Nanxing. Her name was Little Star, and she was Nanxing's sister. Xiaobei chimed in. Yuan Tingting smiled knowingly. Hello, Little Star. Thank you for the gift. It brings me great joy. After indulging in cake, Ade took the initiative to add Yuan Tingting as a friend, rallying Tian Mei and others to join him in boosting her rank. Having basked in the delight of star gathering the previous night, Yuan Tingting wholeheartedly approved. A convoy swiftly set off, and most attendees, being night owls, appeared intent on an all-nighter. Sister Shi, at some point, Little Star had approached Lin Xichi. I heard from my brother that it was you who saved me. Thank you, Sister Shi. Lin Xichi was about to say it was unnecessary, but then she heard Little Star's next words. Sister Shi, do you like my brother? Lin Xichi blinked in surprise. Why would Little Star think that? Because my brother is very handsome, many nurse sisters like him. After a moment's thought, she added, but Sister Shi seems different from them. In what way? Lin Xichi inquired, intrigued. My brother doesn't like them. He likes Sister Shi. At that moment, Nanxing, who had been seated on the sofa, abruptly sat up and hurried over, his fair ears flushed with crimson, his eyes nearly avoiding Lin Xichi's gaze. Sister Shi. Little Star must return to her ward. I'll take her down. Lin Xichi nodded. All right. Good night, Little Star. Make sure to listen to the nurse. Sister Shi, goodbye. Brother and sisters, goodbye. Nanxing ushered Little Star out. Once the door closed, he exhaled deeply, feeling a tinge of disappointment and conflict within him. He liked her. He wished for her to know, yet hoped she would remain oblivious. Lin Xichi managed to stay up until midnight, ordering a late-night feast of crayfish before heading home. The following morning, she set off with Lin Yi and Lin Tiantian, embarking on a 3-hour journey to the neighboring flower city to inspect her private helicopter. Huanyu Group is one of the 3 companies in the country that sells private helicopters. There are 2 primary ways to purchase a helicopter in the country. One can buy directly or order from abroad, disassemble it for transport back home, and then reassemble it. Regardless of the method, the cost is exorbitant. Besides the steep price, various fees for documentation and maintenance accumulate to a staggering annual expenditure. This explains why, despite the presence of countless billionaires in the country, the number of private helicopters remains under 3,000. To her knowledge, even the opulent Four Seasons Hotel possesses only one Leonardo AW109 for hosting super VIP clients. At that moment, in the president's office of Huanyu Group, besides President He Beizhou, there was a man of impeccable physique and refined appearance. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with short hair and the collar of his white shirt slightly open, sleeves rolled up to reveal his muscular arms. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and sensual lips were complemented by a beauty mark beneath his elongated eye lending him an air of coolness. He sat upright on a leather sofa, engrossed in a book about aviation. He Beizhou hung up the phone, propping his feet on the desk, enviously and excitedly exclaiming, purchasing 8 helicopters in one go, one of which is a Sikorsky S-92 VIP. Lao Chiao, I've truly witnessed something extraordinary today. The Sikorsky S-92 VIP is one of the most expensive helicopters in the world, with costs nearing 100 million. Yet, the price is not the only concern. It is notoriously difficult to order, with Middle Eastern oil magnates often waiting 3 to 4 years for one. Even he would require significant effort to acquire one. Yet this woman effortlessly secured it. Remarkable, utterly remarkable. The key point is, from her voice. She seems to be around my age. What are you implying? Xiao Xinyan set his book down. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. I no longer wish to inherit the family business. I want to live off her, he mused. Old 6, no helipad? How about a private island? Ding. The phone on the table vibrated incessantly. Brother he, I heard you got an S-92. Is this true? A youthful voice erupted as soon as the call connected, brimming with excitement. Right after that, another voice chimed in. Brother he, we're almost at your helipad. You mustn't let anyone take the S-92 away. My brother he is incredible, managing to acquire such a rare gem. If there's anyone I admire in Flower City, it's definitely my brother he. Iijo felt somewhat elated by the flattery, chuckling, feel free to say more if you can. The others on the line joined in, praising him. Brother he is the strongest, the best, the most impressive. How do you know? Iijo replied, bemused. Lin Xichi, someone who would doze off after more than half an hour of travel, found the smooth, flat roads and Lin E's steady driving had her almost sleeping the entire way. Yet, miraculously, as soon as the vehicle halted, she awoke instantly. She stretched her neck and gazed outside. Have we arrived? Lin Tiantian picked up a bottle of purified water, deftly flicking the cap open. Miss, we have arrived. Lin Xichi took a couple of sips before stepping out of the car. The sun in mid-July was particularly scorching, and Lin Yi had been waiting outside, holding an umbrella for her. They had arrived at Huanyu's helipad, a vast area designed akin to a large international airport. At the entrance, He Beizhou and a host of Huanyu's staff awaited their arrival. Although this transaction was substantial, it was merely a drop in the bucket for Huanyu. Thus, having a company manager to welcome clients sufficed. There was no need for President He Beizhou to personally attend. Nonetheless, He Beizhou insisted it was an honor to await the beautiful and exceedingly wealthy lady, insisting on being present. As he watched the trio approach, the previously nonchalant He Beizhou suddenly felt a jolt of excitement, his gaze focusing solely on one person. Lao Chiao, I think I'm in love. Observing the face partially concealed by the umbrella's shade, Xiao Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there exists such a thing as a breathtaking glance that captivates all. Yet, while her beauty was undeniable, he merely appreciated her remarkable allure, quickly reverting to his usual cool demeanor. With a welcoming smile, He Beizhou greeted Miss Lin. I am He Beizhou from Huanyu Group. Welcome to our company. As the saying goes, it is a pleasure to have friends come from afar. Your presence here signifies our friendship, which I, He Beizhou, cherish deeply. Hello, President He, Lin Xichi replied, extending her hand for a polite handshake lasting a couple of seconds. Miss Lin, allow me to introduce this individual. He is my friend, Xiao Xinyan, the youngest captain at Beijing University. I've specially invited him today to ensure you have a delightful experience. Lin Xichi followed his gaze and, upon seeing the person, felt a momentary surprise. In her inherent perception, the position of a pilot necessitated a wealth of experience, suggesting that one would not be too young. However, she was taken aback to discover that this young man had already ascended to the role of captain at the nation's largest and finest airline, a testament to his remarkable talent and exceptional capabilities. Miss Lin, who are these two? Although the inquiry was directed at both individuals, He Beizhou's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Tiantian. Lin Tiantian remained motionless, as if she were oblivious to his presence. My personal bodyguard, Lin Yi. And this is Lin Tiantian, Lin Xichi introduced. Tiantian, what a lovely name. It's also 3 syllables, a perfect match for me, Lin Xichi remarked, eliciting a puzzled expression from Lin Tiantian. Upon entering the venue, Lin Xichi was struck by the opulence of Huanyu. Stepping into the grand hall felt akin to entering a helicopter exhibition, with an array of helicopter models displayed. As she traversed the hall, she reached the upper area of the helipad, where she estimated the helipad's expanse to be a staggering 5 square kilometers, rivaling that of a small airport. He Beizhou led the group to a resting pavilion not far from the helipad, where he retrieved a walkie-talkie. Ready, go. As a series of doors swung open, Lin Xichi's 8 helicopters gradually emerged, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Xichi couldn't shake the impression that it resembled a scene from a children's animated series. However, With this many helicopters, where would she possibly park them? The Tiangong villa had a private helipad, but it could accommodate only one. Reminder to the host, you have not yet checked in today. Is that so? Then was her self-taught flying skill a parting gift from the dream lord this morning? May I ask if the host has checked in? Check in. Lin Xichi decided without hesitation. It was evidently a chance for her to acquire a helipad, and why not seize such an opportunity? Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Welcome to Angel Island, with permanent ownership rights. Lin Xichi's breath hitched. Angel Island? Lao Li automatically pulled up the information about Angel Island. After reading it, Lin Xichi was no longer composed. Angel Island was situated 100 nautical miles from Cloud City, and while not particularly large, it was roughly a quarter the size of a neighboring country that was faring quite well. Lin Xichi was at a loss for words. She had anticipated a check-in reward akin to a helipad. Little did she expect Lao Li to present her with an island. Although she had often encountered such scenarios in domineering CEO literature, she could hardly fathom the experience of owning a private island in reality. Yet today, Lao Li had proclaimed, well, today you shall see. Chapter 65, a spontaneous journey to a luxurious destination. He Beizhou was unaware of Lin Xichi's affairs with Lao Li. Noticing her astonishment, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he set down the walkie-talkie. Indeed, when it came to impressing others, he was unparalleled. In the past, he had captivated countless girls with this very tactic, earning their admiration and infatuation. He was confident that Miss Lin and Miss Tiantian would be no exceptions. With that thought, he charmingly cast a glance at Lin Tiantian. Lin Tiantian. He was completely oblivious to her disdain. Confidently, he invited Lin Xichi, Miss Lin. Allow me to show you your helicopters. The 8 helicopters had already been paid for, with all necessary documentation in order. 5 of them were directly purchased as stock from Huanyu Group, while 2 were acquired from abroad after receiving orders, sold at a slight markup. The remaining S-92 was entrusted to Huanyu by the buyer for transport from overseas and was temporarily housed in Huanyu's hangar. Fortunately, after experiencing various shocks earlier, Lin Xichi was merely slightly more astonished than before and soon regained her composure. She could undergo a transformation, so what was a small island to her? She believed that even if Lao Li were to present her with a star one day, she would handle it with grace. She nodded slightly. All right. Miss Lin, please. He Beizhou gestured gallantly. Lin Xichi, not one to be overly formal, stepped forward. Upon exiting the pavilion, Lin Yi dutifully held the umbrella for her. He Beizhou, having procured an umbrella from somewhere, prepared to shield Lin Tiantian from the sun. With a stylish flick, he opened it, only for something to suddenly fly out. For a moment, the air grew still. The higher-ups behind them looked down, counting ants, reflecting on the saddest moments of their lives. Meanwhile, He Beizhou remained unfazed. Tiantian, look. I performed a magic trick for you. Wasn't it spectacular? Lin Tiantian, ga ga ga. Xiao Xinyan spotted 3 adorable little crows flying above He Beizhou's head. He turned away, unable to bear the sight, and walked off with one hand in his pocket. Feeling awkward, He Beizhou tossed aside the umbrella handle and hurried after him. The location where the helicopters were parked was not far from the observation pavilion. It took them only a few steps to arrive. This was Lin Xichi's first close encounter with a helicopter, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder as she surveyed her surroundings. The helicopter before her was entirely red, featuring a long fuselage that exuded an air of sleek elegance. This model was the Leonardo AW109. Produced in Italy, a powerful light twin-engine multipurpose helicopter. A voice filled with magnetic charm pierced her thoughts. It was Xiao Xinyan, clearly knowledgeable and passionate about helicopters. As he wouldn't have voluntarily offered her an introduction otherwise. With a complimentary narration free of charge, she was eager to listen. Its length is 13 meters. Rotor diameter 11 meters, cabin volume 39 cubic meters, and empty weight 2 tons. It boasts a seating design for 6, powered by 2 Pratt & Whitney Canada 206C turboshaft engines, delivering a total output of 567 horsepower, a maximum speed of 285 kilometers per hour, a service ceiling of 900 meters, and a maximum range of 964 kilometers. After his detailed introduction, Lin Xichi exclaimed, "Goodness!" Thankfully, Lao Li had already arranged this for her. Otherwise, after hearing such specifications, she would have felt compelled to acquire one herself. Of course, her desire was not solely due to his pleasing voice, but rather because the helicopter was indeed impressive. At that moment, He Beizhou finally found an opportunity to interject. Miss Lin, the cabin cushions have all been replaced with the finest materials per your request, ensuring utmost comfort. Would you like to experience it for yourself? Lin Xichi was indeed inclined to do so. The helicopter was not high off the ground, and with a simple step, she boarded. Though the helicopter remained grounded, merely sitting inside ignited a sense of exhilaration within her. The interior was spacious, and the seats were comfortable. ideal for her daily travels. The second helicopter was the Bell 429 WLG, predominantly white in color, appearing compact yet surprisingly spacious inside. Lin Xichi decided she would make some modifications. She envisioned transforming the 8-seater into a luxurious single-seat configuration, complete with fruits and fine wine, perfect for an extravagant helicopter getaway. Having this thought, she voiced it aloud. Beijou, is that even a real term? He had heard of recreational vehicles and helicopters, but the term house helicopter was entirely new to him. Indeed, poverty has constrained his imagination. Is it unchangeable? Lin Xichi, lacking any self-awareness of the impact of her words, tilted her head and inquired. It can be altered, of course. As far as matters regarding helicopters go, there is nothing the universe cannot accomplish, especially when it pertains to modifying a cabin structure. The group soon arrived before the final helicopter. Upon seeing the words emblazoned on its fuselage, Lin Xichi couldn't help but facepalm. She harbored serious doubts that Lao Lu was indulging in some kitschy sentimentality. The entire body was painted a vibrant pink, and prominently displayed were the words Lin Xichi's exclusive. However, one must admit that this helicopter appeared considerably larger than the previous ones. It was rumored to cost a staggering 25 million ugly dollars, serving as a presidential aircraft for various nations. Lin Xichi took a cursory glance. The cabin was spacious, equipped with a kitchen, dining table, and restroom, effectively resembling a fully functional small passenger plane. After examining the helicopter, Lin Tiantian was eager to give it a try. Miss, shall I take you for a spin? Tiantian, can you fly a helicopter? Beijou's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, Lin Tiantian, a seemingly delicate girl, might even scream in terror at the thought of flying in a helicopter. Yet now she was claiming she could pilot one. Fortunately, Lin Xichi and the others remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, they would have serious doubts about his intelligence. Perhaps he had never encountered a gentle yet capable personal bodyguard? Lin Xichi discerned Lin Tiantian's enthusiasm for the helicopter and nodded in encouragement. Go ahead. As for me, I am also a trained pilot, so I shall take the controls. Once Lin Tiantian entered the cockpit, Beijou quickly took the co-pilot's seat. Lin Tiantian cast him a glance, as if questioning his resolve to join her. Beijou efficiently secured all safety measures, but when he noticed Lin Tiantian's hesitation, he assumed she was nervous. Tiantian, don't be anxious. First, open the throttle. Then pull the collective. Yes, very good. This helicopter didn't require taxiing and ascended swiftly into the sky. Buckle up, Lin Tiantian instructed him, marking the first sentence she had ever spoken in her life. Yet, it was evident that Beijou did not grasp the true meaning behind her words. Tiantian, your voice, a shrill scream, pierced the air. Chapter 66. Help me transport it to Angel Island. Below, as she observed the helicopter soaring freely through the air like a fighter jet, Lin Xichi couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Beijou. To be honest, she had developed a certain anticipation for these two, the unreliable, comedic-rich heir and the versatile, tough female bodyguard. She offered a silent toast in their honor. Lu Xinian also slightly raised his head to gaze at the helicopter, which had become a mirror in the sky. It is often said that outsiders watch for the spectacle, while insiders discern the nuances. From a professional standpoint, this female bodyguard's flying skills surpassed those of many rigorously trained pilots. Her expertise would easily qualify her for the Air Force's flight division. It was astonishing that such a rare talent was merely a personal bodyguard. When Lin Xichi had introduced them, he had caught their names, Lin Yi, Lin Tiantian. All shared the Lin surname. He had encountered many bodyguards, but those who shared their employer's surname were a rarity. This situation could only be explained in one of two ways. Either it was a coincidence, or they were bodyguards meticulously cultivated from a young age by a prominent family. He naturally leaned towards the latter explanation. Would you like me to take Miss Lin for a tour? Lin Xichi was already eager. She had initially wanted to try flying herself, but since Lu Xinian had offered, she wouldn't decline. Thank you. After settling into the back seat and preparing for takeoff, the helicopter lifted off gently. From Lin Xichi's position, she could only see Lu Xinian's profile. She had to admit, he was incredibly handsome. Once seated in the pilot's seat, Lu Xinian transformed, shedding his languid demeanor, radiating confidence like a golden sun. After flying a couple of circuits, Lu Xinian gradually landed the helicopter. As they disembarked, they heard a cheerful female voice calling from the entrance. Brother Yin. A group of 6 appeared on the helipad, making their way towards them. The 6 were all quite young. The eldest man was no more than 27 or 28, while the youngest girl appeared to be merely 18 or 19, dressed like a carefree princess from a wealthy family. Brother Yin, you're also here to see the helicopter? Hello, Brother Yin. It was evident that Lu Xinian was acquainted with them, exchanging greetings. One chubby boy gazed at the helicopter in awe. Is this the S-92 that brother he brought back? I've only seen this helicopter once when my dad went to F country. I never expected to see it again today. What's brother he up to? Is this his new tactic for wooing girls? He is so extravagant. Another tall, slender boy noticed the words on the fuselage and wore an expression of disbelief, clearly thinking this was just a ploy by Bejo to impress a young girl. New brother, you're unjustly accusing my brother. Binding asserted, though my brother is indeed extravagant, he would never resort to such a tacky scheme. Lao Lu, Imamai. Lao Lu, draw a circle to curse you. Binding, strangely, why do I feel a chill down my spine? Brother Yen, now that we're all here, take us for a spin. Yes, Brother Yen. Once brother he returns, he definitely won't let us touch anything. You should take us for a ride now. Where's my brother? Binding noticed Lin Xichi beside Lu Xinian and cast a curious glance at him. Logically, where her brother was, Lu Xinian might not necessarily be. But where Lu Xinian was, her brother would surely be present. This peculiar phenomenon had once led her to question their relationship. I think I know where your brother is. Look, he is up in the sky. The group looked upward, just in time to see the helicopter circling at a low altitude. As the helicopter descended slowly and the door opened, Bejo nearly tumbled out, using all fours to escape. His face bore an expression they had never seen before, one of sheer shock, half alive and half dead. Lin Tian jumped down from the helicopter with flair, casting Bejo a complex glance as she passed him. Her expression seemed to convey, sister is the queen, and you cannot control her. Tian, my legs hurt, help me. Bejo said pitifully. Lin Tian paused, her heart softening at the sight of his pale face. Just as she was about to assist him, Binding and the others approached. Brother you look a bit weak. Oh my, brother you're experiencing this today? Quick, strike a pose. I want to take a photo to remember this moment. Queen behavior, love it. Get lost, you brat. Seeing the perfect opportunity squandered by these mischievous friends, Bejo was furious. He nimbly got back to his feet, straightened his clothes and hair, and instantly reverted to his brooding demeanor. I wonder if President Lin is satisfied? Very much so. Aside from this helicopter, I would appreciate it if President he could arrange for the others to be delivered to Angel Island. No problem. Bejo readily agreed, but the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. Where? Angel Island? Is that the Angel Island he knows? The surrounding individuals also heard her words and, in unison, inhaled sharply, turning their gazes toward her. They were all elite scions of wealth from watching, well-versed in worldly matters, and naturally acquainted with Angel Island. Years ago, Angel Island was auctioned in Kyoto, but the price was exorbitantly high, resulting in it remaining unsold. Mr. Lin, this Angel Island? Lin Xichi nodded, her tone nonchalant. Indeed, it belongs to me. The crowd gasped. Could you possibly express that with a bit more levity? This is an island. Not merely a pair of shoes or a handbag. Just when they believed they had encountered the epitome of wealth, a more unfathomably affluent individual appeared before them. Chapter 67. Time to bear monkeys for sister. Lin Xichi was not a stingy person. Upon realizing that Binding and her companions had come for the S-92, she immediately instructed the pilot to take them for a spin. Thank you, Sister Xichi. As Binding, the sister of Bejo, expressed her gratitude. One could not say her demeanor was similar to his. Rather, it was an exact replica, equally affable and vivacious. After expressing her thanks to Lin Xichi, she eagerly tugged at Xiao Xinian, rushing toward the S-92. The group initially thought the exterior was impressive enough, but upon stepping inside, they were introduced to a level of opulence that was truly astonishing. The spacious cabin was lavishly adorned, featuring 8 luxurious seats in the passenger area, alongside a double-door refrigerator stocked with red wine, delectable desserts, pristine water, and an array of exquisite snacks. At the forefront of the cabin, a high-definition television offered a 360-degree view of the surroundings and the cockpit, providing passengers with a 3D immersive experience. Lin Xichi took her place at the controls of one of the aircraft, donned the specialized equipment, and executed the entire sequence, starting, maneuvering, and taking off, with the grace of a flowing stream. On board, Binding suddenly transformed into a gopher, her peculiar vocalizations and volume nearly startling Song Zhou, who was savoring red wine next door, into oblivion. Gazing at the ascending helicopter next door, Binding's eyes sparkled with adoration. Mom, I'm in love. I've fallen head over heels. I want to bear monkeys for my sister. She vowed that she had never imagined a girl could captivate her heart so profoundly. A beautiful sister who could pilot a helicopter was simply too enchanting. It was not an exaggeration. At that moment, she had even conceived names for their future children. Lin Xichi was entirely enveloped in the thrill of speed and adrenaline, and she had to admit that piloting the aircraft was exhilarating beyond compare. After the flight, she felt utterly rejuvenated. An hour later, as Lin Xichi disembarked, Binding, who had been waiting anxiously, dashed towards her like a starstruck fan. Sister Xichi, you're incredible. You can actually pilot a helicopter. On my 16th birthday, my father gifted me one too, but I can't fly it. I always have to rely on a private pilot when I want to go out, which is hardly enjoyable. Is your family based in Yinqing? Can I come to visit you often? Besides helicopters, do you know how to fly anything else? He Baining grew increasingly animated, barely able to contain her excitement. As lunchtime approached, He Beijo beckoned everyone to dine. The chosen venue was the most renowned hotel in Huaqing, known as Tianguan, nestled within a floral valley. It required a helicopter to reach, underscoring its opulence. After the meal, Lin Xichi took the elevator to the top floor, where a breathtaking panorama of blooming flowers greeted her. Simply stunning. One could only say that Huaqing truly deserved its title as a favored destination for socialites, with an abundance of flowers blooming in splendid succession throughout the year. Sister Xichi, is this your first visit to Huaqing? He Baining appeared at Lin Xichi's side, as if guided by an internal GPS. You are indeed fortunate. Your first visit coincides with the annual Sky Lantern Festival. Sky Lantern Festival? Lin Xichi blinked, feeling a surge of delightful surprise. She often indulged in short videos and had indeed encountered footage of Huaqing's Sky Lantern Festival. Thousands of lanterns rising amidst a sea of flowers created a breathtaking beauty that was simply impossible to articulate. Chapter 68. Here is old 6666. Sister Xichi. Look over here. He Baining suddenly produced her phone and dragged Lin Xichi into a 360-degree selfie spree, snapping over 100 pictures before finally relenting. Lin Xichi found it perplexing why the same expression and background warranted 3 or 4 shots. This one is lovely, and so is this. It's so hard to choose. Why are they all so stunning? Listening to He Baining's incessant chatter, Lin Xichi merely smiled. Due to her appearance, she had always been reluctant to take photographs. Old 6, thank you. Hey yo, check it out. This is Old 6, Buddy 666. Through wind and rain, Old 6 is always with you. Love you heart emoji. Hearing that voice, reminiscent of someone who had consumed copious amounts of fake alcohol, Lin Xichi felt an immense relief that she was the only one able to hear it. Otherwise, she would have surely turned the floral valley into the world's largest canyon today. He Baining painstakingly selected a few perfect photos to post on her social media, her youthful exuberance leaving no room for idleness. Sister Xichi, let us go play. Lin Xichi nodded in agreement. All right. The two took the elevator back to the private room, only to hear a cacophony of laughter from within. Inside, everyone was busy selecting Hanfu attire. He Beijo, having lost a bet, was clad in a eunuch's costume, flamboyantly flaunting his appearance while suffering the jests of his friends. Is this a sweet potato come to life? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. He Beijo cast a resentful glance at the riotous He Baining, who was a kaleidoscope of colors. Understanding that his hopelessly quirky sister was beyond salvation, he turned his attention to Lin Xichi. Miss Lin, I've had some women's clothing sent over. You and Tian may want to try it on. Lin Xichi was aware that wearing hanfu was a tradition of the Sky Lantern Festival, so she did not refuse. Besides, she dared assert that no girl would dislike donning traditional attire. The three of them, with their fine figures and distinct charms, each exuded a unique allure in their ancient garb. Particularly Lin Xichi, who donned a lotus leaf skirt paired with an elegant high bun, her long tresses cascading like a waterfall, rendering her as ethereal and captivating as a lotus blooming in clear waters. As night fell, the long-awaited moment arrived. The flower fields were now filled with thousands of attendees, and amidst the blossoms, lanterns of all varieties slowly ascended, resembling a river of stars. The festivities continued past midnight, and under He Beijo's arrangement, the group played werewolf while enjoying late-night snacks. I declare the werewolves the winners. Huh, how can there still be wolves in the game? Sister Xichi, I can't believe I trusted you. I'm done with this. My apologies, everyone. But I'll be devouring this bowl of crayfish as a gesture of respect. Song Zhou, who had been inadvertently eliminated by the witch, gleefully popped a peeled crayfish into his mouth. Ah, this is a lucky win. It's so boring. You scoundrel, benefiting while pretending to be innocent. But speaking of which, Sister Xichi has already won 3 rounds. We're not even getting the game experience. Lin Xichi sighed. Then I'll take on the role of the judge? All right. Let us battle until dawn. I refuse to believe that my dear Holmes cannot win a round through sheer skill. It has been proven that the price of being a spirited girl is waking up the next day with a pair of panda eyes. Speaking of late nights, how come both of you still appear to be in such splendid condition? Lin Xichi, perhaps it is simply innate. Lin Tian, innate. He Baining, listen. A distant sound of bagpipes is calling. Chapter 69. The luxury convoy officially sets off. Lin deftly rotated the steering wheel, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt by the roadside. Miss, we have arrived at the White Palace. He Baining tilted her head in confusion. Sister Xichi, what are we doing here? As a resident of Huaqing, He Baining was well aware of the White Palace. This magnificent structure, completed 2 years ago, was reportedly funded by a billionaire tycoon as a private residence, soaring to a height of 333 meters and resembling the infamous White House, hence its name. Due to its unique architectural style and substantial cost, numerous influencers flocked to this vicinity daily for photo opportunities. Earlier that morning, Lin Xichi had already seen pictures of the White Palace, but witnessing it in person was nearly blinding to her titanium alloy eyes. The White Palace is truly dazzlingly white. He Baining raised her phone and suggested, "Speaking of which, I haven't taken any photos here yet. Since we're already here, and you look so beautiful today, Sister Xichi, why don't we snap a few together?" Dressed in a chic beige Chanel summer pleated skirt, Lin Xichi shone almost luminescent in the sunlight. She readily posed for a few shots. "Let us go." He Baining hesitated. "Sister Xichi, this is private property. We can't enter without the owner's permission." She had noticed 2 influencers being chased away earlier for sneaking in. "Come on, I want to sell you out," Lin Xichi teased with a smile. Just as the trio approached the grand entrance, the iron gates swung open. A middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a successful individual, stepped out. "Miss Lin?" Lin Xichi quickly deduced his identity and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Lin Xichi." Chui had spoken with Lin Xichi over the phone that morning. Until he saw her in person, he felt as if he were dreaming. However, at that moment, all his apprehensions vanished. Only someone with such charisma could muster the audacity to spend 500 million on this estate. "Miss Lin, allow me to show you around." Lin Xichi naturally had no objections to his proposal. He Baining was equally exhilarated. "Sister Xichi, I can't believe you know the owner of the White Palace. I've longed to see this enigmatic place, and thanks to you, that dream has finally come true." Lin Xichi paused. "Perhaps there's a possibility that the White Palace belongs to me?" He Baining exclaimed. "Knowing the truth, tears streamed down my cheeks." After spending an hour touring the premises, once Lin he had organized all pertinent details and confirmed there were no issues, he took his leave. On the rooftop, He Baining exclaimed once more, "Wow." Despite knowing Lin Xichi was immensely wealthy, she couldn't help but shed envious tears. People truly do evoke feelings of inadequacy. That evening, just as Lin Xichi emerged from her shower, her phone began to ring incessantly. Upon checking, she found that in the brief span of an hour, the group chat, Little Fairy and her useful LTG boy band, had exploded with 99 messages. "Hello, my dear. A heartfelt thank you to my beautiful, generous, and invincible little fairy sister Cece for the birthday gift. Sending love." Accompanying this message was a picture of a pair of customized Air Jordans. Because of this picture, the chat erupted with activity, featuring not only images of everyone trying on the shoes, but also a photo of Xiao Bei cradling the shoes with a look of adoration. Lin Xichi opened the skylight on the top floor and comfortably sprawled across her large bed, engaging with her phone. After replying to Xiao Bei, she opened the Dean platform. Since she was already following the account, the first video that appeared upon entering was from Xiao Bei's live stream. The blogger you follow is live. Click to enter the stream. Lin Xichi had come specifically for Xiao Bei's live broadcast and entered without hesitation. In the live stream, Xiao Bei was assembling a squad of 5, preparing to set off. The moment Lin Xichi joined, Xiao Bei noticed her and leaped from his chair, exuberantly delivering a welcome message. "Welcome my universe invincible, beautiful boss, the little fairy, to the live stream." Lin Xichi's Dean account was seldom used and unverified, without Xiao Bei's prompt. No one would have guessed it belonged to the affluent female owner who had recently taken the esports world by storm. Xiao Bei's fans, known for their creativity, began to flood the comments with playful banter. "Does the boss play King of Glory? I'd love to see a rich lady play. Little fairy, I have a friend with a terminal illness whose only wish is to see you play games. Such a stunning figure surely wouldn't refuse his modest request, right? Streamer, I hope you can be a bit more proactive." With Lin Xichi's entrance, Xiao Bei's live stream saw an influx of over 10,000 viewers in mere minutes. Xiao Bei, aware that Lin Xichi also played games, inquired, "Sister Cece, are you joining? I might perhaps have a slight inclination to play. Don't blame me if I flop." Lin Xichi replied. Xiao Bei, unfazed by her words, confidently assured her, "Flop? Impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Sister Cece, log in, I'll pull you in." As he beckoned Lin Xichi to log in, he unceremoniously booted the coach Devin, who had been invited just to fill the ranks. "Haha. I'm genuinely concerned for your mental state. You had just a moment ago called Devin your precious, and now you've ruined his matchmaking by kicking him out." Devin, the true victim. Lin Xichi was unaware of this interlude and swiftly entered the game, accepting Xiao Bei's invitation to join the squad. The 4 members of the squad included Xiao Bei, the top-tier player known as the Grand General with 7 FMVP titles, the million-follower gaming streamer Daxian, and the man reputed to be godlike, Mengbu Lu Lei. This team was a sight to behold. one that would leave even those unfamiliar with the esports scene breathless. Brothers, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome my benefactor. All four were streaming live, and as Lin Xichi joined, many viewers quickly unveiled her identity. Upon realizing that the newcomer was the owner of LTG, a recent sensation in the esports community, they all adopted a more serious demeanor, pledging to carry her through the game. Lin Xichi blinked, hoping they would maintain such confidence as the game progressed. Chapter 70. Extra, Extra. The luxury convoy has flipped. In a match of King of Glory, featuring 5 players versus 10, 2 multi-million follower streamers, and 2 professional players, the lineup was nothing short of extravagant. Sister Cici. Choose in Xiao Bei's live streaming room. The atmosphere was electrified, thanks to the luxurious convoy and Lin Xichi's presence. With the online audience swelling to over 6 million, several times the usual viewership. Suddenly, a fleet of opulent sports cars, complete with explosive visual effects, zoomed across the screen. Little Fairy rewards the host with a luxury sports car 1. Little Fairy rewards the host with a luxury sports car 2. Each luxury car was valued at 999 D coins, classified as a privileged gift reserved for those who had recharged over 50 million renminbi. Thank you, Sister Xichi, for the 5 luxury sports cars. Xiao Bei exclaimed, momentarily stunned before expressing his gratitude. Before his words could settle, a second wave of luxury cars followed suit. Little Fairy rewards the host with a luxury sports car 6. Little Fairy rewards the host with a luxury sports car 7. Little Fairy rewards the host with a luxury sports car 22. Little Fairy rewards the host with a luxury sports car 99. After pressing 99, Lin Xichi paused, not due to a lack of funds, but because the game was about to commence. Xiao Bei struggled to contain his racing heart, swallowing hard as he thanked Sister Xichi for the 99 luxury cars. Love you, moi. 99 luxury cars equated to nearly 100,000 RMB. While this sum might not be substantial in the streaming industry, especially for top-tier streamers like Nanxing, who could earn millions in a single night, it was a considerable amount for him. Welcome to the realm of King's Glory. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. With a stirring proclamation, the battle officially began. Red side Lubu, 1-2 Ru AFO. Oh my goodness, Mom, your son has made it. I'm on television. Red side Bujihua Wu, Wang Da 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 Che. Woe is me. I'm just a step away from the national server. Please spare me, esteemed one. Remarkably, Xiao Bei was serious and engaged, eschewing his usual antics. Tian, please follow their accounts and send the most extravagant gifts. Don't stop until I say so. She intended to play the role of a serious patron, delegating the labor of gifting to Xiao Tian. Thanks to Lin Xichi's generous contributions, Xiao Bei's streaming room experienced a brief surge of excitement. Truly, she deserves the title of wealthy lady. 99 luxury cars amount to 100,000 RMB. In just 1 minute, I've earned what I make in a month. Envy has rendered me unrecognizable. I detest the affluent. Is anyone else feeling this way? Oh, 100,000 is nothing. Why are you peasants so riled up? Indeed, she's rich. Yet she hasn't even made it to the leaderboard. While Xiao Bei's popularity on Douyin could be deemed average, the top-ranking wealthy lady had bestowed over 3 million in gifts. Although deemed a mere accessory in the game, it did not deter Lin Xichi from playing earnestly. Her seriousness was matched by Lin Tian, who operated her phone like an unfeeling gift-giving machine. In the General's live streaming room, Little Fairy rewards the host with a heartfelt arrow 1. Little Fairy rewards the host with a heartfelt arrow 2. Little Fairy rewards the host with a heartfelt arrow 3. Little Fairy rewards the host with a heartfelt arrow 101. Little Fairy rewards the host with a heartfelt arrow 231. The barrage of comments accelerated, with the stream inundated with messages. The heartfelt arrow was also a privileged gift, requiring a recharge of 500,000 RMB to qualify. Each heartfelt arrow was worth 700,000 D coins, translating to 70,000 RMB. A staggering total of 231 arrows amounted to over 1.6 million renminbi. Despite the general having witnessed countless grand spectacles, his heart raced at this moment. Just as he was momentarily taken aback, the screen went dark. A similar occurrence transpired in the other 2 live streaming rooms. Lin Tian, with her compulsive tendencies, dutifully gifted across multiple streams. After sending a heartfelt arrow in one room, she ensured the other 3 were not neglected. Little Fairy rewards the host with a Mermaid's Love 20. Little Fairy rewards the host with a heartfelt arrow 102. As a prominent streamer, the Daxian's room was never lacking in influential patrons. However, the continuous gifting of over 100 heartfelt arrows made it impossible to overlook. Thank you for the gifts, Sister Shi, Daxian expressed, raising his head in gratitude. This brief moment of distraction allowed the fiery dancer to launch a surprise attack. leaving Daxian fuming. This shouldn't have happened. I had my orange peel. Unstable mindset. Brothers, do you want to see the luxury convoy flip? Do you want to witness the impotent rage? Let us make some noise. I don't even have a girlfriend, and you're streaming with a beautiful wealthy lady. I refuse to accept this. Those speaking were several big names on the leaderboard, who, after voicing their opinions, entered a frenzy of gifting. Despite being live, Daxian had no choice but to express his thanks frequently. This continuous acknowledgement provided opportunities for his opponents. After being taken down thrice, he almost smashed his phone in frustration. While the other streams faced similar gift bombardments, the once favorable situation swiftly turned to adversity before the Storm Dragon emerged. Though affected and not performing optimally, the seasoned players promptly assessed their next moves. The ensuing scene saw the jungler and top laner collaborating to fiercely attack the Storm Dragon, and just as they secured it, they turned to find Lin Xichi had succumbed to the cold floor. 10 minutes later, Lin Xichi watched helplessly as her crystal shattered. Defeat. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The big shots have come through. We experienced a grand spectacle. Breaking news. The luxury convoy has flipped. Daxian was pained yet exhilarated. This game was lost, but the gifting shattered historical records. In a single evening, the total gifting exceeded 12 million. The mere thought made him unable to resist another bite of orange peel. The sentiments were similarly complex for the other three. Xiao Bei gazed at the seven-figure gifting total, feeling a profound ache. Lin Xichi, with her well-structured routine, accepted several friend requests before promptly logging off. Chapter 71, Trending. The boss is astute and formidable. Your foresight is unmatched. You are my deity. The message came from the official Weibo account of LTG, managed by the charming Miss Riceball. Speaking of Riceball, that is a tale of its own. Her real name is Ruan, a delightful girl. When she dismissed all LTG staff, she immediately tasked Kong Da with recruiting new employees, and upon the announcement, thousands of resumes poured in, with Riceball among them. On the day of the interview, she was present and was instantly drawn into a half-hour conversation with Riceball at the entrance. She vividly recalls when Nanxing and others arrived, greeting her politely, and the adorable expression on Riceball's face was simply enchanting. Lin Xichi, pondering over this disjointed message, found herself in deep thought. Fortunately, Riceball did not allow her to dwell for long and soon sent another message. Exciting news. Our official Weibo account has surpassed 10 million followers. Let the celebrations commence. 10 million? As she gazed at the number, Lin Xichi could not help but smile. LTG is one of the premier clubs in the esports realm, yet esports players are not true celebrities, and even the official account, before her tenure, had only just over 3 million followers. Later, due to her audacious maneuvers, the official account experienced a meteoric rise, gaining 3 million followers overnight, soaring to a total of 6 million. If 6 million followers could be likened to a 4th or 5th tier artist, then an account boasting 10 million followers would undoubtedly rank as a 2nd tier influencer. Miss, your Douyin account has amassed 400,000 followers. Lin Tiantian, who had been generously tipping Lin Xichi, interjected at the opportune moment. So many? Let me take a look. As expected, thanks to this live broadcast, her follower count surged by hundreds of thousands in just a matter of minutes, and it continued to climb rapidly. Lin Xichi, afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, found it intolerable to view the little red notifications. However, the moment she tapped on her phone, regret washed over her. The device convulsed as if struck by a severe ailment, and this tumultuous episode persisted for a full 7 minutes before it began to stabilize. Nestling into a comfortable position on the plush cushion, Lin Xichi casually scrolled through the back-end comments. Rich lady sister, please sponsor me. What an exhilarating narrative featuring a powerful female lead. I'm utterly envious. P.S. The spirit of lemon has possessed me. Lemons hang upon the tree. Beneath the lemon tree, it's you and me. I've grown weary of envy. After perusing the comments for a while, she returned to the homepage to discover her follower count had skyrocketed from 400,000 to 700,000. Such velocity was truly remarkable. Fantuan was also keeping a vigilant eye on Lin Xichi, proclaiming, "Boss, I have a premonition that you are on the brink of stardom." If one could always trust the sixth sense of spectators, it was indeed prophetic. After Lin Xichi retired for the night, images from the evening's live stream were disseminated far and wide. By dawn, 5 trending topics had emerged, one of which was LTG Rich Lady. The phrasing was quite skillful. Typical clickbait that led many perplexed individuals to initially wonder if an LTG professional player had been financially supported by a wealthy patron. Only upon clicking did they realize it referred to LTG's affluent female boss. Nighttime belonged to the revelers, and amidst a plethora of dazzling trending topics, another entry named White House Internet Celebrity clawed its way to the bottom of the list. Although it appeared for just a few fleeting minutes, it garnered considerable attention. The following day, Lin Xichi was roused from her slumber by a barrage of calls from He Baining. "Hello, Sister Cece, I've made a mistake, I'm so sorry." He Baining's voice was laced with remorse. Lin Xichi was utterly bewildered, akin to a dazed individual stumbling through a door. "Huh?" As He Baining elaborated, Lin Xichi gradually pieced together the puzzle. It turned out that He Baining had posted photos of her inside the White House on social media. He Baining was somewhat of an amateur blogger, often sharing snippets of her daily life online, and had amassed over 300,000 followers on a platform. Thanks to her charming appearance and high society demeanor. Upon the release of her photo set, it was met with an avalanche of compliments. Followers not only praised her and Lin Xichi for their beauty, but also marveled at her opportunity to enter the White House, deeming her a true socialite. While this should have been a positive development, keyboard warriors maliciously instigated controversy, claiming that the White House was a private residence and accusing He Baining and Lin Xichi of intruding for attention. Initially, He Baining chose to disregard the remarks, but the instigator intensified their harassment, believing He Baining to be intimidated. To bolster credibility, a user named Lily, who was notably compliant, even claimed that the White House belonged to her boyfriend, accusing He Baining of trespassing and asserting that her photo-taking damaged several priceless items within. Under the orchestrations of those with ulterior motives, the incident escalated to the trending discussions. Lin Xichi was somewhat fortunate. Her photo was a profile shot, and it was likely that few would recognize her even if they stood before her with the image in hand. However, the situation soured when Lin Xichi unwittingly liked a post using her account, and within mere minutes, the ever-resourceful internet sleuths uncovered her identity. Her account was straightforward, featuring only a silhouette beside her Lamborghini. She had no ill intentions, yet the envious commenters swiftly branded her a fame-hungry, materialistic influencer based solely on 2 images. A multitude flocked to her account to hurl insults. Lin Xichi gazed at her phone with the expression of a bewildered grandfather. Had she truly fallen behind? She felt utterly out of sync with the thought processes of these individuals. "Sister Cece, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to," He Baining expressed her guilt. Although the vitriol was confined to the digital realm, the adage rings true: a kind word warms the winter, harsh words chill in June. Despite the fabrications, such words inevitably inflicted some emotional wounds on her. Lin Xichi raised an eyebrow and offered a few words of consolation. "It's all right, just a minor issue." In a high-end cafe in Huaqing, He Baining took a large sip of coffee, her face a canvas of frustration. "It's so annoying. How can these people be like this?" "Exactly, it's utterly excessive. Forget it, let us go shopping." An hour later, as He Baining emerged from a fitting room in a new outfit, she was immediately surrounded by friends. Her cheeks flushed, and excitement radiated from her. "Sin, look, the tide has turned." On her phone was Lin Xichi's account homepage, which had been updated just half an hour prior. It read, "Little Fairy V, Lily is very obedient. When did I become your boyfriend?" Below were 2 photos, one featuring a box filled with car keys, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, among others, with a hand making a peace sign. The other displayed the property deed for the White House, accompanied by the same hand gesture. This collection of images was undeniably explosive in nature. Indeed, the comment section erupted. Chapter 72, Signing in at the Sihiyuan. "Ah, Erkan, where are you? I'm blind. I can't see, my eyes, on my eyes." "Rich lady sister, I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness. My vision was too narrow." One swift operation like a tiger, the true clown was me. This slap in the face is absolutely legendary. My face is ruined, rich lady. You must take responsibility for me. I hereby declare this the strongest slap in the face of the year. No more words. Let me manually type out 66666. Rich lady, let South be close. I'm envious, my dream car, and she has a whole lot of them. Am I the only one who noticed the helicopter key in the corner? This is the first time I've seen a helicopter key. I've successfully turned myself into a lemon tree. Netizens, is this the point? The key point is she has so many luxury cars. What kind of garage is needed to accommodate them all? The person above has hit the nail on the head. Let me boldly speculate. Does this sister possess the legendary island? This is the most outrageous thing I've heard this year. What is even more absurd is that I can't refute it. What a powerful narrative featuring a female lead. All writers, are you listening? I command you to write a novel based on this immediately. Am I the only one who finds this idea quite familiar? This is no fairy. This is clearly the cosmic mother who saved the universe in her past life. Whoever is envious of me, I'm left with nothing but an ugly facade. He Baining and her friends were left utterly speechless. Sin, you've made it. You've actually secured a wealthy patron. Wait, no. We are the rich second generation, but why do I still feel so envious and resentful? This sister has completely captured my heart. She is simply stunning. Ening, why don't you take us to meet your wealthy sister? I would love to inquire about her. Perhaps she possesses some peculiar preferences? He Bining momentarily faltered in response. Huh? What peculiar preferences? Could it be that she has a fondness for young girls? At that moment, the online world was in turmoil, while Lin Xichi remained as tranquil as a still lake. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. A courtyard residence in Kyoto acquired. Lin Xichi's heart raced in excitement. A courtyard residence? This is quite extravagant. After perusing the basic introduction, Lin Xichi found herself in a prolonged state of agitation. Old Six. You truly live up to your name. I am called Old Six, born to be extraordinary. If you adore me, press 6. If you desire me, press 666. Lin Xichi retorted. By the way, where did you learn to speak with such dramatic sound effects? I wouldn't even glance at the Double 11 sales without you. At noon, Lin Yi informed her that everything had been arranged. A helicopter would arrive at the designated location in the afternoon. As for matters concerning the White House, Lin Yi had contacted Yi Jianan to handle it. Lin Xichi had absolute faith in Yi Jianan's capabilities. After exchanging pleasantries with the He siblings, the trio boarded the helicopter on their journey home. Of course, it was worth mentioning that before their departure, He Beizhou had mysteriously pulled Lin Tiantian aside for an extended conversation. While Lin Xichi and Lin Yi did not pry into the details, Lin Tiantian's flushed cheeks spoke volumes. Yunqing, though a city of vast knowledge and grandeur, could not help but draw attention when a helicopter soared through its skies. The 6 security guards at Tiangong Villa stared in astonishment as the helicopter landed within the villa district, exchanging glances and sighing in unison. The wretched wealthy. Each building in Tiangong Villa is equipped with a helipad, yet this was the first time it had been utilized since the villa's presale. While a helicopter was not a rarity for the affluent residents of Tiangong Villa, it nonetheless engraved Lin Xichi's name in their memories. When she first moved in, they may not have paid her much mind. After all, wealthy individuals were as numerous as fish in a river, and not every one of them warranted attention. However, as luxury cars began filling the underground garage, they began to reassess her status. Today, Lin Xichi had once again redefined their perceptions. The immediate thought on everyone's mind was to befriend her. They simply had to. That day, Lin Xichi's door was knocked upon several times. Nestled on the sofa with Yuan Tingting, they were engrossed in a film featuring Fu Chaoyan when Fu Bo entered with a basket. Lin Xichi looked up and asked, Fu Bo, which family is this from? It's from the Ning family's butler, he replied. He said his master and mistress went to the old residence today, and the elder brought back some vegetables he personally cultivated. His mistress instructed him to share some with the neighbors. Lin Xichi had a vague recollection of the surname Ning, as it had been mentioned during Luo Xueqian's charity auction. Was it the Ning family that operated in the liquor industry? Indeed. It was the renowned Ning family from the southern part of Yunqing, known for their prominence in the region. Yi Jianan placed a platter of sliced fruit before them. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he concluded, It seems the Ning family wishes to establish a rapport with you. Lin Xichi nodded yes. You and Fu Bo can handle it as you see fit. Dear cousin, could you not have Jianan go elsewhere? Yuan Tingting's voice drifted in. He is too handsome, making it difficult for me to concentrate. Lin Xichi replied, By the way, cousin, I found a job at a cafe on the street by Yunqing University, offering 5,000 a month. I've arranged to start tomorrow. You've been job hunting these past few days? Lin Xichi asked, surprised. Yes, well not really. This morning, I went to my idol's filming location to show my support. The vegetables sent by the Ning family included tomatoes, free-range eggs, and various fruits. That evening, Fu Bo instructed the kitchen to prepare the dishes for the dining table. After dinner, Lin Xichi received a call from Fu Chaoyan. Hello, my dear. Have you missed me? I have. Although their encounters could be counted on one hand, she genuinely regarded her as a friend. Hearing Fu Chaoyan's earnest admission made her heart skip a beat. After a prolonged silence, Fu Chaoyan's voice returned. So, next week is my grandmother's birthday. I wanted to ask if you would be free to come over. Lin Xichi blinked. She was currently an unemployed wanderer, so why did everyone perceive her as busy? Perhaps she truly was the most leisurely CEO in history. I have no other plans next week. I will come over. Fu Chaoyan's tone brightened. Great. It's settled then. All right. I want to keep you. I have to catch a flight. I will drive to pick you up. Goodbye, my dear. Chapter 73. An unexpected reunion with a friend from a past life. The following day, Lin Xichi rose early to personally drive Yuan Tingting to work. As they approached the cafe, Lin Xichi pressed the brakes and parked by the roadside. We've arrived, you can get out. Yuan Tingting paused momentarily, a hint of confusion in her expression, but soon grasped Lin Xichi's intent. Thank you, cousin. Bye. Lin Xichi rolled down the window, half-jokingly encouraging her. Goodbye. Work hard. I'll wait for you to treat me to a feast with your first paycheck. Absolutely. I promise not to let my dear cousin go hungry. Watching Yuan Tingting disappear at the intersection, Lin Xichi donned her sunglasses and resumed her journey. Not long after departing, she encountered a red light. While waiting, Lin Xichi glanced at the roadside, which was the east station of Yunqing. At the exit, throngs of travelers with various expressions, excitement, exhaustion, confusion, moved through with their baggage. Suddenly, a small figure caught her attention. A girl, approximately 17 or 18, struggled with a large suitcase while a bulging backpack hung from her shoulders. At that moment, the girl was valiantly pushing her substantial luggage through the crowd. Lin Xichi's breath caught in her throat. Was it her? Luo Yu, her dearest friend from her previous life at the factory. The story began with Luo Yu being assigned to the bunk above hers, and they spent 7 inseparable years sharing meals, gossiping, and even using the restroom together. The tale concluded with Luo Yu's untimely death, Lin Xichi's rebirth, and her encounter with Old Six, leading to an entirely different life. In that instant, she realized that not everyone was as fortunate as she had been. Hello, Auntie, I have arrived in Yunqing. I just got off the train. Luo Yu, struggling with her suitcase, answered the call. The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged woman, harsh and unyielding. Once you arrive, head straight to your uncle's factory. Don't even think about slacking off. If I find out you are, I'll make you regret it. Luo Yu was jostled from behind, her leg colliding with the suitcase, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. Yet, she pressed on, saying, Auntie, I promise I won't be lazy. I know Dad borrowed a lot of money from Uncle for treatment, and I will work hard to repay him. Good. Just remember, once you're in, focus on working hard. Don't be like before, worrying about which university to attend during your holiday jobs. The harsh words echoed in her ears like a sinister melody. Clearly, you are nothing but dung on the ground, yet you aspire to soar like a phoenix. Do take a moment to consider if you possess the fortune for such a dream. Was it unpleasant? Indeed, it was most unpleasant. Yet, she spoke nothing but truth. Such is fate, a fate from which she could not escape. Taking a deep breath, she pushed her suitcase away from the station. The factory belonged to her stepmother Zhou Dexiang's cousin, and since her 3rd year of junior high, she had labored there every summer and winter vacation. Though it was termed work, all her earnings had merely lined Zhou Dexiang's pockets. Fortunately, her father had been in good health at the time and still capable of earning money, so despite her stepmother's antics, she had managed to stay in school. However, a month ago, her father suffered a stroke and became bedridden, unable to care for himself. Zhou Dexiang not only embezzled her allowances, but also hid her acceptance letter, using her father as leverage to coerce her into working at the factory. Initially, she resisted, but the one who truly suffered was her father, lying helplessly in bed. She had sought help, cried out for justice, and on a few occasions, mediators had come to her aid, but after repeated attempts, no one seemed willing to listen anymore. Eventually, she capitulated. Perhaps this was her lot in life. Chapter 74. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to be a factory manager. Lin Xichi did not recklessly approach to greet anyone. Instead, she placed a call to Kong Deshang in the conference room of the D-Bay building. The weekly meeting of the D-Bay group was in full swing, with hundreds of seats filled by attendees. The atmosphere in the room was stiflingly quiet, with new employees scarcely daring to breathe loudly. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone pierced through the silence, shattering the oppressive ambience. In that moment, a collective shudder ran through the assembly, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Each person hastily checked their phones, sighing in relief when they confirmed it wasn't theirs, while their curiosity piqued at the unfolding drama. Kong, who despised disruptions during meetings, had once faced dire consequences when his wife had called during a session. She subsequently became his ex-wife. If he treated his spouse with such disdain, one could only imagine how he would handle employees, likely resulting in reprimands if not outright dismissal. As the attendees exchanged glances, Kong Deshang finally answered the call, his demeanor and tone exuding utmost respect, indicating that the caller was undoubtedly a person of significance. Director Lin, it is no disturbance. It is my honor to alleviate your concerns. Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately. All executives were instructed to remain, while the others were dismissed. Following the orders, those below the managerial level stood and exited the conference room. As they moved away, gossip began to circulate. Did I hear correctly? Did Mr. Kong just address the caller as Director Lin? Could it possibly be our newly appointed chairperson? Who else could command such reverence from Mr. Kong? One individual, seated closer, remarked. Director Lin's voice is quite pleasant, and it sounds youthful. Ascending to the position of chairperson at such a young age is indeed fortunate. Someone who had previously encountered Lin Xichi spoke up. Fortunate? It's more than that. It's as if the heavens themselves have conspired to provide for her. A billionaire heiress. Youthful and beautiful. Surely she must have saved the galaxy in a past life to warrant such fortune. Kong Deshang's efficiency was remarkable. Within mere half an hour, he had resolved all matters for Lin Xichi. Mr. Kong, may I inquire why Director Lin wishes to purchase a factory? Asked an executive. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Kang Deshang, equally intrigued. After all, why would a billionaire be interested in a mere $2 million factory? Kang had posed the same question to Lin earlier, and her response had been, "Do not misunderstand. My sole ambition is to be a factory manager. That is all I desire." Absurd. Here was a woman of immense wealth. Yet her dreams did not revolve around luxury or opulence, but rather managing a factory. He refused to believe it. She, a young woman possessing a fortune of billions, must have broader aspirations. Indeed, she must have insider knowledge, prompting such an unexpected decision contrary to her affluent persona. The old industrial zone in the northern part of the city had been undergoing renovations, as he had learned from an old friend in Haiching. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that Director Lin was privy to some internal information, leading her to strategize ahead of time? It must be true. She was truly worthy of her wealth. Lin Xichi felt utterly innocent. She genuinely wished to be a factory manager. After all, she had toiled like a machine in the workshop while the manager merely strolled about with hands in pockets, resembling a tourist, and when displeased, would withhold wages or berate the workers. At that moment, she had jested with Luo Yu, expressing how her aspirations had shifted from becoming a monkey on Mauname to managing a factory. Chapter 75. Wang Weiwei's Public Humiliation, the Excavator Manager. The station had dedicated vans running to the factory, and Luo Yu, familiar with the routine, easily boarded one. The aging, filthy vehicle bore her to the factory gates. As the van came to a halt, she could hear the commotion within. It was evident that a dispute had erupted. Outside the office building, two women were tugging at each other's hair, their clothing in tatters, a spectacle that evoked a sense of despair. Unfortunately, Luo Yu recognized both women. The plump, ostentatiously dressed middle-aged woman was the manager's wife, colloquially dubbed the landlord, who, dressed to the nines, seemed desperate for the world to know of her wealth. Often wandering around the factory, notorious for her fierce and unreasonable demeanor. The other woman, long-haired and shapely, was Wang Weiwei, a former dormitory mate known for her petty antics. Frequently engaged in conversations with various men, rumored to have a plethora of boyfriends. While at work, she either applied makeup or slacked off. What Luo Yu did not know was that 2 weeks prior, Wang Weiwei had been transferred to the administrative department as the manager's secretary. Had Luo Yu been aware, she would have laughed out loud. For someone incapable of typing to be appointed as a secretary was a remarkable oversight on the manager's part, as if he believed everyone else was blind. Nonetheless, such absurdities had become commonplace, and no one dared to speak out. After all, avoiding trouble was preferable. However, today a spectacle of a wife confronting a mistress suggested that the truth had finally come to light. The landlord, a local, had a notorious reputation for her foul language and a voice that could shatter glass. Her invectives accompanied by slaps created a truly alarming scene. Eventually, security intervened, separating the two. By that time, Wang Weiwei bore the marks of humiliation, bruised and disheveled, her attire in tatters. She wept uncontrollably, her distress evident. Yet, no one in the vicinity felt sympathy for her. A mistress, at such a tender age, engaging in an affair with a much older man, was deserving of her fate. The incident of the manager's wife publicly confronting the mistress quickly faded from Luo Yu's mind. No matter how much she might have wished to linger on the affairs of others, she could only observe from a distance while her own life must inevitably continue. Having just made her bed and donned her work attire, she stepped outside, only to unexpectedly encounter her supervisor. "What are you still doing here? Come with me at once. The new factory director has specifically requested to see you." The new factory director? Specifically requested her? A cascade of questions flooded Luo Yu's mind. Upon arriving at the location, she found herself even more bewildered. Could someone elucidate the situation unfolding before her? Before her lay the northern section of the factory, which had been nearly demolished, with a heap of rubble and a lone excavator busily at work. Aside from the excavator, a line of impeccably dressed individuals stood nearby, unmistakably men of influence. Their gaze was fixed intently on the excavator, the scene reminiscent of a capricious heiress surrounded by her ineffectual entourage. The figure before them was none other than our new factory director, Miss Lin. It was only then that Luo Yu noticed the individual operating the excavator, a striking vision in an extravagantly priced white embroidered gown, her figure graceful, with long hair partially restrained beneath a hard hat, and the rest cascading elegantly behind her, her movements fluid and picturesque. Although only a profile view was visible, it was enough to leave an indelible impression on her for a lifetime. Was this world a fantastical realm? How could someone operate an excavator with such elegance that it appeared beyond her means? How could one look so strikingly handsome while maneuvering heavy machinery? Chapter 76. She is the light of her life. Under the watchful eyes of a group of perspiring and highly anxious executives, the excavator finally came to a halt. Lin Yi approached and opened the door, assisting Lin Xichi down. Lin Tiantian hurriedly offered a bottle of water, saying, "Miss, you must be tired. Please take a sip." Lin Xichi felt no fatigue whatsoever. Instead, she was invigorated both physically and mentally. She walked up to Luo Yu and gazed at her intently. "Is your name Luo Yu?" At that moment, Luo Yu was merely 19 years old, petite and seemingly more akin to a middle school student than a soon-to-be university student. Since her arrival, she had felt acutely self-conscious, her head bowed, fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her pants. Hearing the question, she dared not lift her gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Yes. I have a basic understanding of your situation. Our company has a sponsorship program for talented individuals, funded entirely by the company foundation. The only requirement is that you must strive to become the best version of yourself. Are you willing?" Luo Yu's head shot up, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at her. Lin Xichi smiled gently. "There's no need to hurry with your response. This gentleman is the head of the foundation. If you wish, you can contact him at any time." Kong Deshang nodded. "Hello, I am Kong Deshang from the D-Bay Group, and I also serve as the vice president of the Lin Xichi Foundation." Luo Yu could hardly recall how she left that place. All she knew was that a deity operating an excavator had salvaged her life. She was the light of her existence. "Mr. Kong, I entrust the management of the Lin Xichi Foundation to you. I hope you won't let me down and will strive to assist as many individuals as possible." The foundation was initially established to support Luo Yu, but she hoped it would serve a greater purpose in the future. Kong Deshang replied earnestly, "Thank you for your trust. Director Lin, please rest assured, I will not disappoint your confidence." With Kong Deshang and Yi Jianan overseeing the foundation, Lin Xichi would only need to occasionally inquire about its affairs. As for Luo Yu, she did not intend to maintain close contact with her. Their differing identities and backgrounds now rendered a return to their former rapport impossible. Rather than force a connection, she preferred to let things unfold naturally. Having navigated the business world for many years, Kong Deshang handled Luo Yu's matters with remarkable ease. The following day, while Lin Xichi was at home selecting the latest seasonal attire from the Chanel official flagship store, she learned from Yi Jianan that Luo Yu's father had been admitted to D-Bay Hospital. This expense would not be covered by the foundation. Instead, it would be repaid by Luo Yu within 10 years of her graduation. In the second-floor clothing hall, a representative from Chanel Yun City, accompanied by 3 impeccably groomed sales associates, was present. They stood beside the latest season's clothing, shoes, bags, and various accessories. This new collection had only arrived the previous night, and they were eager to showcase it. The remaining items would be allocated to familiar clients for sale in the store. Such was the privilege afforded by financial capability. Prior to her arrival, the sales associates felt anxious, hoping that the client would select multiple items, thus securing them substantial commissions without much effort. Yet, upon meeting Miss Lin, their apprehensions evaporated, replaced by relief at their decision to be present. "Excuse me, miss, you need to change into another outfit. Please follow me, Mr. Fu guided them to the back garden. Once seated, several maids served an array of exquisite fruit platters and snacks. After the staff departed, the sales associates began to converse freely. "My goodness, Manager Chun, who exactly is this Miss Lin? Did you see the garage? Any one of those cars could purchase a house in the city center, and her underground garage had a full 4 to 5 dozen vehicles. And the rooftop, was that a private helicopter? Am I the only one who noticed the bodyguards and personal assistants? They were incredibly handsome. This is what a wealthy heiress looks like. She is not merely a wealthy heiress." The speaker was Manager Chen Lan, a high-ranking professional woman with an annual income in the millions, having encountered more affluent individuals than she could count. She had chosen to abandon her previous clients to be here, knowing things others did not. Not a wealthy heiress? The sales associate's eyes widened in astonishment, glimmering with curiosity. Chen Lan did not keep them in suspense, stating, "She is the true daughter of a financial magnate. The wealth of a wealthy heiress depends on her family's financial strength. In plain terms, while they may possess considerable wealth, their status as princes and princesses is still overshadowed by the emperor above them, often subject to limitations and restrictions. But this one, she is a genuine queen." Chapter 77, The Launch Party of Linglong Chuan. After sitting for less than 10 minutes, Mr. Fu returned to invite them upstairs to the clothing hall. Lin Xichi had already changed into an outfit that, while not from any high-end luxury brand, consisted of a simple t-shirt and jeans, yet on her, it exuded an air of sophistication. Upon catching sight of the high heels peeking out from her wardrobe, Chen Lan's breath caught, her eyes sparkling with envy and fervor. If she was not mistaken, these were custom sapphire heels from Tea Country, which she had once researched and learned were valued at around 60 million. Moreover, obtaining them was not merely a matter of wealth, but also indicative of connections and financial prowess. Chen Lan took a deep breath, but her gaze could not help but linger on the shoes of her dreams. What would it feel like to wear heels worth 60 million? She could not even begin to fathom it, nor dare to imagine. Manager Chun, I apologize for the hospitality being less than adequate. I hope you will forgive us. Lin Xichi maintained her warm smile, enhancing her already captivating features to an almost mesmerizing degree. Not at all. It is our honor for Miss Lin to give us this opportunity. Lin Xichi's eyes swept over the clothing and bags displayed in the center of the hall like precious treasures. How about this? I will take all of these today. Even the astute Qianlan found her breath momentarily caught upon hearing those words, let alone the several sales clerks behind her, who nearly simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. All of them, she actually said. Today, they discovered that such a delightful trio of words still existed in this world. Under Lin Xichi's personal escort, the group stumbled out the door, only coming to their senses after the car had driven a considerable distance. Am I just sitting at home while money falls from the sky? Manager Chun, how much commission will this yield? More than you've all earned in a year. Qianlan replied, her joy not solely stemming from securing a monumental deal, but primarily from acquiring Miss Lin's contact information. From this day forth, Miss Lin would be her exclusive client, and with such financial prowess, her ascent to success would be but a dream away. It is said that a woman's intuition is formidable. That very day, Qianlan received a call from the assistant to the president of Chanel's China division, who conveyed that the president had personally praised her and awarded her a sales bonus of 1 million, along with a public commendation to all national stores. Lin Xichi was scheduled to attend the opening ceremony of Linglong Chuan today, naturally avoiding any public appearances on social media. Aside from a prior television interview where her face was fully visible, she had ensured that all clear photographs from her attendance at the LTG offline competition were deleted, retaining only blurry images and a few side profiles. Yet, even those blurred images and side profiles could not obscure her beauty, which is why fans in the competition circle affectionately referred to her as the goddess of beauty. The term goddess denoted her striking looks, while sister referred to her affluent status. As an investor in Linglong Chuan, coupled with her position as the company's principal owner, Lin Xichi certainly overshadowed both the male and female leads. Today, the film studio buzzed with activity as the grand opening ceremony for the large-scale period drama Linglong Chuan commenced. With various luxury vehicles arriving throughout the morning, Lin Xichi arrived neither too early nor too late. Upon seeing her, Tian Shaoxing beamed as if he had encountered the god of wealth, his enthusiasm a stark contrast to his usual sharp-tongued and fiery demeanor, leaving the surrounding group leaders nearly convinced they were witnessing a collective mirage. President Lin's arrival graces our production with unparalleled brilliance. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wang, bring me the tea I just brewed. I wish to offer President Lin a cup. He gestured grandly to a nearby assistant. The assistant's expression turned peculiar at the mention of fine tea. Did he truly believe that the tea brewed in an old Laoganma jar would not send the investor fleeing with their money? After a moment's hesitation, just as he was about to move, a melodious voice interjected. No need for tea. I'm merely here to take a look. You all carry on. Don't mind me. Given the current environment, which was certainly not conducive to tea enjoyment, Tian Shaoxing refrained from further insisting. Very well, Xiao Wang. Please show President Lin around. Normally, it would be the director's duty to accompany the investors. But with the opening of the production and a multitude of matters awaiting his attention, he simply could not extricate himself. Previously, Lin Xichi had only seen behind-the-scenes images and edited opening videos online. Today marked her first visit to the set, and her intention was merely to indulge her curiosity and observe the proceedings. Linglong Chuan is a grand ensemble drama with numerous actors, and when combined with the crew and various celebrities' assistants, the set was teeming with people. President Lin, ahead are the rest areas and makeup rooms for our leading actors. Would you like me to take you there? Before Lin Xichi could respond, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a broad smile spread across her face. Hello, Dad. Mom. As the video connected, the cheerful faces of her parents appeared on the screen. Upon seeing her, they both eagerly vied to greet her. Xichi, look at your dad and me. Our hair, how much darker does it look? After exchanging pleasantries, Li Fun promptly got to the point, clearly in high spirits. Recently, the couple had been enjoying their time together, feeling unburdened and free from stress. With their health seemingly improving each day, their legs no longer ached. They slept soundly through the night, and every meal tasted delightful. Moreover, she had just noticed, while washing her hair, that her once graying locks had completely reverted to black and were growing thicker by the day. Previously, strands of hair had graced her pillow and clothing, but rarely her head. Now, hardly any hair could be found on her pillow. Li Fun attributed this transformation to her newfound relaxation and self-care, exclaiming, no wonder those celebrities in their 50s and 60s still look like young girls. Lin Xichi, knowing that 99% of this transformation was due to genetic enhancements, playfully quipped, Mom, you now resemble a young girl. When you return and stand beside me, others will think we are sisters. Leafin laughed so heartily she could barely close her mouth. Smooth talker. Unbeknownst to them, the mother-daughter duo had chatted for 10 minutes. Even after the call ended, Lin Xichi retained her smile. Just then, a voice broke through the moment. Hey, what are you doing? The speaker was a young man standing not far from her, holding 2 cups of coffee and wearing a heavy backpack, evidently an assistant to a celebrity. Beside him stood a sweet-looking girl named Wu Qiqi, who had gained fame through a talent show, impressing many viewers with her charming appearance and dramatic personality. She had been fortunate enough to secure a minor role with a few lines in Linglong Chuan. Upon spotting Lin Xichi, jealousy flickered in Wu Qiqi's eyes. The man scrutinized her with a furrowed brow, eventually fixating on her phone. Engrossed in her video call, Lin Xichi had unwittingly wandered into the artist's lounge. And since Xiao Wang and Sweet had likely noticed her engaged in a video call, they had refrained from interrupting. Seeing her hesitate to respond, the man approached her with purpose, his tone unfriendly. Are you a videographer or a fan? Videographer? Fan. Lin Xichi realized he had mistaken her identity and was about to explain, yet before she could utter a word, he continued, forget it. I don't have time to waste on you today. Just give me your phone, and I won't hold this against you. His tone was exceedingly authoritative, as if confiscating a phone was a trivial matter in his presence. Lin Xichi found his demeanor repugnant, raising an eyebrow as she retorted. What right do you have to take my phone? Just because you're a celebrity's assistant? While she typically held disdain for invasive fans, she felt equally unimpressed by an assistant demanding her phone without cause. I am neither a fan nor a videographer. I am not taking photos, and as for the phone, it is my personal property. I believe I have no obligation to hand it over to you. With that, she hoped he would relent. Whether it was her assertive presence or calm demeanor, the man hesitated momentarily. Having made her point, Lin Xichi did not wish to prolong the confrontation. She cast a fleeting glance at the pair before turning to depart. Wu Qiqi approached, inquiring, who is she? An actress in the production? The man shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. I am not familiar with her. She appears to be an amateur chosen by director Tian for a minor role. This was his speculation, as the crew's opening ceremony was entirely closed off, preventing any unauthorized photographers or fans from entering. Since she was neither a fan, nor an unauthorized photographer, nor a member of the staff, the only possibility left was that she was an actress from the production. For Lin Xichi, this was merely an inconsequential episode. After wandering for a while longer, Xiao Wang led her to the filming site of the opening scene. Director Tian's productions had an established tradition of hosting a grand opening spectacle before filming commenced. This particular spectacle was indeed grand, featuring the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. Lin Xichi chose not to disturb Director Tian, but instead found a relatively less crowded spot from which to observe the performance. Just as she became engrossed in the show, she felt a sudden jolt against her shoulder. Ever since she began using the gene-enhancing serum, her physical condition had improved significantly, and now a forceful bump merely caused her to slightly shift her stance. Nevertheless, she preferred to avoid excessive physical contact and thus stepped back from the throng. Initially, she assumed that the crowd had merely caused an accidental collision, until she caught sight of the individual who had taken her original position casting a provocative glance in her direction. If she could not discern the intentionality behind this act, she might as well consider relinquishing her intellect. Chapter 79. Check-in, exclusive custom skin for King of Glory. Lin Xichi considered herself not one to possess a magnanimous spirit. To her, magnanimity equated to internal conflict and silent endurance. Had this been in the past, she might have suffered in silence, bearing her grievances quietly. However, now, at least since acquiring the system, the terms internal conflict and silent endurance had vanished from her lexicon. As the adage goes, her previous magnanimity was merely a means to engage calmly with fools. Now, such generosity was utterly out of the question, absolutely impossible. Yet, perhaps due to a change in her mindset, she found herself devoid of any feelings of grievance or anger. Instead, she perceived the whole situation as utterly ludicrous. Casting a detached glance at the instigator, she averted her gaze, clearly having no intention of retaliating. This production was wholly financed by Fengshang, and once completed, it would yield profit for her as well, even though she was not in dire need of such trivial sums. Furthermore, regardless of whether Wu Qiqi was merely a minor actress or even the leading lady within her domain, a mere frown from her would suffice to send the other packing without a moment's hesitation. There was no need for her to waste her expressions on matters so easily resolved. However, Wu Qiqi had evidently misinterpreted the situation. Seeing Lin Xichi's restrained demeanor, she was filled with a sense of triumph. Look at that. A minor star dares to outshine me in beauty. Lin Xichi, perceptive as she was, could easily sense the malicious gaze directed her way. She raised an eyebrow and instructed Lao Lu, check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving an exclusive custom skin for King of Glory. Please submit the hero for the custom skin. An exclusive custom skin for King of Glory? Lin Xichi's eyes sparkled with surprise. It was not a luxury car after all. Who knew that Lao Lu had drawn so many cars recently? Delivering 7 or 8 in a single day, and on the least busy day, 3, which nearly overwhelmed her garage. Her gaze returned to the check-in rewards. And no matter how many times she looked, it seemed surreal. It was common knowledge that aside from self-developed skins, King of Glory only offered collaborative skins or FMVP skins. She could hardly believe that she would one day possess a skin exclusively tailored for her. After some deliberation, she ultimately chose the Princess Yao Yao skin. Who could resist such an adorable character? At the headquarters of King of Glory, upon receiving the order, the head of the development department appeared as if he had witnessed a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief. What had he just heard? Had the higher-ups lost their minds? They were requesting a unique skin exclusively for a wealthy patron? Indeed, it was designated as a wealthy patron exclusive. The documents specified that this skin would be the first of its kind, not for public sale. In other words, this skin would be available solely to this affluent individual within the entire realm. Secretary Chun, is there a mistake in this document? No matter how many times he read it, it struck him as absurd. Secretary Chun replied with unwavering certainty, there is no mistake. This document has been approved by the board. You merely need to fulfill the requirements. The board approved it? How is that possible? The head of development was even more astonished, his face reflecting a sense of impending doom. Secretary Chun understood his feelings perfectly, as his own emotions had been similarly complex upon receiving the document. He patted the head of development on the shoulder. Get to work. The higher-ups are placing great importance on this matter, and your department must deliver at 100% capacity. I'll let you in on a little secret. Once this skin is completed, the benefits will undoubtedly come your way. Just as Secretary Chun was about to leave, he was seized by the now-aware head of development. Hey, Chun, could you share a bit more with me? Do you know why the higher-ups issued this document? And what connection does this wealthy patron have with the group that made the board agree to this project? He was genuinely curious. If he didn't learn the answers, he suspected he wouldn't sleep for days on end. She currently has no ties with the group, but she did contribute 10 billion for just one exclusive skin. His words were delivered with a sense of calm, but to the ears of the head of development, they sounded like a thunderclap. 10 billion? For a single exclusive skin? This was no ordinary wealthy patron. This was a veritable deity of fortune. Lin Xichi, however, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion unfolding at the headquarters of King of Glory. Nor did she comprehend the tremors her presence had caused throughout the entire corporation. After exiting the system, she observed the ongoing filming for a while longer before asking Lin Tian to drive her home. Meanwhile, on set, the filming stretched on for 4 hours, and many actors and crew members were beginning to reach their limits. Yet, they were all too aware of Director Tian's temperament. Even if they were exhausted, they dared not voice their discomfort for fear of reprimand. All departments, prepare for another take. Upon hearing those words, the actors and crew members who had barely enjoyed 5 minutes of rest felt as though the sky had fallen, their faces etched with bitter expressions. Just then, Director Tian's assistant, Xiao Wang, approached with a phone in hand. Director, he said, I thought we agreed not to disturb you during work. Director Tian glared with furrowed brows. Xiao Wang, feeling somewhat wronged and frightened, summoned the courage to say, Director, it's a call from President Lin. She mentioned she has arranged a celebratory banquet for the crew. Upon hearing that it was related to Lin Xichi, Director Tian's anger subsided considerably. He even offered a compliment. Well done. In the future, ensure that I am informed immediately of anything concerning President Lin. Xiao Wang was taken aback by the praise, feeling both flattered and relieved to have made the right call. Director, shall we continue filming? The assistant director inquired. Director Tian waved his hand. That's enough for today. At this, the entire crew exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Finally, they could take a break. Long live the investors. Chapter 80. That is Miss Lin of Fengshan. The venue for the crew's dinner was ultimately arranged at the illustrious Linlang Pavilion. Spanning an expansive area, Linlang Pavilion boasts not only a grand hall and various private rooms, but also several exclusive banquet halls. With a grand gesture, Lin Xichi opted for the most opulent and spacious diamond banquet hall. This magnificent hall, measuring a generous 200 square meters, is adorned with exquisite decorations, exuding luxury and grandeur. Naturally, such splendor comes at a steep price. The rental fee for the banquet hall alone amounts to 1 million per hour. Most of the cast members were accommodated in the same hotel, and soon, they began to arrive at the banquet hall one after another. The entrance was bustling with activity. A parade of luxury vehicles. At that moment, a chauffeur-driven vehicle halted at the entrance, and the elegantly attired Wu Qiqi stepped out, her gaze fixed on the entrance, her face alight with excitement and pride. She could hardly believe that the venue for the event was the legendary Linlang Pavilion, the pinnacle of luxury in Yunqing. In the past, as a struggling idol, she would not have even qualified for the most ordinary hall, let alone the lavish diamond hall. Just as she was about to enter, Director Du, responsible for coordinating the artists, approached her and halted her in her tracks. Without preamble, he inquired, "You are Wu Qiqi, correct?" Wu Qiqi recognized Du immediately. To her, such a prominent director seemed like an insurmountable mountain. She had never dreamed that one day he would initiate a conversation with her, let alone know her name. Her heart raced in response. "Yes, I am Wu Qiqi. Hello, Director. All right, I just wanted to inform you that you have been expelled from the crew and are no longer needed." Expelled? Why? Wu Qiqi felt as though the sky had fallen. Director Du found her reaction amusing. How could she even ask why? Did she really believe her actions went unnoticed? He had witnessed her push someone during the afternoon shoot. At the time, he had dismissed it, but just moments ago, he had seen Lin, the head of Fengshang. "Do you see the person in the middle of the hall?" Wu Qiqi followed his gaze. In the center of the hall, surrounded by layers of directors and A-list celebrities, stood a stunning young woman clad in a flowing pink crystal gown. Holding a glass of red wine, she radiated an air of noble elegance, her demeanor exuding grace that made others feel small in her presence. In an instant, Wu Qiqi recognized her as the girl she had encountered earlier in the crew. Who is she? Wu Qiqi's mind momentarily blanked. That is Miss Lin from Fengshang. Her complexion drained of color, and she found herself devoid of the courage to speak. Hastily retreating in embarrassment. The distance from the entrance to where Lin Xichi stood was not great, and aside from Lin, no one else seemed to notice this small interlude. To Lin Xichi, it was merely a fleeting incident. "Mr. Lin, I raise my glass to you." In that moment, Lin Xichi was surrounded by the sounds of Mr. Lin and Miss Lin, momentarily feeling as though she had stumbled into the lair of a spider demon. Yet, it was not entirely surprising. Given that Fengshang is one of the leading companies in the entertainment industry, and many present were its artists. Naturally, they aimed to impress their own boss with utmost enthusiasm. By the end of the banquet, Lin Xichi's contact list had expanded by over 100 acquaintances. As the event concluded, numerous attendees couldn't help but exclaim how different their fates were. Each of them was a superstar in their own right, boasting millions of fans. Their lives seemingly perfect in the eyes of the public. Yet, upon seeing Lin Xichi, they could only feel envy. Chapter 81. Signing in for the exquisite warm jade upon returning home and indulging in a soothing hot bath, Lin Xichi reclined on her $1,000,000 bed, casually scrolling through trending topics. Ever since the last time Fu Chaoyan had given her an earful, her curiosity for gossip had ignited like the sun in the sky. Her daily routine now consisted of checking in each morning and browsing the trending lists and short videos before sleep. The trending topics were dominated by discussions surrounding Ling Longchuan. The only exceptions were two posts from Fu Chaoyan. Since getting to know Fu, Lin Xichi had gained a clear understanding of her. This sister was genuinely famous. Whenever there was even a hint of a stir, it could lead to a whirlwind of attention. Just the other day, a single selfie had rocketed her into the top 3 trending topics. Oh, and it seemed she had yet to prepare a birthday gift for Fu's grandmother. Remembering Fu Chaoyan, Lin Xichi recalled her promise to attend the birthday celebration. A gift for elders is essential. I can ask Uncle Fu about it tomorrow. Recently, numerous high-ranking company executives and acquaintances had sent her invitations to various banquets, yet she found them bothersome and had not attended a single one. However, she had ensured that Uncle Fu sent gifts on her behalf, allowing her to avoid the mental strain of decision-making. With her resolve firm, she dismissed any lingering doubts. At that moment, Lin Air sent over photos of their parents' vacation. Both appeared blissfully happy. And seeing their smiles filled Lin Xichi's heart with warmth, a feeling that surpasses even signing with 100 billion company. After attending Fu's grandmother's birthday banquet, "I will go visit them. Old 6, time to get up for work." Early in the morning, Lin Xichi decided to playfully tease. Old 6 responded in kind. "Ding. Successfully clocked in. Only 3 minutes remain until 10 o'clock. Please hurry and sign in to avoid delaying my drama watching. Thank you." Lin Xichi scoffed. "You useless old 6. All right, signing in." Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving a piece of exquisite warm jade. Exquisite warm jade? Lin Xichi felt a surge of delight. Warm jade has always been a treasured item, and this exquisite variety is particularly rare. Not only does it boast a level of perfection far surpassing ordinary warm jade, but it also provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Prolonged wear can even enhance one's complexion and protect the body, perfect for those of advanced age. One must commend Old 6 for his keen eye. She was certain that if it were a worker with such discernment, it would surely thrive in its endeavors. Fu Chaoyan arrived around 1 in the afternoon and coincidentally bumped into Yi Jianan at the entrance. Wow. After years in the entertainment industry, Fu Chaoyan could confidently say she had encountered half the handsome men in the world. For many years, she thought she had built an immunity to their charm. Yet, at this moment, she had to admit that the man before her was truly stunning. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. As Fu Chaoyan pondered how to strike up a conversation with him, Yi Jianan took the initiative to greet her. Hello, Miss Fu. You know me? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xichi's personal secretary, mentioned by Miss Lin. You are the private secretary of our little darling? Fu Chaoyan's eyes sparkled. Our little darling has truly made it big, having such an exquisite private secretary. At that moment, another thought dawned upon her, Lin Xichi's true identity. She had always assumed Lin Xichi was either the daughter of a wealthy tycoon or someone who had stumbled upon a fortune. However, after this period of interaction, she increasingly perceived her as enigmatic. Although it was difficult to pinpoint precisely what made her so, there was an undeniable aura of magnificence surrounding her. Perhaps, in an intangible way, she had come to know a true luminary. Chapter 82. Fu Chaoyan's Astonishment. Miss Fu, please. The two entered together. Uncle Fu expressed his delight at their arrival, greeting them with a warm smile. Miss Fu and Mr. Yi have arrived, Fu Chaoyan sweetly remarked. Uncle Fu, you look more spirited than ever. Her observation was indeed true. Uncle Fu exuded an extraordinary vitality. Regardless of the time, his posture remained impeccably straight, and his hair along with his butler attire was impeccably groomed, always projecting an air of vivacity. What was even more remarkable was his ability to engage with others and his management skills. He was composed and seasoned, thoughtful in his approach, and courteous in his demeanor, evoking a sense of fondness for his employer even before one had met them. To be candid, such a level of butler is rare even among some royal families. Moreover, she could distinctly sense that Uncle Fu was unlike other butlers. While those butlers viewed their roles merely as a profession, Uncle Fu resembled a devoted servant from ancient times, wholeheartedly dedicated to his mistress. Such a butler could likely only be found in truly prestigious families. Fu Chaoyan had realized this upon her first encounter with Uncle Fu. At that time, she had pondered whether Lin Xichi might be the daughter of some prominent family. Yet, despite her suspicions, she had no intention of verifying anything. For regardless of her background, she would remain a cherished friend, one whom Fu Chaoyan had resolutely deemed as such. Uncle Fu chuckled. Miss Fu, you flatter me. I am growing old. I merely hope to serve you for a few more years. You certainly will. Just as their pleasantries concluded, Lin Xichi descended the stairs. Once she reached the bottom, Fu Chaoyan approached and circled around her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You look absolutely stunning in that outfit. Lin Xichi's eyes brightened in response. Really? Even more so than pearls. Lin Xichi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a hint of excitement gracing her features. Then I can relax. Fu Chaoyan's fashion sense was undoubtedly top-notch. If she deemed something beautiful, it was beyond dispute. Observing her expression, Fu Chaoyan paused and speculated. This dress isn't related to you in any way, is it? Lin Xichi candidly admitted, I designed it. Indeed, this dress was her creation. The first she had personally designed after returning from Huacheng with her master-level clothing design skills. Every aspect, from the design to the material selection and tailoring, was crafted entirely by her hand. Although she had the endorsement of a system-certified master-level skill, she still felt a twinge of anxiety, as she had never before ventured into fashion design. Creating this dress had been an experiment, and now receiving Fu Chaoyan's praise filled her with indescribable joy, a sense of pride akin to that of a parent whose child is recognized and celebrated. Wow! Upon learning the truth, Fu Chaoyan couldn't help but exclaim. She rested her chin on one hand and circled Lin Xichi multiple times. The more she looked, the more her eyes shimmered, her astonishment growing. While she had previously been slightly dazzled by Lin Xichi's beauty and perfect figure, now, setting aside those external factors, she realized that the dress stood on its own merit. The two elements complemented each other perfectly. Lin Xichi showcased the dress's advantages while the dress enhanced her radiant charm. Objectively speaking, from Fu Chaoyan's discerning fashion perspective, the dress was comparable in design and tailoring to that of internationally renowned designers. Upon reaching this conclusion, Fu Chaoyan would be remiss to claim she was not astounded. Receiving such an evaluation from Fu Chaoyan led Lin Xichi to once again marvel at the system's prowess, transforming her from a novice into a design virtuoso. Chapter 83. Taking a helicopter for afternoon tea. Darling, could you also design a sister version for me? Then we can venture out together, radiating beauty. Fu Chaoyan, increasingly enamored, proposed to Lin Xichi. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xichi agreed, of course. Designing had become as effortless as eating or sleeping for her. She could effortlessly conjure hundreds or even thousands of exquisite outfits with merely a thought. Furthermore, for a designer, the opportunity to create garments for a beauty like Fu Chaoyan was undoubtedly a source of joy. This topic soon passed. Oh, I almost forgot the gift. Fu Chaoyan presented her offering. It was a cartoon keychain featuring their oversized portraits, an exclusive custom piece, akin to the one owned by the illustrious Fu Chaoyan. She then brandished her red sports car key before Lin Xichi. Lin Xichi smiled as she accepted the keychain. Thank you, I adore it. Tian. Please bring me the key box. I'd like to try one. Fu Chaoyan had witnessed several luxury cars worth millions parked in her underground garage, so she understood precisely what Lin Xichi meant by the key box. Every time she thought of it, she couldn't help but exclaim how incredibly cool it was. She had seen people hoarding clothes and shoes, but never had she encountered someone amassing luxury cars. While she too was affluent, her collection paled in comparison to Lin Xichi's. Not only her, but even her family owned only 8 cars. Before long, Lin Tian returned with the box. As it opened, Fu Chaoyan, caught completely off guard, was struck by a veritable avalanche of keys. Unable to contain herself, she sprayed the cold tea she had just sipped across the room. Yi Jinan, ever the gentleman, promptly offered her a tissue. Thank you. She accepted it, wiping her mouth while casting Lin Xichi a reproachful glance. If she had erred, she wished divine retribution upon herself rather than endure such a shock. Lin Xichi, too, found herself in a bit of a predicament. Her family's 6th-generation heir spoiled her excessively, and there was little she could do about it. After some deliberation, Lin Xichi ultimately selected her favorite key, the one for her exclusive helicopter. Fu, I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you for afternoon tea. To be invited by a beauty is indeed a privilege. The two shared a knowing smile and set off without delay. Fu Chaoyan was more familiar with Lin Xichi's residence than her own, proceeding toward the underground garage without the need for guidance. Beautiful Miss Fu, please follow me. Having taken only a few steps, Lin Xichi mysteriously beckoned her toward the rooftop. Despite her confusion, Fu Chaoyan followed suit. As the door swung open, a dazzling pink helicopter appeared before them without any warning. Fu Chaoyan fell silent. Do not inquire as to why she was silent. It was simply her nature to be reticent. Lin Xichi, too, found herself momentarily speechless. Do not ask. The answer was her social anxiety. The 5 of them boarded the helicopter. Lin Xichi deftly prepared for takeoff. 5 minutes later, the helicopter ascended into the sky. The spacious cabin allowed Lin Tian to retrieve some red wine from the refrigerator, pouring for the 3 of them. Thank you. At this moment, Fu Chaoyan had fully embraced her aloof and elegant demeanor. Leaning against the armchair, she casually conversed with Lin Xichi about her desired fashion styles, all the while delicately swirling her glass of red wine, exuding an indescribable allure. The helicopter glided seamlessly over the heavenly villa and through the cityscape, ultimately arriving at its destination half an hour later. This splendid tea house, nestled atop a tea mountain, boasted a breathtaking environment and crisp air, evoking a sense of tranquility and refreshment, as if one were shedding worldly burdens. From the helicopter, one could gaze down upon endless expanses of tea mountains, and even before disembarking, the group seemed to catch a whiff of the fragrant tea leaves. Chapter 84, South Tea Mountain Villa. A sudden commotion quickly drew the attention of all those on the tea mountain. Upon sighting the pink helicopter soaring above the tea hills, many were left awestruck. Their mouths agape. Wow, how cool. Is it really pink? I've never seen a helicopter like this before in my life. Is this the royal princess of some country traveling? Exclaimed one onlooker. Goodness, I think I just spotted the protagonist from a wealthy novel. Others couldn't help but express their envy, tears of admiration glistening at the corners of their eyes, wondering which princess was inside. Princess, I've finally found you, they cried. Quick, take more pictures for me. Soon, I too will have a photo with royalty. Look, the helicopter seems to be landing ahead. Let us go, let us go. We might catch a glimpse of our esteemed princess. In no time, a throng of people dashed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the occupants of the helicopter. Unbeknownst to Lin Xichi and her companions, they had already incited a frenzy. After a reminder from Lin Yi, the pilot gradually descended the helicopter to the grassy lawn below. Once it came to a halt, a waiting official promptly approached, accompanied by 5 or 6 tall servers, each over 185 centimeters. Miss Lin, welcome to South Tea Mountain Villa. Your private room is ready for you. He beamed, leaning closer to Lin Xichi. Thank you, she replied with a slight nod of appreciation. The official's smile broadened. It is our honor to serve you, Miss Lin. Though his words were merely polite formalities, he felt no room for complacency. In fact, he was fully alert. South Tea Mountain Villa was renowned in Cloud City, frequented by numerous billionaires who enjoyed sipping tea while conducting business. It could be said that the villa's minimum clientele requirement was a net worth of 1 billion. Even so, securing a private room here was a rare feat, often necessitating days of advance booking, even for the wealthiest tycoons. Yet, merely 40 minutes prior, this Miss Lin had instructed her bodyguard to make a single phone call, and the owner had immediately cleared the premises. Such preferential treatment for an individual was unprecedented in his over 10 years at the villa. Before her arrival, he had pondered her identity, curious about what made her so special in the eyes of the owner. However, he could never have guessed that she had arrived in a bespoke helicopter. He certainly understood that those who possessed such aircraft could not merely be described as wealthy. They were of an entirely different caliber. Thus, he resolved to provide her with the utmost service. Under the guidance of the official, the group ambled into the tea house. Meanwhile, from a distance, many who had hurried over caught sight of the figures disembarking from the helicopter. However, due to the distance and obstructions, they could only vaguely perceive their shapes. Yet, this hazy and enigmatic beauty drove many into a frenzy. "Does anyone understand? I've seen a living princess," exclaimed one admirer. "That figure, that aura, those stunning legs, it's breathtaking. What do I do? As a woman, I'm smitten at first sight. Is that her bodyguard? So tall and handsome," cried another. "Help. P.S. even holding an umbrella for her. Is this really not a film crew shooting a romantic drama?" At this moment, all dramas pale in comparison. Frustration washed over the onlookers. Why must the princess be accompanied by a 185 centimeters tall bodyguard and not a sunny boy like me? Look, there's riding on the helicopter. I can see it clearly. It says Lin Xichi exclusive. So our princess is named Lin Xichi. How fitting for royalty. Such a beautiful name. Chapter 85. Rescuing someone. The cadre of servers, all over 185 centimeters, ushered the group into their designated private room. The room, constructed entirely of wood, resembled a celestial pavilion perched on the edge of a cliff, with an astonishingly spacious interior that allowed for a refreshing flow of air. Beyond the private room lay a glass walkway extending over 100 meters. At its center stood a quaint pavilion adorned with an array of pastries and fruits. Of course, afternoon tea would not be complete without tea itself. After enjoying a captivating tea ceremony, the official arranged for a guqin performance. With the charming setting, beautiful scenery, and the soothing sounds of the guqin, along with delectable treats, the group found themselves utterly relaxed and at ease, embracing the spirit of their visit. Lin Xichi decided to try her hand at tea picking and frying. Fu Chaoyan, however, showed little interest in these activities. Seizing the rare opportunity for relaxation, she requested a yoga mat from the official and comfortably sprawled out on the floor to play games. Meanwhile, although it was Lin Xichi's first attempt at frying tea, her technique was remarkably adept, and she managed each step with finesse, earning praise from the master teaching her. Subsequently, she also tried her hand at brewing tea. Each person had their own table and tea, and the mere sight was a feast for the eyes. Not far away, two passers-by suddenly halted, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. "Lu Ting, look, ISNT that the most beautiful college entrance examination top scorer of our year?" one of them exclaimed, fearing Lu Ting might show disinterest. "That's the beauty we encountered the day before the exam at our favorite restaurant." He added quickly, "You said she was even prettier than He Xian." Initially, he thought her beauty was the only remarkable trait she possessed, but was taken aback to discover her impressive academic achievements as well. He had always believed that Lu Ting was the sole favored child of fate, excelling in family background, academics, and looks. Today, however, he had encountered a female counterpart to Lu Ting. Meeting her must be fate. Perhaps we'll attend the same university. Shall we go greet her? Ning Yiming was intrigued by Lin Xichi. His lively personality often led him to act on impulse. Lu Ting, with his hands in his pockets, neither nodded nor shook his head. Ning Yiming, accustomed to Lu Ting's indifference, approached Lin Xichi first. "Hello, classmate Lin, it's nice to see you again." Lin Xichi blinked in confusion, wondering if they were acquainted. Ning Yiming, unfazed by any awkwardness, cheerfully introduced himself. "I'm so excited, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ning Yiming, from Cloud City No. 1 High School. I know you. You're Lin Xichi, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, right? I don't mean anything by it. I just wanted to get to know you." Then, I casually inquired if you were planning to attend Kyoto University, to see if we could possibly become classmates in the future. Meeting his foolish yet clear-eyed gaze, Lin Xichi came to a realization. It turned out he was merely one of her academic admirers. "Hello," she greeted him. Upon understanding that he genuinely wished to get acquainted, Lin Xichi responded with a poised smile. "I have indeed chosen Kyoto University. That is splendid." After receiving her affirmative response, Ning Yiming felt satisfied and did not forget to introduce the aloof Lu Ting, who stood beside him. "Lin, this is Lu Ting, also from Kyoto University. Lin, the three of us will be classmates in the same university. May we have your contact information in advance?" Sincerity is an everlasting ace in the hole. Lin Xichi found no reason to decline. "Well then, Lin, we shall not disturb you any longer. We'll see you at Kyoto University." The two departed as swiftly as a whirlwind, leaving Lin Xichi to regard the encounter as merely a chance to meet two new individuals. not placing much significance on the brief episode. However, she did not anticipate that their next meeting would come so quickly. As Lin Xichi arrived at the tea house, she encountered the two once more. Accompanying them were several elegantly dressed middle-aged men and women who appeared anxious as they spoke with the person in charge. The manager looked troubled until he suddenly spotted Lin Xichi, his eyes brightening as he approached her. "Miss Lin, you have returned." Lin Xichi inquired. "Manager Kai? Is something the matter?" "Indeed, Miss Lin, two elderly gentlemen have gone missing in the mountains, and the rescue team requires time to arrive. I would like to ask if you could assist in searching for them with your helicopter. There is indeed a large mountain near the tea plantation, predominantly comprised of undeveloped jungle, where even wild animals roam." As darkness approached, the urgency to rescue the individuals intensified, making the task increasingly difficult. The manager, aware of the gravity of the situation, sought Lin Xichi's assistance. Understanding the boldness of his request, he quickly added, "Rest assured, Miss Lin, your role would only be to search from above, and regardless of whether we find them or not, our tea estate is willing to offer 10 million as a reward." Several middle-aged individuals approached, evidently aware that she was the owner of the helicopter, addressing her as Miss Lin. "Miss Lin, if you are willing to help, we too will offer 10 million. Miss Lin, please assist us. My father has a heart condition." Lin Xichi did not hesitate, quickly boarded the helicopter. Saving lives is paramount. Soon, the group boarded the helicopter, with Lin skillfully piloting it towards the mountains. Due to the limited cabin space, Ning Yiming and Lu Ting could only search the ground alongside the estate staff. Ning Yiming could scarcely believe his eyes. She owned a helicopter. Hadn't she just graduated from high school like them? Why, at an age when he had just acquired his first car, had she already possessed her own helicopter? Lu Ting felt equal astonishment. Ultimately, who was she? On the aircraft, Lin Xichi met several individuals, including Ning Weiman, the renowned tycoon of Yun City. The others were also members of the Ning family. They had originally come to the tea plantation for leisure, while the two elderly gentlemen had gone fishing at a nearby pond. Unbeknownst to them, an accident would occur. It was only half an hour ago that they realized they had not returned, and upon reviewing the surveillance, discovered they had entered the mountains and were now unaccounted for. An hour later, Lin Tian, seated in the co-pilot seat, suddenly spoke up. "Miss, there are people over there." The terrain of the mountains was unsuitable for helicopter landings, necessitating that they relay the location to ground teams for rescue coordination. After another half hour, the individuals were successfully rescued. One elderly gentleman appeared to have suffered a cardiac issue, prompting Lin Xichi to instruct Lin to take them to the hospital immediately. Ning Weiman and the others expressed their profound gratitude, urging Ning Yiming to properly thank Lin Xichi on their behalf. The manager finally exhaled in relief, excitedly thanking Lin Xichi. "Miss Lin, on behalf of Nanti Estate, I extend our heartfelt thanks for your willingness to help. The two elderly gentlemen hold significant status. Should any mishap occur here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Ning family is the wealthiest in Yun City. If anything were to happen to old Mr. Ning, our estate would face dire repercussions." With the crisis resolved, it was time to return to the city. "Lin Xichi, I shall escort you back," Ning Yiming said with keen perceptiveness. Feeling it was appropriate to personally see them home, Lin Xichi readily agreed, calling upon Fu Chaoyan and Yi Jianan. Upon seeing Fu Chaoyan, Ning Yiming was momentarily stunned. Fu Chaoyan? The very Fu Chaoyan who was alive. Lin Xichi's connections were truly astonishing. Not only did she possess a private helicopter, but she was also close friends with a superstar. He was bewildered, yet profoundly shocked. As they traveled, Ning Yiming received a call from Madame Ning, who informed him that old Mr. Ning was now safe. Upon hearing this good news, everyone in the car sighed in relief. Madame Ning's voice continued, "Son, is Miss Lin beside you? Please convey our invitation to her. We would like to treat her to a meal and hope she will graciously accept." Ning Yiming put the call on speaker so everyone could hear. "Lin Xichi, do you have time later? My parents wish to invite you to dinner to express their gratitude for saving my grandfather. However, if you are unavailable, it's perfectly fine. I can have them thank you another day." Although Madame Ning had said must, it merely expressed their attitude. The primary consideration was to respect Lin Xichi's wishes. If she genuinely could not attend, they would not insist. Lin Xichi did not respond immediately, but inquired about Fu Chaoyan's thoughts. Fu Chaoyan shook her head. "I want to be going. I have plans this evening." Yi Jianan also expressed that he had pressing matters to attend to, and would not be joining. After discussing the outcome, Ning Yiming first informed Madame Ning, then drove Fu Chaoyan and Yi Jianan to their destination before heading to the hotel reserved by the Ning family. Upon arrival, Lin Xichi was slightly taken aback to find that the Ning family had booked the luxurious Tianzi No. 1 at Linlang Pavilion. Naturally, as the wealthiest family in Yun City, it was entirely reasonable for them to host a meal there. However, There was an indescribable peculiarity in the notion of being treated to a meal in one's own restaurant. As the trio ascended the stairs, guided by a waiter, they were called out to at the corner. Ning Gij, Lu Gij. A soft voice echoed down the hallway. Approaching them were several fashionable, eye-catching young women, their faces alight with excitement. One girl, adorned in luxury, wearing a starry crown, resembled a princess from a fairy tale as she bounced over to the two. Pouting, she exclaimed, Ning Gij, Lu Gij, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for so long. But it's all right, I won't be angry with you. She wore a generous expression, yet it was evident to all that she was secretly yearning for the two of them to indulge her. Observing this scene, several girls behind her felt a pang of envy. The fact that Ning Xiao and Lu Xiao actually attended Wei Minmin's birthday banquet was astonishing. How I longed to be spoiled by the two campus heartthrobs from No. 1 high school. Wei Minmin was truly remarkable. She had managed to have the two illustrious heartthrobs celebrate her birthday. Ning Yiming and Lu Ting had been the darlings of Yun City since childhood. With their striking looks, affluent backgrounds, and commendable academic performance, they were the quintessential campus gods. Rumor had it that the love letters they received over the years could fill an entire classroom. What was there to be surprised about? Minmin was a wealthy heiress who had grown up alongside Lu Xiao and Ning Xiao. They were childhood friends, innocent and untainted. It was perfectly natural for them to celebrate her birthday. This line of thought only deepened the envy among the onlookers, who exchanged numerous expressions of admiration. Of course, some discreetly vowed to capture more photos of the two later. Once they reached university, they would boast to their classmates that these were her former boyfriends, claiming she had been overwhelmed by their clinginess and had to end things. What a story that would be. Their voices were not particularly hushed, and Wei Minmin, standing in front, felt a tremendous sense of satisfaction. Ning Yiming furrowed his brow slightly, clearly displaying signs of impatience, yet his impeccable upbringing prevented him from interrupting them. In contrast, Lu Ting found their overpowering perfume quite distasteful. He shoved his hands into his pockets and took a few steps away, distancing himself from them. With his departure, everyone noticed Lin Xichi standing beside them. Who are you? I certainly did not invite any unrelated individuals here. Wei Minmin's smile vanished abruptly. Her eyes filled with jealousy as she fixed a fierce glare upon Lin Xichi. Lin Xichi was left speechless. May I ask which of your eyes saw me as a guest at your birthday banquet? Such audacity. Chapter 87. The Ning Family Banquet 2. Ning Yiming's expression turned icy in an instant. Perhaps sensing his anger, Wei Minmin's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily replied, Oh well, since you're here, you might as well stay. I can't very well ask you to leave. It's my birthday, and I'm in a good mood. So I won't hold it against you. A muffled laugh escaped from behind. Wei Minmin's implication was clear. She was merely a freeloader. She hadn't even been invited. Yet she shamelessly showed up. Enough. Ning Yiming snapped coldly. Although he was generally lighthearted, he was not foolish. He could clearly perceive Wei Minmin's blatant jabs at Lin Xichi. His gaze toward Wei Minmin was laced with disdain. Who told you we came to celebrate your birthday? Wei Minmin was taken aback. Were they not there for her birthday celebration? How could that be? She had indeed invited them. Faced with Ning Yiming's contemptuous eyes, her heart sank in despair. It was over. She had boasted so boldly, and with so many people watching. If it turned out Ning Yiming was not there for her birthday, she would be utterly humiliated. Ning Yiming was indifferent to her embarrassment, his handsome face remaining cold. Step aside, don't block the way. As they were patrons of the restaurant, Lin Xichi naturally chose not to hold a grudge, following Lu Ting as they left behind Ning Yiming. So self-important, the silent, stoic campus heartthrob muttered before departing, leaving Wei Minmin blushing furiously, tears welling in her eyes. As they exited, the atmosphere grew awkward. The realization that Lu Xiao and Ning Xiao were not, in fact, attending the birthday celebration left some feeling foolish for their earlier excitement. Did you notice how unfamiliar Lu Xiao and Ning Xiao seemed with Wei Minmin? Not just unfamiliar, they were clearly annoyed. How embarrassing. Silence. Wei Minmin, overwhelmed by anger, burst into tears and fled. Meanwhile, Ning Yiming felt a deep sense of embarrassment over the earlier incident concerning Lin Xichi. He barely knew Wei Minmin and was puzzled as to why she had latched onto them from the start, even mocking Lin Xichi. Were it not for her father working at his family's company, he would not have bothered to spare her a glance. It's nothing, just a trivial matter. Lin Xichi replied, unconcerned. As they reached the entrance of room 1, the door swung open, revealing the elegantly dressed Madame Ning, her face beaming with warmth. Miss Lin, what a pleasure to see you again. My husband and father are waiting for you inside. Please, come in. As she warmly welcomed Lin Xichi, she shot Ning Yiming a reproachful glance, blaming him for not promptly bringing Miss Lin to the private room, thus delaying her. Inside the room, aside from Ning Weimin and a few others, Lin Yi and Lin Tiantian were also present. Although Ning Weimin and his companions had seen her just 2 hours prior, They were still somewhat taken aback upon seeing her again. She is so young. At such a tender age. She owned her own helicopter, an experience not typically afforded to the daughters of ordinary wealthy families. What astonished them even further was that she was accompanied by two almost universally capable bodyguards. All these factors indicated that she must hail from a prestigious family. Considering her esteemed status, everyone treated her with even greater respect. Miss Lin, please have a seat. Chapter 88, The Ning Family Banquet. Classmate Lin, let me introduce you. This is my grandfather, and these are Grandpa Yi, Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, and Brother Yi. Upon hearing Ning Yiming's introduction, Lin Xichi was slightly taken aback. So, the other family was the Yi family. Encountering two of Yun City's four prominent families in one sitting was indeed a stroke of fate. Oh, classmate Lin, my son. You and Miss Lin are classmates? Ning Weimin's eyes lit up. How wonderful. Being classmates with a top heiress like Miss Lin is a blessing for Ning Yiming. In truth, it was an opportunity and a stroke of luck for him. Perhaps through this connection, the Ning family could ascend to even greater heights. Ning Yiming, blissfully unaware of his father's lofty expectations, replied nonchalantly, we aren't exactly classmates, but we'll be classmates at Jingda from now on. I'm just getting a head start. Miss Lin has also been admitted to Jingda? Ning Weimin's eyes sparkled even brighter. Incredible. Truly remarkable. He had initially believed she was merely a top-tier heiress, but to discover that she was also an academic prodigy was astonishing. Ning Yiming found his father's enthusiasm perplexing. What do you mean? Miss Lin has also been admitted. She wasn't merely accepted, she was poached by Jingda. Ning Weimin's mouth twitched. Poached? Did I actually say such a ridiculous thing? How would one provide support to someone who owns a helicopter? Should I give them my head? He forced a smile and discreetly shot his son a glare. Can't you leave your old man a shred of dignity? Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean I should be without pride. After this little exchange, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Everyone took their seats, and those in the private room expressed their gratitude toward Lin Xichi once more. Miss Lin, I am immensely grateful to you today. The doctor mentioned that had we not arrived in time, my father might. At this point, even Ning Weimin, a formidable presence in the business realm, could not help but feel a twinge of relief and melancholy. The old gentleman ages day by day, having undergone several heart surgeries. A slight misstep could cost him his life, and then he would no longer have a father. Indeed, we owe a great deal to Miss Lin today. Without her assistance, we would have been at a loss as to when we could locate the two elderly gentlemen. Yi Changqing also expressed his gratitude. Although the Yi family patriarch does not suffer from any grave illness, his advanced age means that a minute longer in such a precarious situation could lead to unforeseen dangers. Lin Xichi responded with a calm smile. You are all too kind. It brings me joy to assist those in need. Upon hearing this, the guests in the private room exchanged glances of admiration. She neither sought accolades nor claimed to expect anything in return. She simply conveyed her happiness in being able to help those who required assistance. This composure truly reflects the grace of a refined lady nurtured by a prestigious family. The group chose to shift away from this topic, for true gratitude resides in action, and while kind words have their place, excessive praise might yield the opposite effect. Those present were not ordinary individuals, and soon enough, someone introduced a new topic. Miss Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire about the designer of your exquisite dress? The question came from Madame Yi Chiyu, whose tasteful attire revealed her appreciation for elegance. From the moment Lin Xichi noticed her entrance, she observed the spark of delight in Madame Ye's eyes. Unmistakably captivated by her appearance, Lin Xichi was not mistaken. Indeed, Chiyu was thoroughly impressed. The dress perfectly suited her tastes, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to meet the designer. You flatter me, Lin Xichi replied modestly. This dress is of my own design and tailoring. The craftsmanship is rather rudimentary, hardly worthy of the title of a master designer. Upon learning this truth, Chiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. This gown, rivaling the caliber of internationally renowned designers, was crafted by Lin Xichi herself? The notion of creating garments for oneself was simply too cool. Chapter 89, Family, Who Knows? Initially, Chiyu held only a sense of gratitude and curiosity towards Lin Xichi, but upon discovering her remarkable skill, she felt as if she had found a kindred spirit. Growing increasingly fond of her, Madame Ning, being a woman herself, had a keen understanding of such matters, and the three engaged in a delightful conversation. Inside the private room, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Meanwhile, just a door away, Wei Minmin was seething with rage. Now, everyone was aware of her humiliation, and the mere thought of their gazes upon her filled her with an urge to eliminate the woman who had caused her disgrace. Were it not for the need to protect her, Ning Yiming would never have compromised his dignity. She was the architect of her own embarrassment. Yet, what she found even more intolerable was overhearing someone speculate whether that woman was Ning Yiming's girlfriend. Otherwise, how could she possibly be dining with him and Lu Ting? The two had even gone so far as to humiliate her, someone who had known them since childhood, in her defense. The possibility of this enraged Wei Minmin, and she could hardly suppress the impulse to storm into the private room. However, she dared not. While Ning Yiming was generally amiable, inciting his anger would surely lead to dire consequences for her. Not to mention, Lu Ting, known for his short temper, was also present in the room. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she sent a message to He Xian in her contacts. Xian, it seems that brother Lu has a girlfriend. I just saw him dining with her. After sending the message, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Everyone knew of He Xian's affections for Lu Ting. If she were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly take action against that woman. With He Xian's intervention, the woman's fate would surely be grim. As expected, He Xian replied almost instantly. Where are they? In less than 20 minutes, He Xian arrived. Xian, they are in that private room. Go teach that woman a lesson. Wei Minmin urged. What a pretentious commoner, believing she can ascend to high society after reading too many Mary Sue novels. He Xian frowned, clearly disapproving of Wei Minmin's words and tone. In her eyes, Wei Minmin was no different from those who dreamt of marrying into wealth. Like a toad hoping to eat swan meat. Were it not for her remaining usefulness, she would not deign to engage with her. Furthermore, she had no intention of creating trouble without first understanding the situation. But after observing for a while, she could not simply stand by and do nothing. With that thought, she elegantly adjusted her hair and made her way towards room 1. Inside the private room, the guests were enjoying themselves. Their fondness for Lin Xichi soared. Independent of her family background and appearance, her eloquence, cheerful demeanor, and exceptional qualities left a remarkable impression on everyone. Who could possibly dislike such a person? Particularly Madame Yi and Madame Ning, who had previously thought their sons could only aspire to be with celestial beings. Now, they realized that their sons were indeed unworthy. Sensing the disapproving gaze of their matriarch, Ning Yiming could only shrug helplessly. Family, who knows? He had once affectionately called her baby son. But now that he had a girlfriend, he wished he could call him something more akin to Great Pig's Trotter. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. The guests assumed it was a waiter, and upon inviting them in, they resumed their conversations. However, upon seeing who it was, He Xian nearly lost control of her emotions. That detestable Wei Minmin had dared to use her as a pawn. Just wait until she had a chance to confront her. Chapter 90. Wei Minmin gets hit. Xian? Old Master Ning was the first to notice He Xian. Upon hearing his call, the guests in the room paused, each casting a different expression towards the door where He Xian stood. Xian is here? Madame Ning, evidently fond of her, greeted her with a beaming smile. He Xian returned her smile graciously. I came to attend a classmate's birthday banquet. Upon hearing that you ladies were here, I thought I would come say hello. Has brother Jingqing returned? Yi Jingqing, exuding the aura of a capable and successful professional, adjusted his glasses and replied, I just returned. He Xian then turned her attention to old Master Ning, asking, Grandfather Ning, how has your health been lately? I have been busy with the college entrance examination and have not been able to visit you frequently. Please do not be upset with me. I'm in great health. Can handle 3 bottles of Mount Ai without issue, haha. Old Master Ning retorted humorously. Ning Weiman interjected, what great health. You almost had an incident today, thankfully. We had Miss Lin here, or you would have been in danger. He Xian had been holding back her emotions until finally resting her gaze on Lin Xichi. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. That blind woman, Wei Minmin, thought she could play the role of a high-class lady while wearing a dress worth nearly 7 figures. Who did she think she was? However, she did not let her surprise show. Instead, she exclaimed, I had no idea about this. We truly owe our gratitude to Miss Lin. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, He Xian smiled and exited the private room. The moment the door closed, her smile vanished entirely. Just at that moment, Wei Minmin sidled up to her. Shi Yuan, how are you? Surely, you've taught that gold-digging woman a lesson, haven't you? He Shi Yuan wore a mocking smile, and without any warning, she delivered 2 resounding slaps to Wei Minmin's face. What sort of inferior being dared to play tricks on her? Though she harbored feelings for Lu Ting, if it meant crossing paths with someone of inscrutable background, then Lu Ting was not an absolute necessity. Moreover, she was present here solely because she had saved Grandpa Ning and Grandpa Yi. Her relationship with Lu Ting had yet to even begin, and she would not foolishly act on impulse. Wei Minmin, taken aback by the sudden assault, stood there dumbfounded, clutching her face with tears welling in her eyes. She could not comprehend what had gone awry, nor why He Xian had struck her. With a frigid tone, He Xian warned, if there essay next time, I will ensure your entire family cannot remain in Yunqing. There was no doubt, as the sole heiress of the He family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yunqing, He Xian had entered the family business at the tender age of 13. Now, although she had just graduated from high school, she already held a significant position within the conglomerate. She possessed the power to obliterate the Wei family from Yunqing. Furthermore, considering you have been fawning over me for 3 years, let me offer you one final piece of advice. Keep your eyes peeled and cease looking down on others, or you will find yourself unaware of your own demise. Wei Minmin's face drained of color, her heart racing. She began to grasp the implication of He Shiyuan's words. It was clear that the girl she had just offended was not someone to be trifled with. Not only could she not afford to offend He Shiyuan, but He Shiyuan also seemed to regard her with apprehension. Otherwise, given He Shiyuan's character, she would not have chosen to raise her hand only to gently set it down. Although Wei Minmin understood from He Shiyuan's words that the woman held an extraordinary status, she remained resentful. It was only when she witnessed the manager of Linlang Pavilion addressing her as boss and saw her departing in a helicopter, with the Ning and Yi families bidding her farewell, that the gravity of the situation truly sank in.